Chapter 28. Hey there, wake up. An unfamiliar, yet somehow familiar voice cut through the haze of darkness. Andy groaned a little as he blinked open his eyes, and a bright light made his eyes hurt for a moment as he was trying to adjust. He saw a white blur standing in front of him as his eyes were adjusting to the light. The white blur became a Digimon, one that looked familiar to Andy. The Digimon was white all over, save for the mouth, which had gray around it. The head of the Digimon ended in a point, and the Digimon had black eyes as well as black claws and foot claws. On its waist was a pink belly warmer. "Oh, thank goodness you are awake," the Digimon exclaimed in relief. "Imagine my surprise when I found you outside my house, completely out cold." Andy blinked a few times, trying to make sure what he was seeing was real. He rubbed his eyes a few times before realizing that these weren't his hands, at least not the hands he was used to. He studied the hands for a moment, seeing they were mostly little black claws that he was able to flex and move like fingers. He had pink and light brown fur on his arms. Looking down at himself, he could see his body was a lot smaller, and his legs were a lot shorter. He looked to the side, seeing two very floppy ears that were longer than his body. "Oh my gosh, I really am Lopman now," Andy realized, his brain catching up to him. "This feels so weird. I mean, it was one thing being on top of Aunt Leoman's head and feeling like I was Aunt Leoman, but it's very different to actually be my partner." The Digimon in front of Andy was watching the boy, who was now a Lopman, looking himself over like he never saw himself before. "Are you okay, my boy?" the Digimon asked, not entirely sure of what to make of Andy looking himself over. Andy winced, hearing his voice. It sounded just like Lopman's voice. Sorry, I seem to have dropped in out of nowhere." Andy looked around for a moment, frowning. "Did you see anyone else with me?" "Can't say that I have. You're the only one I saw out here. Are there more of you?" the white Digimon asked. "Oh, there should be," Andy replied as he tried to walk, but he wasn't used to having such short legs. Not only that, Andy's long ears made it easy for him to trip over them. He yelped as he fell to the floor. At least he was short, so it wasn't a long way down. "Do be careful," the white Digimon said in a concerned tone. "I dare say, you act like you haven't been a Digimon before. Normally, a Lopman such as yourself would not be tripping over their own ears the way you are." "I'm Snoo," Andy admitted. The Digimon looked shocked. "How?" "I skipped the baby and in training phase," Andy replied before clearing his throat. "My situation is a bit unique." The Digimon frowned. "This won't do. I've never heard of a Digimon skipping the baby and in training stages before, though I have heard some celestial Digimon are born as rookies." The Digimon looked at Andy for a moment. "Could you be?" Andy blinked. "Never mind. It couldn't be that easy," the Digimon sighed. "Listen, little one, my name is Bakuman, and you won't survive in the digital world if you're going to be stumbling on your own ears like that. Come with me, I'll help you with the basics before you go looking for your friends." Andy hesitated for a moment, but logically speaking, he wouldn't last long at all if he went out on his own as he was now, since he wasn't used to this body. If Bakuman was willing to shelter him until he could walk on his own, it would be wise to take that decision. He just hoped his friends were in a good spot too. All right. Andy hadn't expected to wake up to Bakuman when he entered the dream world, but he supposed he should consider himself lucky. Bakuman helped him inside his house. "All right, now then, to teach the basics of walking." Bakuman began as he took a large green book out of his belly warmer. Andy's sweat dropped. Maybe instead of being told how to walk, I should just keep trying to walk until I get used to it." "Are you sure you want to try it?" Bakuman asked in concern. "I don't want you to trip over your own ears with each step you take. Perhaps I should help you out." Andy didn't mind the help, but he didn't want to stay inside trying to study on the ways of how to walk. You know, a lot of newly digivolved Digimon struggle to learn how to walk for the first time, since most baby and in-training Digimon don't have legs or feet to walk on, Bakuman noted. "Though I've never seen it as bad in your case. Probably doesn't help that I know how to walk just, not as a Lopman," Andy sighed. Bakuman's house was pretty small. There was a bookshelf that had books, and what appeared to be a small kitchen. Andy could see some kind of clay stove for heating food up, and a small white box that looked similar to a fridge, probably where Bakuman may or may not be storing food. But Andy was eager to get out and find his friends, and maybe see this world with his own eyes instead of on a screen, and how different it was to the digital world he knew. "At least let me try," Andy said. "You can stay beside me if you're worried about me tripping." "Okay, if you're that insistent," Bakuman said, but he didn't sound like he was approving of Andy's plan. He did make his way to Andy's side, just to make sure Andy didn't trip over his own ears again. Walking out of Bakuman's house wasn't too bad, but walking outside was a different story. The terrain was a little more rough, and Andy no longer had shoes. He had to walk with his bare feet. Andy started taking baby steps, but as he started getting the hang of walking with short legs, he kept stepping on one of his ears, making him trip and fall on his face. Luckily, there was grass under him, so his fall wasn't too bad. Bakuman helped Andy up, and Andy tried again. Andy was trying several times, but he kept tripping on his own ears. "I don't get how Lopman was able to walk with ears this long," Andy grumbled. "I guess you knew another Lopman," Bakuman asked. "You could say that," Andy replied, "but I don't get how he was able to walk no problem. The ears keep getting in the way. Maybe I should tie them up or something." "I wouldn't recommend it. A Lopman's ears are sensitive and useful for gliding or riding the air and for attacks. Tying them up is like trying to tie up your hands," Bakuman warned. "But how am I going to walk like this?" Andy groaned. Let me see if I can find something in the book," Bakuman smiled. Andy frowned, wondering just how much information was in that book. A part of him wondered if Dr. Carbon made it so that book just had information on every single Digimon in the dream world. Bakuman spent a few minutes flipping through the book before he found what he was looking for. Here we are. Digimon with long ears like Lopman and Terrierman keep their ears behind them when they walk. You've been keeping your ears right next to you, so that's why you keep tripping on them. Andy blinked as he remembered whenever Lopman walked. He had his ears dragging behind his feet, so even though his ears were long, they were never right next to his feet. Andy hadn't thought of that. He always kept his ears close to his body. "Okay, I'll try that then," Andy said. This time, when Andy walked, he had to remember to let his ears drag behind him. He had been worried about damaging his ears if he let them drag, but apparently his ears were meant to be dragged while he walked. With his big ears no longer right next to his feet while he walked, it made walking a lot easier. Dragging his ears wasn't painful. In fact, he barely felt anything at all on his ears as he walked. He remembered Lopman often used his ears to block attacks or used them to attack himself, so it made sense there wouldn't be much feeling in the ears themselves. Otherwise, it would be a painful existence. It seemed like things were going well for Andy, and Bakuman was beaming with pride when a loud crashing sound was heard from above. Several yelps were also heard before something that was orange and cream fell to the ground in front of Andy and Bakuman with a loud grunt. "OOOF. My word, that's not something you see every day," Bakuman exclaimed as the form that had crashed got to its feet. This new Digimon was orange with a cream underside, and blue eyes as well as wings that also served as ears, had black claws on all four of its paws, and a stubby tail. Andy helped the Digimon up to his feet. "Are you all right?" The Digimon groaned as he opened his eyes, blinking a few times. "Lopman." "It's me," Andy tried to say his name, thinking this was Danny, but when he tried, little snowflakes came out of his mouth. "Huh?" Andy frowned, putting a hand over his mouth in confusion. It was then Andy remembered one of Dr. Carbon's rules, that their names were blacklisted, so they could never be said, at least not by them. "You're what?" the Digimon before realizing something. "Oh, you're." Just like Andy before, the Digimon tried to say something, but all that came out was some air and petals. "Wow, that's weird," the new Digimon grimaced. "It feels like I'm burping up something from my throat." "Yeah, we can't say our names," Andy realized. "Well, then I guess I'm just Lopman now and you're." "Pataman," the Digimon Pataman said, "but you know who I really am, right, bro?" Andy, or rather Lopman, smiled. "Yes, I do, bro." Bakuman blinked as he looked at them, a little confused. "You two are brothers." Yeah, we hatched from the same Digi egg," Pataman admitted sheepishly. Bakuman looked at the two, seeing how they looked nothing alike. Suppose it's possible for Digimon to come from the same Digiegg but digivolve differently. Don't think about it too much, Lopman said. Our situation is unique, but yeah, Patamon was someone I was looking for. Why did you fall from the sky, bro? You try flying, flapping your ears as wings, Patamon grumbled. It's nothing like I expected it to be. So when you woke up, the first thing you tried to do was to try to fly? Lopman asked. Did you even try to learn how to walk? Not really, Patamon admitted. I mean, I'm on 4 legs unlike you. Patamon got down on all 4s and tried to walk. Lopman watched with some amusement as his brother had his wings down, dragging on the ground. Though unlike with Lopman, who was supposed to have his ears drag, Lopman didn't think it was supposed to work like that for Patamon. Lopman remembered seeing Patamon fold his wings whenever he wasn't using them, but his brother had his wings on the ground. That, combined with Patamon not being used to walking on all 4s, and that equaled Patamon falling on his face really quickly. Oh dear, Bakuman's sweat dropped as he watched Patamon struggling to walk. This will not do at all. We need to teach you how to walk too, my boy. I can walk, Patamon huffed. Just, maybe I'll have better luck flying everywhere instead. You can't fly before you learn how to walk. It just doesn't work, Bakuman pointed out. Can't I just learn how to walk on 2 legs then? Patamon asked as he stood up on his hind legs. Lopman knew Patamon was capable of standing on 2 legs, but he wasn't really meant to walk like that. So when Patamon tried to step forward, he lost his balance immediately. Lopman caught Patamon before he could fall on his face with his ears. Lopman was beginning to realize how useful these ears were. He had a much longer reach with these ears, and the 3-prong tips were able to grapple things with surprising ease. Careful, bro, Lopman said as he unwrapped his ears from Patamon's body before realizing something. I'm actually taller than you now. Maybe I'm the bigger bro now. You're only a little taller than me, Patamon huffed. Besides, that doesn't matter, I'm still older. You two really are children, Bakuman sighed. No, we're not, Patamon argued. We kinda are, Lopman sheepishly said. And right now, we're basically newborns since we're learning how to walk and how our bodies work. Patamon groaned. So we're basically starting from square one of life? That sucks. Well, we have to. Otherwise, how are we going to find our friends and do what we came here to do? Lopman pointed out. Patamon sighed. Fine, how do I walk on all 4s and, with these really long ears that keep getting in the way? Welcome to the Long Ears Club, Lopman remarked with a chuckle. Well, first off, Bakuman began as he looked at Patamon, seeing how he still had his ears dragging on the ground. You need to pick your wings back up. They shouldn't be on the ground like that, or you could damage them. Patamon huffed, but he did just that. He held them out to the sides of his head. Is there any way I can lessen the weight when I have my ears out like this? It hurts my head. You're not supposed to have your ears out to the side like that, Bakuman answered. That's only when you're gliding in the air. Now, different Digimon do different things with their wings, but in a Patamon and Sukemon's case, you want to keep your wings above your head when you're not using them. You can stretch them out or fold them, but keep them above your head. So I fold them back, Patamon asked. That doesn't sound too hard. Carefully, Patamon moved his ears around before he managed to get them positioned behind his head, but in the raised-up position. Strangely, he felt like it was completely natural for his wings to be like that. He didn't even notice it at all. Wow, that feels much better, and I don't even notice it. I thought it would be a strain to have to keep my ears above my head like this. Yeah, I guess that's the problem. We're used to thinking like humans, so that's why we're having trouble adjusting to our Digimon bodies. Lopman noted. I'm glad that you're feeling better now, Bakuman said. Now first, let's get you walking. You'll want to focus on putting one foot in front of the other until you get used to it. You and Lopman can try walking around the field and see if you can get a good feel. Patamon slowly began to put one foot in front of the other, which was odd at first. But the more he walked on all 4s, the easier it became for him. Hey, I think I'm getting the hang of walking on all 4s. Lopman was also walking around, having a better feel for his new body as well. The two of them walked together. Lopman was getting the hang of it a little faster than Patamon. Since he was still able to walk on 2 legs, he just had to get used to walking with short legs and small feet, as well as remembering to keep his ears behind him. Padaman took a little longer, since he had to learn how to walk on all fours, but it wasn't too hard for him. As they were walking, they started seeing other Digimon as well. They saw the white blobs, the ones that were called Poyaman, slithering or floating around. They looked happy to just exist. They also saw some purple furball Digimon with long ears and red mischievous eyes. They were called Pagumon. Look what we have here, some new Digimon to play with Tilda. Some of the Pagumon grinned. We've never seen you guys around here before. Another Pagumon sneered. Don't you know not to wander in a place you're not familiar with? Another Pagumon mischievous remarked. Before Lopman or Padaman could reply, Bakuman ran over to the Pagumon. Now, don't go playing pranks on them. They're with me. The Pagumon all looked at Bakuman, but they didn't make a move towards him. Aw man, what a spoilsport. The first Pagumon grumbled. Such a goody two-shoes, you're no fun. You can't protect them forever, another Pagumon hissed. The Pagumon all hopped away, grumbling to themselves. Those are Pagumon, they're young but very mischievous. If you rile them up, they can become quite dangerous, Bakuman warned. That's an understatement. Lopman frowned, remembering just how dangerous they could be from what he saw in the Dreamer machine. Well, other than those unpleasant guys, I think things are going pretty well. I'm able to walk now. Padaman smiled. Great, now we can try running, Lopman said. We'll probably be doing that a lot. Padaman's sweat dropped. Great, and I have to do it on all fours. I'd better not trip too much. Running isn't all that hard, my boy, Bakuman smiled. And if you do trip up, don't quit. You will get it eventually. All right, let's do this, bro, Lopman smiled. The two brothers began running, though they started out slow. Lopman felt his ears being brushed against the wind as he moved faster, which threw him off balance. Padaman realized he would have to do things differently if he wanted to run. Trying to move his legs faster only made him walk faster, and going any faster than that resulted in his legs getting tangled up. It took Padaman a while to realize he had to move his front legs and back legs together in the opposite direction if he wanted to run. He couldn't just simply put one leg in front of the other in this case. That was the tough part. For Lopman, it was a little easier, because again, he only had to walk and run on 2 feet, though his big ears did throw him off balance several times. As time went on, the afternoon sun was starting to set. Lopman and Padaman finally made some progress in running with their new bodies, but they were also tired and hungry now. They were both lying on the ground, panting. How long have we been at this? Lopman groaned. I have no idea, Padaman gasped out. My body feels like it's sore all over. All right, I'd say that's enough practicing for one day. Let's go back inside and get some dinner, Bakuman spoke up. You two look like you could use a good meal after all of that. Lopman and Padaman found themselves salivating at the word dinner and meal. Normally, they wouldn't go crazy for food, but their bodies were more than ready to start eating. It was likely a Digimon instinct. They knew their partners always loved to eat. Lopman and Padaman got back onto their feet, now a walking expert. They hurriedly followed after Bakuman. It was the first time for Padaman to be inside Bakuman's house. He was looking around at how tiny yet cute the house was. Bakuman was taking out some fruits and berries from the little white box, though Lopman wondered how much of that was actually fruit or meat that looked like fruit. He didn't care either way, food was food. Bakuman put some berries and cabbages on top of the clay stove. If he had to cook them, they were likely meat. While Lopman and Padaman weren't used to being Digimon, they had gotten familiar with the digital world enough to know that not everything was as it appeared, especially when it came to food. While Bakuman was cooking, he decided to make some small talk. So where did you two come from? Padaman began, only to hesitate. He was realizing that he and Lopman couldn't exactly say where they were truly from, but that left them in a predicament. Padaman didn't know what to tell Bakuman. Padaman looked to Lopman, hoping he had an explanation in mind. Far away, Lopman answered vaguely. We couldn't really tell you, though. Our memories are hazy. Playing the amnesia card, that's a good idea, Padaman realized. Your memories, Bakuman frowned. Yeah, we don't really know what happened to us, we just know a few things like our friends, each other, and some people we're supposed to look for. But everything else is just a blur, Lopman answered, weaving the story to try to make it believable and also close to the truth. We don't know how we got here. I see. You must have suffered quite the traumatic situation then. It's no wonder you're having trouble walking and just being what you are, Bakuman said in a worried tone. Well, in a way, it's a good thing, because we don't remember the exact situation that got us into this mess. Pataman admitted, trying to make it look like he was looking on the bright side. I'd rather not remember how we wound up in this situation than deal with such traumatic memories. Still, it's horrible you ended up suffering in such a manner, Bakuman exclaimed in worry. Yeah, it does kinda suck, Pataman agreed. Trying to find our friends after such an event is certainly not an ideal situation either. But we're hoping that since we ended up here, our friends are here too, Lopman said. Are there any dangerous Digimon around here, besides the Paguman? As far as I know, there shouldn't be any really nasty Digimon that live around here. The Digimon village in the Flame Terminal is meant to be a safe haven for young Digimon, and a train station, Bakuman answered. That's good to hear, Pataman said in relief. That means our friends should have no trouble finding or meeting up with us, aside from that Cerberumen we saw in the dream world. But we don't know when in the timeline we're in, Lopman frowned. The fact that Bakuman is here. It likely means this is before Takuya and the others arrived, or it could mean this is after, but that wouldn't make much sense since there is no after. Hey, this might sound strange, but have you seen any humans around here lately? Lopman asked, needing to be sure. Humans? Bakuman asked in confusion. Why would I have seen a human? I've only heard of them. I've never seen one for myself before. Okay, so they likely haven't shown up yet, Lopman noted. Why do you ask? Bakuman asked as he turned off the fire in the stove. We're looking for them, Lopman admitted. 6 no, 5 to be exact. Well, I can't say I've seen any humans here. I'm sorry, Bakuman apologized. But if you want to, you can stay for the time being while looking for your humans. That's quite the offer, Pataman noted. We don't want to intrude or be just in your way. It's not a problem at all, Bakuman promised. I only have one other Digimon who stays with me from time to time, and he's an even bigger headache than a few children. Bakuman put the cabbages and berries on some wooden plates before putting them down on the table in front of Lopman and Pataman. Careful, they're hot. Make sure you eat some fruits too. Bakuman set down some regular-looking apples, bananas, and red grapes next to their food. Oh, this all looks so good, Pataman exclaimed as he felt his mouth watering at all of the delicious food. Lopman didn't waste time digging in. He bit on the cabbage, and it tasted like pepperoni pizza. He loved the strange yet tasty foods of the digital world. He was glad that was one thing Dr. Carbon kept consistent. You two are really hungry, Bakuman noted as Lopman and Pataman were eating at the speed of sound. It's like you haven't eaten before. It's been a while, Lopman admitted. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I ate. The whole memory loss thing isn't helping with that either, Pataman added, going with Lopman's lie. Well, don't eat too fast, otherwise your stomachs will hurt, Bakuman warned. After a while, Lopman and Pataman finished eating. They felt nice and full and very satisfied. That was good, Lopman complimented. Can't remember since the last time I ate that much food, Pataman remarked. I'm glad you enjoyed the meal, Bakuman chuckled. It's been a while since I had guests over, much less young Digimon such as yourselves. Do you often interact with the young Digimon from here? Pataman asked. You seem to be quite experienced in raising young Digimon. I grew up here, Bakuman admitted. I always read stories about the digital world and always wanted to explore it. I usually get made fun of though, being a bookworm and all. Digischool was quite rough for me, but I still enjoyed it. I get along with younger Digimon sometimes, but not always, especially the Paguman. Why haven't you explored the digital world? Lopman asked. Well, it's quite expensive getting tickets to ride the Trailman, and walking is just out of the question, Bakuman said. Though mostly it's because of the state that our world is in right now, no thanks to Cherubiman. The state of the world? Pataman asked. Yes, Bakuman said sadly. Our world is not in the best of shape. Cherubiman is looking to claim all of the world's fractal code for his own desires of power. Taking a breath, Bakuman resumed speaking. In order to understand what is going on, I must tell you an important history lesson. Bakuman took out his book from his belly warmer and opened it up. Long ago, our world was split between the human Digimon and the beast Digimon. The two groups of Digimon had a long, terrible war, and it seemed nothing could stop this war. This was the great time of strife known as the Human-Beast Digimon War. Then, when it seemed like the war would end our world, hope came down from the sky in the form of Lusamon. Bakuman paused to catch his breath before resuming the lesson. Lusamon pleaded with the human and beast Digimon to end the war and taught them how to coexist peacefully. For a time, things were at peace, but Lusamon began to get it in his head that he was the only one who could rule over all Digimon, and began to terrorize those who didn't agree with him or his ways. Flipping to a new section of the book, Bakuman gave a small smile. But when it seemed like no one could stop Lusamon, 10 ancient Digimon, each one representing one of 10 elements, rose up and stopped Lusamon. Now, Lusamon was strong, able to take out mega-level Digimon with ease, but these 10 Digimon were able to seal him away despite the odds being against them. However, they were unable to be reborn as Digi-eggs due to the amount of power they expended in the fight. So, using the last of their power, the 10 Digimon split their energies into artifacts so they could rise again one day if Lusamon were ever to escape, or if our world was in great danger. So, how does this tie in with Cherubimon? Patamon asked, realizing playing dumb was the best way to go along with the memory loss cover story. After the defeat of Lusamon and the loss of these 10 Digimon, now known as the legendary warriors for their feat, the artifacts left behind by the warriors were entrusted to the new rulers of our world, the 3 celestial Digimon. They are Seraphimon, Ophanimon, and Cherubimon. Bakuman revealed. Cherubimon, after a time of peace, slowly became corrupted, and now he is looking to conquer our world. He was able to defeat the other 2 celestials, but he didn't claim their fractal code, more to send a message that he was not going to let anyone stop him. So one goes bad, and the other 2 couldn't do anything about it. Lopman frowned. Well, it's more complicated than that. Cherubimon took Seraphimon by surprise, and Ophanimon didn't want to hurt her old friend, Bakuman answered. But ever since then, Cherubimon's been slowly eating away at the digital world, draining it of its fractal code. I'm not sure what will happen if this keeps going. Bakuman put the book back into his belly warmer, making Lopman and Patamon curious as to how Bakuman was able to fit the book in there. I can't believe a celestial Digimon would just become corrupted like that and attack his friends. Patamon frowned. Is there no way to stop him? I'm afraid not. Cherubimon is far too powerful to be stopped, and he has powerful Digimon under his command. Bakuman frowned. Maybe that's what caused us to lose our memories. We tried to stand up to Cherubimon but failed, Lopman pretended to guess. It's possible, Patamon agreed. But even if it is, we can't stand up to Cherubimon again. If we were defeated once, it's highly likely we will be defeated again. Well, what did you expect when you go up against a celestial Digimon that's been corrupted by dark powers? Bakuman frowned. Not to mention your only rookie levels. If you did go up against Cherubimon, it's a wonder how you're not Digi-eggs right now, or completely consumed by Cherubimon himself. The only way you'd be able to digivolve quickly was if you had a bond with a human like in the stories. Oh, maybe that's why we're looking for humans, Lopman said, clinging onto what Bakuman just stated. If humans really make Digimon strong that quickly, then maybe if we teamed up with humans, we might be able to take down Cherubimon. Yeah, we can't just sit back and let Cherubimon get away with whatever he is doing. Patamon agreed. It only makes sense that we team up with humans. Who knows? Maybe that's the key to defeating Cherubimon. Bakuman gave them a look of surprise. Are you serious? If you go up against Cherubimon, you'll die? I don't know for sure if you lost your memories because you went up against Cherubimon before or not, but if you had, it's clear you lost. And Cherubimon may not be so merciful next time. Why do you feel like you must go up against Cherubimon? Think about it like this, Bakuman. If we don't, who will? Lopman questioned. With Cherubimon eating away at the digital world, it's only a matter of time before he destroys the Digimon as well. Isn't it better to go down fighting than wait for a miracle that may never come? Bakuman hesitated, but he knew Lopman and Patamon were right. I understand, but you're still just children compared to the rest of us here. I don't like the idea of having to have you two go out and fight against Cherubimon, even if you did have human partners. And humans have not been seen in the digital world since ancient times. Why would you think humans would be coming here now? We have faith that humans are called into the digital world in its time of need, Padaman answered. We may not remember much of our lives or what's been going on in the digital world, but we do know humans are wonderful beings that always rise to the occasion when needed. They help Digimon become strong, they form bonds with each other, and they may have saved the digital world before. And they can do it again. They'll come, I know they will, and when they do. They'll save the world, Lopman finished. Bakaman had his doubts, but these two Digimon had faith that humans would show up. It wasn't common to see such young Digimon having such faith in mere myths, but if they had such a strong belief, who was he to stop it? I just hope your faith is not misplaced, Bakaman said. I'd hate to see you be disappointed, to say the least. You know, you've been calling us children all this time, but aren't you the same? Lopman asked. Aren't you a rookie Digimon too? I am, technically, Bakaman admitted. However, I can't digivolve past this stage. I'm a scholar Digimon, my purpose is to learn and gain knowledge. I don't need a stronger form for that after all. Wait, really? There are Digimon that can't go past a Digivolution stage? Padaman asked, surprised. Yes, of course. At least not without some kind of armor Digivolution or fusion evolution, Bakaman answered. But those are extremely rare, to the point they're unheard of in this day and age. Humans were the ones to discover such rare Digivolutions in ancient times and seem to have disappeared along with them. All the more reason to find these humans, Lopman said. Yes, well, for now you two need to remember how to function as Digimon first, Bakaman sighed. Tomorrow, I'll have to try to help you learn how to fly, despite not being able to fly myself. Bakaman was looking at Padaman when he said that, since Lopman couldn't fly himself. Padaman huffed, I can fly, I just don't know how to fly with wings. Tomorrow, Lopman asked. Yes, it's already getting late, Bakaman pointed out, seeing how the sun was setting. It would be bad for you to stay up too late. But where can we sleep? Padaman asked. Oh, I have some extra beds for any guests I may have over. Bakaman smiled. Just follow me, and I can show you where you will be sleeping. Bakaman stood up from where he had been sitting at the table and began to head to the bedroom. This way, don't dawdle. Lopman and Padaman looked at each other. They had a lot of questions, but they decided to follow Bakaman. Bakaman led Padaman and Lopman to the bedroom. Here we are, Bakaman said as he opened the door to the bedroom. This is where you will be sleeping. Padaman and Lopman looked inside the bedroom. It looked nice enough. There were 2 beds, one for each of them, on opposite sides of the room. The beds looked like they were soft, and each one had a fluffy pillow at the head of the bed. The upper walls were nice and clean, showing a nice cheery cream color, and the lower walls were matching the floor, which was a nice rich brown color. You have more than one bed? Lopman asked, surprised. Well, I sometimes have a roommate, Bakaman admitted. The other bed is mine. Since you two are small, I figured you could share the same bed. But if you don't want to, I might have a futon one of you could use. Lopman and I have shared a bed in, well, for a long time, Padaman admitted. Do you want to share a bed, bro? He added, looking at Lopman. I don't mind, Lopman shrugged. Very well then, Bakaman said. You two go ahead and get comfortable then. What about you? Padaman asked curiously. I'm going to do some late-night reading, Bakaman answered, so I usually go to bed later. Lopman nodded before he and Padaman climbed into the bed. It was quite comfortable, softer than they expected. I'll let you two get settled in then, Bakaman as he walked out of the room. Lopman and Padaman looked at each other. So, it looks like we made it, Padaman noted. Yeah, Lopman nodded. Do you think the others made it too? Padaman questioned. I hope they did, but I haven't seen them since I woke up, Lopman admitted. If they did arrive, we probably got separated. I mean, that's what happened with the 2 of us. Padaman mused. If at all possible, I think we'll need to look for them in the morning. I don't want all of us to be separated for too long if we can help it. Padaman took a breath before continuing to speak. I just hope we got here in time to help the legendary warriors when they arrive as well. Deep down, Padaman was really hoping they could pull this off. It was one thing to help the legendary warriors in the real world, but to do the same in a dream world? This was something new to them. Well, Dr. Carbon did say that we couldn't come in until the loop went back again, right? It's possible we were put into a state of suspension until the loop went back to the beginning, Lopman explained. But we don't know how far back we are, so we better keep our eyes out for when the legendary warriors come into the digital world. But our first priority is to look for our friends. Make sure everyone makes it all right. We're going to need all of their help. Padaman nodded. Yeah, so finding them is the first thing we'll do tomorrow, he said before a yawn escaped him. We'll need to get some sleep so we can have energy for tomorrow. Sure enough, Padaman looked like he wanted to doze off right then and there. These soft beds aren't exactly helping me stay awake to talk to you either. Go ahead and sleep then, we're going to need the energy tomorrow. We've got a lot of work to do, Lopman chuckled. I just wonder if sleeping is okay. We are in a dream world, aren't we technically already asleep? What would happen if we fell asleep here? But it looks like we can't just stay awake forever either. It looks like our bodies still need the basic stuff, like eating and sleeping. Then again, we did see Takuya and the others needing to eat and sleep too. Lopman could only hope that Dr. Carbon wouldn't try to lock them into an endless sleep here. He closed his eyes and soon fell asleep himself. Andy opened his eyes again. He found himself in what he could only describe as the void. There was nothing but darkness as far as the eye could see, but he saw he was floating inside some kind of light brown sphere with fractal code circling around it. He looked down, seeing he was currently human, but he was also naked. Where am I, and where are my clothes? Andy questioned. Wait, why am I human again? Andy heard a familiar voice, giggling at his questions. This is definitely an interesting situation we are in, the voice of Lopman replied. It seems your mind retreats here when you sleep, although this is also confusing because I had no idea this would happen. Lopman, is that you? Andy asked, surprised. Of course it's me, silly. Who else would I be? Your conscience? Sure enough, Lopman had been speaking to Andy directly. Where am I, and where are you? Andy questioned. You're asleep. Well, you're asleep in the real world and in the dream world. I wouldn't call this a dream exactly, but more like a place in our heads, Lopman's voice answered, sounding a little unsure. The reason you can't see me is because I'm technically all around you. I don't exactly have a physical body at the moment, since you're using it. Oh, Andy frowned. I have been wondering about that, but I was focused on learning how to be a Lopman and where my friends are. Have I took over your body, like overshadowing you? Well, not in a normal, ghostly sense. You're not possessing me exactly, more like you are me, but with your own mind. I'd say we're more like a fusion of each other, Lopman answered. Fusion? Really? Andy blinked. I don't feel any different, other than the obvious physical changes. Of course not. You've been linked to me before and, well, I don't think our minds would notice a difference since we're very much alike anyway, Lopman replied. Wait, so we're currently fused? Andy questioned again. Is that okay? Is that okay for the others? Have they fused with their partners too? I do think it's possible that the others have gone through the same situation as us, Lopman admitted. But as to if it's okay, this is new for all of us, so I can't say if this is okay for you guys or not. I'm sorry I can't give you a more concrete answer. Lopman's voice held regret before the tone changed to be more optimistic. But if it helps, think of this like the legendary warrior situation. They can become Digimon themselves. So, in a way, it's similar to that. Yeah, I guess so, Andy replied. Would we be able to unfuse when we get out of the dream world? I don't know. I hope so, because it's gonna be kinda weird to just be a Digimon all the time without a human partner, Lopman answered. It'll definitely be weird to be a Digimon for the rest of my life, Andy added. You enjoy it, come on. I know you do, Tilda, Lopman teased. Andy huffed, don't go looking into my thoughts. You make it easy, Lopman chuckled. But it looks like we can't really speak to each other while you're awake. Well, awake in the dream world. So I guess if you need to talk, you should fall asleep. Easier said than done. I can't just fall asleep on command, Andy grumbled. Well, it's either that or you get knocked out, Lopman replied with a mental shrug. But I do think we need to work on communicating while you are awake, or find a similar method so you don't have to fall asleep just to talk to me. It would be detrimental if you had to fall asleep during a battle or something just to talk to me. Lopman raised a valid point, and the implications pointed out didn't spell anything good for them both. My parents and Jazz did mention that they'll try to communicate with us. Maybe I can ask them if there's a way for us to talk to you guys, Andy suggested. Though that does mean we'll have to wait until they're able to communicate with us. Until then, I guess the best thing we can do is work with what we've got, Lotman said. Andy gave a grin. Nothing we haven't done before, though I wonder how Danny and Pataman are taking this. Oh man, I can't believe that I've fused with you, Danny groaned. Danny was in the same kind of void as Andy was, only the sphere surrounding him was orange instead of light brown. I mean no offense, Pataman, but after becoming half ghost, I'm still trying to figure out how to live like that. Now I have to figure out how to live like a Digimon too, Danny sighed. Well, it's not that bad. Pataman tried to cheer up Danny. If you can learn to live as a half-ghost, then you can learn how to live as a Digimon. I mean, you've done well to learn to live with your powers so far. Easier said than done, Danny grumbled, but I'm glad the plan worked. At least we were able to make it into the dream world. And at least my biology still allows you to fly. Granted, it's not as fast as your ghost form, but it's still something, Pataman stated. You should still have access to our ghost form. What? Danny blinked surprised. Really? How? My body is back in the real world. My data was infused with your ectoplasm, remember, Pataman reminded. Danny blinked before grinning. Really? That's awesome, he exclaimed before he remembered what ectoplasm did to the digital world, and his grin faded. Or not. Aw man, if I use our ghostly form, that could mess up the digital world. Calm down, Pataman said gently. Haven't you used your ghost form in the digital world before? Maybe once to save Tommy from a Warumonzimon, Danny admitted. And the digital world seemed stable at the time, but for all we know, my ghost form could have corrupted the digital world if I had remained in it for much longer. While I would say that your ghost form not corrupting the digital world is a good sign, what we know about ectoplasm and how it reacts to data makes me think that using our ghost form should be a last resort option. Pataman mused thoughtfully. I'd rather be safe than sorry in this case. Danny nodded. I definitely agree with you there. It might also be wise to try to not use it near the legendary warriors themselves. While Dr. Carbon didn't say it was against the rules, it would be dangerous if he saw us using that form. He'd put 2 and 2 together and figure us out as Danny Phantom, Pataman warned. Danny grimaced. Yeah, good point. And if he figures it out, then who knows what Mom and Dad may do. I mean, yeah, they're being more open to the idea of ghosts not being all evil and stuff, but I don't want to risk them doing something stupid or crazy if they find out I'm half ghost. Pataman sent a reassuring feeling to Danny. We'll get through this, and we'll save the legendary warriors, whether we use our ghost form or not. Danny smiled and nodded. Yeah, we're stronger than Dr. Carbon thinks. Until then, we better work with what we've got, Pataman said. Nothing we're not used to at this point, Danny chuckled. It was the next morning in the dream world. Lotman was the first to wake up. With his large ears, he heard something. He sat up from the bed and looked over to the window, looking out curiously. He saw a tall-looking yellow creature wearing red pants walking toward the house. There were a few Digimon behind him. That's right, just keep walking. You should be pros in no time at all. The yellow Digimon spoke in a bit of a high-pitched voice. The few Digimon behind this Digimon were somewhat familiar to Lotman, but one thing was clear. All of them were struggling to walk. How can some Digimon stand walking like this? One of the Digimon complained. I feel like I'm going to trip over my own feet. The complaining Digimon was a Labramon. The Labramon Digimon fell down after a few steps. Darn it, it's like walking while doing a tango dance. Well, at least you don't have large claws on your feet. Another Digimon, a Biyamon, grumbled. It feels like I'm wearing something uncomfortable on my feet. You try being made of metal. The last Digimon, a Kokuamon, muttered. I feel like I'm wearing heavy armor. I can barely even move. Hey, no complaining. You're all doing great. The yellow Digimon encouraged. The 3 Digimon grumbled, despite the yellow Digimon's encouragement. Pataman grumbled as he stirred awake due to the commotion outside. What's going on out there? He asked as he looked at Lotman groggily. Someone's loud voice woke me up. Lotman was giggling. Well, I think we found the rest of our friends. Well, maybe, assuming they are who I think they are. It looks like Neiman found them and they're learning how to walk. Padaman got off the bed and made his way to the window. He peered out as well, seeing what Lopman was seeing. Despite his best efforts, Padaman found himself snickering as well. And I thought the two of us learning to walk was awkward. Come on, let's go outside and meet up with them. Lopman smiled. Lopman and Padaman were relieved to see their friends came and found them. They were worried they would have had to go look for them all over the digital world. What is it? Bakaman asked, seeing Lopman and Padaman were awake and heading toward the door. We saw who we think are our friends with someone heading this way, Lopman explained. If it's them, we want to see if they are all right, Padaman added. I mean, we all did get separated. Oh, well, if I may, I would be happy to come along with you, Bakaman said with a smile. Who is bringing them here? Well, I assume the one escorting our friends here is Neiman, Padaman replied. What, that dolt is coming here? Bakaman groaned. I haven't set up everything for him. Is he really that bad? Padaman asked. He tends to be a huge klutz, Bakaman grumbled. No, it's best you meet him first before you get any second-hand information from me. Come on, let's go meet up with them. Bakaman walked over to the front door, opening it up. Lopman and Padaman walked outside. Bakaman closed the door behind them as they headed toward the 4 Digimon. Hey, I see them, I think, a Byaman pointed out when they spotted the 3 heading toward them. They fit the 2 Digimon we were looking for at least, a Kokoman noted. Don't go too fast. Unlike you guys, I have to walk on all 4s and that's completely new to me, Labraman grumbled, who was falling behind the group. Lopman and Padaman got closer to the group. Oh hey, these are your friends, Neiman asked. I think so, Byaman said as she stepped forward to Lopman and Padaman. Did you fall asleep in a living room and wake up somewhere around here yesterday? Yes, we did, Padaman confirmed. I take it the same goes for you guys, Lopman pointed out. Yup, we managed to find each other when Neiman found us, Kokuaman confirmed. Though we would have found you guys sooner, but we were having some trouble getting used to our own feet, Byaman admitted. Especially Labraman, Kokuaman pointed out. Hey, don't go saying that, Labraman huffed. Padaman smiled. I'm glad we found each other pretty quickly. I was worried we'd have to look all over the digital world for you. Hey, that would have been an extremely difficult task, Kokuaman retorted. Finding us would have been like looking for a needle on a large pile of screws or even a hay pile. That's a good way to describe it, Padaman's sweat dropped. Let's not get too distracted here, Lopman spoke up. It's great that we found each other, but aren't we missing someone? Ah, right, we're missing, Padaman coughed out some small feathers from his mouth. I mean we're missing Salaman. Did she make it okay? I'd assume so, but we don't know where she is, Kokuaman replied. This is concerning. I thought we'd all end up in the same place. Apparently not, Byaman grumbled, but we don't know where she could have ended up. Well, the important thing is that most of us are together now, Lopman said. We can discuss what our next plan is and hope that. I'm guessing Salaman? Yeah, Salaman finds us on her own time. But we first need to learn how to walk, and just get used to these bodies in general, Kokuaman sighed. Yeah, I'm still learning how to walk properly. Then I gotta learn how to fly if I want to be an effective scout. I am a bird after all, Byaman pointed out. Neiman went over to Bakaman and smiled. You got your own kids, too. Don't they just grow up so fast? Oh, hush, Bakaman grumbled. I came across the 2 of them yesterday. They aren't my kids. I was just helping them out. That's sweet, Neiman grinned. I just thought a trailman delivered the wrong kids. Or maybe they're the right kids and I didn't know we were expecting. We weren't expecting, Bakaman snapped. Honestly, we haven't even found a Digimon to settle down with, so how could we have had kids of our own? I dunno, I mean children are usually just brought to other Digimon from primary village, right? Do they have to be partners to have kids? Neiman questioned. You ask the dumbest of questions, I swear, Bakaman grumbled. It seems these children are on some kind of mission, but they can't remember much about themselves or the world. The poor things. What kind of mission could children be on? To have fun? To play a prank on someone? Neiman questioned randomly. I don't know, Bakaman snapped as he grabbed Neiman's pants waistband and pulled, letting it snap back into place. Neiman yelped at the sudden snap. Ouch. Serves you right for asking the dumbest questions, Bakaman scolded. Besides, I think their mission may have had something to do with fighting back against Cherubimin. Oh, why? Neiman asked. They said that nobody would stand up to him, and they want to find humans to help them with that, Bakaman answered. Humans? What's a human? Nemono questioned. How could you not know what a human is? Bakaman exclaimed. There are myths about humans coming to the digital world in its times of need. Were you not paying attention in digital world history? I don't remember. I may have been sick that day, Neiman replied. Either that or I was asleep in class. Bakaman let out a loud groan. Are they gonna be okay? Laberman asked. Neiman does tend to be quite clueless about things that should be pretty obvious, but I think he's a pretty funny guy, Kokuaman chuckled. And he was nice enough to help us learn how to walk, Byaman added. Bakaman was helping us learn how to walk too, Lopman said, and helped Pataman with his wings since his wings are a little different from bird wings. Did Bakaman help Pataman learn to fly too? Byaman asked. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think so, Pataman admitted sheepishly. I really need to learn to fly. You were still learning how to walk, don't be so impatient, Lopman said. I can understand the excitement, he's used to flying, so it's probably hard for him to stay grounded, Byaman said vaguely, making sure to word it for those who know about Pataman's secret would be the only ones to understand what she meant. As for me though, I'm pretty excited to learn to fly. I used to ride on bigger flying Digimon, but I'll bet it feels a lot more different to be able to fly on your own. Couldn't Kokuaman fly too? Lopman asked, looking at Kokuaman. I believe so. I seem to have bug-like wings behind me, Kokuaman replied, though I have no idea how to use them. Yeah, bug wings don't just flap like a bird's wings or bat's wings, Byaman noted. I'm sure you'll figure it out, you're pretty smart, Laberman said. I would say I'm pretty jealous that you guys get to fly, but since I'm still struggling learning how to walk, I think I'm good on trying to learn how to fly too. I can't technically fly, but I think my ears may allow me to ride the air currents and glide, Lopman said as he picked up one of his ears and started to squeeze it a bit. Flight will be an interesting thing to learn, but we don't have any Digimon to teach us, Pataman grumbled. At least it would be faster than walking, to say the least. Says the one who is used to flying, Kokuaman joked. Haha, very funny, Pataman retorted, but there was no anger in it, just frustration. I can't blame you though, Kokuaman admitted. It's something you were used to. What does that mean? He flew before, Laberman asked. He spends a lot of time in a simulation room back home to learn how to be an astronaut, Lopman explained. Laberman nodded. Ah, okay, so that's what you meant. So Cherubimin is still eating the world? Neiman questioned. But isn't he right there? Why would Cherubimin be here? Bakaman asked. If he was, the world would have been fixed by now. Use that empty head of yours for once. But he's right there, next to Seraphimin. Neiman pointed at Pataman. See. You idiot, that's Pataman and Lopman. Open your eyes, Bakaman scolded. All I see are Seraphimin and Cherubimin, Neiman said dumbly. Bakaman grumbled before he did the waistband snap to Neiman again. That's for your dumb questions and assumptions. Ow, Neiman yelped. Besides, Seraphimin hasn't been seen in ages, Bakaman sighed. What are you two talking about? Lopman asked. Seraphimin and Cherubimin. Oh, they are two of the celestial Digimon who rule the digital world, along with Afinimin, Bakaman replied. I thought you'd be more aware of that. I did give you two a history lesson after all. We were more curious to why Neiman was mentioning them, Pataman clarified. Oh, don't mind him. He probably thinks all Pataman and Lopman are Seraphimin and Cherubimin, Bakaman huffed. Pataman and Lopman both sweat-dropped. Neiman can be so dumb sometimes. I am often surprised his idiocy hasn't gotten him turned into a Diggy-egg already. Bakaman continued with a sigh. Yeah, he sounds like he can be a handful, Pataman chuckled. But it's not nice to call him dumb, Byaman scolded. He helped us when we were confused and unable to walk. Well, I suppose Neiman does have his random flashes of intellect at times, Bakaman admitted, but those are rare and don't happen often. I was happy to help them, Neiman beamed. Well, for now, we should learn more, like how to fly and use attacks if we want to survive here, Lopman stated. Once we can do that, then we can wait for the humans to show up. They haven't showed up yet, Laberman asked. I don't think so, but if they have, we can try to look for them, Kokuaman suggested. Being able to fly will help with that. I agree with Kokuaman. The sooner we can use attacks, and the sooner Byaman, Kokuaman, and I can fly, the better, Pataman said. Learning to fly will not be an easy thing for you three, Bakaman warned. Are you sure you want to try it so soon after just learning to walk? We gotta start sooner or later, Pataman replied with a shrug. Why not sooner rather than later? I like that idea. You'll learn sooner if you start sooner, right? Neiman pointed out. Bakaman sighed. Very well then, I'll do the best I can to help. The Poyaman usually fly, so they might be able to offer some advice. The only problem is they don't use wings to fly, so they can only tell you so much. I'm sure you guys will figure it out. It should come naturally, Neiman encouraged. Well, it looks like we may have some time to try to figure this out, so we might as well, Kokuman said. Laberman and I will probably start working on our attacks then, while you guys get some flying lessons, Lopman chuckled. Sure, I think that works, Byaman grinned. And then when Kokuaman, Pataman, and I have learned to fly, you guys can teach us how to use our own attacks. Hey, that's a fair trade, Pataman grinned. Not much of a trade, since you can't teach us how to fly, Laberman pointed out. But I guess it's important that you learn how to use attacks. All right, we got a lot to do and little time to do it, Pataman spoke up. Let's get started. You just learned to walk, you want to keep going already? Bakaman asked. We can't start slacking off now, Lopman said. We want to be ready when we find those humans. Oh, all right. I'll see what I can do to help you with all of this, Bakaman sighed. You just gotta believe, Neiman smiled. Be quiet, please, Bakaman grumbled. For the next few days, Pataman, Byaman, and Kokuaman were trying to learn how to use their wings to fly. Flapping their wings was the first thing they had to work on consistently. They ended up flapping too fast or too slow to fly properly. Bakaman was using the book to try his best to explain how to have them fly with their respective wings. Neiman was working with Lopman and Laberman, helping them with their attacks. Neiman was surprisingly good at explaining how moves worked. Lopman and Laberman realized their attacks came from their digicores, which were somewhere in the center of their bodies. Unleashing their attacks was but a thought, like blowing out air or trying to stomp on the ground. It was simple when they actually tried it. They did need to put in more effort and energy to make the attack stronger, which was something they had to keep in mind. With practice, Byaman, Kokuaman, and Pataman were soon able to fly with ease. While it was weird at first for Pataman to use his ears to fly, it wasn't as bad as he thought, and he got used to it quite quickly. Byaman found using her wings was like a bird flapping their wings, and it made her feel giddy because she was flying under her own power. Kokuaman had little trouble flying, but that was because he was more or less using electromagnetic forces to fly, which made it easier for him to maneuver in the air. Laberman and Lopman were getting used to using their attacks. With more practice, they were able to get the hang of it and to make the moves sufficiently powerful enough to hold their own against each other. The next part came with teaching the three flyers how to use their own attacks. With Neiman's help alongside Laberman and Lopman, Byaman, Pataman, and Kokuaman were able to learn how to use their own attacks. Pataman found it weird he had to inflate or puff up his own body to let out one of his attacks, but it also meant the attack had more power behind it the larger his body became. Kokuaman enjoyed learning how to use his attacks, as it meant he could shock his enemies silly or stun them. Since his body was made of metal and had electrical currents flowing through it, he just had to touch an enemy to get the best effect. Byaman had a bit of trouble with her spiral twister attack, as getting it to form in front of her was rough, and it did explode into a fiery burst a few times before she finally got the hang of it. Lopman enjoyed being able to breathe out ice, freezing certain things. Laberman discovered she can shout really loud, but she can also heal others with some kind of healing liquid from her maw, though Kokuaman and Pataman found that really gross. They also decided to forage for food for Bakaman, since there were a lot of them to feed, and Bakaman didn't have enough food or money to feed all of them on a daily basis. So the 5 Digimon, using their newly learned abilities, decided to get some food. Labramon realized she could use her nose to find food easier, while Patamon, Biyamon, and Kokuamon flew around to find food in the trees. They also started talking to some of the less cruel Pagumon and the Poyamon. Slowly but surely, the 5 Digimon were getting used to life in the village. I wonder how much longer it will be before the humans are supposed to show up, Labramon questioned as they were sitting outside, enjoying the afternoon sun. I don't know, Patamon admitted. I thought they would be here by now, but I guess we may have to wait for a while longer. I hope nothing bad happened to them, Biyamon said worriedly. Well, I hope they didn't end up in the wrong place. That's a very valid concern, Kokuamon noted. We do know the humans end up coming here, but maybe things could have changed. What if they were already here and they left before we arrived? Labramon frowned. That's a possibility, Biyamon admitted, but wouldn't we have seen them by now? Bakamon mentioned he didn't see any humans here when we first met him, Patamon noted. So going off that line of thought, I doubt they have been here. Bakamon doesn't need to have seen the humans for them to have already been here, Kokuamon pointed out. And things could have changed because we ended up here in the first place, Lopman pointed out. I don't know how, but he may have wanted to change things to throw us off guard. He did say he didn't want to make this easy for us after all. Great, so there's a chance they arrived early and are already exploring the digital world, Biyamon grumbled. We could try asking the other Digimon around here if they've seen any humans. It doesn't just have to be Bakamon we ask, Patamon suggested. Kokuamon said thoughtfully. Maybe one of us who can fly should scout around the digital world, just in case. Wouldn't that be dangerous? Labramon frowned. We have to take a chance, or we won't make any headway in our mission, Kokuamon replied. It would be good to scout ahead anyway. We can't all just stay in one spot waiting forever. Patamon looked down in thought. Finally, he looked back up and spoke. Kokuamon has a point. We can't just stay here. We need to move around, scout out the digital world. It will be helpful to us, and if the humans do come here, we will have some of us ahead so we can have more information when we meet back up. Yeah, Lopman frowned as he looked at the group. But what's wrong? Biyamon asked. Remember one of the rules he listed to us, Lopman pointed out, about not being allowed to be around them after they get their beast spirits. Oh, that rule, Patamon grimaced. That's gonna be a hard one to deal with when the time comes. How will we deal with that when we get to that point? Biyamon asked. It sounds very restricting. Restricting is not really the way to describe it, Kokuamon pointed out. It means we will be forbidden from seeing them or even being in their presence. How are we supposed to save them if we can't be near them? Labramon frowned. We don't have to be near them, we just have to get them out of this world, Lopman explained. Luckily, Bakamon and Nieman were in their house right now, so the Digimon could talk among themselves about this. So what's your idea then? Biyamon questioned. It might be in our best interest to stay away from them from the beginning, Lopman answered. What, but aren't we supposed to look for them? Kokuamon asked. And why should we stay away from them? Patamon questioned. Look, if we have to stay away from them once they get their beast spirits, then wouldn't it be better to already be keeping away from them instead of getting attached to them, and them getting attached to us, then we have to leave them? Lopman asked. That could mess them up, and we would all get hurt in the end. We can keep an eye on them from afar, but we shouldn't get too close to them. I guess that works, Labramon said nervously. But will we be able to do that? Stay away and keep an eye on them, I mean. What if they get into trouble and need our help? And besides, our role is to be their guides, right? We can't do that if we stay away from them, Patamon pointed out. I'm sorry, but I don't like this idea, bro. I know you don't, Lopman grumbled. But try to be practical about this. If we're forced to stay away from them later, wouldn't it be better to just do that at the beginning? Getting close to them only to be torn apart later will just make things painful. I'm sure we can just keep an eye on them from afar. They were able to make it through the digital world without us holding their hands before. What can we do then? We can't, Patamon trailed off. He didn't want to just stay away, but it was too risky to get close to the children. Lopman had a point, but it didn't sit well with Patamon. I can't stand this. That rule we have to leave them after they get their beast spirits. It's not fair and puts us in a bad position. I don't like the idea of staying away. It goes against what we are supposed to do, which is to be their guides. How can we do that if we only stay away? I understand how you feel, Byaman frowned. I want to be able to help them, have them avoid this fate. I also want to get to know them better too, but being forced to stay away and watch from afar, either now or later, it's a harsh rule. And Lopman does have a point, it would hurt far less if we stay away from them in the beginning. No bonding, no need to worry about breaking their hearts or ours. I don't really like it though, Laberman frowned. I just don't think we can really help them if we stay away from them the entire time. What if hanging out with them helps us understand them more that could help us get them out easier? Or heck, we could even get stronger by going with them so we can survive on our own when the time comes. Kokuaman was in agreement with Pataman. I hate to admit it, but I agree with Pataman. We can't just sit back. They will need our help. There may be things that they encounter that they can't overcome with just their spirits alone. It's not fair that we have to leave them, but why can't we help them? If we watch from afar, it prevents us from being their guides. They will need all the help they can get in this world. They may have gotten along fine without us before, Pataman stated. But who's to say that'll be true this time around? Dihi may make things different too, like you said earlier, take us off guard. I doubt he would want them to get killed early on. This is supposed to make them win. If it weren't for that virus or whatever, he wouldn't be keeping them trapped in this loop to begin with, Lopman pointed out. But, Byaman spoke up, there is something to consider. If they were to get killed, he just has to reset them back to the beginning. Then what will happen to us in that case? He made it clear that we only get one shot at this, right? Resetting over them dying would be the easiest way to get rid of us, Kokuaman nodded. That must be why he made us guides, to make sure they don't get themselves killed too quickly, so we have a chance. Right? Laberman asked. Lopman sighed. We don't know what he is thinking or planning, these are all just speculations. We can stay close enough to them to keep an eye on them, so we can help them if it comes down to it. But otherwise, it might be in our best interest to be distant from them even if they do see us. So you're saying we have to err on the side of caution, Pataman noted. I get it, but that doesn't mean I like it, nor do I want us to do it. So, it's agreed, we keep our distance from them while also keeping an eye on them, Lopman asked. Yeah, I guess so, Kokuaman said. If we must, Byaman nodded. I don't like it, but if it's easier then we'll try, Laberman sighed. Okay, then for now, let's ask around the village if they've seen any humans. If not, we'll need some of you guys who can fly to scout around, Lopman stated. Sounds like a plan, Byaman said. Let's just hope they didn't arrive early so we get thrown off our game, Kokuaman remarked. As the 5 Digimon got up and started walking, Pataman noticed Lopman's look of worry. You worried about them? Well, yeah, I am, but... Lopman looked at Pataman. Where is Salomon? It's been a few days and we still haven't seen her. This village isn't that big. Pataman frowned. I'm sure she'll turn up soon. She's tough, she can take care of herself. Salomon, I don't understand, why are we here? Valerie asked. Valerie was currently in the void, with a gold sphere around her that had a fractal code ring around it, similar to when Danny and Andy spoke to their Digimon. It's possible that Maxwell sent us here instead of with the others for a reason, a familiar voice said to Valerie. We woke up in my rookie form, so he must have some kind of plan for us. I don't like this. We're alone and probably far away from our friends, Valerie grumbled. This place is dark too. Do you know where we are? It looks like we're on the dark continent, close to the morning star, Salomon's voice answered. Oh, so we're close to the big bad cherubimon. Is Dr. Carbon trying to get us killed? Valerie groaned. I don't think so. Maybe there was a reason we were separated from the others. Salomon's voice replied. But as to what reason that is, that we don't know, so I suggest we stay on the side of caution for the time being. I agree with you, Valerie grumbled. We can't just rush in here, but we can't just wander around either. We need a plan besides acting all lost. I get the feeling that might be why we were brought here, though I'm not sure. We clearly can't get out of here on our own, especially since you're just now getting used to walking on all fours, Salomon replied. So what, am I supposed to walk straight to Cherubimon's castle? Wouldn't it be better for us if we find a trailman to get us out of here? Valerie asked. I'm afraid trailmen won't come into the Dark Continent, not with Cherubimin ruling as an evil tyrant anyway, Salaman replied. So our options are limited, Valerie frowned. I haven't been able to eat much of anything since we ended up here. Our body is going to get really weak soon. Yes, but we need to get to safety first. Once we find shelter, we can figure out what to do next, Salaman suggested. Finding a cave to shelter in would be our best bet, or barring that, perhaps a tree with an opening in the trunk. I'll see what I can do, Valerie sighed. Let's try to wake up our exhausted body. It's not safe to sleep anywhere in the open for too long. Salaman opened her eyes, finding herself back in a dark forest. Her body was thin, and her fur was covered with dirt and grass stain. She began moving, walking forward. She didn't know where she was going, she just knew she had to find some kind of shelter. She didn't get far, or at least. She might have gotten far, but blacked out as her body was on autopilot when some kind of large shadow approached her. The dark aura of that being made her flinch and back away. The darkness that was oozing from this being made her feel sick. Looking up at the shadowy figure, she saw yellow eyes gleaming at her tiny form. She wanted to run away, but she felt too weak to move much, let alone run. She also felt rooted on the spot. She was terrified. This dark being could just smash her entire existence if it wanted to. The dark being lowered itself to get a better look at her. Offeniman, how curious. I should have you in my prison right now, yet you stand before me as a weak little Salaman? No, that doesn't make sense. I know for a fact that you should still be back at my prison. And yet, you are also here, like a helpless little child. How interesting. You are Offeniman, but you are also not her. Salaman didn't know what to do. Oh crap, I didn't think I'd get spotted by Cherubimin so soon. She was too weak and she didn't even know how to fight back. She had only learned to walk and run over the last few days, but she wasn't as experienced with moving on all fours either, so even if she tried to run, Cherubimin would easily catch her. What does he mean? Offeniman? Isn't she one of the celestial Digimon? Why would he think I'm her? You look confused, the dark being noted. Perhaps I can take advantage of this. Yes, if you are unaware of your true self, then this could work in my favor. Don't look so frightened, little lost Salaman. I shall bestow you a gift. I trust you will use it well. The dark being reached out a large hand at Salaman. Salaman let out a yelp as she tried to turn around and run, but this only resulted in her tripping on her own little paws and falling down. She let out a whimper as she felt the cold, dark finger of the dark being touching her head. A surge of coldness and heat went through her body. Salaman didn't know how to describe the sensation. It felt like she was getting weaker, but stronger at the same time. Her timidness and fear started to become confidence and thrillful. It was like her emotions were getting all twisted up. Hunger no longer bothered her. Whatever this dark being did, it seemed to have reset her body. Fractal code surrounded her, and before she realized what was happening, her mouth spoke out some words. Salaman digivolved to Black Gathaman. Salaman was no more. Instead, what stood in her place was a black cat-like Digimon with sharp claws, wearing purple gloves with red stripes. Her ear tips had purple tuft of fur, and her long, thin tail had purple and black stripes, with the tip having purple tuft of fur. Her eyes were yellow, similar to the dark being. Black Gathaman blinked as she stood there, looking down at her claws and checking her new form out in surprise. I've given you some of my dark energy to help you back on your feet. You seem to take to it well, Tilda, the dark being grinned. Yes, I seem to have indeed. Black Gathaman agreed. She wasn't sure how to take this new evolution. It reminded her of when she had dark digivolved her partner, but at the same time, this time she was in control of herself, her partner was in control of herself. It was weird to say the least, but it was also kind of reassuring to know she was still clear-headed. Then again, she also realized her emotions were twisted. Like she knew she should be scared and disgusted with what just happened, but instead, she felt excited, confident, and ready to do whatever she needed to. It was then Black Gathaman realized something. Wasn't there someone here? One of the legendary warriors. That's right, Koji, he was captured by Cherubimin, wasn't he? Is that why I'm here? To keep an eye on Koji while the others keep an eye on the other children. But why did you give me this power? Black Gathaman asked, no longer suffocating in the dark being's dark aura. I feel you would make a valuable ally, the dark being stated. I am Cherubimin, the ruler of the digital world. I will soon gain enough power to awaken the ultimate power that sleeps in the core of this world, but I still need help with that. Just recently, I found a lost child, and I helped him gain some power as I did with you. He is training under me. Would you like to meet him? Black Gatomon gave this some thought. She was being given Koichi on a silver platter. She couldn't believe her luck. Or maybe this was just how Dr. Carbon programmed this to be. Regardless, if she was here to help Koichi, she should take it. Yeah, I guess. I have nothing better to do right now, Black Gatomon nonchalantly stated. Whoa, I can't believe I'm saying that to Cherubimon. Maybe I'm not in as much control as I thought with this form, but if I may make one little request, could I send a letter to a friend? I want to let them know I'm all right. Of course, I am not so cruel I wouldn't allow a new recruit to send a letter to a friend. I have to be reasonable after all. Cherubimon chuckled. You may send your letter once we get back to the castle. Thank you, Lord Cherubimon, Black Gatomon said with a bow. They will be relieved to hear from me, I'm sure. Cherubimon grinned. Welcome to the fold, my young student. Chapter 29. Can't believe I'm stuck on mail duty. A demi-divimon grumbled as he flew through the sky. He had a mailbag strapped around his body. If it weren't for the fact I'm doing this for Lord Cherubimon, I would have quit a long time ago. Now let's see. The address is at the Flame Terminal, Digimon Village. Demi-divimon looked around for the moment. Aha, there it is. Demi-divimon flew down at the village. Excuse me, are there any Digimon by the name of Lopman? Some Pagumon jumped on Demi-divimon, making him shout and kick them away. Stupid brats. Hello. Demi-divimon turned around, snapping. Don't jump ONO, you're not one of those brats. Demi-divimon saw a Digimon looking at him. It looked to be a Lopman. I heard you calling for me, Lopman asked. Why would a Demi-divimon be looking for me? I have a letter for you. Demi-divimon replied with a grumble. All the way from the Dark Continent. So you'd better be grateful I delivered this, because I sure don't want to do this again. Demi-divimon took out the letter with his wing and handed it to Lopman. Lopman blinked as he took the letter, definitely not expecting it to come from the Dark Continuant of all places. Well, I'm getting out of here before those purple furballs come back. Demi-divimon grumbled before he took off into the sky, grumbling. Glad that's over with. Lopman, curious, but also worried about who would send him a letter from the Dark Continent, especially since nobody there should know of his existence right now, carefully opened the envelope to take the letter out. Unfolding the letter, Lopman began to read it. Dear friends, though I'll likely be sending this to Lopman to make it easier. It's me, Salomon. Apparently I was sent all the way to the Dark Continent. I was discovered by Cherubimon, but instead of killing me, he gave me some of his dark energy or whatever. It caused me to turn into Black Gatomon. Don't worry, I'm still me. For the most part, maybe just a bit more sadistic. But I'm fine, and it looks like I'll be with Koichi. I guess Duskman is who he is right now. I'll keep an eye on him and the evil legendary warriors here. I don't think I'll be able to send another letter to you guys since it could easily be read by other Digimon. I'm taking a risk right now by writing this letter. So, I won't be able to tell you much until we can meet up somewhere. I do hope we'll be able to make it out of this alive, and that we'll be able to see each other again soon. Until then, don't die on me. Black Gatomon, formerly known as Salomon. After Lopman finished reading the letter, he hurried to the others and read the letter out loud to them. After the letter was read aloud, Patamon frowned. Well, we know where Salomon went then, and she apparently has found one of the humans. Well, if Koichi's here, then that means the others are either here too, or they're going to arrive soon, Kokyumon concluded. But why would Cherubimon turn Salomon into Black Gatomon? Labramon asked. He likely figured it'd be worth having another recruitment instead of killing her off, Byaman guessed. Or he saw something in her that he believes should be on his side, Lopman guessed. Either way, that means we won't be seeing Black Gatomon for a while. Let's just hope she'll be all right while she's in the belly of the beast. I think she will be fine, Patamon said. She's smart and knows when to use her head to avoid trouble. Unless her anger gets the better of her, Byaman pointed out. Well, that's a valid concern, Patamon admitted, realizing Byaman's line of thought. Let's just hope Black Gatomon can keep a level head then, Kokyumon groaned. The last thing we need is to have her anger issues ruin our plans. I trust that Black Gatomon will be able to stay safe and keep an eye on Koichi, Lopman said. We can't afford to worry about her, though. We still have yet to confirm if the others are here or not. Well, then we should try that scout plan, Kokuaman suggested. At least one of us should try scouting around the digital world to see if they have come or not. The others can ask around the village to see if they have seen any humans lately, Labraman added. And another one of us flyers should fly around the station. If they will come, then they'll likely be coming on a trailman, Biyaman pointed out. I guess that's the best option we have right now, Lopman noted, but we shouldn't be too hasty. When it gets late, head back here to rest. Don't go too far on your own, you don't know what's out there. Biyaman and Kokuaman nodded. Kokuaman and I will be back before you know it, Biyaman said in reassurance. Let's go then, Kokuaman said. We'd best get started now rather than later. The two of them took to the air, Kokuaman using his electromagnetic forces to fly and Biyaman flapping her wings. Well, the rest of us should ask around and keep practicing our movement and attacks, Lopman suggested. If or when the others arrive, we'll need to be in top form. Yeah, think we'll be able to digivolve, Labraman asked. I'd like to see what it would be like to be Doberman. That would be cool. There's no rule saying we can't digivolve, right? Pataman replied. Digivolution would definitely help, Lopman nodded. For the next couple of weeks, there had been no word on the other human children. Lopman was rather surprised at how long it was taking, which made him, and the others, even more nervous that they may have missed the human children. During this time, the group started getting into a routine. Life was starting to become normal for them in the Digimon village. Lopman was trying to learn how to cook meals with Bakaman teaching him the basics. Lopman seemed to enjoy cooking, even if it was just simple dishes like scrambled eggs or plain pancakes. Whenever the group went outside to talk to the Paguman and Poyaman, Kokuaman and Biyaman would continue their daily scouting in search of the humans in case they missed them. Lopman, Labraman, and Pataman would sometimes spar with each other, trying to get into better shape for battling. Lopman learned that because they were small, they had the advantage of being able to dodge attacks easier, unless the enemy was just unbelievably fast. Labraman's healing technique made it so they wouldn't get seriously injured during their sparring matches. One Paguman kept giving them a hard time, always biting at their ears, so they often evolved into conflict. Thankfully, they were able to chase off the trouble-making Paguman. Neiman was an interesting fellow. He was teaching Lopman how to better use his ears. Lopman wasn't sure if he could really learn anything from Neiman, since he was under the impression Neiman wasn't too bright. But there was wisdom found anywhere, including in unexpected places. Neiman and Lopman sat down as they tried to listen for something in the distance. Lopman opened eyes as he was surprised to hear the giggling of Poyaman that sounded far away. Excited to see if what he heard was true, he began racing to where he heard the sound while Neiman smiled. Lopman came up to the top of a hill and saw a surprisingly bunch of Poyaman all flying in the sky, almost creating a rainbow of white. Lopman smiled in awe. He had never seen so many Poyaman flying together like this. It was a sight to behold. He then saw Pataman flying along with the Poyaman, seeming to be enjoying being able to defy gravity in this form as well. As Lopman watched his brother enjoying the skies, like he always did, he gave a small frown. Neiman approached him, looking up as well. Isn't flying cool? Neiman asked. Yeah, I guess it is, Lopman admitted. I wish I could fly, like my brother. Why can't you? Neiman asked. There's more to flying than just having wings, you know, if you know how to use the winds and such. Lopman was surprised at what Neiman was saying, but he remembered Lopman was able to inflate his ears and ride the wind currents. Think I can do that? Only one way to find out, right? Neiman smiled as he pointed at the edge of the cliff. Lopman looked over the edge of the cliff, seeing nothing but the void and fog below them. If he messed up, he would die quite quickly before they could truly begin their mission. But he always wanted to try flying, even if it wasn't true flight. He couldn't let his brother hog all the fun of the skies. Closing his eyes for a moment, Lipmono lifted up his ears. From what he had learned since he woke up in this world was that he shouldn't force his body to do something, he should let it flow naturally. Lopman jumped off of the hill. He could feel the winds blowing against his body as he was falling. His body and instinct reacted as he was falling, and his ears inflated into a balloon. As soon as his ears had inflated enough, the updraft of the winds blew him higher and higher into the sky. Lopman opened his eyes when he realized he wasn't falling anymore. He was surprised to see how high he was from the ground. He was rather nervous and scared. He had never really flown before, especially not on his own. But this didn't feel bad either. When his mind realized he wasn't in any immediate danger, he found the sight to be in awe. He had a much better view of the current state of the digital world. There were large chunks of land missing, but what he could see looked beautiful. "Hey, Lopman, there you are," a familiar voice called to Lopman. It was Pataman, and he was flying over to where Lopman was by flapping his own wings' ears. "Are you trying to glide with your ears or something?" "You could say that," Lopman called back over the winds. "Lopman does have that ability. It'd be foolish to not test it out myself." Lopman looked around, seeing the Poyaman were nearby as they were floating, giggling, and enjoying themselves. It was surreal, seeing that Lopman was among their group. Pataman chuckled. "At least it's not as crazy as the train stunts, but I don't doubt you will do something crazier than that one day." Looking back at the digital world state before them, Pataman had a somber look crossing his face. The digital world looks like Swiss cheese right now, but what parts are still here look amazing. Imagine what this place will look like when it's restored. "Yeah, but this is only a dream world created by Dr. Carbon, Tapperman, and that machine," Lopman reminded. "We're only here to get our friends out of this world, not save it. When we do rescue them, this world may no longer exist." "Yeah, but it makes me wonder if the digital world outside of this dream world is just as beautiful from the air," Pataman clarified. "I mean, yeah, we've seen it, but we never really got the time to really appreciate it, you know? We've been doing so much fighting to stop the players there, so it never really crossed our minds. Maybe we can get that chance when this is all over." "Yeah, before all of this, that was our main goal. Set up the Digimon Guild and try to figure out a way to get players and Digimon to coexist in the digital world," Lopman agreed. "Dr. Carbon had to base this world off of the real thing after all. But Hess, we've grown attached to this world too," Pataman noted. "Getting too close, growing attached, that will make it harder to say goodbye," Lopman frowned. "You mean like if we got too close to the children, right?" Pataman asked. "I still think it would be wiser to stay with them until we have to leave, but I get what you mean." "Let's worry about that when we cross that bridge," Lopman said. Pataman sighed. "Okay, that's fair," he admitted. "But I still don't like the fact that we have to keep our distance from the children when they arrive. It makes our job as their guides much more difficult if we try to stay out of the way." Pataman then looked back up at the sky above. "Do you think that rule, about us having to be the children's guides, was put in place so we would have to choose between keeping a distance or getting close to them?" "I wouldn't be surprised," Lopman answered as he watched the sun starting to set in the horizon. "Dr. Carbon studies human psychology. That's why he was Spectra's replacement after she mysteriously disappeared. He probably wants us to experience true despair, to break our spirits so we'd give up on trying to save them from this path he thinks they should be on." "Yeah," Pataman said, "but what do you think, bro?" "What do I think of what?" Lopman asked. "Well, the main reason why we want to rescue our friends is because they ended up turning evil and tried to kill people," Patamano explained. "But if the machine didn't have that virus or whatever, do you think this path would be right for them? The path to becoming the best kind of legendary warriors they could be and all." Lopman was silent for a moment as he looked at the horizon. "To be honest, I did. In fact, not long ago, I would have agreed with Dr. Carbon. Takuya and the others were chosen by the legendary warriors, and we're just a bunch of kids. What makes us special? What right do we have to fight along their side? Wouldn't we just get in the way?" Those were the kinds of questions that plagued me for a while. You even saw the result of such doubts when Vlad tried to make our dad look bad with those hired ghost hunters. "So what changed?" Pataman asked. Lopman thought back on when he and Tommy had a heart-to-heart that day, the last time he got to see Tommy before all of this happened. "I realized something important, something that should have been obvious but is easily missed. The legendary warriors, at least the ones we know, are human just like us. Well, like we were. They may have the power of legendary warriors, but they're still people. The legendary warriors chose them because of who they are, not because of what they should be. They have the right and freedom to choose what they want to do and how with the power they were gifted. Just like how you do, bro. Being a Haffa doesn't mean you have to become a ghost or be like Vlad. You choose who you want to be and what you do with your powers. And if they want to fight alongside us as friends and allies, then that's their choice and ours. Nobody should take that choice away from any of us. Padaman looked down and thought, that's true, and I still feel like I'm a bit afraid or scared of turning out like Vlad or that mom and dad may be right about all ghosts being evil. There's still that little bit of doubt that lingers every now and then, he admitted. But you are also right. I don't have to let that define me, and Dr. Carbon is wrong to let the spirits define the legendary warriors. They need to be able to choose what to do with their abilities. Trying to mold them into what they should be. It's like saying, hey, you have this power, you should be this. Taking a breath, Padaman then continued speaking. What Dr. Carbon says may sound good, but from an ethical standpoint, it's just plain wrong. I will admit, he sounds like he has good intentions, and that's fine, but the way he's going about it is all wrong. Padaman then chuckled a bit. Now I am starting to get a sense of why Biaman has such a fiercely independent mindset. Lopman chuckled. We can also see that not everyone has to be a stereotype of what others think they are. Laberman used to be such a bully, especially to us. Look at her now, she's a part of the soon-to-be Digimon Guild, and she wants to change for the better. That's true, I never thought Laberman was even capable of changing until she proved me wrong, Padaman agreed. You think, Mom and Dad will change how they see ghosts someday too. People have the ability to change, Lopman replied, whether it's for better or worse, but sometimes they'll need help with that. But let's focus on one thing at a time. We'll try to get out of this in one piece with our cousin and friends, then we'll worry about Dr. Carbon and Mom and Dad. Padaman nodded in agreement. Yeah, this is more important anyway. We can't get distracted by other things before we finish what's before us first. The next morning, that was the day everything changed. Their simple lives in Digimon Village, searching for the humans that may or may not already be in the digital world, and practicing how to live as Digimon, was about to come to an abrupt end. After eating breakfast with Bakaman and Neiman, as usual, Kokyuman stretched out. Welp, I better get going. I'll try to go a little further out this time. Are you sure that's a good idea? Lopman asked. Yeah, that's why I wanted to get up early, so I can go further out without wasting too much daylight, Kokyuman answered. After all this flying, I feel like I can fly much further out now. Don't worry, my inner GPS will lead me back here as it always does. You have an inner GPS? Laberman asked, surprised. It's what I call it anyway. Kokyuman shrugged. I seem to sense wherever there is a large electrical source of energy. It's been helpful in finding my way back here due to the trailman station being here. The trailmen, as they arrive, give off a large electrical energy source, so I just use that to come back here. So it's like you're a homing pigeon, Biaman joked. Haha, very funny, Kokyuman grumbled back. Anyways, I'm off, I'll be back by dinner as usual. Make sure to bring back a souvenir, Neiman smiled. Just make sure you come back safely, Bakaman said. Kokyuman flew up as he spread out his mechanical wings, and he took off into the sky, heading out to the horizon. Right, then I'll start scouting around the village and the train tracks, Biaman said. I'll let you guys know if I see anything. You're still sure these humans really are coming, aren't you? Bakaman asked. It's been a couple of weeks now, how can you be sure they're coming? They'll be here, we just know, Lopman replied. If you say so, Bakaman sighed. Biaman chuckled. Hey, if they're not here yet, you get to spend more time with us Tilda. Biaman then flew up into the sky, heading to the train station. So what are we doing today? More training? Laberman asked the other two. Before they could answer, a few rocks were thrown at them suddenly. Hey, Padaman yelled. They looked over to see who threw the rocks and saw the trouble-making Paguman sneering at them, holding rocks with his ears. Why don't you play dodge the rocks? Cut it out, Bakaman shouted. Throwing rocks isn't very nice, Neiman whined. Does it look like I care about being nice? Paguman snipped before he threw more rocks. You wanna be like that? Fine. Lopman glared before he began spinning around, letting his ears hit the rocks back at the Paguman. Tiny twister. The rocks were sent flying at the Pagumon, hitting the smaller Digimon hard and fast. Oh wow. The onslaught of rocks stopped once the Pagumon stopped throwing them at Lopman, who ceased deflecting them back. Ow, Pagumon groaned as he felt his face aching from being pelted with his own rocks. Why don't you go sulk somewhere else and maybe be less destructive with your aggression? Lopman grumbled. Take it from me, bullying others will only land you in more trouble, Labramon pointed out. Pagumon hissed as he gritted his teeth. One of these days I'm gonna make you guys sorry. The Pagumon, though a little roughed up, wasn't too injured from the rocks. He was just sour more than anything as he hopped away. Geez, what is that Pagumon's problem? Patamon frowned. Pagumon had always been a mischievous lot, Bakumon noted. Though that one seems very nasty, Neiman remarked. I guess he's just grumpy. Being grumpy and outright assaulting other Digimon are two different things, you moron, Bakumon snapped. Let's not worry about some angry Pagumon, we've got some work to do today, Patamon said. I could probably work on my flying skills more. You just want to fly, Lopman huffed. Hey, I can't fly or even glide, don't leave me out of this, Labramon spoke up. Maybe we should think of an activity we can all do besides just train, Lopman suggested. You guys want to try learning how to cook? When did you get into cooking? Patamon asked. He and Bakumon have been cooking together from time to time, Labramon answered. Where have you been? In the skies. Yes, Patamon sheepishly admitted. Maybe you should start scouting then too, Labramon remarked. He loves flying, Lopman chuckled. The group started to laugh a little until something in the air got really heavy. They couldn't explain it, but it felt like there was an oppressive presence nearby and getting closer. Am I getting paranoid? Labramon frowned. It feels like something big is coming this way, and it doesn't feel friendly. No, I feel it too. Patamon frowned, knowing not to ignore his instincts. Is it a Digimon? Lopman asked. I don't feel anything, maybe you're just stressed from looking for these humans, Bakumon asked. I hear big footsteps, Neiman pointed out. I don't think they're normal. Are there any Digimon that live in this village other than us, the Poyamon and Pagumon? Lopman asked. Not that we know of, Bakumon replied. I suppose some of them could have digivolved though. But it doesn't feel like a freshly digivolved Digimon, Patamon murmured. It feels stronger than that. I'm getting chills thinking about what kind of Digimon that could be, Labramon whimpered. Bakumon frowned a little, but not many Digimon here can digivolve. Who could it be? A large figure began to tower over the group, causing the Pagumon and Poyamon in the area to quickly flee in fear. It's right behind us, Lopman stiffened. Lopman, Patamon, Labramon, Bakumon, and Neiman slowly turned around, seeing a large-looking dog-like Digimon glaring down at them with its sharp teeth. Labramon's eyes went wide, feeling like she recognized this Digimon. You, the locals, the large dog Digimon growled in a deep yet feminine tone. The spirit, where is the spirit? What? Bakumon asked nervously. The spirit, the Digimon snapped. The spirit of flame, I know it's here somewhere, I can feel it. You will tell me where it is if you don't want to be burned alive. What are you talking about? I don't know where this thing is, Bakumon wailed. Why are you asking us? We've never seen this spirit of flame before. You're lying, the Digimon growled. Back off, Cerberumon, Labramon growled back. There's no spirit here. The Digimon Labramon called Cerberumon turned her attention to her. You, who are you? I'm just a local who won't stand for your bullying ways. Labramon replied back, suddenly feeling quite uneasy due to having Cerberumon's interest. Why should it matter who I am? You can't exist, Cerberumon growled. No, I am, not this week. Without warning, Cerberumon opened her maw and bit down on Labramon's front paw hard. Labramon let out a squeal of pain. Labramon, let go of her, Patamon shouted as he jumped at Cerberumon's face, making her let go of Labramon's paw. Lopman, Bakumon, and Neiman quickly gathered around Labramon in worry, as Patamon was distracting Cerberumon. Labramon, are you okay? Why your paw? Lopman looked at the bitten paw in shock. Instead of blood, she saw what looked like bits of data leaking out. I don't know, Labramon admitted. Is that normal to see? I thought I'd see something else instead of data. You've sustained a pretty bad wound, Bakuman warned. We need to try to close it up. Cerberumen growled angrily as she threw off Pataman, but her attention was back on Labraman. For some reason, just looking at Labraman was making Cerberumen seethe with rage. Lopman quickly stood in front of Labraman. Nieman, Bakuman, you guys get Labraman to safety quickly. Bakuman and Nieman nodded. Just be careful, Bakuman said before looking at Labraman. Come on, let's get you out of here. Together, Bakuman and Nieman lifted Labraman to her feet before helping her to walk away from the battle site that was now around them. Cerberumen looked like she was going to ignore Lopman when Lopman spoke up. Hey, you said you were looking for the spirit of flame, aren't you? Luckily, that was enough to gain Cerberumen's attention. Lopman gave a smile, though he was really hiding his nervousness. He knew this Digimon was an ultimate level. She could easily kill him. How will you find it if you're too busy chasing after one Digimon? You should know better than to antagonize someone who is stronger than you, little rabbit. Cerberumen snarled back. I am going to find that spirit and then claim it for Lord Cherubimon. Slowly, Cerberumen stalked towards Lopman. You must know where the spirit is. I will make you tell me. Lopman kept up his bravado. That is if you don't accidentally kill me first. Boom bubble. Pataman flew up into the air and shot out an air bubble at Cerberumen's side. Cerberumen barely flinched at the attack, but she definitely noticed it. Hey, eyes over here, you mutt, Pataman taunted. Stupid hamster, Cerberumen exclaimed. I will get you for that. That little rabbit better be willing to tell me where the spirit is if he sees me destroy you. Emerald blaze. Cerberumen shot green fire at Pataman, who yelped and dove down to avoid getting hit by the blast. One hit from that attack, and Pataman was literally toast. Blazing ice. Lopman fired out an icy wind at Cerberumen's paws, freezing them a little over. Lopman quickly ran as Cerberumen broke out of the ice. Get back here. As Lopman was running away, Pataman got back into the air and puffed up his body again before letting out another blast of air. Boom bubble. The attack hit Cerberumen again and knocked her down, just as Pataman flew past her and after Lopman. That should get her attention away from the others, Pataman said as he caught up to Lopman. I just hope she doesn't figure out what we have done. I just hope Labraman will be okay. None of us had gotten seriously injured as Digimon before, Lopman replied. I can only assume if we die here we'll be kicked out of the dream world and won't be able to return. So no dying, got it? Pataman said. Emerald blaze. Pataman and Lopman jumped in opposite directions, barely avoiding the green blazing flames. Lopman looked up at the flames, seeing the updraft of winds. He could hear a lot of Digimon crying out in fear and pain. He looked around, seeing some poor Pagumon and Poyamon that got caught up in the fire, turning into Diggy eggs and flying off into the sky. Back off, you big mutt, Lopman heard Pataman shouting. Lopman couldn't see very well from all the flames. He jumped over one of the smaller flames and inflated his ears, riding the updraft into the sky. Lopman saw Pataman flying around Cerberumen, trying carefully not to get hit, but also fire back his attacks whenever he got a chance. But Cerberumen managed to hit Pataman with one of her paws. Pataman yelped as his body hit a tree pretty hard. You leave him alone, you big bully. Lopman gasped when he saw Bakuman and Nieman running out from some bushes and tried to push Cerberumen away from Pataman. Bakuman, Nieman, get out of there, Lopman shouted. Bakuman and Nieman were pushed aside by Cerberumen with ease. Get away from me, you insects, Cerberumen exclaimed as she snarled at Bakuman and Nieman. I will get rid of you for interfering with my plans. Cerberumen turned her attention from Pataman to Bakuman and Nieman. Time to finish you both. She opened her maw and more green fire formed in her mouth. Emerald blaze. Bakuman and Nieman yelped and dove to either side, the blast of green fire barely missing them, but scorching Nieman's butt. Yow, Nieman yelped as he felt his butt get singed. Lopman deflated his ears and glided at Cerberumen. Don't hurt them. Lopman slapped Cerberumen right in the eye with one of his ears when he got in close. Cerberumen shut her maw as she howled in pain. Lopman landed on the ground and noticed the ground was flickering into fractal code. Oh no, the land is dying. Bakuman was trying to help Nieman put out the flames on his butt by patting him down. Hold still or you're going to make it worse. Pataman, Pataman, where are you? Lopman called out. Lopman. Lopman heard a familiar voice in the air, but it wasn't Pataman. He looked up, seeing Biaman. Biaman, be careful, Cerberumen is attacking, Lopman warned. I can see that, Biaman called out. But we have another problem. The humans, I saw them, they're arriving right now on a trailman. Right now, Lopman hissed, we're not ready for them. Well, they're here whether we like it or not, Biaman replied. We just have to try to help them as best we can in this situation. Pataman got back to his feet and took to the air again, having regained his sense of awareness. We have to get to the trailman first, he exclaimed. That way the humans at least have some form of protection until the spirit here is found. There's no time, Biaman shouted. They already disembarked in the station by the time I got here. Where's the spirit? Cerberumen shouted through the flames. Biaman, get further into the sky. If something should happen to Pataman and me, at least you'll still be there to help them, Lopman called out. If possible, try not to get too close to them. But Biaman started to argue. Cerberumen jumped out of the flames. Lopman was tackled into a tree. Pataman flew down at Cerberumen. Biaman frowned, seeing the situation had gotten a lot worse. She wanted to help them, but she knew the mission came first. She knew they wouldn't really die, and someone had to be here for the humans to get them out. Biaman shut her eyes as she flew away from the battlefield. Pataman, Lopman, you can't fight this thing, Bakuman shouted in worry. Pataman was thrown off of Cerberumen. Just run away, you two, Lopman called out as he ran over to Pataman. Quickly before the village turns into nothing but fractal code. Lopman used his ears to pick up the biggest rock he could carry, as Cerberumen opened her maw at Pataman. Emerald blaze. Pataman shut his eyes, ready for the end, but while he felt heat, he didn't feel like it was directly on him. He opened his eyes, much to his surprise, he saw Lopman in front of him. Lopman was using the big rock to block the emerald blaze, using his ears to push back, though the rock was quickly starting to melt. Bro, we've always worked together to pull through even the toughest of enemies, right? Lopman asked. Do you think we'll be able to work together and pull through this one too? Pataman looked at Lopman. Even as Digimon, they may be weak, but they were always stronger together. Lopman. Lopman turned back slightly to see Pataman holding out his hand. If they were going to go down, they were going down together. The flames were getting more and more intense. Pataman, Lopman, Bakuman called out. We have to hurry, Neiman shouted as he pulled Bakuman away. As the rock nearly completely melted, Lopman let go and rushed to Pataman, taking his hand and wrapped his ears around his brother and himself, hoping to shield them both from the flames as they were pushed by the force of the flames. The entire Digimon village they came to live a new life on, for a while began to break down into fractal code. Lopman and Pataman didn't know what was going to happen to them as their bodies were flung into the sky, but it didn't take long before they hit something solid, likely a wall, and hit the ground. We're alive, Lopman blinked as he and Pataman uncurled themselves. Ow, Pataman groaned as he rubbed his head. I hate being thrown into walls. I took the majority of the impact, Lopman pointed out, also rubbing his head. What is that thing in the flames? A new voice asked in confusion and fear. The voice sounded so familiar to Lopman and Pataman, albeit a bit younger. That is one bad dog. Her name is Cerberumen. She's a powerful Digimon that specializes in fire and uses Emerald Blaze as her main attack, Bakuman's voice explained. Lopman and Pataman wanted to turn to see if that voice was who they thought it was, but they couldn't afford to take their eyes off of the incoming Cerberumen. Where's the ancient spirit? I must have that spirit, Cerberumen demanded. She's starting to sound like a broken record, Lopman grumbled. We told you, you're not getting your claws on it. Ancient spirit, the familiar voice whispered. I can sense the spirit's presence all over this town. I must find it and absorb its power, Cerberumen announced. You don't know what kind of powers you're dealing with. I think it's you who don't understand the power, Pataman snapped. I don't think she understands that the spirit won't be used just by anyone. It'll likely kill her. Hey, what's going on? The familiar voice called out, finally making Pataman and Lopman look back at the speaker. Lopman and Pataman finally looked over at the voice. both of their eyes going wide at seeing their cousin in the flesh with Bakaman and Neiman next to him. It's you, they both shouted. Do I know you too? Takuya asked, not recognizing them. And, how do you know me when I don't know either of you? You too will be destroyed for interfering with me. Cerberumen snapped before she opened her maw. Emerald blaze. Cerberumen shot out those hellish green flames at them again. Lopman realized that this could kill Takuya if it made contact with him. He shouted as loud as he could with all the urgency in his voice. Run. After Takuya found the spirit and became Agunimen, he defeated Cerberumen, returning her into an egg, with Lopman and Pataman's help. However, as he restored the fractal code to the Digimon village and his friends approached him, Lopman looked at Pataman. Come on, let's go, Lopman quickly said. Pataman frowned, but he didn't argue. Both of them left the group to themselves. They didn't stop moving until they got into the Digimon village. This should buy them some time. They're here, we finally know what part of the timeline we're on, Lopman said. But why did it take them 2 weeks to get here? Pataman asked. Time flows a lot slower in the digital world, or at least it used to in our world, Lopman answered. Dr. Carbon likely made it that way, so a day or two for them were like weeks for us here. That's my guess anyway. Okay, well, now that they're here and things finally calmed down with Cerberumen, shouldn't we, introduce ourselves to them? Pataman asked. We are supposed to be their guides. Lopman frowned. We shouldn't get too close to them. Once they find their beast spirits, we'll have to leave them, don't you? Yes, but that's a ways off, Pataman replied. Let's make use of our role as their guides. They won't know who we really are. I know you don't want us to get too close to them, but we can't be their guides if we don't actually, guide them. What good would it do? Lopman asked. Dr. Carbon already made it clear we can't tell them anything. If we do, we'll get kicked out. Bakaman and Neiman already made good guides for them before we decided to come here ourselves. We know they're capable of surviving on their own. The only thing that kills them is when this Lucemin virus shows up, and they would all have their beast spirits by then, so we can't help them when the time comes directly. Why do you want to get close to them? If we can at least train them, then they have a better chance of surviving here. Pataman pointed out. They've used their spirits before, but it's always the same. They aren't really using the spirits to their full potential. Even if we could train them, how is that going to help them against the likes of Dynasmin and Cursiterman? Lopman asked. You saw how strong they were. They made Vlad look like a newborn kitten. Besides, I think you noticed it too when we were trying to fight Cerberumen earlier, but we can't seem to digivolve. Pataman frowned. Digivolution wasn't exactly on his mind prominently, but he was trying to digivolve to get stronger when Cerberumen started attacking them. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get Pataman's body to digivolve. He felt his ghost powers trying to get through, but he was worried about messing up the world that he avoided using his ghost powers. Maybe that just means we haven't learned how to digivolve, Pataman pointed out. It's more than that, Lopman said. Our partners are able to digivolve because of us. Our link with our partners, our desires and emotions, help them become stronger to be able to digivolve when they need to. But even though we're fused with our partners, even though we were in danger and had that emotional desire to protect and fight back, the digivolution still failed. I don't know why we can't digivolve, whether it has to do with Dr. Carbon blocking it, or if it's because we've fused with our partners that make them unable to digivolve. But either way, that means we can't digivolve, which means we can't get any stronger as we are now. But what about Black Gataman? She digivolved, didn't she? Pataman asked. That was likely because of Cherubiman's doing, not her own, Lopman pointed out. She's the exception, not the rule. Pataman frowned at this. Yeah, but if we can't digivolve, then we're unable to defend ourselves effectively and will be weaker here. We're going to have to rely on our brains more than our strength if we want to help them. We can't just stay back. Bakaman and Neiman can't fight. There are going to be changes here, and the humans will need those who can fight, like us, traveling with them. Pataman, I don't want to get too involved. That's a dangerous mindset, Lopman warned. Pataman frowned. Why are you being so cautious, Lopman? I get that you like trying to plan things out first and all that, but the way you're talking about not getting too close to them, it feels wrong. This feels like a coward's way out. You don't want to get close to them because you're afraid of getting hurt, is that it? It's not just me who'll get hurt. All of us will, including Takuya and the others. If we have to leave after getting close, they won't be able to focus anymore, they'll be too busy looking for us. Is that what you want? Lopman argued. You don't know that, Lopman. Takuya is stronger than that. I know he'll keep pushing forward even if he's worried about us, Padaman pointed out. We've got an opportunity to really help them, and you don't even want to take it. It's not that I don't want to take it, I'm trying to protect us. We can help them without interacting with them at all, Lopman pointed back. Because that's what we'll have to do anyway when they get their beast spirits. Really? Is that the only reason? Padaman countered back. You're trying to protect them and us, I get it, but it doesn't make sense if we help them without interacting with them. Who knows what could happen? For all we know, us being here has changed things. Besides, where's the... Padaman had small air coming out of his mouth. Where's the brother I knew? He wouldn't have been able to help me if he stayed far away from me, you know. He wouldn't have been able to help Takuya if he stayed far away from him when he first found his spirit in our world. There are some things you can't do if you stay away from people. And while it will hurt when we have to part ways with them later, at the very least you know you've done all you could to help them while you were able to, instead of staying hidden from them throughout their journey. Lopman frowned, but didn't say anything. Padaman looked back at Lopman and sighed before looking away. You said earlier that we could pull through anything together? That together should mean all of us, bro. But fine, if you want to stay away from them, then go ahead. But I'm going to go find them and join them, because I can't just stand by and watch while they continue down this road on their own. Padaman, don't go off on your own, Lopman said, but Padaman ignored him as he flew away into the sky, leaving Lopman alone. Lopman frowned, but he knew he wouldn't be able to catch up to Padaman. He couldn't truly fly after all, he was at the mercy of the winds if he tried. Why do you always fly away when things start to get harder? Why do you have to fly away from me? I only wanted to help. Lopman turned around and started walking in the opposite direction. Labraman, Kokuaman. Lopman looked up, he had no idea how far away Kokuaman was and Labraman. She had been hurt when Cerberuman attacked them. He didn't know where Bakuman and Neiman had put her, and he didn't know what happened to her when the fractal code got taken away. Not only that, but Byaman flew away earlier so she wouldn't get caught up in the fight. Their team was split apart, and a mess right now. Lopman didn't know what to do, he didn't have the foggiest idea on how to go about fixing this. Not only did Takuya and the others show up at the worst possible time, but now that they were here, their group was separated and weak. Lopman didn't know if this was something Dr. Carbon had planned or if it was just coincidence. Either way, Lopman felt alone, he was alone, and he hated it. Lopman kept walking around the village, he didn't have a destination in mind, he didn't even know what to do at this point. Even his brother left him. I never should have suggested such an idea, Lopman berated himself. What was I thinking? I know my brother, he could never stay away from them unless he was absolutely forced. I was an idiot. While it would have hurt to have to leave them after they got their beast spirits, Padaman had a point. It would be more beneficial to work with them while we could before we had to leave. I really am just a coward. But now it was too late to take it back. Lopman had no idea where Padaman went, nor did he know where the others were. He was just on his own. Then Lopman picked up on the sound of screaming kids and laughing Paguman. He wasn't sure what he could do, but Lopman hurried to where he heard the screaming. He stopped when he saw Tommy and JP running from a horde of Paguman. Lopman inflated his ears to ride the air currents up onto a tree branch. He frowned, feeling paralyzed by indecisiveness. His brother was more about action between the two, but without Padaman being there, Lopman was torn between helping them or staying away from them to let the events play out. He saw Tommy and JP falling into a hole and the Paguman going after them. After they fell into the hole, Lopman snapped out of his indecisiveness and floated down from the tree branch with his ears. He saw Tommy had dropped his detector when he fell into the hole and picked it up. Oh man, what kind of trouble did you get yourself into now? Lopman began to wish he helped them. It was the least he could do after they had helped him, especially Tommy, even if they didn't remember it. Then Lopman's ears lifted up when he heard voices calling out Tommy and JP's names. Lopman thought about going to hide, but he stayed where he was, hugging Tommy's detector close to his body. It felt like it was the only comfort he had right now. Padaman, where did you go? Don't tell me you decided to. Lopman knew Pataman said he was going to join them, but he hoped he would have at least flown off to cool down, then come back to Lopman. Maybe, if Pataman really did join them, if he stayed here until they came to investigate, he wouldn't be alone anymore. Because no matter how much leaving will hurt, at least he would still have his friends with him. It couldn't be as painful as this isolation felt right now. Lopman looked up when he heard the voices had gotten near. That was when he saw them, Takuya and Zoe. Well, this was the path he had chosen. It was too late to go back now. Chapter 30. Lopman, Pataman, Biaman, Kokuaman, and Labraman continued walking along the train tracks. It was cold. The area they were in was still full of snow. They had just left Takuya, Tommy, Zoe, JP, and Koji since they had all found their beast spirits. They had always known this day would come, but now that it was here, it didn't feel real. They had to go on their own, and hope the kids would be able to go on without them from here until the virus decides to show itself. They knew they were on a time limit. They had until the kids took on Cherubiman. So we're trying to get to the Rose Morning Star before the kids reach Cherubiman, right? Labraman asked. That's the current plan. We need to talk to Offeniman and try to reason with Cherubiman before the kids take him out, Biaman answered. But they're on a trailman, meanwhile we're walking there on foot. What's wrong with this picture? They're going to get their way before we even step foot in the Dark Continent, Kokuaman pointed out. I thought trailmen didn't want to go to the Dark Continent because it's Cherubiman's territory. Lopman frowned. They don't. I think the trailmen will probably just stop in the middle of the tracks and push them out, Pataman replied. At least that's what that one trailman did when we were watching the dream unfold. Either way, they're going to have at least a hefty head start, Labraman frowned, so we're still not exactly in a good position. Maybe we could find a faster way to get to Cherubiman's castle ourselves, Biaman suggested. If the children can ride a trailman, why couldn't we? We have no money, so we couldn't afford a ticket, Lopman pointed out. The kids had all the money. Great, so we're back to square one just walking, Biaman sighed. Well, what can we do then? Labraman whispered. It'd be a lot easier if we could digivolve. But even after everything we've done, after all of that time, all of that fighting, all of that being near death, we were still unable to digivolve. Kokuaman frowned. Yeah, that is a problem, Lopman agreed. If we're unable to digivolve, how are we going to be able to protect ourselves? But then how did Salaman digivolve? Biaman asked. I suspect that Cherubiman made her digivolve, Lopman answered. Otherwise, she likely would be in the same boat as the rest of us. There's got to be a way, though. What is blocking our digivolutions? Pataman frowned. Suddenly, a static screen slowly began to appear in front of them, and a familiar voice. Hello, hear me. Whoa, what's going on? Labraman yelped. Wait, that voice. Is that Mom? Lopman blinked, his ears picking up on the familiarity of the voice. Ah, then they must finally be able to contact us in the dream world. I knew they would pull through sooner or later. Kokuaman smiled. Is that, hear me? Maddie's voice asked again before the static cleared to show Maddie Fenton in front of the 5 Digimon. Mom, we can hear you, Lopman smiled. You managed to reach us, finally, Pataman sighed. Finally, Maddie blinked. How much time has it been for you since you arrived? It's been at least 3 or 4 months now, I think, Biaman answered. It's difficult keeping track of time when a lot of things are happening. Lopman furrowed his eyebrows. Maddie's surprise at Pataman's comment about how she finally reached them didn't escape his notice. How long has it been for you? It's only been 4 hours, Maddie answered. It took us a while to hack into the Dreamer to contact you, but not that long. It's already been 4 months for you guys. Yeah, Pataman replied. I guess the dream world moves faster than our world, at least in time rate anyway. It really throws things out of whack when I think about the time difference. Still though, the fact it's only 4 hours in our world does make it easier when we get out, Lopman remarked. Oh geez, I just can't imagine it only being 4 hours. These 4 months felt long and real, Labraman remarked. We should let her know what's been going on, Biaman suggested. The group were still walking. The screen Maddie was on seemed to be following them at least. They informed her of what happened. So you've already split up because they all found their beast spirits, Maddie frowned. Yeah, and we're trying to get to the Rose Morning Star so we can talk to Offeniman, Lopman said. And Cherubiman, Pataman added. Let's not worry about Cherubiman yet, Lopman sighed. You're getting close though, Maddie noted. Perhaps we can pull this off yet, but I don't think it will be so easy. We need to be careful no matter what. Yeah, we don't want all of our hard work to go to waste, Pataman agreed. The Rose Morning Star is the best place we can go, since we know that's where Offeniman is. She's the next Digimon we need to speak with, as we'll need her power. Byaman said. But the problem is, the legendary warriors have a head start on us. And if they confront Cherubiman, both he and Offeniman will die, Kokuman added grimly. Then we'll be stuck. We're still not entirely sure what happened to Seraphiman, just that he transferred his essence into Pataman, Labraman said. We're hoping Offeniman will clear that up, Pataman pointed out. This is rather vexing, but you should already have a way to get to the Rose Morning Star before the others do, Maddie pointed out. How? The others asked. Lopman, you said earlier that Mercuriman commented on how he's interested in capturing you and Pataman, right? Maddie asked. Yeah, Lopman frowned, though he hadn't really told Maddie it was likely because he and Pataman were celestial Digimon in the real world. It was something he rather not think about. Well, what if the next time you run into the evil legendary warriors, you let them take you? Maddie suggested. I know it's risky, but you won't be able to make much progress if you don't take a risk. You know this by now considering everything you went through. Are you really okay with that, Mom? Lopman asked. Sweetie, we're doing everything we can to make sure your bodies are safe and stabilized while this is going on. While I rather you and your brother didn't put yourselves in danger, I know you'll need to do everything you can to save Takuya and the other children. We can't be hesitant, Maddie answered. Pataman and Lopman frowned, but they knew Maddie had a point. Well, that's true. I get what you're saying, Mom, but are you sure it's the best option we have? Pataman asked. At this point, we can't be picky about how things are done, Maddie replied. It's the best way to get to the Rose Morning Star before the legendary warriors. Using the fact the evil warriors are interested in you too will be necessary, since we know they won't harm you right away. What about the rest of us? Byaman questioned. You might be able to come with us. It sounds like Cherubiman is interested in recruiting more Digimon to his side, otherwise he corrupts them, Lopman noted. Then Lopman looked at Maddie. Mom, there's a couple of things I want you to look into. What would that be, sweetie? Maddie asked. There had been some ghosts in this world messing some things up. We haven't seen them in a while, but I'm sure they're still lurking around here. See if you can find anything about them, Lopman requested. Oh yes, you told me about them before, Maddie realized. I'll look into it. Our scanners might be able to detect paranormal activity. And, the other thing, can you find out why we can't seem to digivolve? Lopman requested. The sooner we can figure out why, the sooner we might be able to actually digivolve. Maddie's eyes furrowed at the second request. You can't digivolve, that's unusual, but I think we can look into that. That one will take some time, but it can be done. Thanks, Mom. Try to get back to us as soon as you can, Lopman said. Is there anything else we need to know? Pataman asked. Not that I can recall, Maddie replied. We'll get back to you as soon as we figure out what's going on with your ability to digivolve. Just be wary of those ghosts. It sounds like they were sent to come after you. With that said, the screen disappeared. So, are we really going to just go with the evil legendary warriors? Labraman asked. It just doesn't seem right, you know. Yeah, but Mom also has a point. We're clearly not going to be able to get there before the legendary warriors on our own. Lopman frowned. We can't afford to be playing it safe anymore, Pataman admitted. I don't like it, but if it's our best option, we need to take it. We can use their interest in us against them. Problem is we haven't seen any of them since we chased off Petaldraman back at the Autumn Leaf Fair, Byaman pointed out. I doubt they'll come for us specifically. They're going after the kids right now, and we're not with them anymore. We've relied on those kids for a while, didn't we? Kokuman sighed. Then what are we supposed to do? Labraman asked. That's a good question, Pataman frowned. Let's do what we did when we first arrived in the digital world, Lopman suggested. Back when we weren't even sure if Takuya and the others were in the digital world to begin with. What are you suggesting? Kokyuman asked. We'll need scouts, Lopman said. You three could fly ahead and see what's around. If there's a town, we could stop there, take a moment to rest and gather ourselves, then we'll see if there's a way we can get to the Rose Morning Star quicker, or if there's an evil legendary warrior who will take us. While I don't like it because of what happened last time we did scouting, it's our best option. Padaman sighed. We'll just have to try and keep a limited distance for how far we travel from each other. Okay, Byaman said. You and Labraman stay together then, watch your backs until we get back. We'll keep an eye out for those ghosts too, in case they decide to attack us, Kokyuman said. Yeah, you guys watch yourselves too, Labraman replied. Padaman, Byaman, and Kokyuman flew up into the sky, going on ahead to see if they could find any place for them to rest, and find anyone who would be willing to help them. Funny, it feels like yesterday when we were back at the Digimon village, waiting for the humans to arrive, Labraman said. And now we're on our own. I know what you mean, Lopman said. We've definitely grown close to them, haven't we? I just hope they won't get too distracted looking for us while they continue on the path we plan to rescue them from. I hope so too, Labraman agreed with a sigh. It feels odd not being with them, but if it means we have the chance to find a way to save them, I'm sure they'd understand. We have a plan. The only problem is trying to execute it, Lopman said. Right, considering how risky it is. I mean, we're planning to give ourselves to the bad guys and all, Labraman said. Black Gatomon has been strong, but could the rest of us resist becoming all evil and dark? I don't know. I don't know what the evil legendary warriors would do to us once they get their hands on us, or what Cherubimon would do. But the fact of the matter is we need Cherubimon's help if we want to succeed, Lopman sighed. Getting his help won't be easy, but I think it's possible. How would it be possible? Labraman asked. As far as we know, Cherubimon's been corrupted too much to listen to reason. He may not help us if he knew what our actual objective is, but that doesn't mean he won't help us if he believes it'll benefit him and his goals, Lopman replied. For example, what if we told him that if he used his powers with Seraphimon and Ophanimon's powers, it'll grant him ultimate power? Labraman grimaced. That may work, but it could also backfire on us, she admitted. Then again, taking risks is necessary now that we aren't with the children, or if we want to save them. I understand it's a risk. Cherubimon may even see through that lie, Lopman sighed. From what I know, he's pretty clever. He only got tricked by Ophanimon because he was desperate to. Lopman furrowed his eyebrows. What? Labraman asked. It's possible Cherubimon doesn't want to be evil, Lopman said. What makes you say that? Labraman asked. The reason he got tricked by Ophanimon was because he listened to her sweet words of purifying him of his darkness, Lopman answered. Why would he even bother with that if he was happy with the way he was now? Labraman looked down and thought. That's true, no one is truly evil. Perhaps we could use that to our advantage if we had to, but we would have to be smart about how we did it. We're just a bunch of high schoolers, we're not exactly smart, Lopman bluntly said. Wow, way to hit it where it hurts, Labraman grumbled. But that's never stopped us before, Lopman chuckled. We've made it this far after all. Labraman chuckled. You're right, sometimes we just have to go with a plan if it has a chance of success. We don't need to be super smart to overcome this. We leave the super smart stuff to my parents and Jazz, Lopman replied. Their ingenuity are what even allowed us to get into this dream world in the first place. Yeah, that's true, Labraman agreed. I'm pretty sure most of that technical stuff would have gone over my head if I had to help with that. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. I usually left that stuff up to the techno geek or Mikey. Huh? Lopman looked at Labraman. What? Labraman asked. You're able to say Mikey's name, Lopman noted. Why, what's so important about that? Labraman huffed, puffing her cheeks out in annoyance. Lopman frowned before he tried saying his original name, only for little snowflakes to come out. Odd. We can't say our own names, but we can still say the names of other people. I was able to say Jazz's name too now that I think about it. Didn't Dr. Carbon make it so our names were blacklisted? Labraman asked. So it'd make sense we can still say other people's names, just not our own, right? That's right. I guess I got used to thinking only Takuya and the others' names could be said here because they're the only humans that are allowed here, Lopman noted. I wish I figured this out sooner. Why, I mean, what does it matter? Labraman asked. Because Takuya knows Mom, Dad, and Jazz, Lopman answered. If I had mentioned their names, he might suspect something's wrong without me breaking one of the core rules. It's a loophole. Really? You just realized that now? Labraman sweat dropped. That could have helped us out so much. It's too late now, Lopman replied. Unfortunately. Well, what do we have here? 2 lost Digimon alone? A voice spoke up. Lopman and Labraman stopped in their tracks, their senses going cold with dread. Turning around, they saw the figure behind them. It glowed red, its eyes were black and soulless. It had red and black tentacles for arms. It looked like it was primarily red with a black gem-like object in its chest, and it had long, pointy-looking legs with no feet. Its face had one big pointy spike at the tip of its head. What is that? Labraman yipped in fright. It's one of the ghosts, Lopman realized. It's gotta be. You can call me Gouda Tilda, the ghost replied with a grin. I tried to take out your black Gatomon friend, but she's protected by quite the powerful Digimon. But it looks like you two are on your own, so this should be easy. We're not going to go down that easily, Lopman argued. We're not, Labraman asked as she shook. No, of course not, Lopman replied. Labraman shook her head and remembered why she was doing this. You're right, we won't go down so easily, not with our friends counting on us, she exclaimed, trying to push past her fear. Oh, but you're shaking, Tilda. Are you sure you want to face me alone? Gouda chuckled darkly. If we have to, we will, Labraman growled. Gouda grinned as he raised up his tentacles and started creating a glowing green ball of ecto-energy. So, Lopman, what's the plan here? Labraman asked nervously. It's simple, Lopman said. We run. What? Run, you idiot. Lopman quickly began running in the opposite direction. Labraman yelped as she quickly ran after Lopman as Gouda fired the ecto-blast, hitting the ground, leaving a large hole and some data corrupting itself. Oh, so they were smart and ran? How fun! It will be a pleasure to go on the hunt for them. Gouda grinned sinisterly before flying after the two of them. Come and face me, little Digimon Tilda, or are you going to run back to your legendary warrior friends? Why are we running? I thought we were going to fight, Labraman asked as she and Lopman were running. Who said anything about fighting? Lopman replied. I meant what I said, we're not going down that easily. I didn't mean we were going to fight. We're no match for a strong ghost on our own, Labraman. The ecto-energy itself would severely mess up our partners if we get hit. I forgot. Thanks for reminding me, Labraman exclaimed, only to yelp as she felt another ecto-blast nearly hit her again. We gotta move faster. That last ecto-blast was much closer than I like. Gouda was now chasing them from the side. He was laughing as he summoned more ecto-energy with his tentacles and started throwing them at the two Digimon. Lopman and Labraman began dodging the ecto-energy. Luckily, Gouda seemed to be toying with them instead of being serious. He created ecto-balls of energy and threw them. Just think of it as dodgeball, Lopman called out to Labraman. I usually dominate dodgeball, not dodge the balls, Labraman yelped. Then this is a good chance for you to learn, Lopman called back. But despite this, they couldn't dodge the ecto-balls forever. They needed a plan and quick. Into the woods, hurry, Lopman pointed out. Labraman didn't hesitate to follow Lopman into the woods. I hope this works, she exclaimed. The two Digimon darted into the woods, weaving between the trees and hoping to throw off Gouda's aim. You can't escape me that easily. I can go intangible, Gouda shouted. Lopman grinned as he looked back. Yes, you can, but how can you hit us if you're intangible? Even your ghost powers need to be tangible to hit us. You know an awful lot about how ghosts work, Lopman, Labraman noted. I've fought with more than a few in Amity Park, Lopman admitted, and studied one in action, but you don't need to know that. Labraman grinned. So you're using what you learned against this Gouda ghost? Nice. Gouda growled, fully aware Lopman was right. You're awfully smart to have figured out the weakness of my ghost rays, and this makes attacking the two of them much more difficult. And if you fire too many of your ghost rays, well, Let's just say you're going to catch the attention of the legendary warriors, Lopman replied. We may not be allowed back to them anymore, but you're not allowed to be seen by them either. And then what will happen? Gouda hesitated before growling in anger. Dang it! For a small Digimon, you're much braver than you appear to be. I guess I can't just play around with you as my prey anymore, not if I want to avoid catching the attention of the legendary warriors. Gouda grinned. I can still catch you the old-fashioned way. Run faster, Labramon, Lopman quickly said. Labramon yelped as Gouda was flying after them. Labramon ran faster, her 4 longer legs able to carry her through the rocks, trees, bushes, branches, and other things quickly. Lopman, however, despite being based on a rabbit, was much slower. He was on 2 shorter feet, so he couldn't run as fast. Gouda was quickly starting to catch up to him. I'm going to catch you, little rabbit Tilda, Gouda grinned as he began to stretch out some of his tentacles. Speed is not my best factor here, but in order to outrun a faster predator, the prey must use the environment around them. Lopman thought to himself, trying to keep calm in this intense situation. Lopman began weaving through the trees, cutting sharp corners, jumping over the rocks. He would duck or jump to avoid getting grabbed by one of the tentacles that lashed out to grab him. Lopman saw Labramon ahead, who seemed to have stopped on one side of a rather large boulder and was taking a moment to catch her breath. Lopman, seeing an opportunity and praying that it would work, ran to the other side of the large boulder. Gowdra flew forward, trying to grab Lopman and Labramon, only to smash right into the boulder face first. Labramon winced as she felt the boulder shake with the impact. Ouch, that had to hurt. Let's go before he has a chance to recover, Lopman quickly said. Labramon nodded. The 2 of them fled the area, just as Gouda began to regain his senses. Ow, who put that boulder in the way? He groaned out groggily. Gouda was definitely not used to having solid matter slamming into him like that, or he slamming into it. That Lopman pretty much baited him right into that thing. What's with that rabbit? He should be easy prey. Meanwhile, Lopman and Labramon were hiding in a hollow tree, trying to catch their breath. I can't believe that ghost ran right into that boulder, Labramon said. Yeah, it was a good thing you were on one side of that boulder. It let me get to the other side, and that ghost tried to grab both of us, not even taking the boulder into account until it was too late, Lopman remarked. Well, I'm glad that worked out for us, Labramon chuckled. I didn't think it was possible for a ghost to not use its, whatever is a brain for a ghost, to realize a boulder was in front of it. I think the ghost was just used to not having to worry about solid matter since they can go through stuff subconsciously, or instinctively, Lopman replied. But he couldn't go intangible since he was aiming to grab us. But we better be careful, we may not get so lucky next time. Labramon nodded. Agreed. I'd hate to risk doing the same plan again and it backfires on us. Labramon then frowned. But how will we get back on the track? That ghost will likely go back there to look for us. Lopman frowned. That's a good question. Right now, our best option is to run and hide from these ghosts. If Patamon were here, he may be able to take them on. But without him, we're sitting ducks. Patamon, Labramon asked. Why Patamon? He's a special case, Lopman replied. Now that we can no longer go with the legendary warriors, it's best I tell you now. Patamon's data got infused with some ectoplasm in Amity Park. It hurt him a great deal, but he managed to survive, and his body was able to adapt to the ectoplasm. So it granted him a ghost form he can shift into, making him much stronger. I don't know if he's still counted as a Digimon or a ghost in that form, but he's a lot stronger than the average rookie Digimon at the very least. Is that even possible? Labramon asked, surprised. This is the first I've heard of this. You'd be surprised what's possible in any world, Lopman answered. Digimon are mysterious beings with mysterious powers, but then, so are humans. Lopman looked away from Labramon when he said this. Labramon may not the best people person, but she could tell something about what Lopman said bothered him. What's going on, Lopman? Labramon asked. It seems like something is bothering you. It's nothing, Lopman replied. It's just personal stuff I rather keep to myself. We should go. If we stay here too long, we might get discovered. All right, Labramon said. Lopman and Labramon began walking through the woods, trying to head back to the main train tracks. You know, before this whole thing began, Laberman started, I was still pretty much a bully to you, you know? Why did you decide to trust me to help you with something like this? Not only that, but you know I'm not the smartest tool in the shed. In fact, the only reason I even made it to high school was because I threatened Mikey and other nerds to do the work for me. It's true you haven't been the best person, Lopman admitted. But you have been willing to change for the better, and ever since you met Laberman, you've been doing a pretty good job of that. And I believe you're smarter than you give yourself credit for. You're doing all right in school without using Mikey and the other book-smart kids to do your work for you. And I believe people deserve a second chance, but only if they're willing to take it. Laberman smiled. Thanks, Lopman, and, to be honest, I've been wanting to take that second chance for a while, but I wasn't sure how to go about it. But now I think I know how I can do that. I have been trying to not bully others, and I feel I've been doing a good job so far, but only actions can prove I have changed instead of just words alone. You've been brave, standing up to Digimon and ghosts that are stronger than we are. You've been helpful. You've been helping Koji out when he needed it. You're a part of the Digitein now, so there's no reason to not include you to help our friends, Lopman stated. We need all the help we can get. Laberman beamed. I will do my best to help in any way I can, she said with pride before it faded. I just hope this can be pulled off with success. We've come too far and put too much on the line to lose what we've worked towards. But let me ask you something, Lopman spoke up. What made you decide to change? I know you told me before it was because of that whole dragon fiasco, which hopefully we'll never have to worry about again, but I doubt you decided to make such a change on just one moment. Is it? Well, truth be told, that one moment was quite monumental, Laberman's sweat dropped. But I guess I've always thought about it at least. It was just that dragon thing made me realize how bad it was to feel to being helpless, being under someone else's mercy. I knew what I was doing was wrong, but it was all I knew. I wasn't doing well in school. My parents were always putting pressure on me to succeed. I started taking my anger out on the other students who seemed weaker than me and were doing a better job. My parents would often bring up their names to compare my grades with, so I would usually target them. Before I knew it, I ended up becoming a bully, and I couldn't just stop because if I did, then I would be seen as weak. Those I hurt would find their chance to hurt me back. Sounds like you've had it rough, Lopman noted. Were my and my brother's names mentioned? You did seem to like targeting us for a while too. Laberman grimaced. No, your names were never brought up, but your sister's was, she admitted. But for some reason, I just couldn't stop picking on you too. I think it was because you had such a brilliant older sister. I didn't want to go around beating up a girl though, as that would make me look bad, so I picked on the next best thing, you two. Huh, of course our sister's natural intelligence would get us into trouble, Lopman grumbled. Wouldn't be the first or last time. Sometimes I think she's too smart for her, and our own good. You say that, but... Laberman looked at Lopman. Aren't you smart too? I mean, you outsmarted that ghost back there earlier, and you were the one who gave us a chance to even attempt to save our friends from Dr. Carbon's weird dream machine. I'm an average student who makes average grades, Lopman replied. I only know how to say the right words if I know the person enough. I like animals, so I used to do a lot of research on how they survive in the wild. That was how I knew how to avoid getting caught back there. It's not that I'm smart, I just have knowledge that I can use when I need to. So it's more of you using what you know, not how smart you are, Laberman mused. That makes sense. I guess it's not all about intelligence alone, you have to know how to use what knowledge you have to help you. People do it all the time, it's just a matter of execution, Lopman said. Like how you usually use what you know to get Mikey to do your homework for you, and Mikey uses what he knows to ace a test. I suppose anyone could be smart, just like how anyone could be dumb. We have our strengths and weaknesses. I could never hope to match up to my sister when it comes to book smarts, but I'm sure there are things I can do that she can't. I don't know what that is, but I'm sure there's something. Well, you'll find out what it is, Laberman reassured Lopman. Maybe not now, but certainly down the road. Lopman gave a small smile to Laberman. And you're bound to discover a lot more weird things about our world the longer you stick with us. You may have to do a lot of fighting too. I can handle that, Laberman said. If I can stand up to Furman when he tried to destroy the flame terminal, I can stand up to just about anything. Lopman nodded before he and Labraman got a sudden chill. That ghost, is he already here? Do you really think you could get away from me so easily? Gouda shouted. I don't think he's seen us yet, Labraman noted in a quieter voice, trying to keep them from being discovered. Lopman and Labraman lowered themselves under some rocks, hoping to stay hidden as Gouda was floating around, looking for them. I know you're here, Gouda growled, his tentacles moving around the trees and bushes. Lopman and Labraman realized they couldn't stay here, they needed to move. Lopman used one of his ears to touch Labraman's head, getting her attention. Without speaking, Lopman nudged his head forward, letting her know to follow him. Both of them stayed low to the ground as they began crawling to the next hiding spot. Slowly and carefully, the two Digimon crept along, making sure to not make too much movement or even step on any branches that could snap. Where are you? Gouda exclaimed, moving to another bush and rustling it hard. A large rocky outcropping was just ahead of Labraman and Lopman. It would provide good cover from Gouda, and his tentacles wouldn't be able to reach in through the small openings scattered about so easily either. The two little Digimon squeezed themselves in the tightest of spots, trying to find the least likely place Gouda would find them in. Gouda was floating around, but he was getting further away. Both of them breathed out a sigh of relief. I wish we could fight. I don't like having to run and hide, Labraman whispered. I know, Lopman frowned. If only we could digivolve, or at least digivolve our partners, we might stand a chance. The two of them continued to move in the opposite direction. They didn't know where they were going, they just knew they had to get back to the train tracks. How many of those ghosts do you think are here? Labraman asked. I doubt there would be too many of them, Lopman replied. Especially since Dr. Carbon set up that rule that they can't interact with the legendary warriors. So the more of them there are, the harder that would be, especially if they were sent here to eliminate us specifically. Eliminate us, Labraman gulped. From this world, Lopman quickly corrected. I doubt Dr. Carbon actually wants us dead in reality. Somehow that doesn't make me feel better, Labraman admitted. I mean, it does make me feel better, just not in a comforting way, you know? I get he doesn't want to hurt us, but it still doesn't help me feel better about what he's doing. None of us approves of what he's doing, that's why we're here, Lopman said. Ever heard of psychological horror? Well, hello there. A new voice suddenly spoke up, causing them to jump. A face appeared on one of the rocks and grinned at them. It's been a while since I saw you last, little bunny. Lopman blinked. Who are you? Oh, how could you forget about me? It's me, you know. Milk. The face came out of the rock, showing a familiar creepy doll. Lopman's eyes went wide as he backed away. Oh, don't look so scared. I don't have a lot of power unlike Gouda and Dairy, Milk remarked. I prefer a more subtle way of dealing with things. Labraman moved in front of Lopman. I won't let you get to Lopman, she growled out threateningly. Oh, please, if I wanted to get to Lopman, I could have easily done that while you two were talking earlier, Milk remarked. I hear Gouda's looking for you, though. What are you going to do? Alert him that we're here, Labraman growled. That would be something, wouldn't it? Milk grinned. But since you're trying to hide, how about we play a game instead? A game? Labraman raised an eyebrow. What kind of game? She didn't like the sound of how Milk was trying to be playful. We're already in a game or two, Lopman grumbled. We're in Dr. Carbon's game, and we're currently playing hide-and-seek from Gouda. But that doesn't mean you can't play with me either. After all, you're kids, you love playing games, don't you, Tilda? Milk grinned. Come on, if you don't play, I'll be sure to alert Gouda exactly where you two are, then it won't be fun anymore. Labraman frowned. They were stuck between a rock and a hard place, her and Lopman. If they didn't play with Milk, then Gouda was sure to find them. But if they did play with Milk, who knew what kind of game this creepy doll had in mind? What do we do, Lopman? Labraman asked. I don't want to be found by Gouda, but what kind of game would this little guy want to play with us? Only one way to find out, Lopman replied. What kind of game do you want to play, Milk? It's a game I like to call, What Are You Afraid Of? Milk's grin turned from playful to malicious. All of a sudden, the area around Lopman and Labraman began to shift and turn dark. Lopman, what's going on? Labraman shouted. I don't know, Lopman gulped. Suddenly, they began falling into the dark void. Both of them yelled as they fell. Labraman shook herself. She found herself alone, no sign of Lopman. Lopman, where are you? Milk suddenly appeared over Labraman. Greetings, little pup. Wah, hey, what did you do to Lopman? Labraman growled. If I were you, I'd worry less about the bunny and more about yourself, Milk replied. There is only one way to win this game, and that is to get out. What do you mean get out? Where am I? Labraman frowned. Consider where you are, Milk said. Being able to tweak the reality you're in to create another world of illusions. See if you can find your way out of the illusions or let it consume you. What the heck does that mean? Labraman questioned. Figure it out, Mutt. I'm sure the rabbit would. Milk grinned before he disappeared. Left alone again, Labraman frowned. She didn't really know what to do other than walk forward. Find a way out of the illusions or let it consume me. I wish I knew what that meant, and where Lopman is. Labraman frowned as she noticed a building up ahead. She started running toward the building, hoping to find someone to help her. However, as she got closer to the building, it began to look more and more familiar. Wait, is that? It's Casper High, why would I be here? Labraman wondered to herself. Slowly, Labraman made her way closer to the high school, confused and wondering what was going on. She kept herself on high alert, but the familiar sight of the school was oddly comforting too. Carefully, Labraman entered the school by nudging open the doors, which was difficult considering she didn't have hands. The interior of Casper High looked the same, which was another source of comfort. Things certainly haven't changed. But why do I feel uneasy then? Labraman wondered as she looked around. Labraman wasn't sure what Milk had done, but he may have teleported her back to Casper High. But then, that didn't answer why she was still Labraman and not in her human form. The hallways were eerily empty. Labraman wondered if there was even any school today. Suddenly, the school bell rang, shocking Labraman. But Labraman didn't have time to worry about the sudden bell, because almost immediately, all the doors opened and students started walking out. But instead of different people in the crowd, there were just grayscale people that looked the same, wearing the same white t-shirt and gray pants, walking around the corridors. Labraman couldn't even see any faces on these people. Getting creeped out by this, Labraman began running down the hall, trying to get through these faceless people's legs. She kept going until she ran through an open door that led out to the football field. Instead of more faceless grayscale people, however, she saw the entire football team, including Quan and Calvin. Way to go, Calvin. You're the best football captain we've ever had, Quan complimented. Of course I am, Calvin beamed with pride. I'm way better than someone else who is currently the football captain. Wait, why is Calvin the head of the football team? I thought I was the captain. Labraman frowned to herself. What's going on here? I'll say, another jock said with a big grin. No one can top you. You're so strong and impressive. Ever since you've substituted for our other captain, who isn't here right now, you've shown just how strong and reliable you are, another jock praised. Maybe we should tell Coach Tetzlaff to replace him with you. Oh, we definitely should, but maybe we should wait for our captain to get here. It wouldn't be fair to him if we kicked him out of the team without doing it in front of his face. Calvin grinned. Labraman, having forgotten that she was currently a small dog-like Digimon, ran over to the football team. Hey, what's this talk about replacing me? Oh, look who it is, Labraman, our current football captain, Calvin sneered. Where have you been, man? Quan asked Labraman like she had always been a Labraman, and there was nothing strange about that. You've missed out on like 7 practices. Calvin had to take over as captain. What? Labraman was confused. I don't remember missing practices, and why are you all praising Calvin so much? Isn't it obvious? Quan asked. Calvin is the biggest and strongest of us all, plus he is more reliable. He hasn't missed practice, and he has led us to victory in multiple games. But I was supposed to be the biggest and strongest. That's why I was made the captain, Labraman argued. Yeah, right, Calvin got up in her face all of a sudden. You may have once been the king of Casper High, but lately you've been hanging out with the Fenton Freaky twins and their loser friends. You've been slacking and using Mikey to do your homework for you. When was the last time you really used any of your A-list package? And besides, you're going soft on us, Labraman. We haven't seen or heard you beating up or chasing down some poor sap that's lower on the popularity chain. How could we trust a softie like you to lead our team to victory, huh? But why does hurting others should be something the captain does? That's not what a leader's supposed to do, Labraman frowned. Well, for us, what matters is strength. We're supposed to show that we are the alpha males, we are not to be messed with. We dominate, show the others their place in this school, Calvin sneered. And I have that strength, unlike you just hold us back. For all we know, your leadership has been soft the whole time. And with how weak and soft you're becoming, maybe it's about time we treat you like one of those nerds. Another jock grinned, pounding his fist into the palm of his hand. You can't do that, I'm still your captain, right, Quan? Labraman spoke up. Quan. Sorry, Labraman, but Calvin's kinda scary, I have to side with him, Quan timidly replied. Labraman felt her body begin to shake with fright. But why is strength all that matters? That can't be true, it can't, she shook her head. Strength can't be all that matters, not if it hurts others. Calvin and the other jocks began to surround Labraman. Labraman had never felt so small in her life, as it looked like Calvin and jocks had grown to become much bigger than they really should be. Labraman, now fearing for her life, began running. The football team started chasing after her, yelling how they would tear her apart and flush her pieces down the toilet. Labraman ran into a classroom to hide from the football team. She ended up running into Mikey. Mikey. Mikey looked over at her. Oh, it's you. Looks like you got kicked out of the football team, so that means I no longer have to work for you. Mikey, I'm sorry that I picked on you and hurt you, but I don't want to hear your excuses. You brought this on yourself. Good luck getting any good grades now. Your parents are sure to dump you off to military school, Mikey hissed venomously at Labraman. Labraman whimpered at Mikey's cold words. I don't. She was shaking now. I didn't. I'm sorry, Mikey, I really am. Save it, Mikey hissed again. You screwed yourself over. I'm done with you, so you can go get kicked out to military school and out of my life, out of every nerd's life. Mikey pushed Labraman out of the classroom, and Labraman suddenly found herself falling. She didn't understand why she was falling, just that she was. She whimpered when she hit solid ground. She saw someone standing in front of her. She let out a gasp when she saw Koji there, scowling at her. Is it true? Were you really a bully and hurt people to do your bidding? Koji harshly asked. And no, I was but I'm trying to change, Koji, Labraman quickly explained. I don't deal with bullies, Koji growled out. I can't stand others who beat other people up if they don't get their way. Labraman felt her heart stop. But Koji, I really am trying to change. I have been backing off of beating others up. Excuses don't erase what you've done, Koji snapped back. No amount of apologizing will do that either. Either you are a bully or you aren't, and I know which you are now. Koji then began to walk away. Koji, wait, don't leave me alone here, Labraman begged as she hurried after him. Koji glared as he turned around and kicked Labraman away. Don't you dare come close to me. Labraman whimpered as she looked up. Koji. Fractal code surrounded Koji, transforming him into Kendo Gararuman. He growled at the smaller canine Digimon, looking ready to tear her apart. Maybe I do deserve retribution. The pain that I caused, the people I hurt. I really am no better than just a one-dimensional bully, Labraman cried. I believe anyone deserves a second chance if they're willing to take it. It was a memory, something that someone had said recently. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. Anyone can be smart just as anyone can be dumb. The bright light coming from Kendo Gararuman blinded Labraman. She was waiting for her end. Dash, you can't let this illusion consume you. Wake up, Labraman's voice shouted through the bright light. Labraman gasped as the light shattered suddenly. The boy named Dash was back in the void, with a magenta circle protecting him. Dash, don't listen to the illusion. It's trying to break your spirit, Labraman's voice spoke up. What? Dash blinked. You can't let your insecurities consume you, or you'll never wake up, Labraman's voice said. That was when Dash remembered what Milk said earlier about illusions consuming him. He was beginning to understand now what that meant. I can't let. That's right. I can't let my worry about what others think, my worries about being seen as weak. I can't let them hold me back or become what defines me, Dash realized. I have others who care about me. They don't care about my issues. That's right, Dash. Nobody is perfect. Everyone's got an inner demon they have to deal with, but that doesn't mean you have to deal with it alone. And remember, I'm here too, Dash. We're in this together, Labramon's voice encouraged. You don't need to hurt others to show you're strong. There are other, better ways to show how strong you are. That's right, a true leader isn't someone who hurts others and uses them as stepping stones, Dash said. I still have a long way to go before I can really consider myself a true leader. But I know one thing for sure, I'm strong, and I'll keep getting stronger, not to hurt those around me, not to dominate to show off to my peers, but to help and protect those who can't. We want to become better than who we were before. And we'll do it together. Fractal code suddenly surrounded Dash's body and the core that was Labramon. Labramon's body was glowing brightly. She let out a howl as she held out her front paws. Fractal code surrounded them like ribbons, covering her paws and extending out, creating a pair of arms and hands. Her back legs were then covered by fractal codes as well, extending out into legs and feet. Her body was wrapped in fractal code, turning large and bulky, then her face was wrapped in fractal code, turning into a human face with short blonde hair and blue eyes. The fractal code that was surrounding her body then separated from the human body, turning into Labramon herself. Dash and Labramon were now two separate beings. Dash blinked as he looked down at himself and at Labramon. How did we just split apart? Dash asked in shock. I think so, Labramon noted. But I don't think it's going to last long. If we're going to do something, we better do it fast. But what can we do separately that we couldn't do when we were fused together? Dash frowned. Labramon smiled. I can digivolve. Dash blinked before he remembered Lopman's words back when they had spoken to Mrs. Fenton about not being able to digivolve. Right, that was an issue. But how do you know you can digivolve now? What if fusing together made it so you can't anymore? We can't worry about that, we need to act now, Labramon replied. Dash frowned a bit, but he nodded. Hesitation wasn't an option anymore. Right, he said before giving Labramon a big grin. Let's show we aren't holding back anymore, for everyone. We're getting out of here. Dash focused on his bond with Labramon, hoping that she would be able to tap into her power of digivolution. Like with before, fractal code surrounded Labramon. Labramon digivolved too? Labramon felt her skin and fur beginning to peel off of her body. The same happened to her face and ears as well. Darker colored skin appeared on her limbs and body, along with black fur growing in. Bony accents appeared on her body as well. Her tail was now thin and black, and her face was now slender and she had red eyes. Doberman. The fractal code dissipated, revealing Doberman at Dash's side. Dash grinned. It worked sweet. Quickly, get on. We need to get out fast and find Lopman, Doberman quickly said. Dash didn't hesitate to hop onto Doberman's back. As soon as Dash was on her back, Doberman ran forward, going back to the fake Casper high. If this is an illusion, how do we get out? Dash asked. We brute force our way out, Doberman responded. Doberman opened her maw and fired out a dark beam. Black beam. The beam hit the school, though instead of causing an explosion, a black hole appeared suddenly. Dash let out a yelp as Doberman, and he went through the black hole. Doberman was now running through a dark tunnel, with Dash hanging onto her collar. Where are we going? Dash asked. To Lopman, I hope. I smell him up ahead, Doberman replied. That's right, Lopman got caught up in this weird nightmare game too, Dash realized. What could he be going through? Doberman jumped out through a green-looking portal and landed on a floating piece of rock in some kind of green and black void. But there were floating islands all over the place, and purple floating doors. Where are we? Dash asked, looking around in nervousness. It's like a green and black version of space, but with purple doors and rocks floating around instead of stars. I don't know, but it feels off to me like I shouldn't be here, Doberman replied. But we can't worry about that right now. We need to find Lopman, and he appears to be here. Doberman began to jump from island to island, trying to figure out where Lopman was. This place is pretty big. How are we going to find Lopman like this? Dash frowned. He's gotta be nearby. I doubt Milk would have been able to make this place that big if he's just aiming for one target, Doberman replied. Suddenly, a brown and pink blur ran past them. What the? Dash yelped. The brown and pink blur stopped and turned around, looking just as surprised as Dash was. "What the?" Lopman yelped back. Lopman shouted something, but only little snowflakes came out of his mouth. "How are you? What? What? Doberman, what? I am so confused. Wait, you're just another illusion, aren't you?" "And no, I'm not an illusion," Dash replied. "I'm here, as is Doberman, but why are you here? Are you okay?" "Nothing here is okay," Lopman shouted. "Whether you're real or not, I suggest you get out of here." Before Dash or Doberman could even ask, ghost rays shot at them. Doberman quickly moved out of the way. "Is that Gouda?" Dash yelled. "I wish," Lopman frowned. "No, I mean, that would be better than what's actually chasing me." "What's chasing you?" Doberman frowned. "A very angry ghost." Lopman grinned, though it wasn't a happy grin. "Lopmon, you can't keep running forever," the ghost shouted. Dash felt like he heard that voice before. "Why does that voice sound like your brother?" Dash wondered, "but it's echoey like a ghost's." Dash looked up, seeing what looked like the ghost boy, but something was wrong. The ghost boy's usual green eyes were glowing red for some reason, and he had a sinister smile on his face, something Dash had never seen on the ghost boy, except for that one time when he and some other ghosts were stealing treasures and money from Amity Park. It was proven that the ghosts and Agunimen were being controlled by an evil ringmaster, but it was really unsettling to see. "Oh," Dash felt shivers run down his spine upon seeing the red eyes and sinister smile. "Come on, Lopman, you can't avoid me forever. I'd like to just get this over with and get back to my master," the ghost boy sneered. The ghost boy started flying at Doberman, Dash, and Lopman. Lopman looked down at the seemingly endless voice from the floating rock they were on. "This has to be an illusion, or a nightmare milk trapped me in. I'm going to jump." "What, are you crazy?" Dash shouted. "Maybe I am, but I'm going to get out of this nightmare one way or another," Lopman shouted back before he jumped. "Doberman, jump after him," Dash quickly said. Doberman hesitated for a bit before she looked at the incoming ghost boy. The sinister red eyes and grin made up her mind for her. "Hold on then," she instructed Dash. Without a hesitation more, Doberman jumped down after Lopman. The green and black changed around them, turning into a night sky with stars and a moon. Doberman and Lopman landed on what felt like something hard. "Where are we now?" Dash frowned. Dash heard what sounded like a train steam whistle. The long platform they were on suddenly started moving, and the scenery around them began to blur as the train went faster. "Back here," Lopman hissed. Two figures walked over to them, revealing to be the ghost boy again, with his red eyes. And next to him was the dark, corrupted version of Agunimen. "Oh, come on, do we have to deal with Agunimen too now?" Dash growled out. He was really starting to get sick of these ghosts playing mind games like this. "Please, stop this now, I know this isn't real," Lopman shouted. "I've already been through this nightmare, you can't break me again with the same old tricks." "We told you, Lopman, we like being like this," Phantom hissed, "and I don't want you changing us back again." "Having this much power is so much more rewarding, Tilda," Agunimen snickered before his voice became menacing. "I won't be changed back so easily either. Being a goody two-shoes makes me sick." "You," Dash felt his body shaking a bit at the menacing tones from Phantom and Agunimen, but he wasn't about to back down. No, this isn't them. The real Phantom and Agunimen would never act like this, not willingly." "Oh, and how do you know that?" Agunimen asked menacingly. "For all you know, we could genuinely like being like this, Tilda." He spread his mismatched arms for emphasis. "It feels so good, so freeing to finally let out my true ghost side. Why would you want me to go back to suppressing that again, Lopman?" Phantom asked. "Are you afraid of me, do you? Hate me? You think I took away your brother, don't you? That because of me he can never truly just be your brother again. Well, guess what? I'm never letting him go." Phantom's teeth looked like they got sharper, and the whites on his hazmat suit looked like they started turning red, and his white hair also looked to be turning dark red. Lopman was shivering as he backed away. What is this nightmare?" Even Dash was afraid. He couldn't believe someone like Lopman had such nightmares and worries. Though he understood Agunimen, but he didn't understand why the ghost boy in particular. "You can't escape." "Look out," Doberman suddenly warned. A large white creature stood next to the train. Several harpoons pierced through the train, holding it in place. Lopman, Dash, and Doberman were jostled around. Doberman and Lopman used their claws to try to hang onto the train while Dash was hanging onto Doberman's body. "What now?" Dash exclaimed. Who is this guy?" "Look," Doberman pointed out, "at this guy's hands." Dash did, and his jaw dropped. "Is that the symbol of ice?" "Yes, but as far as I know, the legendary warriors are not aware of us in this dream," Doberman replied. "Then why are they attacking us?" Dash yelled. "Because they are after Lopman and we are with him," Doberman explained. "Please stop, end this," Lopman cried. "I don't want this anymore." Dash frowned. He had never seen Lopman look so vulnerable. "Doberman, can't we end this nightmare like you did for me?" "I can only do that if the nightmare weakens," Doberman answered. "Lopman needs to fight back, but he's letting it consume him." "Then we have to help Lopman," Dash realized. "He's the one who has to end this just like I did." "Lopman, instead of running away or trying to fix us, how about you join us?" Aguniman said as he and Phantom walked closer to them. "Yeah, it would feel so much better to just let it all go instead of fighting so much. I know you're tired of this," Phantom grinned. Dash gritted his teeth in anger before he looked directly at Lopman. "Lopman, you need to stop running," Dash said to Lopman. "You know these two better than anyone, right? And Tommy too, you know Tommy wouldn't be hunting us down like this." "Don't you think I already know that?" Lopman snapped. "I've been plagued by this nightmare again and again. It doesn't stop and I'm sick of it. Why should I have to keep fighting to save them? They need to save themselves for once." Dash and Doberman were rather surprised to hear that. "Does that make me bad?" Lopman asked. "I always have to worry for the sake of everyone. I always have to think about these things, the risks that we take, but I can't always save them. One of these days I'll fail to save anyone." Dash looked down before he looked back up at Lopman. "No, it doesn't make you bad. You want them to be able to help themselves. That's a good thing, but there will be times that they can't help themselves and will need your help. Everyone needs help sometimes, you know this." "Why am I hearing this from you of all people?" Lopman questioned. "Because I realized that myself. You and Laberman helped me realize that," Dash answered back. "And while it's true you may need to help them from time to time, you need to trust that they'll be able to handle themselves too." "How can I?" Lopman asked. "Look at what's happened to them, to Takuya, to Tommy, to Koji even. They were all captured and brainwashed right under our noses. You can't predict everything. How were you supposed to know they would get abducted? Things that we don't expect will happen to everyone, to those we care about," Dash replied back. "You can't keep worrying about them all the time. If you keep acting like you can't save them, then you will only go down that path of thinking. Yes, they were abducted under our noses, but it wasn't something you knew about. It's not your fault." Lopman gritted his teeth. "Who was the one who gave us the chance to save them now?" Dash asked. "Who was the one that allowed us to be here now? It was you. You're already trying your best to save them. And you know they are capable. You saw them grow when we started our journey with them. You knew we had to trust them to get through the rest of this without us. Now trust that they will, and that we will succeed in saving them." Lopman looked at Dash as Dash held out his hand to Lopman. Lopman remembered a similar situation when he was trying to push back Cerberuman's attack, and Pataman held out his hand to Lopman. It was an unspoken promise to fight together until the bitter end. Lopman didn't have to do this alone. While Dash had been someone who bullied him in the past, it was clear that Dash was now a member of the team and was willing to do anything to help him however he could. Putting his trust in Dash, Lopman moved his ear and grabbed onto Dash's hand. "Now Doberman," Dash called out. Doberman let go of the train and they started falling. Black beam. Doberman unleashed the powerful piercing beam at the train, destroying it, Korikakuman, Phantom, and corrupted Aguniman. The entire environment shattered around them as they continued falling, until they found themselves back at the field of rocks where Milk was earlier, where they were earlier. Lopman blinked a few times, trying to recompose himself, and he looked over at Dash and Doberman. "You two, you really are real?" Lopman asked, surprised. "Yes, we are," Doberman confirmed, "and it looks like we're back in reality. Well, as reality as this world could be." We're not in that nightmare place anymore at least, Dash noted. I guess that means we won, Lopman said before he frowned. But how are you two separated? That's the weird thing, Dash admitted. It happened after Labraman, and I vowed to become better people than we were. I don't know how it happened, just that it did. Lopman blinked. That's what? Dash asked. That's what usually happens when our partners digivolve. We face something difficult, overcome it, and then Digivolution miracle happens, Lopman explained. But we've faced a lot of things when we were with others, but nothing ever happened, Dash pointed out. We were mostly focused on helping or saving them, not ourselves, Lopman reminded. This is the first time, since we got to this world, that we had to face something personal to us. And for you, at least, it worked. It let you separate from Labraman and digivolve her into her champion form. Dash blinked before he smiled. I guess it did, and that's what enabled me to help you now. Yeah, thanks for that, Lopman said softly. It's funny. Of all people, I never thought my former bully would be the one to save me. Dash chuckled. Yeah, who would have thought? But it worked, so you could consider it a big change from how I used to be. Doberman suddenly groaned. Dash, I don't think I can hold this form much longer. Dash frowned as he got off of Doberman. Will you be all right? Yes, I think we'll just fuse again, Doberman answered. But we should be able to separate again if we need to now, as long as we're not too exhausted to do it. Dash nodded. At least we know what to do now to get the upper hand if we need it. Lopman watched as Doberman was covered in fractal code. That fractal code spread over to Dash. The two came together again. When the fractal code vanished, there was no Doberman, there was no human boy, there was just Labraman. Labraman opened her eyes and looked over at herself for a moment. Looks like I'm back to just being Labraman again, Labraman noted. Yeah, Lopman said, but wasn't it against the rules for us to be here as, well, humans? Why hasn't Dr. Carbon kicked you out? I don't think he is aware of what just happened, Labraman theorized. I mean, I had no idea that would happen myself, so maybe Dr. Carbon didn't consider us separating as being possible. He probably didn't consider us being able to come here as our partners either. I wouldn't be surprised if he thought we were literally our partners, Lopman noted. He's mostly keeping an eye on Takuya, Tommy, and the others, so he's not paying much attention to us. That might explain the lack of Digimon in the area. We were mostly running from ghosts that exist outside of this dream, but we hadn't run into any Digimon, Labraman noted. He can probably only keep things consistent with Tapperman, Lopman remarked. Trying to split it would strain his partner's powers. So, do you think that means there won't be any Digimon in any towns unless we're with the legendary warriors? Labraman questioned. I don't know, Lopman said. I doubt Dr. Carbon would make the cities and towns completely devoid of life, especially if the legendary warriors got separated. He's probably just not paying attention to rural places like the woods if they're not there. Video games usually have NPCs placed somewhere in the world for the players to find and talk to. Labraman frowned at the comparison. Sounds to me like Dr. Carbon is trying to treat this as a video game, albeit one that can brainwash people. I don't think that's his intention, Lopman said. It's probably just the easiest way to create a living world. But regardless, we could use this to our advantage. As long as Dr. Carbon is focused on the legendary warriors and we're nowhere near them, he can't tell if we're breaking the rules. That gives us a little bit of breathing space. Labraman nodded. Yeah, that's true, but we still have to be wary in case those ghost things come after us again. They could report this new discovery to Dr. Carbon if we use it each time we encounter them. Well, Milk saw you, Lopman reminded. Labraman's sweat dropped. And you're still here, Lopman added. So the ghosts may not be working with Dr. Carbon, but someone else. They seem to be just as afraid to get caught as we are. Huh, that's strange. I assumed they were with Dr. Carbon, Labraman mused. But if that's the case, the ghosts being as afraid of being caught as we are, then we could perhaps try to find out who the ghosts answer to. Right, but we better be careful, they're still stronger than us, Lopman warned. You and Labraman aren't used to this new method of digivolution yet, and you could strain yourselves. Lopman and I haven't quite figured out how to do what you did either, so you'd be fighting alone with Doberman if we get caught. We need to find our friends and hope they didn't get caught either. Labraman nodded. Right, let's get going. I'm worried about them just as much as you are. If possible, we should find some higher ground. It's dangerous to keep walking on the road like this where we're easily spotted, Lopman warned. We better stay in the forest, at least the trees can keep us covered. Labraman nodded. One thing he had learned since joining the Tgthegood guild was that Lopman seemed to know what he was doing, and it was best to follow him when possible. Hess, being the only two non-flyers, we better stick together, Labraman chuckled. Chapter 31. We've been flying for an hour. There doesn't seem to be any towns or cities up ahead. Byaman frowned. We better take a break. We keep going like this. We'll drop from the sky, Kokuaman warned. Pataman nodded. Good idea, he agreed. He was already feeling tired as it was, and Kokuaman and Byaman didn't look that much better either. Let's land before we drop like rocks. The three of them flew down to land, deciding to land on a large tree nearby. Some sturdy branches were found, and each of them landed on a branch, glad to be no longer flying. Wow, who knew flying could take a lot out of a Digimon? Byaman groaned as she lifted one of her wings. Ow, my wings feel somewhat numb. We're not exactly meant to be fast flyers, Kokuaman pointed out, so we're not supposed to be flying long distances. I just can't believe there doesn't seem to be anywhere around here. This train track just goes on for miles through a forestry area, Pataman remarked. At least we're not in the snowy area anymore, we would freeze, Byaman frowned. Does this lead to the Dark Continent? As far as I can tell, it does, Pataman replied, but it's quite a distance to the Dark Continent. We're likely not going to get anywhere at this rate. We'll probably have to use the forest to forage for food, Kokuaman grumbled. I know a thing or two about foraging for food, Byaman stated, so it's not the end of the world. I'm just worried about Lopman and Labraman. They are several miles behind us. Lopman and Labraman are smart. They will be fine, Pataman said, but his voice betrayed his worry for his brother and former bully. At least, I hope they are. Hey, don't you go all Mother Swanman on us, Kokuaman joked. The last thing we need is you panicking over the other two's well-being when we have our own job to accomplish here. Maybe we didn't all have to go, though. We did leave them to fend for themselves, Byaman noted. You're not helping, Kokuaman grumbled. We need to do what needs to be done. We're all on our own now. Maybe I should go back for them, Pataman said. Those ghosts are still out there, right? What if they got attacked? Pataman, calm down, Kokuaman exclaimed. I know you're worried, but Lopman and Labraman are more than capable of handling themselves. Lopman is smart and can figure out what to do, and Labraman has her physical strength going for her. Those two will be fine. Kokuaman then took a breath and let it out. Wow, I never thought I'd say something like that, having to reassure you of all people. But Pataman does have a point, Byaman spoke up. One of us does need to go back and let them know there's not much up ahead. It'll get dark soon, so we need to get some food and set up camp for the night. It would be dangerous to stay separated for too long. Kokuaman grumbled. True, he then sighed. Okay, so who will go back and find those two? I will, Pataman volunteered. Out of the three of us, I have the most stamina and speed, especially if I use that form, and I'm also worried for my brother. Are you able to access that form? Byaman questioned. Yeah, I've never seen you use that form since we got here, Kokuaman pointed out. Well, I guess we'll find out now, Pataman said. There's nobody but us out here, right? Kokuaman shook his head. We're the only ones in the area, he confirmed. Pataman gave a grin. Then, there's no time like the present to see if I can access that form. Focusing, Pataman concentrated before two white rings appeared around his torso. The two rings split along his body, turning his orange and cream colors into black fur on the top of his back and sides, and white fur for his underbelly. His eyes turned from blue to a glowing, eerie ectoplasmic green color as a ghostly glow surrounded his body. So you are still able to use your ghost form, Kokuaman noted. No fair. Byaman slapped Kokuaman's back. I mean, it's totally cool. At least we still have someone who can fight back against those ghosts, Kokuaman reiterated. But what are you going to tell Labraman? She's still the only one not in the loop. Well, she and Black Gatomon, but Black Gatomon isn't here, Byaman asked. That, we will get to it when we come to it. Patamon grumbled before sighing. One thing at a time, though. I go and find the two and we make our way back here. Then, we'll see what happens next. Then good luck, Kokuaman and I will work on getting some food and getting some kind of shelter set up, Byaman said. We will, Kokuaman frowned. Byaman looked at him. I mean, of course we will, Kokuaman quickly said. Patamon chuckled. Okay, I will see you two soon, and with Labraman and Lopman, hopefully, good luck yourselves. With that said, Patamon turned and began to fly off back in the direction they had come from at a much greater speed. Come on, we need to get everything ready, Byaman said. Oh, okay, but I don't know the first thing about setting up camp. We just relied on the others to do it for us, Kokuaman groaned. Byaman grinned. Well, welcome to Byaman's camping lesson 101, Tilda. I will be more than happy to teach you all about camping, Tilda. Kokuaman decided that he regretted letting Patamon go back instead of him. Another hour of flying sounded a lot more tolerant than whatever Byaman had in mind for him. Kokuaman was grumbling as he was setting up rocks and leaves as some kind of makeshift roof. Byaman had taught him the basics of how to set up a basic shelter, but she soon left him alone to get some food. Byaman didn't trust Kokuaman to bring back something that wasn't poisonous, so she decided to take care of food. Kokuaman thought he had the roof set up, but then one of the rocks fell off and the entire roof collapsed. I'm never going to get this thing up before the terrifying pink bird comes back, Kokuaman groaned. Kokuaman sighed as he picked up the rock. This is ridiculous. I'm way out of my element here. Despite being a literal robot Digimon, there's no technology out here I can take advantage of. I'm useless out here. In anger, Kokuaman tossed the rock to the side. Why did I come here? Kokuaman asked himself. I would have been more useful if I stayed out in the real world. I could have used my knowledge and skills to communicate with everyone faster and easier. Instead, I'm just in the way out here. I rust up easily, I'm not very strong, I can't set up a stupid shelter made of rocks and leaves. I can't even get my own food. Ah, what's a poor little Digimon to do being so far away from his element and home, Tilda. Kokuaman jumped into the air as he took flight, looking around for the speaker. Who's there? He demanded angrily. He was not in a good mood. Then a form emerged from the brush nearby, making Kokuaman turn in that direction. He froze at what he was seeing. The figure before him had a hide that was green and purple. It glowed an unnatural light. Its eyes were black and soulless looking. It had a pair of purple and green tentacles for arms. Its legs were long, and it ended with a pointy triangle without any feet. Its face was round, with 3 sharp prongs at the tip of its head. There was a bright, glowing purple gem-like thing in its chest. Why, I'm called Derry, and who are you? I don't believe I saw you before when I was testing the Digimon before, Derry asked. You're one of the ghosts sent to sabotage us, Kokuaman recognized. Kokuaman's head began to spark with electricity. Whoa, no need to get hostile, Derry quickly said. I'm not here to cause trouble or fight. Then why are you here? Kokuaman asked as he eyed Derry warily. It's not just to talk, I'm sure. If I was here to get rid of you and the others, I would have done so by now. You're by yourselves now, your big, strong, legendary warriors can't help you now, Derry nonchalantly stated. Admittedly, it would be easiest to just get rid of you, one less problem to deal with after all. But I'm a merciful ghost, I can't help but feel a bit of pity as I heard you complaining about your place in the world. Kokuaman froze before he glared. What of it? He asked, not dropping his guard. Everyone has complaints, so I can complain if I want. It's not about you complaining, little Digimon, it's what you're complaining about, Derry remarked. You feel you're not adequate here. No use for your kind of skills or knowledge. All you can do is survive in the wild, which is outside of your element. Despite what you think of me, I understand that feeling. Believe me, ghosts have it tough in our own world, you know. Ever since the ruthless king destroyed what our realm once had, it's been all about survival of the fittest. The strongest will rule while the weak fades away or become dinner to the stronger ghost. It's even crueler than living nature in that way, as ghosts can't find solace that they would go to a better place if they were to be eaten or fade away. Kokuaman listened warily, and he had to admit, he was a bit intrigued by what he was being told. He was still not dropping his guard, though. A ruthless king? I didn't know ghosts had a king at one point. There's a lot you don't know about, kid, Derry replied. In the world I come from, if you aren't powerful, or if you don't have a purpose, you are worthless and will be destroyed. So I can understand that desire to not want to be useless, to have a need for a purpose. So, what? Kokuaman asked. Are we suddenly going to become friends or something? Derry laughed. Oh no, nothing that cheesy. We are still enemies after all. My gang and I were hired to take you and your friends out of the dream world, giving us a purpose. If we fail, then we will be destroyed, one way or another. So we are desperate to see this to the end. But that doesn't mean it has to end so quickly. Who knows what will happen to us once we've served our purpose, even though it needs to be done. I was told by Milk about something intriguing that you humans and Digimon partners can do. Kokuaman blinked. What? He wasn't sure if he should believe this ghost, but then again, there had been a lack of fighting from this one, so he decided it would at least be worthwhile to hear Derry out. What do you mean? Humans and Digimon partners seem to get stronger when they're forced to face danger and their inner demons, Derry remarked. It would be easy and probably even wiser. Smarter to take you out now before you can even realize this potential. But it would be too easy, too quick. If my gang and I are to prove ourselves to the ghosts in our world, we need to show them we are strong. Picking on children wouldn't help our reputation very much. Gouda doesn't see it that way. He just wants the job done as quickly as possible, and Milk just wants to play with his prey. But I see a much better opportunity for us in the long run. What are you getting at? Kokuaman questioned. It's simple, kid, Derry said. I need you and your friends to get stronger, separate from your Digimon partners to digivolve them. Then, that would show our strength. If we can fight against humans and their partner Digimon in their stronger forms and defeat them, we will be able to prove our power. We will be seen as strong ghosts rather than just weakling troublemakers. You want us to? Kokuaman was stunned. We can actually do that? Separate and? He hadn't realized that was possible, but apparently it was if someone had done it already. However, he also had a thought cross his mind, and it was a very realistic worry. As far as Kokuaman knew, if he could separate from his Digimon partner, for all he knew, Derry could use it as a chance to take him and Kokuaman out of the fight. Kokuaman eyed Derry warily. So you want to have us show our true strength? Use us to prove your strength. But of course, there's nothing worth more to a ghost than being able to prove themselves, to show off their strength and dominance, raise themselves above the weaklings and the fodder who are nothing but food, Derry stated. Maybe we'll even be able to get our own lair if we do a good enough job. That will set us up for the afterlife. Kokuaman wasn't sure he liked what he was hearing. On one hand, Claw, it was tempting to prove himself, his strength, but on the other, it could be a trap for all he knew. It was also confusing as to why Derry was telling him all of this, so he didn't know what to think. Why are you telling me this? Kokuaman asked. I wasn't going to, Derry admitted. But like I said, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pity, or perhaps, kinship when I heard you complaining about your place in the world. That raw desire to prove yourself, to become stronger and useful. Wouldn't you like to be able to prove yourself? We could take advantage of the situation, we can use each other to get stronger. And best of all, it's of no risk to you. After all, if you do get defeated here, you'll just wake up, harmless, back in your own world. Kokuaman hesitated. Yes, he would wake up in the real world, but it would also mean he was out, unable to do much to help the others. And yet, it was so tempting to take up Derry on his offer. He would be back where he belonged, around technology and showing his strengths instead of just being here, holding everyone back. Hey, Coco Derry, Byaman's voice shouted. Derry grinned. Think about it, kid, and don't be afraid to discuss it with your friends Tilda. Derry turned himself intangible and sank into the ground. Byaman quickly ran over to Kokuaman. That was Derry, he attacked us back at Breezy Village. Are you all right, Kokuaman? Kokuaman nodded. Yeah, I'm fine, he replied, but it was clear he had thoughts on his mind. I was just caught off guard by Derry, that's all. Byaman frowned. Kokuaman didn't seem injured, but he didn't seem to be as all right as he claims to be. Derry must have said something to him. Do you want to talk about it? Maybe later, when the others are here. I need some time to think, Kokuaman requested. Biaman sighed. Fine, but I'm not leaving you alone anymore. I need to teach you what kinds of food are edible and all that anyway. Biaman covered what she was really feeling. She was anxious and worried. Derry wouldn't have shown himself to one of them if he didn't have a reason. Whatever he said to Kokuaman seemed to have shaken him up quite a bit. Pataman was worried. He had been flying for a little while, and he was much faster in his ghost form. It was easy for him to get used to it since he already got used to being in the body of Pataman. The ghost form wasn't too different from his humanoid ghost form. Heck, he didn't even need to flap his wings to fly anymore, but if he folded his wings in, he noticed he could go faster. But he didn't see any signs of Labraman or Lopman. He flew down, his ghostly eyes catching something on the ground. He saw Labraman and Lopman's footprints, but he also saw larger holes on the ground. Something likely started shooting something at them, and they were making a run for it. Aw man, what a time to have been separated, Pataman groaned. Now I have to find Lopman and Labraman all over again. I hope they're all right. Taking flight again, Pataman searched for any sign of Lopman and Labraman. Come on, where are you, bro? You and Labraman have got to be close by, you've just got to. Pataman saw their footprints heading into the forest. If someone was chasing them, it made sense to run into a place where there was more cover after all. Pataman used his intangibility to fly through the trees, trying to find any signs of Lopman or Labraman. Pataman stopped moving when a familiar cold feeling went through his body, and a familiar cyan mist came out of his mouth. There was a ghost nearby. Pataman turned invisible and stayed quiet. He saw a ghost grumbling to themselves flying by. Why didn't you finish them off, Milk? The ghost snapped at something Pataman couldn't see. What? I thought I'd have a bit of fun with them, a voice grumbled through the trees. I figured I could give them some false hope of getting away before I break their spirits, and then finish them off. I didn't know one of them was gonna suddenly turn human and the other become a bigger dog. Well, look at where it got you, the first voice snapped angrily. You got driven off, and now they have an advantage against us. Well, let's not point fingers now. After all, you were the one who got outsmarted by a child and smashed your face into a rock. The other voice snipped back. How was I supposed to know that rock was there? The first voice retorted. I don't know, maybe use your eyes next time, the second voice replied sarcastically. Even Skulker would have noticed that rock. Shut up, the first voice snapped. Rocks normally aren't a presence to me. And the bunny likely knew that, the second voice chuckled. After all, they seem to know quite a lot about ghosts. We better be careful with that one. Don't need to tell me twice, the first voice retorted. But you have a point. If at all possible, we need to focus on the rabbit since they are the bigger threat with their knowledge of ghosts. From what Pataman could gather while listening to these two, something happened that caused Labraman and Dash to separate from each other, and Labraman may have digivolved. And this bunny, that seemed to know about ghosts, was very likely to be Lopman. Pataman waited until the two ghosts were far enough away that he couldn't hear them anymore before he dropped his invisibility and continued flying in the opposite direction. If those ghosts got driven off by Lopman and Labraman, then they had to be somewhere in the opposite direction where the ghosts were going. Pataman kept going, hoping to find them. It was likely Lopman would have wanted them to stay in the forest to keep themselves hidden, but even so, he doubted they would have gotten too far. They were likely tired from having to fight off against the two ghosts. I just hope neither of them are hurt, Pataman thought to himself as he continued flying away from where the ghosts had gone. If those two hurt Lopman and Labraman, I won't hesitate to hurt them back in return. Lopman and Labraman were tired. It's getting dark. Think we'll be all right? Labraman asked. I'm pretty tired and hungry. I doubt I'd be able to digivolve Labraman even if we could separate right now. Lopman was about to say something when he heard something in the woods behind them. He frowned as he turned back. He doubted it was Milk or Gouda. Gouda wouldn't hesitate to shoot down the trees or go right through them to get to them. His flight was swift but noisy and big. Milk would make sure he couldn't be heard until he was right on top of them. This sound was swift but soft and small. Labraman, Lopman said, there's something out there, and it's closing in fast. If it's one of those ghosts again, we're not in any condition to fight. Labraman groaned. I'm already tired from fighting that last one. Maybe you can take this one. You know how to digivolve, right? But I don't know how to separate from Lopman. Lopman pointed out. Well, whatever we're going to do, we better do it fast. Labraman frowned. Get into the bush, we'll see if we can ambush them, Lopman quickly said. If running's no good, we'll see if we can at least scare them away. Labraman nodded. The two of them ran into the nearest bush, making sure the leaves hid them from sight. The sound was getting closer. Labraman could now hear it, and she was on high alert. Her nose could pick up the sickening scent of ectoplasm, which meant whatever was coming toward them was a ghost. It didn't smell like milk or Gouda, but that didn't mean they weren't hostile. Both of them waited with anxiety, ready to pounce. There was a black and white blur coming toward them. Now, Lopman spoke up. Lopman and Labraman jumped out of the bush to pounce on the black and white thing. The black and white thing let out a surprised yelp as they tackled it, and all three of them went tumbling down a small hill. The three came to a stop, with Labraman and Lopman on top of the black and white thing. It was cold, whatever it was. All right, whatever you are, if you think we're going to let you take us out, then you've got another thing coming, Labraman growled, trying to sound intimidating. Lopman, Labraman, get off, it's me, Pataman groaned from under them. Lopman drowned as he looked down at the black and white ghost they pounced, and recognized the features as being more like Pataman's. It took him a moment to realize who this was. Lopman shouted something, only to have snowflakes coming out of his mouth. I mean, Pataman? Labraman, get off, it's Pataman. Are you sure? They sure don't look like Pataman, why are they black and white, and all glowy and cold? Labraman frowned, looking at the black and white Pataman with suspicion. Remember what I said before, about how Pataman's data was infused with ectoplasm, and how he has ghost form? Lopman reminded. Yeah, but it's still weird to hear that. Labraman admitted before she looked at the ghostly version of Pataman again. You know, he looks similar to Phantom almost. Labraman finally got off of Pataman. Wait, aren't you the Digimon who's usually with Phantom? Pataman shook himself as he stood up. What? Wait, Lopman, did you tell her? I told her what was necessary, Lopman answered. Without the legendary warriors around, we're going to be relying on your ghost form. She doesn't know about your connection with Phantom, though, just that you have this ghost form. Pataman nodded, not entirely sure how to process this. It seemed Lopman had done half the work already, but he really hoped Labraman would take the news as well as Lopman had when he had been told. Right, well, I'm glad she at least knows about my ghostly condition. It will make things much easier now. So, Labraman began a little nervously. You're Pataman, right? And you have this ghost form. Why were you always with Phantom then if you've already gotten a partner? I have my reasons, Pataman answered. But this isn't the time or place to discuss that. I need to get you two back to the others before it gets too dark, and before those ghosts find you. Can you carry the both of us? Lopman asked. Pataman grumbled. As much as I want to be able to carry you both, I can't. That would be too much for me, even when I'm like this. How long did you guys fly for? Labraman asked. For about an hour, Pataman said. It would take us too long to walk all the way to them, Lopman sighed, knowing there was a way, though he didn't like it. Are you able to carry at least one of us? I can, Pataman said before he looked at Lopman, getting the feeling he knew what his brother was thinking. You're thinking what I think you're thinking, right? I may be your twin, but I can't read your mind, Lopman said, so it depends on what you're thinking. If you mentioned carrying one of you, you want me to overshadow you, right? Pataman asked. Yes, Lopman replied. I assume you can still do that as Pataman in your ghost form, right? I've never tried, Pataman admitted. But there's no time like the present to see if it works, not like we have much of a choice anyway, he added with a grumble. Pataman concentrated and felt his body turn intangible before he flew into Lopman's body. Whoa, Labraman blinked as he watched Lopman shivering for a moment before his eyes glowed neon green. Huh, are you okay like that? I'm as okay as I can be while under possession. At least Pataman keeps me conscious, and I have some control over my body, Lopman replied. I'm going to try to keep this simple. If my voice changes, that means it's me talking. If Lopman sounds normal, that's him talking, Lopman explained with Pataman's voice. Labraman blinked and nodded, but she was a bit confused. Okay, so the voice change shows who is in control, got it? she smiled sheepishly. Sorry, this is a bit weird for me to experience, but if I am hanging around you guys, I guess I need to get used to the weirdness that seems to follow you everywhere. Don't worry, you'll get used to it, Lopman chuckled in his normal voice. Lopman didn't look too different, his eyes were green, and his body had that ghostly glow to him. But otherwise, he just looked like a normal Lopman, but a Lopman with ghost powers. Lopman floated up into the air and tried to pick up Labberman with his paws, but was having trouble holding on to her. No, wait, Pataman, like this, Lopman said as he used his ears to wrap around Labberman's waist. Lopman's hands are small and weak, but his ears are strong and are able to grapple things with ease. Pataman in Lopman's body spoke in his voice instead of Lopman's. Oops, thanks for telling me. Lopman's body then had his ears wrap around Labberman's waist, and it felt much more comfortable, but also a bit weird. When Labberman felt secured in his ears, Lopman flew up into the sky. Labberman was watching in awe as the ground and the forest became smaller and smaller the higher up they went. She wasn't used to flying, so she was nervous, but she trusted Lopman, or Pataman, would get them to safety soon. There, we should have enough food to last us through the night, Biaman said, as she and Kokuaman finished piling on different types of fruits, nuts, and mushrooms on a pile of food. We're lucky the forest had a lot of food, though curiously there's a lack of Digimon living around here. Yeah, Kokuaman said. Biaman looked at Kokuaman. Now that they weren't too busy with getting food, she could use this time to try to talk to him. Can you at least tell me what's bothering you? Usually you'd be cracking a joke or something by now. Do you think I'm useless here? Kokuaman asked. Biaman looked at Kokuaman in surprise. What? No, of course not, she replied. Why would you say that? You know my skills lie with technology, right? Kokuaman replied. There isn't any way out here. I've been thinking. Maybe I should have stayed in reality and let Jazz come here instead. She may know a thing or two about survival too. I could have been helping Maddie and Jack with communicating with you guys and finding out ways to maybe hack into the Dreamer machine instead of just being a useless bag of bolts out here. Kokuaman, you're our friend. Of course we need you here. Biaman insisted. Yes, there might not be any technology here, but that doesn't mean you're useless. You just haven't found a way to show your strengths yet. And how could I do that? Kokuaman grumbled. I'm next to useless here and you know it. But you're learning how to survive, Biaman spoke up. I would have been a lot slower in gathering the food we need if you weren't here. Nobody's an expert at something on their first try. Kokuaman gave a chuckle at that. That's true. Pataman was no expert on using his ghost powers when he first got them. The number of beakers dropped in science class certainly speaks to that. Exactly. So just because you're out of your element doesn't mean you're weak or useless, it just means you're outside of your comfort zone, Biaman assured. And you can learn because you have friends willing to teach and help you. There's nothing wrong with that. Maddie and Jack can only do so much from the outside, and your expertise will be much more useful here with us than out there. I hope you're right, Kokuaman sighed. I just have those doubts, you know. I haven't done much to really help, but I guess that will come with time. You've done more than you think, Biaman said softly. You were the one who helped and inspired JP to do what he did back at the wind factory, and again when we were trapped in that cave with Grumbleman. You almost rusted yourself to death back there, but you gave JP the courage he needed to fight and gain control of his beast spirit before it consumed him. But each of us were able to do that, right? Kokuaman asked. Aren't we just helping Dr. Carbon get the perfect legendary warriors he wanted? Biaman frowned. We can't keep thinking like that, because then we'll fall into despair. Before Kokuaman could respond to that, Biaman looked up and blinked. Hey, is that Lopman flying up there? Looking up as well, Kokuaman was surprised. It is, he exclaimed, seeing the same thing as Biaman. But I thought Lopman couldn't fly. Lopman saw Kokuaman and Biaman, and smiled before he came down for a landing, still holding onto Labberman's waist with his ears. As soon as Labberman's feet touched the ground, Lopman let go of her and landed himself. Good, looks like we made it to you guys in one piece, Lopman said in Pataman's voice. Kokuaman and Biaman's jaws dropped. How is it that you're overshadowing Lopman? Biaman exclaimed. I didn't think it was possible while we're, well, like this. Is it really that unbelievable? Lopman asked. It's just weird since we're already fused with our partners, so if you overshadowed Lopman, did you overshadow Lopman and, well, your brother? Kokuaman asked. Lopman hesitated. Actually, that's a good question, he admitted sheepishly. Padaman finally came out of Lopman's body. But the point is that I managed to find them and brought them here, Padaman continued. It's a good thing I did too. They were attacked by the ghosts, 2 of them. Yeah, but something really cool happened too, Labraman said. I've also got something to tell you guys, Kokuaman said. Byaman figured Kokuaman was waiting for the rest of them to tell them about his encounter with Derry earlier. Let's sit down, rest, and eat. We've all had a long day, Byaman suggested. We can catch up while we eat. Padaman transformed back to his regular form and sighed. Good idea. Some food would be good for all of us. I know I'm hungry. Make that 2 of us, Labraman agreed with a sheepish chuckle. Everyone sat down in a circle. They all began eating the food Byaman and Kokuaman brought to the food pile. They weren't as good as the food they had before, but they would have to do. Labraman and Lopman told them about how Gouda found them while they were walking along the train tracks and chased them down. They told them about how Milk trapped them in some kind of nightmare illusion, and Labraman was able to confront her inner demons and fears, and she even heard Labraman's voice talking to her. And somehow, they were able to separate themselves, allowing Labraman to digivolve into her champion form and destroy the nightmare. That allowed them to help Lopman as well. So we're able to separate from our partners without getting kicked out, Byaman asked in surprise. So he was telling the truth, Kokuaman muttered. Byaman looked to Kokuaman. What do you mean? Just something that Derry Ghost said, Kokuaman replied. I will admit I had my doubts because, well, they're the enemy to us, but it appears Derry was telling the truth. Derry, you met with Derry? Lopman asked. Yeah, he showed up when Byaman and I were trying to set up camp and find food, Kokuaman admitted. He told me some things that I wasn't sure were true or not. What did he tell you? Padaman frowned. He could have ended me. I was by myself, and I had no way of digivolving Kokuaman like this, Kokuaman admitted. But he decided not to, because he felt if he finished the job like this, it wouldn't mean much in the end, according to Derry. The ghosts in the ghost zone had a ruthless king, or have, I'm not sure if they still have a king. The king's rule made it so the ghosts need to be strong, powerful, dominant, and useful if they want to thrive. Weaker ghosts become fodder. Food for other ghosts, I guess. What? Ghosts eat each other? Byaman asked in shock. Apparently, Kokuaman shrugged. I didn't ask for details. And Derry says that right now he and his gang, who I'm guessing are Milk and Gouda, are useful to someone. But the moment they finish serving their purpose, he doesn't know what will happen to them, but failure is unacceptable too. It sounds like those ghosts are stuck in between a rock and a hard place, Lopman said. Was that a pun? Labraman asked, considering how Lopman outsmarted Gouda with a rock earlier. Not intentionally, Lopman replied sheepishly. So, Derry wants us to get stronger, Kokuaman continued. He believes that if he and his gang face us when we're at our strongest and defeat us, then it will show the ghosts in the ghost zone they're strong and powerful. He also said something about a lair and how it would set them for the afterlife, but I don't really know what that means for ghosts. There were doors that seemed to lead into ghost lairs in the ghost zone, Padaman said, as he remembered that all too well. From what I experienced, a ghost lair seems to give whatever the ghost wants to make them as comfortable as possible. So it's like living in the life of luxury for them, Byaman guessed. Yeah, that checks out, Labraman nodded. It could be something more than just that, Lopman said. It also means absolute safety for the ghost. If they have a lair, they can keep other ghosts out, including ghosts that would hurt or eat them. As long as they're in their lair, they have full control of everything inside it. Then, if we ever go into a ghost's lair, we'd need to be extra careful and not piss off the ghost who owns that lair. Padaman noted before he shivered. I'd hate to tangle with a ghost inside their lair. Let's hope we don't have to. That'd be a nightmare, Lopman sighed. But let's get back to the topic at hand. So Derry wants us to be able to separate and digivolve our partners so he can prove he and his gang are strong ghosts. But how does his gang feel about it? Because Labraman and I were attacked by Milk and Gouda, they certainly didn't give the impression they were taking it easy on us to get us stronger. Kokuaman sighed. Derry did mention that Gouda wanted the job to be done as quickly as possible, and Milk just wants to play with us, not in a good way. So they can't decide on how to handle us, Byaman noted. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, though. It's not the worst thing. If they were working together, they probably would have taken us all out by now, Kokuaman pointed out. Right now they're trying to handle us separately, which makes it easier for us to handle them, Lopman agreed. One wants to hurry and get rid of us, the other wants to take their time and have fun with us, and another wants us to get stronger so they can prove themselves. Which means it'll be a lot easier to divide and conquer them. But how can we handle them? Labraman asked. We're not exactly at our strongest right now. Out of all of us here, only I can separate and digivolve. And I have my ghost form, but that's only 2 of us. They still outnumber us 3-2, Padaman pointed out. We don't always need strength to win, Lopman said. Unlike with the ghosts in the ghost zone, humans and Digimon find a way to cooperate, work together to get stronger instead of trying to stamp out the weak. We can make up for our weakness with a good plan and strategy and use what we have to fight back. After all, we were able to get this far without being able to digivolve, right? So we just have to rely on our smarts for now, Kokuaman noted. That's what we have been doing this whole time, or at least we were with the children to back us up. But now we have to really use our brains to survive. Or we could try to get stronger too, Byaman suggested. Like Derry said, humans and Digimon partners are able to become stronger when we have to face our inner demons and such. Should we really risk trying to confront them as we are now when we know there's a way for us to separate and digivolve our partners? But at the same time, we'd be doing what Derry wants us to do, Lopman added. Still, that just means we would have a better chance at defeating Derry and his gang, Byaman pointed out. Even though he seems confident, he can take on 5 champion-level Digimon, or at least 4 champions and a ghost. I doubt he would be strong enough to do it on his own, especially if he feels like he needs to prove himself to other ghosts in the ghost zone. She makes a good point, Labraman noted. Besides, if you are able to separate from your partner, Lopman, you'd have access to Lopman's ultimate form, which is even stronger than the rest of us combined, Byaman continued. There's no way Derry, Gouda, or Milk would be able to stand up to us by then, so Derry is just being cocky and greedy. I understand that we'd have a huge advantage if we're able to separate and digivolve our partners, Byaman, Lopman spoke up. And I agree that we would be able to defeat the ghosts like that. But you also have to take into account that if we are even able to separate to begin with, it seems that being fused to our partners is what's keeping them from digivolving. However, we don't know exactly how the separation process even works. What worked for Labraman may not work for the rest of us, and even if it did, that would mean having to face our deeper demons, which is a lot easier said than done. The others all looked down at Lopman's words. The rabbit-like Digimon raised a good point. For Padaman, he wasn't sure he was even ready to face his deeper demons. That's a valid point, Kokuaman conceded. We may have to face things deep down inside we may not be ready to face if we want to even separate, if that's what's required. That's probably why none of us have been able to digivolve our Digimon into their ultimate forms yet either, Byaman noted. Except for Lopman. I was practically forced to confront my deeper demons, with one of the biggest ones staring me in the face, Lopman admitted. I could have easily died, or at least been severely injured from Vlad when Teruaman and I were fighting him. It was very unexpected that Teruaman was able to digivolve when he did. And it happened again when we were facing the legendary warriors when they were going on a rampage in the city. But you can't exactly just make Lopman digivolve into Antilemon anytime you want, right? Padaman asked. No, at least not yet. It's a very difficult and exhausting process for both of us, Lopman admitted. I'd have to be desperate to be able to pull it off. So we can't really count on Lopman's ultimate form if he can't achieve it at will, Kokuaman mused. That's a bit of a disadvantage for us, but not too much of one in the long run. Well, at least for now. That could bite us in the butt down the road if we need Antleoman's power and can't tap it. I think it would help if we can get the rest of you to digivolve your Digimon to ultimate form as well, Lopman pointed out. And perhaps If we are able to figure out how to separate from our partners, that could be the first step for all of us. For me to be able to learn how to control when Lopman becomes Antiloman, and for the rest of you to unlock that form in the first place. That's all well and good, but that's in the future. We should focus on the here and now, shouldn't we? Labraman pointed out. Right now, I'm the only one who could, potentially, access my champion form, and Pataman has that ghost form. The rest of you are still stuck as rookie Digimon, and we have ghost assassins coming after us. Derry might be willing to wait, but for how long? And the other two are still kinda gunning for us. So we need to figure out a plan. Kokyuman frowned. But the only plan we have is to reach the Rose Morning Star, and we have to find a way to be able to separate from our Digimon partners during that time. Byaman said, both of which are very important. Getting to the Rose Morning Star and to Offeniman and Cherubiman are our main goals, Lopman noted. But getting to them alive is a whole other issue. Even if we could get past the ghosts, there are other Digimon we have to worry about. But we haven't seen any since we separated from Takuya and the others, Pataman pointed out. That doesn't mean we won't run into any, Lopman argued. Dr. Carbon is mainly keeping his eyes on the legendary warriors, but that doesn't mean he will completely ignore us. He knows we're still here after all. Who's to say he won't make Digimon to try to get us kicked out of the world? The other rookie Digimon grimaced at that possibility. Then, we should make being able to at least separate from our Digimon partners a priority while we head to the Rose Morning Star. Kokyuman suggested. At least we can do that while we make progress to the lair of Cherubiman. Think we'll be able to find a trailman coming by? Or are they only gonna appear if the legendary warriors are here? Byaman questioned. Because there's no way we're going to make it on foot, and flying is just as exhausting, not to mention we'd have to carry you two with us. Leaving you behind leaves you open for attack, and we risk getting separated. Our options are limited right now, Labraman said. We can only keep walking until we find something or someone who can help us. In the meantime, there should be a way for us to learn how to separate ourselves from our partners, Kokyuman said. Do we really need to be in a life or death situation to do that? I don't want to assume that's the trigger, but until we know of another way, that may be the only way we can separate from our partners. Pataman admitted. I'd rather we find another way to separate from our partners, but if push comes to shove, we will have to assume combat is the only way to separate. Kokyuman may not be wrong, Lopman spoke up. While it's true we've only been able to pull off digivolution miracles by being in combat or life or death situations, that doesn't mean it has to be the only way to get our partners to digivolve. Look at the players in Ruler of the Digital World. Do you really think all those top players in the Beast Slayer Guild, or heck, Calvin's Gatsuman, were able to reach their higher forms by putting themselves in danger and having to face their inner demons? To them, the world is just a video game. Why would you feel like your life is in danger by fighting monsters if it's a video game, or that you need to confront your worst fears? Pataman sighed. I know that, but I'm saying until we know another way, that seems to be the only way we can do stuff and make our partners stronger. I want to find another way, I really do. What Lopman is saying is that there's no reason we can't find another way, Byaman pointed out. So far, we've been the exception to the rule. What do you mean by that? Labraman asked. I mean that, Kokyuman and Lopman have a point. There's no way those players would have been able to digivolve their Digimon if the only way to do it was what we did. Fighting, putting our own lives on the line, confronting and overcoming what we're afraid of or struggling with. That shouldn't be the only way to get our partners stronger. Don't get me wrong, it's great for character growth and all that, but if there is a way to do it without all that, I think it's worth trying to figure it out while we're. Well, walking, Byaman explained. We have nothing to lose by trying, and if we succeed, we might be able to get to the Rose Morning Star a lot quicker. And how are we going to do that? Pataman asked. We could try sparring with each other. We could try thinking about what makes us scared and how we plan to fix it. We could try having heart-to-heart with each other. Things we haven't really tried doing, Byaman answered. There's many ways we could try to get ourselves stronger without combat. Kokyuman agreed. I say let's at least try some of those things Byaman suggested. Maybe we might get lucky and be able to separate from our partners without combat, as well as reach our stronger forms. I suppose it's worth a shot, Pataman sighed. How did you separate from Labraman again? Lopman asked Labraman. I was forced to confront my insecurities, Labraman admitted. I was forced to confront my insecurities about being, well, strong and how others would see me. The next thing I knew, Labraman and I were separated after I overcame those, or at least, faced them head-on. Due to your status as Casper High, it makes sense that's something you'd be worried about, Lopman noted. So then, what makes the rest of us worried and insecure? Perhaps talking about it could help us make the first step to separating from our partners. The first step to recovery is acknowledging you have a problem and all that, huh? Biaman chuckled. But Pataman hesitated, looking at Labraman. He had his reasons for not wanting to share his fears after all. We can try working this one at a time, Lopman suggested. It might be more beneficial to take it slow instead of trying to rush into it. Out of all of us here, who's the most willing to share their insecurity? Kokuaman gave a sigh. That would likely be me then. After all, I already told you, partially, why Derry approached me in the first place. Yeah, that's true, Biaman noted. But you are not useless, you know that. Don't worry about your abilities here, those will come in handy soon enough, I'm sure. Like it's that simple, Kokuaman grumbled. I've only gotten in the way, gotten wet and rusted, and done little to help. Kokuaman, is that what you really think? That you're just in the way? Pataman asked in worry. How can I not think that? Kokuaman sighed. I got captured when I went to scout the world to see if Takuya and the others were already here when they weren't. I was the one who needed all of you guys to save. What does that say about me? None of you got captured, only I did. That wasn't your fault. It was an unfortunate domino effect of circumstances, Lopman said. Why, yeah, what Lopman said, Labraman spoke up. But that only happened because I was a Kokuaman. I got confused as one of the Kokuaman that was being forced to work at the wind factory. Kokuaman sighed. That's like saying it was your fault I and the others on the football team pick on smart people, and make them do our homework for us just because they're smart, Labraman said. It's the fault of the people who are forcing you to do what they want, not you. Kokuaman looked at Labraman. It was strange to hear that coming from one of the biggest bullies in school. Despite knowing Labraman wanted, and has been trying, to change, it was still ingrained in his mind that Labraman was the king of the bullies back at their school. Labraman blinked. What? Can a person grow up a bit? Is it really that strange that I am seeing how stupid some of my actions were? She asked with a shrug. We're just getting used to it is all, Pataman chuckled. But Labraman is right, you know, Lopman said. You shouldn't blame yourself for what happened just because you happen to be the same species of Digimon that were being used as slaves. You'd also be blaming your partner for being a Kokuaman in the first place. I mean, it just feels like I could do more, but I'm always screwing up, Kokuaman sighed. I mean I'd like to be able to do more than just be a techno geek, you know. Do you remember the day Kokuaman digivolved into Gardraman? Lopman asked. You told me you wished to be able to protect your friends. Yeah, Kokuaman asked. Just try to remember what you were thinking of that day, Lopman said. Do what needs to be done, not what you wish you could do. Kokuaman knew what Lopman was talking about. I get it, I really do, but I wasn't fused with Kokuaman at the time. This time, he trailed off as he thought some more. Yes, he wanted to be able to protect his friends, he wanted to be able to do that, and so much more. He wanted to be stronger to help Kokuaman get stronger. I know what needs to be done, but it's hard to keep that in mind when faced with one's own helplessness. Lopman looked away and gave a sigh. I know, believe me, I know. It was quiet for a moment. Perhaps we should turn in for the evening, Biaman suggested. It's probably best to tackle this when we're not so tired. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Kokuaman agreed. I know I'm too tired to think any further. My brain wants to just shut down for the night. Everyone could use some sleep, Pataman said, not just you Kokuaman. But we're in a precarious situation. One of those ghosts could attack us while we're sleeping, Labraman frowned. So, maybe we should sleep in shifts. That's a good idea, Lopman agreed. I'll take the first couple of hours. After that, I'll wake you up, Labraman, you take a couple of hours, then wake up someone else. I'll take the third watch. I'm fine with being up when it's the darkest and quietest, Biaman volunteered. I'll take the next watch then, Pataman spoke up. Then I guess that just leaves me for the last watch, Kokuman said. At least I know I can do that. That sounds good to me, Labraman agreed. So I suppose the rest of us should get some sleep then, while Lopman stands the first watch. The group had to get comfortable as they used the leaves for the shelter as makeshift beds. It wasn't as comfortable without their human companions to sleep with. It really made the group miss them even more. Lopman was poking at stuff on the ground with a stick as he stayed awake while the group fell asleep for the night. There was one full moon tonight, while the other 2 moons were either in their waxing or waning phases. It gave Lopman enough light to see a little in the dark, though. After about 15 or so minutes, Lopman started to daydream when he heard something moving around. He looked back to see the source of the noise. To his relief, it was just Kokuman, not an enemy. Kokuman walked over to Lopman and sat down beside him. Couldn't sleep? Lopman asked. Not really, Kokuman admitted. Then again, I don't really do well sleeping outside. You did well when we were sleeping with Takuya and the others, Lopman pointed out. That, Kokuman hesitated before sighing. I just have a lot on my mind, and it makes it hard to sleep. Even though I did say I was tired earlier, I just didn't want to keep talking. I can respect that, Lopman said. Earlier you said that you understood how I felt about being helpless, Kokuman noted. Yes, Lopman replied, I do. But why? Kokuman asked. Out of all of us, you seem to do the most. I mean, you don't have ghost powers like Pataman, and you can't separate and digivolve Lopman, but you're able to come up with plans on the spot. You're able to figure out things most of us hadn't even thought of. You seem to be pretty adaptable and flexible when you need to be. Heck, you and Labraman were able to outrun and outsmart Milk and Gouda while they were chasing and toying with you. That takes guts, man. I wouldn't have lasted a minute with them. I appreciate your faith in me, Kokuman. It means a lot, Lopman said. But try to get this through your metallic thick skull. I'm not perfect. I'm often filled with anxiety and worries. I overthink things. I may even blow them out of proportion if I'm not careful. I'm only able to plan as much as I do because I tend to overthink things, but I have you guys to keep me grounded. You're good at technology. The rest of us can't even hope to compete with you when it comes to that. Just because what you're good at doesn't come up too often doesn't mean you're useless. And try to remember, I'm in a family of prodigies. Lopman sighed as he rubbed his eyes. Mom and Dad are genius inventors. They were able to create a portal into another dimension in their own basement. Among other things they make as well. They've made all sorts of ghost hunting gadgets that's been helping us, like the Fenton thermos, the Fenton rod, the freaking assault vehicle is a tank, and it's an RV. Jazz is a genius with book smarts. She's acing everything in school, she's at the top of her class, she's got the highest score in Casper High's History of the Sea, and she may become the youngest psychologist in the country. Danny and Takuya? Well, you've seen for yourself how well they're doing with their unique powers. What I can do is just a drop in the bucket to all of that. Of course I feel helpless in a family like that. I feel like I don't belong there. Kokuman blinked before chuckling. Yeah, those can be hard standards to live up to, but you have your own skills. I mean, how many people can say they can outsmart a freaking ringmaster mastermind villain? Not many, I can assure you. Yeah, and I've been called crazy by everyone around me, including you, Lopman reminded. But I can say the same for your skill. How many teens can say they're able to hack into security cameras at a high secure place like the Axion Labs? How many people can say that they could just casually turn their PDA into a Game Boy Advance just because they can? Heck, you built your own handheld computer when you were only 9 years old. Kokuman blushed at the praise. That's true. Not many people have my skills in computers, and your parents are the only ones who can come close, at least. Somewhat anyway. Wow, I didn't think I'd be comforted by my best friend like this. I seem to be good at that, good with words anyways, Lopman said. Not long ago, I helped Labraman with words as well. At the very least, here's hoping my words can help you too. Yeah, I think it did at least a little, Kokuman said. I'm actually getting tired, but there is one other thing that was on my mind. What's that? Lopman asked. It's about what Derry said about ghosts. How they had a ruthless king, and that ghosts only value strong ghosts while others just get eaten or whatever, Kokuman said. Do you think that's all true and not just a lie Derry made up to throw us off guard? I can't say either way, Lopman answered. I don't know enough about the ghost zone and the ghosts themselves to give a definitive answer, but if it is true, then it might explain why ghosts are so aggressive and why they don't hesitate to challenge Phantom to a fight. That's quite a sad way to live. Well, to exist in this case. I think we should be on guard, just in case the whole Ghost King thing is true, and as for the ghosts eating other ghosts thing, I hope Phantom doesn't do any of that. That would be awkward to say the least. Kokuaman admitted. I'd hate to have to explain it to him. He wouldn't like being told he ate ghosts. We don't know if ghosts need to eat other ghosts, or if it's just a power dominance thing they do, Lopman said. Besides, Phantom is only half ghost, he might not need to worry about that. The only one we can really ask about something like that is Vlad. Kokuaman gave a huff. And we all know what he wants. He won't give any information away for free. He would probably put a price on it like, renounce your idiot oath of a father, or something similar. Lopman sighed. Which is why information on Haffas and ghosts in general are so limited to us right now. Let's not worry about it right now, we have other problems to deal with. You're worried, aren't you? Kokuaman asked. Laberman saw that bit of fear in me when Milk trapped us in those illusions, Lopman admitted. I feel like I have to be responsible for everyone's safety. That it's my fault if something happens, like when Freakshow controlled Aguniman and Phantom. Kokuaman sighed. You had no idea Freakshow would take control of Aguniman or Phantom. No one did. You shouldn't blame yourself for something someone else has done. It was Freakshow's fault, not yours. Logically speaking, I know that, Lopman said. That doesn't stop it from making me want to blame myself. But I'm hoping if I can get over this feeling of guilt, it might help me separate from Lopman, while it may not have been my fault. Lopman looked at Kokuaman. It wasn't your fault you got captured by Snimmin, or that you were rusting in that cave when the ocean water was spreading out. Kokuaman sighed again. That's true, I guess. We're both feeling like it's our fault for something or feeling useless in some way, shape, or form, and we both need to work past those feelings if we want to get stronger. Yeah, perhaps, Lopman said. There's a reason why I suggested to remember that time you got Kokuaman to digivolve. It's not always easy to put yourself back in what happened in the moment, but if you can trigger those feelings again, well, here's hoping it might work. Right, then you should try doing the same, Kokuaman said. I'll go and try to get some sleep. We've got a long way to go tomorrow. Yeah, don't I know it, Lopman sighed. Black Gataman was curled up on a rock, looking out of the hideout's many windows, seeing the stars and the 3 moons out. Duskman approached her. You've been pretty quiet lately, Duskman noted. I've had a lot of things on my mind, Black Gataman said. What kind of stuff has been on your mind? Duskman inquired. You've never been this quiet before, so it must be something big that is bothering you. It doesn't really concern you, Black Gataman replied. It has nothing to do with our mission for Lord Cherubiman or our allies. But it concerns you, Duskman pointed out. Black Gataman hesitated for a moment before turning to Duskman. I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but I had friends before Lord Cherubiman found me and brought me here. I met up with them when Ranaman took me on that vacation that kinda went sour. They were hanging out with the children, but now they're alone, and I can't help but wonder if they're doing all right. Duskman narrowed his red eyes a bit. I see. In truth, he didn't know what to make of this new information, but it did mean one thing for him. Then it would seem your friends are the enemy. Black Gataman looked over at Duskman. I suppose if you look at it from a cold logic point of view, you could call them enemies by association, but it's not that simple. Why not? Duskman questioned. They worked with the enemy, so they are the enemy. Okay, then how about you look at it from a different angle? Black Gataman suggested. What do you mean? Duskman asked. You seem to care about me, don't you? Black Gataman asked. Duskman nodded right away. Of course I do, he replied easily. He couldn't deny that, no matter how hard he tried. Now, what would you do or think, if I was the enemy? Black Gataman asked. Duskman didn't give a response right away, he looked rather taken back by the question. But, you're not. I'm afraid things aren't that black and white, Duskman, Black Gataman stated. This was a lesson I had to learn too. The Digimon who are my friends, you called the enemy, because they were with the children our allies had been fighting against. But what if I started hanging out with the children? Would you see me as an enemy then? Would everything we've done together just cease to be? Duskman hesitated, unable to form an answer. He had never had to think about this kind of stuff before. Normally, it was just go out, find fractal code, and fight any Digimon standing against Lord Cherubimon. But now that he thought about it, his whole worldview was being turned upside down with new angles being presented to him. I want to say no, but I don't know, he admitted at last. If things were as simple as you think, then we wouldn't have complicated thoughts or beliefs. We wouldn't have any individuality. We'd just be living like feral beings who just live on instinct, Black Gatomon commented. But being put in a complicated situation. Those are difficult to find the right answers to know if what you're doing is right or wrong. Let's say, in a hypothetical situation, Lord Cherubimon ordered you to take me out. You'd be split between following his orders or not doing it because you care about me, and right now, since those are Digimon I care about, that's the kind of position I'm in right now. Duskman nodded. In truth, he could understand Black Gatomon's feelings to an extent, but as he didn't have anyone he cared about on the enemy's side, he couldn't say much to offer her some comfort, as his words would most likely sound hollow and empty. That sounds like it would, and probably is, a difficult position to be in. Yeah, Black Gatomon sighed before she took a moment to think, then shook her head. But sometimes, worrying isn't the only thing you have to feel when you're not sure about something. Sometimes, you need to have hope and faith. I believe my friends, while they may go through a lot of hardships, will come out stronger for it. They can survive, they're strong, resourceful, and clever. They knew what they were getting into when they started hanging out with the children. Duskman frowned a bit. And you knew what you were getting into when you stuck with me, he noted. Even when Lord Cherubimon found you, you still went with him and met me. Not that I think of our time together as bad, it's just, I don't know what else to say to that. It just means that I believe my friends will pull through, Black Gatomon said, and I want you to remember that should anything happen to me. Duskman nodded. He felt very uncomfortable with the conversation taking place, but he answered so as to not make Black Gatomon feel like he was ignoring her. Of course I will. Ha, Black Gatomon chuckled. I know this isn't something you're used to, but thanks for talking to me anyway. Sometimes just listening to someone helps them through something they're struggling with. Duskman gave a chuckle. Glad I could help, even if it was at the expense of my comfort level. Black Gatomon nodded to him before she looked up. I hope you guys are doing all right on your own. I'll be joining you soon. Chapter 32. Lopman, Patamon, Kokuamon, and Labramon were walking as the sun was rising. Biamon was scouting ahead, deciding it was best to just send one scout as opposed to all of them this time. At least the one scout could get away if they were attacked, while the rest had numbers on their side. As far as they could tell, there were only 3 ghosts in this world that were after them. They decided to get an early start, since they needed to get to the Rose Morning Star before the legendary warriors confronted Cherubimon if they hoped to wake them up before the virus takes over. Do you think we'll be able to make it if we keep traveling by foot? Labramon asked. Until we can find a trailman willing to take us there, we don't have much of a choice, Patamon sighed. Too bad you or Biamon can't separate from your partners yet. You could have them digivolve and carry the rest of us by air, Kokuamon chuckled. Haha, very funny, Patamon snarked back. I'm sure that will be so easy, won't it? Hey, no need to be arguing, you guys, Labramon exclaimed with a small sweat drop running down the side of her head. I know things are tense, but please try to keep your minds on the mission. Patamon's just being snippy because he's not a morning person, Lopman said. But why can't we all just travel by air? I mean, you've got that sick ghost form, right? Labramon asked Patamon. Couldn't you just do what you did before? Take over Lopman and carry me, and we'd all be smooth sailing through the sky. It takes a lot of energy to do that, Patamon answered. I can't fly that fast while using Lopman's body and carrying you at the same time, or I risk dropping you or losing control of Lopman's body while we're flying. And I don't want to be too tired in case we get attacked. Labramon grimaced. Yeah, I can see how that would be a bad idea, she admitted before sighing. So the one method we have to fly anywhere is pretty much impractical. What else is new? When something actually goes our way, Lopman replied. Yeah, that would be new for sure, Labramon laughed. Well, we haven't been attacked since yesterday. I'd say that's pretty good, isn't it? Kokuaman pointed out. Lopman heard Biamon's wing flaps coming toward them before she called out to them. Guys, Biamon called out from the sky as she came down for a landing. She looked pretty excited about something. I found a town ahead, and they have a lot of trailmen there. Everyone perked up at Biamon's report, smiles crossing all of their weary faces. Really? That's great, Kokuaman cheered. We could easily hop aboard one and off to the Rose Morning Star. Hold on, just because we have the option of riding a trailman now, we can't just board one. What if money is required to pay for a trip? Pataman interjected, making Kokuaman pout. You really know how to spoil a good mood, Kokuaman grumbled. Well, bro, have you ever thought about becoming a stowaway? Lopman asked. With your ghost powers, we could easily sneak on board and nobody would be the wiser. What? No, that's just wrong. Don't you know better, Lopman? That's no better than being a thief, Pataman huffed. I think you're forgetting this world isn't even real, bro, and we have a mission that's pretty much life and death right now, and you don't want to be as efficient as possible because it's breaking the rules, Lopman frowned. When you put it like that, you make me sound unreasonable. But come on, this world is realish, and I don't want to start breaking the rules because what if I start thinking it's okay later on, you know? Pataman pointed out. Isn't that what happened to Vlad? He's got a point, Biaman said. When you become a rule breaker, it gets harder to go back. Lopman sighed. All right, we'll do it your way. Since it's a town, we might be able to work some odd jobs to get enough money for a ticket to the Rose Morning Star if that'll make you feel better. Pataman smiled. Thanks, Lopman. So we have to look for some odd jobs, huh? Kokuaman noted. That doesn't sound so hard. When looking for odd jobs to do, it can be very hard if you don't know where to look. Laberman pointed out. But this is a world that's crafted like a video game, and I'm sure Dr. Carbon thought to put in plenty of odd jobs for the heroes to work in case they needed more money and stuff, right? Kokuaman pointed out. It only makes sense. That's what I'm thinking too, Lopman said. Let's just hope we can earn enough money to get the ticket we need quickly. Then let's get going, Biaman smiled. Well, guess our luck is finally turning around, huh? Laberman smiled. The group began running after Biaman, who was flying a little ahead of them to lead them to the town. Lopman could already hear the noises of a crowd as they got closer. Soon, the group saw a lot of buildings up ahead. Before long, they finally came into the town. They saw a lot of different kinds of Digimon. There were a few baby and in training level Digimon hopping around with a lot of energy. The Digimon all looked like they were excited about something, talking about a big event. Wow, it felt like it's been way too long since we were in an actual civilized place like this, Pataman noted. Yeah, we've been out in the snowy wastelands and the woods for way too long, Kokuaman agreed. The woods are nice and all, but seeing civilization is very welcoming. Laberman said as well, a big smile on her face. I could use a nice soft bed and not some scratchy leaves. Biaman just rolled her eyes. Well, don't complain when we have to leave the comforts of civilization for the wilderness again soon enough. Don't go spoiling it for us, Kokuaman grumbled. Well, the day had just started, so we should probably find out what trailman goes to the Rose Morning Star, then find some odd jobs to do so we can afford to stay at an inn for a night, then buy the tickets we need, Lopman listed out. If all goes well, we won't have to worry about staying in the wilderness for that much longer. We'll be at the Rose Morning Star, head into Cherubiman's castle, and we either make or break it from there. The other rookie-level Digimon nodded. That seemed like a sound plan to follow. I think we can make that work, Pataman agreed. So let's stop standing and yapping, we have tickets to buy. The group asked some of the Digimon in the town about where the trailmen were. They were pointed in a direction, and they followed. They looked over a bridge that had a crowd building. They saw a bunch of train tracks on the ground, as well as different types of trailmen on each of those tracks. The Digimon, since they were small and short, had to jump onto the edge of the bridge to get a better look. 7 train tracks, 7 different types of trailmen, Lopman noted with interest. What's so interesting about those trailmen? Biaman asked. You're not one to get distracted easily, Lopman. I think it's pretty cool, though. Who knew there were so many different trailmen? Kokuaman noted. One of them is bound to lead us to the Rose Morning Star. It just seems a bit weird. Why are there 7 trailmen here? Lopman asked. Everywhere else only had one train track, or if they had a station, they usually only had a few train tracks, and only a few trailmen to rest there. I don't know, Pataman noted. Maybe this is a trailman hub. It could be, Laberman agreed. I mean, there are train hubs back in our world, so maybe there are such places in this world too. Lopman looked around before seeing a scarecrow-like Digimon. Hey, excuse me, how much does a ticket cost to ride on one of those trailmen? A ticket? The scarecrow Digimon asked before laughing. What? You don't need a ticket to ride on one of those trailmen. You just need to pick one that isn't already taken. Wait, really? Pataman blinked. It's that simple. Woo, today's our lucky day, Kokyuman cheered. Then come on, let's pick one of the trailmen. Byaman smiled. Wait a minute, Lopman called, but the others were already running to get down to the trailmen. Lopman groaned as he hurried after them, but his legs were really short, so he had some trouble catching up to them. With Lopman's ears, however, he thought he heard a familiar voice in the crowd. Hey, check it out. Neato. What's going on? 7 trailmen. Wait, those voices. Lopman felt his heart stopping for a second. Lopman turned around, seeing 5 familiar human children looking over the bridge. They're here. Oh shoot. Lopman hurried down to get to his friends. Pataman looked back at Lopman, seeing him coming towards them. What's wrong, bro? You look spooked. The kids are. Lopman was out of breath. What about some kids? Laberman frowned. The children, the human children, they're here, Lopman managed to shout. They're just over this bridge. Everyone else looked panicked. Oh crap, Byaman exclaimed. We can't let them see us. But how? There's nowhere to. Kokyuman looked at the trailman. We need to hide, everyone into the closest trailman. Without really time to think, the 5 Digimon ran into a big yellow trailman. Oh good, I didn't think I'd get a rider since Blackward Gararuman was scaring off the competition, the yellow trailman spoke up. I'm the kettle version of trailman. Wait, there's 5 of you? Who's the main rider here? Pataman hesitated. We're all riding. I'm afraid that's not possible. I can only have one rider, the rest can be assistants though, Kettle replied. What does that mean? Kokyuman asked. Oh boy, you came here not knowing what that means. I'm doomed, Kettle groaned. Cut the snark and just tell us, Laberman grumbled. It means I need someone at the top to guide me through the tracks, Kettle answered. You can't just do that yourself, Byaman questioned. Of course not, that's against the rules. This is something that both trailmen and their rider must go through together, Kettle sighed. If I wasn't so desperate for a rider right now, I'd kick you all out for being clueless. A rider? Oh great. Who is gonna be the main rider? Kokyuman groaned. If we weren't in such dire straits ourselves, we'd probably be much more willing to pick. But why does this trailman need a rider? No other trailman needed one before. What rules is he talking about, and why are these trailmen free? Something doesn't add up. Lopman frowned. You better hurry and decide soon, Kettle spoke up. We're running out of time here. Right, we'll figure this out later, Lopman said. Kokyuman, you take the wheel. Why me? Kokyuman squealed. None of us know how to drive a train, and some of us don't have the best dexterity right now. You know your machines and technology better than the rest of us. You're bound to figure it out a lot faster than any of us, Lopman answered. But what if Takuya and the others see me? Kokyuman asked nervously. Here, Byaman spoke up, grabbing a yellow towel. Wear this, it should keep your identity a secret, or at least not have the others suspect you're a Kokyuman they know. Pataman and Byaman tied the towel on Kokyuman, making it look like he was wearing a cloak over his head and back. Hey, don't you look good? Laberman chuckled. I don't feel like I look good at all, Kokyuman grumbled, tugging at the towel. Come on, Kokyuman, get up there before the trailman gets impatient with us, Lopman spoke up. Kokyuman groaned. Okay, fine, if it will get us moving, I'll do it. With that, he hovered up and into the seat, hesitating for a moment before he sighed. This should be interesting to say the least. Kokyuman's seat went up to the roof of Kettle. Kokyuman blinked, seeing there were other riders on the other trailmen. He recognized most of them as being the human children. This almost reminds me of the start of a race, Kokuaman noted. Duh, that's the point, Kettle said. What? Kokuaman asked. Boy, did you come here not knowing about the Great Trailman race? Kettle asked. Kokuaman paled as he realized what was happening now. Hey guys, I don't think this is just a leisurely ride down the tracks. A few hours earlier, Takuya, Koji, Zoe, Tommy, and JP were sitting inside a trailman's cart, specifically a buffalo trailman. They were all pretty glum since they missed their Digimon companions. This trailman sure is moving in a hurry somewhere, Takuya noted. But I can't help but wonder if we're getting further away from our Digimon friends. Even if we are, I'm sure we'll find them again, Koji said. Those 5 are resourceful and can handle themselves until then. While Koji could have said it better, he's also right. We can't just assume we'll never see our Digimon friends again. Zoe agreed. But why would they leave? Tommy asked as he stared into his detector, hoping for some kind of answer. They seemed pretty adamant about helping us before, so why leave? We don't know, Tommy. That's why we're hoping we'll run into them on this journey, JP grumbled. Just when things started going our way. Takuya looked over at the others. Ever since their Digimon friends went missing, there was a sense of loss among the group. Zoe would have been brushing Byaman's feathers on her lap. Koji would have petted Labberman on the seat beside him. JP and Kokuaman would be nerds talking about some video games. Tommy would have Lopman napping on his lap while Tommy cuddled with Lopman himself. And Takuya would have Pataman on his head or shoulder, talking about the scenery going past them. But with the Digimon gone, it felt so empty. Why does it feel like we're just half of a major group? Takuya wondered aloud. Like, it feels strange, just the 5 of us here. I get the feeling there should be more of us here, but it's only us. We got used to having the Digimon with us. Now that they're gone, of course it's going to feel like there's only half of us here, Koji sighed sourly. Koji was looking at the seat beside him, hating how empty it was with no Labberman there. To try to fill in the void he was feeling, Koji took out his detector, wanting to look at his beast spirit. The same beast spirit Labberman had helped him control. Zoe was looking at her own detector as well. Byaman, I felt like we were getting closer every day, almost like we were sisters, until you disappeared. Where did you go? Are you even doing okay out there? Takuya looked at his own detector, frowning as he wondered why Pataman had left. The image of his beast spirit showed up on the screen, the same one Pataman, Lopman, and Tommy had helped him gain control of, albeit not without difficulty. Why did you guys leave? He murmured. Lopman, you helped me be brave and realize that I didn't always need my powers to do what's right. Tommy muttered as he saw Korakakuman on his screen. When I felt like I couldn't do it. You were there to help, to push me, to give me advice. But now you're gone. JP looked at them. Come on, we can't let this keep us down. I miss Kokuaman and the rest of the Digimon too. Kokuaman nearly got himself killed to help me, and with my beast spirit. But they must have had a reason for why they left, and I'm sure they wouldn't want us to stay depressed about it. Takuya, Pataman even gave you his book so we wouldn't be completely clueless out there without them. Takuya looked up at JP's words. Yeah, you're right. Those 5 have to have had a reason they left us. Maybe, as we make our way to the Rose Morning Star, if we find them, we can ask them why they left and see if we can help them. Yeah, that's right. Lopman seemed like something was troubling him back at the fair before they disappeared, Tommy remembered. But he didn't want to tell me. Or maybe he couldn't. Come of think of it, Labberman was acting the same way too, Koji noted. Yeah, Byaman wanted to stick with me while we were at the fair, like she wanted to spend as much time as possible with me, Zoe noted. If I knew then that meant she had to leave soon, I would've. I don't know, done more with her. So you think they might be in trouble? JP asked. It's possible, Takuya said. That's why I'm hoping we can help them if we see them again. Cherubiman must have done something right. Are we sure if Cherubiman is the one responsible for them leaving? Tommy asked. It's the only explanation. At least, I think it is. Takuya replied before he looked down in thought and glanced back at Tommy. Why? Do you think something else may have made them leave? I don't know, Tommy admitted. It's just, if it was Cherubiman, why didn't they tell us? Cherubiman knows that we're already against him and we're coming to defeat him. Why would he keep them silenced about it? It's just a feeling I get that something else is at play here. They always seem to know something that we don't, Koji agreed. But what could it be? We've always heard Cherubimon is the big bad guy here, Zoe pointed out. What else could be out there that might be just as bad or worse than that corrupted rabbit? Koji looked down and scowled. I remember. Something strange, seeing what looked like it wasn't a Digimon, but I couldn't really tell what it was. This was before I met up with you guys, but was with Labramon. I had come across Lopman and Biyomon too, and they were the targets of this thing. Everyone else looked at Koji as he continued his explanation. After taking a breath for a moment, Koji resumed speaking. This thing was intending to get rid of them, but I spirit evolved into Labramon and drove it off. The thing mentioned that it couldn't be seen by a legendary warrior, which was why it left. I assumed it was an agent of Cherubimon at first, so I never thought much of it after that. But now that I look back on it, that thing may not have been an agent for Cherubimon at all. But what else could it have been? JP asked. I remember something like that too. Back on that island of toys, Takuya noted. Stuff was getting all weird, glitchy, and messed up. Oh yeah, Koji and I were fighting against something huge that was using attacks that didn't feel like Digimon attacks, Tommy recalled. Labramon seemed to know something, but we were too busy fighting to ask her about it. You think those weird things are coming after them? Zoe frowned. Well, they haven't been bothering us for a while, JP said, so I thought they just kinda left us alone. Regardless, those things might be our only clue to what might be going on with them, Koji said. It's clear that our Digimon friends needed our help, but we couldn't figure out what they needed until it was too late. Dang, they were sneaky, hiding this from us, Takuya grumbled. But now that we know, we need to make sure we help them when they need it. That is, if we can find them, JP pointed out. We have no idea where they went after they left us. Our best guess is the Rose Morning Star, but that was only because Affinimon told us to go there, Tommy noted. We don't know if that's where they went to. Before any more could be said, a small, cute-looking Digimon with a hamburger bun on its head began to push a cart of food toward them. Goodly morning, the Digimon called out, gaining everyone's attention. Now, would anyone like a little snacky? Curious to see what this Digimon was, Takuya brought the book out from his jacket and scrolled through the pages until he saw a Digimon of the same species. Oh, how cute! This Digimon's called a Burgerman. Says they love making burgers and other such foods for other people. Apparently there's a rookie and a champion form of Burgerman. This one's obviously the rookie form, though. Zoe looked excited at the thought of food. Oh, I would like a snack, she exclaimed as she stood up from her seat. It costs money, you know. Takuya reminded her, making Zoe look at him in an annoyed manner. I know, Zoe huffed. I still have some money left from when we worked with Sepikman. Zoe dug into her pockets and pulled out her pink wallet, taking out some digidollars from it. What would you like, miss? Burgerman asked. I have tons of snacks, including candy bars and chocolatey cakes. Maybe you should save your money. We'll be stopping soon, Koji spoke up. Zoe felt her stomach growl. Aw man, I know we should save our money, but I'm so hungry. Takuya chuckled a little before the morning sun started rising up in the sky, momentarily blinding him. Takuya never really noticed how beautiful the morning sun could be. It promised of a new day. The trailman soon came to a stop at a town. All right, everybody off, trailman announced. The group came out of the trailman and looked around, confused. Hey, where are we? Takuya asked. This doesn't look like the Rose Morning Star, Tommy said. Yeah, hey trailman, aren't you supposed to be the Rose Morning Star Express? Zoe asked. Not today, it's the Great Trailman Race, the trailman replied almost eagerly, and I'm gonna win. With that said, the trailman took off, leaving the children behind. Wait, what is this Great Trailman Race? Zoe called, but the trailman was long gone, so she didn't even get an answer. Geez, you'd think these trailmen would take the deterioration of their world more seriously than try to win some stupid race, Koji grumbled. It can't be helped. People are gonna dream even if it's the end of the world, JP chuckled. Besides, I don't think most of these trailmen even realize we're legendary warriors, Tommy noted. Which is odd, you'd think the news of humans turning into Digimon would have spread like wildfire, Takuya grumbled. Well, if we're stuck here, we might as well look around, Koji sighed. Are you thinking that our Digimon friends could have come by here? Tommy asked. Yeah, I was, how'd you guess? Koji asked. I was thinking the same thing, Tommy replied. We hadn't seen any towns or cities for miles. This is probably the closest town from the Autumn Leaf Fair, so they would have to come by here, right? Yeah, it makes sense, Takuya agreed. We should use this time to look around and see if we can find them. JP grinned. And if we see those creepy things after our friends, we just spirit evolve and take those things out. Whoa there, let's not get too into this, Takuya exclaimed. We need to be careful if we run into those things. They may just flee the area before we can even land a blow to them. Let's focus on exploring first. If we're lucky, we might find our friends out here, Zoe said. Maybe even get some food. As if on cue, all of their stomachs growled in unison. You had to mention food, didn't you? JP grumbled. Hey, we didn't eat on the train, Zoe retorted, not really in the mood to argue. I think we need to eat first, since everyone seems to be hungry and grumpy, Takuya said with a nervous grin. Let's see if we can find a place to eat then, Koji sighed. Maybe we'll find our friends eating too, Tommy said, trying to remain optimistic. The 5 kids began walking, trying to find a place to eat, when something caught Takuya's eye and he looked over. A big grin crossed his face. Hey, check it out, he exclaimed as he ran over to where he could see 7 trailmen below. The other kids ran over, wondering what had him so excited. Soon, the other legendary warriors saw what Takuya was staring at. Neato, Tommy exclaimed. What's going on? Zoe asked, wondering what the big deal was. 7 trailmen, Tommy explained. They're all in a row down there. But why? JP asked. There are 7 riders for each trailman, a scarecrow Digimon answered. Each of the riders are to work with the trailman. They're supposed to work as a team. Trailman riding is dangerous business. But it's a race to see who is the best of the best when it comes to trailmen. Trailmen get a huge honor if they manage to win. Is there a grand prize for the rider? Zoe asked. I think I've heard something about a burger. The scarecrow Digimon answered a little uncertainly. Zoe's face lit up. Then I'm in, she exclaimed before she ran into the trailman's starting row. Hey, I'm in for trailman racing. Zoe, why does she have to rush into things? Does she even know how to drive a trailman? Koji frowned in annoyance. Is the grand prize really just a burger? Seems kind of lame, even if we are hungry, Tommy frowned as well. I just know what I heard, but I'm not really sure, the scarecrow Digimon admitted. But I do know the grand prize is usually a good one, so there must be more to it than just a burger. Well, if there is more to this prize, we may as well see what it's about, Takuya suggested. I mean, this could be kind of fun too. We're not supposed to be here to have fun, Koji grumbled. Did you forget that we're on a mission and we're looking for our friends? Lighten up a little, Koji. We're not going to get much of anywhere if all we do is work. Besides, what if the grand prize is an all-you-can-eat burger place? We'd be set for food for a while. Takuya grinned. Well, I'm in. I'd love a good burger, and this whole trailman race might get us into trailman's good graces, and that means we may not have to pay for a ticket if we need a ride somewhere. JP grinned as well. That's a good point, Tommy admitted. I've always wanted to try driving my own train too. Koji grumbled, but JP had a valid point. If they helped a trailman to win, maybe it would be a benefit for the group as a whole. And just think, you could tell Labraman about how you drove a trailman and saved her a burger, Tilda, Takuya grinned. Koji sighed. Okay, fine, we'll do this stupid trailman race. Then let's go see if we can get on a trailman. Takuya grinned before running down into the trailman's starting row. The others followed him easily, splitting off to find a trailman to ride with. Don't we have to sign up for a competition? JP asked, but Takuya and Koji were already running off. Guess not. Come on, JP, if it's as easy as just picking a trailman, then let's hurry and pick one before someone else does, Tommy smiled. Everyone ran down to the trailman. Zoe stopped in front of the buffalo trailman, the same one who they had been riding in earlier. Excuse me, I can't seem to find my partner, Buffalo called out. Oh, here, I can be your partner, Zoe smiled, running over to Buffalo. Oh, well, Buffalo looked to be hesitant about accepting her. Aw, come on, please, Zoe pleaded. Well, Buffalo said, I already have a partner, but they don't seem to be here yet. I mean, if they're late, then why not just let me? Zoe began to say before a large, black-furred werewolf Digimon jumped in front of her. Back off, human, he's already got a partner. Yeah, a small, cartoonish-like yellow dog snickered. Dogman, let me handle this, the black-furred werewolf Digimon snapped. Oh good, you're here, we're Gararuman. I could never win with a human, Buffalo said in relief. Zoe pouted, that's rude. I don't have a rider, a mole trailman said somberly. My partner got scared off when they heard about were Gararuman participating in this year's trailman race. Zoe ran over to the mole trailman. Would you take me as your partner? Yes, that'd be swell, the mole trailman replied gratefully. JP walked over to a teal and white trailman, with yellow eyes, and seemed to resemble a raccoon dog. Hey, do you mind if I take you? JP asked. Not at all, I don't have a rider anyway, so I'll take anyone, the raccoon dog trailman replied. Takuya was looking at the trailman, and approached the trailman that looked an awful lot like the one that took them to the digital world in the first place. Well, this sounds like it will be fun. Takuya grinned at the trailman he was supposed to be riding. The worm trailman grunted, just don't blow it, kid. The loudness of Worm's voice made Takuya stumble, because he was so close to Worm's giant teeth that blocked its mouth. Huh, weren't there other Digimon here just a minute ago? I wonder what happened to them. An angler muttered worriedly. I was hoping one of them would pick me. Did they run off? Tommy asked Angler, having heard what he said. I can only guess they did. What a shame, and they were so cute too, Angler sighed. Then, do you mind if I became your partner? Tommy asked. You and me, Angler asked, surprised. Tommy nodded. That'll be great, you're pretty cute too, Angler gushed. I'm not that cute, Tommy grumbled. Koji walked over to a reddish-brown-looking trailman. The name's Franken, the trailman stated. Well, do you need a rider? Koji asked. If you plan to be my rider, then just hurry and hop on and whatever, Franken replied in an uncaring tone. Gee, thanks, Koji sarcastically grumbled, not liking Franken's attitude. All that was left was the yellow trailman, but it looked like he already had a rider. There appeared to be a mysterious Digimon wearing a yellow cloak on top of the yellow trailman. Hey guys, I don't think this is just a leisurely ride down the tracks, the Digimon gulped. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the annual Great Trailman Race, an angel-like Digimon announced as he flew over the trailmen and their riders. It's a race, the cloaked Digimon muttered. The crowd of gathered Digimon began to cheer eagerly. It seemed this was an annual thing for this town. It seems like you're all ready to race, the angel-like Digimon continued, and so are our contestants. Everyone get ready. The countdown began, with each of the legendary warriors situated in their respective trailmen, as well as the mysterious cloaked Digimon. As soon as the countdown hit 0, all 7 trailmen were off down the tracks. Buffalo was moving ahead of the pack already. Kettle was the furthest one behind. So we're locked in a race of trailmen, with the legendary warriors all around us. I know the situation looks pretty bad, but it could be worse, right? Pataman asked the group. Did you seriously just jinx us? Byaman frowned. What do we do then? Labraman asked. I mean we didn't expect to participate in a race. Maybe we shouldn't try to win, because that would get us all sorts of unwanted attention, Byaman suggested. Lopman frowned as he looked through a one-way window from the trailman. The window was invisible from the outside, but luckily they were able to see what was outside. I don't think winning is our biggest issue, Lopman said. Look. Pataman, Byaman, and Labraman looked out the window and saw something green glowing over to the buffalo trailman and seemed to have phased inside, though it didn't look like it did anything else. Do you think that was one of the ghosts? Labraman gulped. It has to have been, Byaman groaned. Nothing else looks green and glowing like that in this world. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, Pataman grumbled, me and my big mouth. But why are they here? They're also under a strict rule of not interacting with the legendary warriors, Lopman frowned. Is it because they saw us? What are they trying to do? And they're ghosts. They can hide from the legendary warriors a lot easier than we can, Labraman pointed out. It looks like they're planning something with that black trailman, Byaman noted. Why else would they be hiding in there? They could have just come in here, couldn't they? Pataman asked. Yeah, but then they'd have to face all of us. And at least 2 of you should be able to handle one ghost, Lopman noted, looking at Pataman and Labraman. But there isn't much room to fight in here, and we'd hurt the trailmen, Biaman pointed out. Maybe we should try fighting against them outside. We can't, the rules state we can't be seen by the legendary warriors at this point. Labraman pointed out. Even if we can fight a ghost, there's a chance the legendary warriors could interfere and spot us. Not if I turn us invisible, Pataman suggested. That would make it harder for us to be seen by the children. Can you turn all of us invisible at all times, even when we're in combat? Lopman questioned. From what I understand, you'd have to be in direct contact with us to turn us invisible, and you have to concentrate. Those aren't things you'll have the luxury for in the heat of battle, and one wrong move, one little slip-up, will cost us greatly. Pataman groaned. No, I can't turn all of us invisible at all times, he admitted. I can't even duplicate myself yet, which would be handy for combat at this point. This is just our luck, isn't it? Stuck in a trailman race with the legendary warriors and one of those ghosts after us too. This is just dandy, isn't it? No need to be so sarcastic, Biaman's sweat dropped, although I can't say I blame you. Pataman sighed. Sorry, I'm just stressed out with these new developments. Still though, Pataman is right, we're not in a very good situation, Lopman said. Kokuaman is busy with the trailman, but who knows what this ghost is planning. I can't tell if they're acting alone or if they're working with their teammates. For now, it'll be best to assume there's more than one so we don't get taken by surprise. Ghosts can overshadow others, which seem to include Digimon. Because of this, they can hide inside another Digimon and not technically be seen by the legendary warriors. It's a loophole they can easily exploit. Who knows what kind of damage they'll do in order to get to us? It would be foolish for all of us to stay in one spot. So what do you suggest then? Labraman asked. Lopman, for a long moment, didn't say anything. Are you out of ideas? Biaman asked. As we are now, our options are severely limited, Lopman grimly stated. The way I see it, realistically, the best way we can handle this is to fight a ghost with our own ghost. Someone who can fly, go invisible, intangible, and can overshadow another if they need to. Pataman groaned, and that's me. I'm the only one who has ghostly abilities here, so I'm the only one who can handle this ghost. He then let out a shaky breath. Well, it's not like I'm new to this at this point, so yeah, no pressure here. That's true, but, Lopman began hesitantly, I'd rather you don't fight them. Huh, why not? Pataman questioned. If you fight them, chances are, you're going to get spotted by one of the legendary warriors. Fighting causes a ruckus. Even being invisible won't help for long. They'll notice a disturbance somewhere, Lopman answered. And if there is more than one ghost here, either they'll gang up on you to help their ally, or they'll ignore you while you're too busy fighting one of them, so they're free to continue doing whatever it is they're planning, leaving us without any backup. So no fighting, got it, Pataman groaned. So I use my abilities only in self-defense but try to avoid a fight. That sounds like it will be so easy. I think you're missing one important thing, Biaman sighed. What exactly are you supposed to do? Because Pataman is our only ghostly being who can level with the other ghosts, we need to use him wisely here, Lopman stated. Hey, don't talk about me like I'm some kind of tool of war, Pataman huffed. Lopman looked at Pataman. Well, I guess we kind of are at war, Pataman muttered. I'm sorry, bro, I was being careless with my wording. I meant we need to use your abilities wisely here, Lopman sighed. I think the best thing you can do is to keep an eye on things. Try to investigate and find out what the ghost is planning to do, then warn us so we can prepare. Pataman nodded, knowing what his brother was suggesting was easily within what he could do. Okay, I can do that. But deep down inside, Pataman shivered. Who knew Lopman could be so calculating? I mean, yes, I knew he could be calculating, but to see it in action each time gives me chills down my back. What about the rest of us? Labraman asked. For now, we'll assist Kokuaman in this race, Lopman said. The goal isn't to win, but to survive. The others all nodded. If they didn't survive the race, then there was no chance they could help the children out of this dream they were trapped in. Okay, I think we know what we need to do, Pataman said. Let's get to it so we can make it through this race. Pataman summoned a ring of light around his belly. having them split apart horizontally, changing him to a black and white color, and his eyes turning a bright green, and a glowing aura surrounded them. "Dang, I don't think I'll get used to that," Labberman said in awe, being the newest one to witness Patamon's transformation. Patamon turned intangible and invisible before flying out of Kettle to start checking things out. "Is everything going all right up there?" Byaman called out to Kokuaman. "Why, yeah, so far, but what am I supposed to do?" Kokuaman asked. "Am I supposed to try to win or what?" "For now, participate in the race, but keep an eye out for any danger," Lopman instructed. "We'll be here to assist you if you need it." As Patamon flew up, he looked down at the contestants. He saw Buffalo, the one that had the ghost going inside of, passing the other trailmen with ease. Patamon flew down closer to Buffalo. He needed to figure out what the ghost was up to. JP, who was piloting Raccoon Dog, was trying to keep up with Buffalo. And Zoe, who was piloting Mole, was catching up to them. Wargararuman, Black, didn't acknowledge JP at all, but Dogman, who was apparently Wargararuman, Black's assistant, was snickering and laughing at JP. JP had no idea why Dogman was laughing at him when all they were doing was passing him by, but it was getting on his nerves. "That little," JP growled out. "I'll show him a thing or two about what's funny." JP wasn't about to be so reckless with his spirit evolution, though. "Can you catch up to them?" JP asked his trailman. "I'll definitely try," Raccoon Dog replied before increasing his speed. When the two began to catch up to Buffalo, Dogman looked back and yelped before whimpering. He poked Wargararuman, Black, who glanced back and sneered. "Well, why don't we give them a treat, Dogman?" Dogman got the hint and snickered. He reached into where he was writing and pulled out some smaller bombs. "A big kaboom," Dogman snickered in his raspy voice. Dogman threw the bombs at Raccoon Dog and JP. "Hey," Raccoon Dog exclaimed as JP gasped. Those bombs were heading right for him and Raccoon Dog. JP reacted quickly. The green outline of his first spirit became visible on the screen of his detector as he held it up. JP then held up his left hand as fractal coating formed around it, his detector held in his other hand. Slamming the device against the ring of coating, he brought the two together. JP then called out the familiar phrase he knew by heart. "Execute, spirit evolution." Coating encircled him as his clothes ripped away and his body became data, the power of the spirit flowing into him. Blue and yellow armor formed on his body as he grew in height and strength. On his back, wings formed before they were covered by two halves of a hard shell, and on his head, a horn grew. His eyes became green as a faceplate covered his mouth, and he felt the power of thunder flowing into his body. He landed, slamming his fists together as he cried out his name. "Beetleman." Drawing back a fist with electricity around it, Beetleman punched and let loose a thunderous attack at the incoming bombs. Thunder Fist. The electrical attack hit the bombs, causing them to blow up before they hit Raccoon Dog. The trailman emerged from the smoke coughing, but otherwise seemed to be fine. "Thanks," Raccoon Dog said gratefully. "Don't thank me yet," Beetleman warned. "Who knows what else that sneaky mutt has up his sleeves." "Did that human just turn into a Digimon?" Wargararuman, Black frowned. "Wait, it can't be. Are they the legendary warriors?" "So what if they are?" Dogman asked. Wargararuman, Black, glared at Dogman. "You idiot, don't you realize how strong the legendary warriors are?" Dogman blinked as he tilted his head to the side in confusion for a moment before a chill ran down his spine and he yipped, clinging to Wargararuman, Black, in fear. "We're screwed." Beetleman chuckled at the reaction he was getting, albeit feeling a bit bad for Dogman. "I guess our reputation precedes us." Wargararuman, Black, frowned. He hadn't expected to have to face with a legendary warrior in the race today. He looked at the other trailmen that had a human on them. With the exception of Kettle, who seemed to just have an ordinary Digimon on him, therefore nobody to worry about, he feared that the others were all legendary warriors. After all, humans didn't normally exist in the digital world. So that meant these had to be the ones that could turn into legendary warriors. Patamon had been flying close by, and he suddenly felt the ghost's presence move. He looked up, seeing the green energy coming out of the trailman they had been hiding in, then it went into Dogman's body. Dogman flinched a little before its eyes turned green. "Wargararuman, are you really going to give up because of these legendary warriors?" Dogman asked suddenly. What do you mean? Garurumon Black asked, surprised at Dogman's change in attitude. And what happened? You were cowering beside me a minute ago, and how you're acting. Like this. I've decided to get serious when I saw you were cowering, Dogman answered. It might be true that you won't be able to win against these legendary warriors in a fair race. Their attacks would far exceed yours and my own. But you do have an advantage over them. Dogman gave a sinister grin, one that didn't fit his cartoony, mischievous nature, as he looked over at Kettle, the trailman that was lagging a little behind the others. There is one trailman that doesn't have a legendary warrior on it. It only has a weak rookie Digimon, meaning they won't be able to protect themselves from your abilities. The legendary warriors are goody-goodies. They'll drop everything to keep this innocent Digimon safe, which means you'll be able to win if you keep aiming for Kettle. Garurumon Black sneered at this plan. Ah, I see. I believe that is a very good plan, Dogman. Patamon narrowed his eyes, seeing what the ghost was planning. He was telling Garurumon Black to aim specifically for them and ignore the others. Patamon quickly flew back to Kettle to warn them. Entering into Kettle, Patamon returned to his tangible and visible form. Guys, I've got bad news. What's the update? Lopman asked. The ghost is overshadowing Dogman and is influencing Garurumon to focus on us, Patamon answered. So they're not overshadowing Garurumon himself? Labramon asked. My guess is that Garurumon might be too hard to overshadow since he is an ultimate-level Digimon, Lopman theorized. And they also figured they might get better and more natural results if Garurumon was the one doing the sabotaging rather than themselves. But this could also be useful to us, Byaman realized. Dogman is not an ultimate-level Digimon, so we may not have to fight Garurumon ourselves. Don't be so sure, Patamon said grimly. We don't know what will happen at this point. We'd best be careful instead. So what do we do then? How can we stop the sabotage? Labramon asked in worry. We're going to need some invisible work, Lopman stated. Patamon will have to go out there while invisible to try to stop whatever Garurumon tries to throw our way. And if I'm not enough, Patamon asked. We'll have to hope Kokuamon will be able to dodge whatever Garurumon has coming our way, Lopman said. But we might be able to help influence the speed of this trailman as long as we're here. Everyone else blinked in confusion. How will we do that? Labramon asked. Trailman is like a train. How do you speed a train up? Lopman asked. You feed it coal, lots of coal. Lopman gestured to a pile of coal in the corner. Byaman grinned. I see, so we increase the speed of the trailman. She then hesitated. But that means we'd be polluting the environment. Oh, come on, really? Labramon exclaimed, exasperated. We're in a dream world and you're worried about the coal fumes polluting the environment while we're trying to survive. Labramon has a point, Byaman. Patamon sweat dropped. It's either we use what we have at our disposal or we don't stand a chance here. Besides, this is the digital world, dream world or not. This stuff may actually make the environment thrive. It is made of fractal code after all, Lopman pointed. Need I remind you that some Digimon actually consume battery acid? All right, you've made your points. It's just, old habits die hard, Byaman admitted. Guys, Kokuamon called, we're heading towards the cliff. You better get going, Patamon. Who knows when Garurumon will start trying to sabotage us, Lopman instructed. Remember, stay close, don't release your invisibility unless you're sure nobody can see you. Patamon nodded. Okay, I'll be careful, but you guys be careful as well, he said before turning intangible again and flying out of the trailman back to keep an eye on Garurumon and the overshadowed Dogman. Well, let's see if we can get this trailman to move any faster, Labramon suggested. At least we'd be ahead of Garurumon and his overshadowed lackey. Kokuamon, we're going to try to control Kettle's speed. Let us know if you need us to go faster or slow down, Lopman called out. Okay, Kokuamon confirmed. We're about to go up a vertical mountain, so start speeding up. Byaman, Labramon, and Lopman got to work shoveling coal into the furnace. Kettle let out some steam. Whoa, I haven't felt this energized in years. Takuya blinked as he looked to the side. He and Worm had been lagging behind Buffalo a little, but that was mostly to keep pace rather than to try to push again. but it had mostly just been the two of them while the others started to lag behind. But he was surprised when the yellow trailman, the one that had been lagging behind everyone else, was suddenly catching up to them at an alarming rate. "Whoa, didn't expect that," Takuya murmured before looking down at Worm. "Hey, we've got that yellow trailman catching up to us. Do you think you could increase your speed?" "Thought you'd never ask," Worm replied before he started speeding up himself. Though it wasn't as fast as Kettle's speed, it was enough to start going past Buffalo and Wagararuman, Black. Seeing that Kettle and Worm were passing him, Wagararuman, Black, growled as he began banging on Buffalo's roof. "You must go faster." "Well, hitting me isn't going to help," Buffalo snapped. The other trailmen behind them were having some trouble climbing up the hills. Mole seemed to be having an especially tough time. Angler, Raccoon Dog, and Franken were starting to move past them. "We're getting close to the narrow tracks," Kokuaman announced to the group. "Should we slow down?" "If Wagararuman is going to aim at us, then we need to make sure we keep his attention on us," Labraman said. "Won't Takuya notice? He's right behind us," Kokuaman questioned. "Kokuaman's right. We don't want the others to notice if we can help it. Let's slow down and let Takuya pass us," Lopman said. The other Digimon nodded, deciding it was best to do as Lopman suggested. The last thing they needed was to be spotted by the legendary warriors. They stopped shoveling coal into Kettle Trailman, causing him to slow down. "Hey, where did my speed boost go?" Kettle wondered aloud. "We needed to slow down a bit, that's all," Kokuaman said to Kettle. "Don't want to be knocked out of the race so soon." Takuya had Worm pass by Kettle. Even he was surprised by the sudden slow down by the trailman. As he was passing by, he looked at the cloaked Digimon that was piloting Trailman. The Digimon didn't look up at him at all, keeping their face hidden. Takuya felt like this cloaked Digimon was familiar, but without a good look at the Digimon's face, he couldn't be entirely sure. "Hey, keep your eyes ahead, kid," Worm exclaimed, making Takuya yelp before he faced the tracks ahead again while sheepishly rubbing the back of his neck. Sorry," Takuya apologized sheepishly. Now that left Kettle in front of Buffalo, which opened them to sabotage. Kokuaman looked back at Buffalo closing in. "Dogman, throw a bomb at them," Wagararuman Black ordered. "If you insist, Tilda." Dogman grinned as he formed a bomb with his paws and threw it at Kettle. "Intercept," Lopman called out, having heard Wagararuman Black's orders. Pataman flew at the bomb while invisible, and tackled it right back at Wagararuman Black. The bomb flew back at Wagararuman Black, surprising him. The ultimate level Digimon yelped as the bomb blew up in his face. The smoke cleared, revealing Wagararuman Black's face was darker in color than normal. Pataman had to bite his lower lip to keep from bursting out laughing at how silly Wagararuman Black looked with a soot-covered face. "What the hell was that?" Wagararuman Black shouted. "Shall I try another?" Dogman asked. Wagararuman Black hissed. "We need to slow them down now." "Then I will aim for the wheels," Dogman replied before throwing out 8 bombs this time. "Incoming," Kokuaman yelled. Pataman tried to hit them back, but 8 was too many for him. Some of the bombs managed to hit Kettle's wheels, throwing him off balance. Kokuaman jerked and turned the controls as much as he could, trying to keep Kettle on track and not fall into the abyss below. Thankfully, Kokuaman was able to keep Kettle on track, though this costed him too much speed since Buffalo was now passing him by. "See ya, losers. Oh, and Dogman, make sure they can't catch up anymore," Wagararuman Black instructed. "With pleasure, Tilda." Dogman grinned sinisterly, as he created much stronger bombs meant for the canyon tracks itself. Speed up now," Kokuaman practically screamed. Lopman, Labraman, and Biaman were recovering from that bomb earlier, but hearing Kokuaman's urgency, they quickly began kicking as much coal as they could into the furnace. Kettle suddenly gained such a burst in speed that his engine blew out like a rocket and pushed him forward just as the bombs destroyed the narrow track. The destruction the bombs left behind wasn't hard to miss. Franken was approaching quickly. Koji gasped as he saw this. "We're not gonna make it, you'll have to jump it," he exclaimed. "Whatever," Franken grumbled before pouring on the speed and managing to jump the gap. But unlike Franken and Koji, Angler and Mole were approaching quickly and trying to slow down. Can't you slow down any faster? Tommy exclaimed in worry. I'm trying, Angler whined. Realizing there was no more time, Tommy looked at Zoe. It's time to evolve. Zoe nodded back, right behind you. Zoe held up her detector as the magenta outline of her spirit appeared visible on the screen of her detector as she held it up. Fractal coding appeared on her left hand, and she slammed the detector against it as she brought the two together. Zoe then called out the familiar phrase she knew by heart. Execute, spirit evolution. Her body became data as her clothes ripped away. Coding surrounded her in a cocoon of sorts, and the power of her first spirit flowed into her. Her hair became longer, flowing past her waist and turning a purple color. Her body grew in height, increasing her strength and speed. A bikini-like outfit appeared on her body as gloves, and high boots formed on her arms and legs, with shoulder guards appearing as well as a visor that covered her eyes. Butterfly-like wings appeared on her back and she landed, letting out a cry as she unleashed a kick before she came to a stop and said her name. Kaisman. Tommy held up his detector as the light green digital form of his first spirit appeared on the screen of his detector, and he formed the familiar ring of fractal coding around his left hand. He swiped the detector over the coding, calling out the familiar phrase he knew by heart. Execute, spirit evolution. His clothes ripped away as his body became digital, and the process began. Coding surrounded him as the power of the spirit flowed into his body. He lost his hair, and his body became white as snow. His fingers became like paws almost, and he gained a more cub-like appearance to his body. Green chest armor formed on his body, and his feet gained green and red boots. A headband that had the image of a bear on it formed on his head, and he gained a shoulder pad on each side, but one was red while the other was gray in color. He slid down and landed as a mushy pile before he reformed and grinned, calling out his name. Cumaman. Immediately, Cumaman landed in front of Angler, turning his body into solid ice before leaping across the destroyed bridge. Frozen tundra. Cumaman became a bridge of ice for Angler. Angler was quite shocked at this turn of events. How the crap is he doing that? Padaman wondered in shock as he saw Cumaman making an icy bridge with his own body. I've never seen Cumaman do that before. Kaisman reacted quickly, grabbing onto Mole before he could fall and carrying him across. Oh gosh, Kaisman is a lot stronger than she looks, Padaman thought in surprise. Cumaman and Kaisman managed to get their respective trailmen back on track before they both hopped back onto their trailmen. We made it, Cumaman said in relief. Thanks to all that training before, I was able to carry Mole back on the track. Kaisman smiled proudly. Yeah, I'll say, Cumaman grinned back. Now let's see if we can continue on this race. Beetleman flew past them, carrying Raccoon Dog with a bit more ease than Kaisman, then put him down on the track before getting on top. See ya guys, Beetleman waved to them. Hey, you're not getting ahead of us so easily, Kaisman exclaimed as Mole took off down the tracks after Raccoon Dog. Wait up, Cumaman exclaimed as Angler followed Mole and Raccoon Dog. I'm not losing this race. Neither are we, Kaisman called out. So 3 out of 5 have already spirit evolved. The other 2 may spirit evolve themselves soon. It's going to make things harder when they do, but not impossible. Padaman thought to himself as he flew higher to keep an eye on the racers. After getting past the narrow trails, the trailmen were now going around the mountain on even more narrow tracks. Oh gosh, that's a long way down, Takuya gulped. Relax kid, you got nothing to worry about, Worm confidently said as he weaved around the tracks with ease. Kettle had managed to pass Buffalo earlier when the Digimon inside his cart practically blew up his furnace earlier, but they seemed to have stopped since he was going at his normal speed again. Probably for the best since this required precision and caution rather than speed and recklessness. However, that also put him in danger of Buffalo. Buffalo sped up and rammed his head behind Kettle's back. Buffalo kept hitting Kettle's back over and over again. Are you crazy? Kokyuman shouted. Crazy enough to win, Wagararuman Black shouted back. Why is there no rule against this? Byaman shouted, feeling every hit Buffalo was doing due to being inside Kettle. How should we know? Labraman exclaimed back, trying to stay standing, but each hit just knocked her back down to the floor. If this keeps up, we may not make it through this race. Hey, cut it out, Kettle shouted, trying to move around aggressively to try to get the other trailmen off of him. This caused Kokuaman to fall off of Kettle's roof, however. Kokuaman could fly, but that might disrupt his cloak and out him in front of Takuya and Koji since they were the closest. Koji gasped, seeing that the Digimon had been knocked over the cliff. Oh no, that Digimon's falling. Pataman was screaming every cuss word he could think of in his head as he quickly flew toward Kokuaman. He managed to grab onto Kokuaman and turned him invisible. Koji was, shocked to say the least. The Digimon that was falling suddenly disappeared. Where did that Digimon go? Koji frowned. Hugh, glad you made it back. Koji heard Kettle speak up in relief. Koji blinked, looking ahead. It was a little difficult to see due to Buffalo being in front of him, but that Digimon was back on Kettle's head. Did that Digimon teleport? Shaking his head, Koji forced himself to focus on the race again. At least the Digimon is safe. Now I can focus on this race. I have to, with that were Gararuman pulling all of this crap. How did you? Hey, you can't just teleport, that's not fair. Were Gararuman, Black shouted in anger. Fair, you want to talk fair, pal? You've been sabotaging this entire race, Kokuaman shouted back. Also, they're accusing you of cheating, what are you going to do about it? Dogman egged Were Gararuman, Black on. Were Gararuman, Black, was not going to take the claims of cheating lying down. I'm not going to let you get away with such accusations, the ultimate-level Digimon exclaimed as he got up onto Buffalo's roof. I will remove you from this race myself if I have to. Kokuaman's eyes went wide. Guys, I don't think I can handle a one-on-one with an ultimate-level Digimon. Lopman, Labraman, and Byaman looked at each other. Pataman might be able to help, but there was only so much he could do while invisible. The other legendary warriors were bound to notice this. What do we do? Byaman frantically asked. If only I could just send Doberman up there. She might be able to keep that Were Gararuman at bay. Labraman frowned. Lopman looked at Labraman as what she said gave him an idea. That might work. What? If I send Doberman out there, everyone's going to see her, Labraman shouted. We'll break the rules. Correction, the rule is that we can't be seen by the legendary warriors, not our partners, Lopman pointed out. If you and Labraman separate, then you won't technically be seen, only your partner will be seen. And they won't recognize Doberman as Labraman. They will assume she digivolved, Labraman realized, catching on to the plan. I see, so I don't have to be seen. Lopman nodded, exactly. Labraman grinned. Then let's see how this wild mutt handles another dog on his turf. He's coming, Kokuaman shouted frantically. Better hurry and do it then, Byaman urgently said. Kokuaman's about to be scrapped for metal. Fractal code surrounded Dash's body and the core that was Labraman. Labraman's body was glowing brightly. She let out a howl as she held out her front paws. Fractal code surrounded them like ribbons, covering her paws and extending out, creating a pair of arms and hands. Her back legs were then covered by fractal codes as well, extending out into legs and feet. Her body was wrapped in fractal code, turning large and bulky, then her face was wrapped in fractal code, turning into a human face with short blonde hair and blue eyes. The fractal code that was surrounding her body then separated from the human body, turning into Labraman herself. Now separated, Dash grinned. Ready, Labraman? Labraman smiled back. Ready, she said before fractal code surrounded her again. Labraman, digivolve too? Labraman felt her skin and fur peeling away from her body and limbs. Black fur formed on her upper body and limbs as her skin reattached to her as well. Her ears were now pointed and swept back, and her tail was thin and covered in black fur as well. Her eyes opened to reveal a red color, and a spiked metal collar was on her neck. Doberman. Whoa, that looks so cool up close, Byaman said with her eyes sparkling. It was her first time witnessing the separation and the digivolution in one go. Dash chuckled. Just wait until you experience it. It's certainly something different. Doberman nodded at Dash. Okay, I can take it from here, she said. I will help Kokuaman. Kokuaman, move out of the way, help's coming, Lopman called out. Kokuaman didn't hesitate to jump off of the seat, allowing Doberman to jump out and onto the roof, growling at Were Gararuman, Black, who was taken back by this surprise Digimon. Whoa, looks like a fight between two dogs is about to break out, Pitaman announced, who had been watching the whole race and commenting. What the heck is going on back there? Takuya looked back, seeing that some kind of fight was breaking loose. If you want to fight, then fight me instead of a rookie, you cowardly chump. Doberman growled at Wagararuman Black. What the heck? I didn't think there were any other Digimon on this trailman. Wagararuman Black exclaimed in frustration. You thought wrong, Doberman replied. What Digimon is that? Koji questioned, looking down from the cliff since Franken had taken a higher route to get over the two trailmen that were kind of battling each other, or rather, their riders were. Dunno, don't care, Franken replied. Koji couldn't help but get a sense of familiarity from that other dog Digimon. Shadowclaw, Wagararuman Black launched himself forward, intending to slash at Doberman. Doberman didn't back down. Gray noise. Doberman unleashed a bone-chilling howl from her maw. She had waited for Wagararuman Black to get in close so he would be at point blank for her howl. The howl sealed away Wagararuman Black's shadow claw instantly, causing him to just scratch Doberman slightly. How did you do that? Wagararuman Black exclaimed in shock. One of my abilities. Doberman grinned back with a smirk, but I can't say the same for you. She opened her maw and bit down hard on Wagararuman Black's arm that was closest to her. Wagararuman Black shouted in pain as he slammed his other fist onto Doberman's head to try to get her to let go. Dogman, don't just stand there, do something. As you wish, Dogman replied before summoning dozens of bombs. Look out, Kokuman shouted as the bombs were thrown. Doberman barely had time to let go of Wagararuman Black before the bombs exploded in front of her. The force was enough to send her reeling. Kokuman quickly grabbed onto Doberman's paw before she could be thrown off of Kettle. They're in trouble, Dash shouted, seeing Doberman dangling over Kettle from the window. Seeing this, Koji knew he couldn't stand by anymore. As strong as that mysterious dog Digimon Oz, it was clear that she and the other Digimon were in trouble. I've got to do something, Koji exclaimed before he got out of his seat on Franken. He jumped off, taking out his detecto. His detector out of his pocket, the boy was quick to act next. He held up his detector, and the white digital form of his first spirit appeared visible on the screen as he formed the familiar fractal coating on his left hand. He swiped the detector over the coating, calling out the familiar phrase he knew by heart. Execute, spirit evolution. His clothes ripped away as his body became digital, and the process began. Coating surrounded him as the energy of the spirit entered his body. His eyes became red as his hair shortened and turned almost platinum in color. A white helmet covered his head as white and blue armor covered his body. He grasped the familiar beam sabers and swung them a few times before clasping them around his waist and firing off his arm laser. Labaman. Now spirit evolved, Labaman wasn't about to hold back. He aimed his left arm laser and fired off a shot right at Wagararuman Black. Howling laser. Wagararuman Black shouted as the laser hit him, throwing him back several feet on Buffalo's roof. Kokuman was struggling to pull Doberman up since she was a lot bigger than he was. Kokuman couldn't take too long or Labaman will get a good look at him. Pataman flew in and pushed Doberman from behind to help Kokuman pull her up onto the roof. Stay down, Lopman quickly told Biaman and Dash. They were too close to Labaman. If he saw any of them, it was game over. Are you okay? Labaman asked Kokuman and Doberman. Doberman quickly moved in front of Kokuman to try to cover him with her body as much as possible. We are doing better, thanks to you. But perhaps you should get back to your own trailman. We are still in a race after all. Labaman frowned. He didn't want to just leave these two Digimon alone with this cheater. Yeah, but... He hesitated. The seal has been released. Full moon kick. Wagararuman Black did a full circle as he kicked Labaman. Labaman staggered over the edge of Kettle. Wagararuman Black ran at Doberman with Labaman distracted. Shadow Claw. Doberman didn't have time to react and was slashed on the side. She let out a howl of pain. Doberman, Dash said in concern, hearing her cry out. Hang on, Kokuman called out. I can. Don't you dare. If you attack, you'll blow your cover. Doberman hissed at Kokuman. You focus on driving. I've got this. Kokuman nodded. He hunched down in his seat, making sure Labaman didn't see him. Labaman's own red eyes flashed dangerously as he growled, glaring at Wagararuman Black. I won't let you hurt anyone else. he hissed, drawing out a light sword from the hilt on the back of his waist. Dogman threw some bombs at Labaman, causing a smaller explosion, but it was enough to throw him off balance. He wasn't going to let Labaman interfere. Foxfire, where Gararuman Black opened his own maw and shot out intense blue flames. Black Beam, Doberman responded by opening her maw and releasing her own devastating attack, shooting out a piercing black beam of energy at the flames. Where Gararuman Black, seeing how his Foxfire wasn't standing up to the black beam well, stopped his attack and sidestepped the black beam. He charged at Doberman. Full Moon Kick. Where Gararuman Black spun in a circle and kicked Doberman closer to the edge. Doberman was normally a lot faster than that, but she did a lot better when there was a lot of room to move. Being stuck on a moving train was not an ideal environment for her, so it limited her movement. You may have raw power, but you lack mobility here, so I have the advantage. Tilda, where Gararuman Black grinned. Doberman hissed as she pushed herself back up. She couldn't give up, not now. Execute Spirit Evolution. Doberman's ears twitched when she heard Takuya's voice calling out for his spirit evolution. Crap, this isn't good, Doberman hissed, realizing they now had 2 legendary warriors to deal with. As if on cue, Aguniman had jumped from Worm onto Kettle's roof, standing in front of Doberman. Kokuaman was keeping himself as low as possible. Need some help, Labaman? Aguniman asked, having seen the fight from his own trailman earlier. Labaman grunted, I have it under control. Doberman looked over at Kokuaman. If both of the legendary warriors were going to fight, then she needed to make sure they didn't get a good look at Kokuaman. She quickly went over to Kokuaman and sat down behind him, making sure to use her body to keep him blocked from Aguniman and Labaman while they were focused on were Gararuman, Black, and Dogman. Things just keep getting more complicated, don't they? Biaman sighed. We're doing well, all things considered, Lopman remarked. That had better not jinx us, Dash grumbled. It seems to always happen when someone mentions things going well or whatnot. If this gets any more complicated, we're gonna need to find a way to make it less complicated. Biaman groaned. Kokuaman couldn't see the fight that was going on because he was focused on driving Kettle, and Doberman was blocking most of it anyway. He could hear the attacks being called out though, and could take a wild guess to how the fight was going, but he was mostly stressing out. Are we going to make it out of this? Kokuaman gulped. How did this happen? Is it fate? Or did Dr. Carbon set this up so we'd end up in the same place as them so we're more likely to be kicked out? For all my tech knowledge, it's been mainly useless here. Is this really all I can do? Kokuaman couldn't help but think back to the real world, where he was just the techno geek. He was picked on a lot for it, though in his misery, it did allow him to bond with Danny and Andy, as they often got picked on due to their parents being labeled as crackpots at the time. It hadn't been the best of times, but he had been grateful to finally make friends. But things changed when the ghost portal was turned on, turning one of his best friends half ghost. Sure, at first it was scary, nobody knew what was happening to Danny at the time. But as time went on, Danny started getting better with his ghost powers and more comfortable. Then there was Takuya, who was chosen by a legendary warrior. He had this talk with Andy, who was in the middle of it all himself. But even though Andy was considered the normal one among his family, he was a lot smarter than he gave himself credit. Andy almost had a commander-like aura around him that got others to listen to him when he needed them to. It wasn't just Andy either. Sam, Jazz, Valerie, even Dash had something to offer that he couldn't keep up with. All he really had was his tech. If he didn't know much about tech, or if there wasn't any tech-related stuff he could do. What did that make him? Kokuaman snapped out of his musing when he saw a tunnel up ahead. We have a tunnel. Doberman looked back for a moment before calling out. Hey, tunnel's coming up. I suggest not getting yourselves smashed on the wall. Hearing Doberman's words, both Aguniman and Labaman ducked down, sprawling out across Kettle's roof on their stomachs to avoid getting hit by the tunnel. The other trailmen followed into the tunnel. Things got a lot more noisy now. They soon came out onto a cave that had some kind of ruins. There were little flaming Digimon floating around, lighting up the place. Doberman looked around. She saw Franken and Worm not too far away. Both of you get back to your trailmen now. If you don't, they'll crash into a wall. They need riders. Aguniman and Labaman frowned, but both knew Doberman was right. They had been away far too long from their trailman. If you're sure, Aguniman said. I'm sure, Doberman said confidently. Both Labaman and Aguniman jumped back to their trailman after getting to their feet, leaving Doberman to face Wargararuman, Black, alone. Though surprisingly, Wargararuman, Black, decided not to attack them directly himself anymore. He and Dogman were back on Buffalo. We'll make sure you're out of the race for good, Wargararuman, Black threatened. Buffalo began taking the tracks on higher ground, while Kettle kept going on the same tracks. This is getting dangerous, Kettle gulped. Look, we're finally catching up to the pack. They heard Caseman's voice echoing through the cave. Oh good, I was getting worried we'd never catch up to them, Mole said timidly. How are you holding up, Angler? Cumaman asked. Doing just fine actually, Angler sounded confident. Yeah, we're going to catch up soon, Beetleman pumped his fist up. Don't get too excited, we haven't caught up yet, Raccoon Dog replied. Kokuaman needed to make a decision. If Wargararuman, Black, tried to sabotage them now, then the other legendary warriors were going to get caught up in it. Their best bet was to slow down and let them all pass. He couldn't guarantee Wargararuman, Black, was going to let them go since he seemed to be hellbent on winning, but he had been targeting them specifically due to the ghost in Dogman's body. Maybe, just maybe, they could resolve this on their terms. Guys, slow down, Kokuaman spoke up. We need to let the others pass us. Biaman blinked. Are you sure? She asked. If they pass by us, we may be seen. After all, don't Digimon have sharper senses than those of a human? We have to slow down. This way we can handle Wargararuman, Black, without the legendary warriors interfering. Dash explained, having caught on to Kokuaman's plan. That's a good idea, if not a risky one. We don't know what Wargararuman will do once we slow down, Lopman said. But if Kokuaman thinks this is the best way, we should do it. Well, all right, let's hope this works, Biaman said. Kettle started slowing down as the others began to pass them. Cumaman, Caseman, and Beetleman all looked in their direction curiously. Doberman looked at them, hoping for them to keep their attention on her and not the Digimon driving the trailman. It seemed to be working. Their eyes were on the bigger and more obvious Digimon. What's going on? Why am I slowing down? Kettle asked. Looks like burnout from overusing your speed back there, Kokuaman lied. Sorry, buddy, I don't think we're winning the race. Aw, and after all I put into it too, that stinks, Kettle pouted. As the legendary warriors all went past them, they waited. Wargararuman, we're going to lose if you ignore them, Dogman spoke up. But we'll lose if I start lagging behind now, Wargararuman, Black argued. Do you want to face the wrath of the legendary warriors? You barely made it out alive when two of them decided to fight you, Dogman pointed out. Trust me, this is the best way. Well, I suppose beggars can't be choosers. Wargararuman, Black, grumbled. He really didn't want to face down the legendary warriors, given their reputation and strength, and they did prove earlier that they were indeed strong. Wargararuman, Black, had Buffalo slow down so they could get to Kettle. They were near a lot of those fiery Digimon, so this was the best time to mess them up. Now Dogman, Wargararuman, Black demanded. Dogman grinned before he threw a bomb at Kettle. The resulting explosion caused Kettle to be set on fire as the explosion was amplified by the flaming Digimon nearby. Kettle let out a yell of pain as he ran right into a wall, crashing. Kettle was out of the race. Wargararuman, Black grinned. This race will be mine. Buffalo began to speed up to catch up to the others. Is everyone okay? Pataman asked as he returned to visibility, worried for the others. I've used up too much energy. Doberman groaned before she turned into fractal code. The fractal code went into Kettle and surrounded Dash, who turned back into Labraman. Though everyone who was in Kettle when he crashed didn't look so good themselves. I may never ride on a train again, Lopman groaned. Is Kokuaman okay? Labraman asked, rubbing her head, feeling very tired. I'll go check, Pataman said as he quickly flew to the top of Kettle. Kokuaman. I'm alive, Kokuaman hissed, his entire body aching and the towel was mostly burnt up. Kettle, you okay, man? Been better, but probably won't run. Tracks for a while, Kettle sighed. Might need to be reborn before I can run tracks. Aw man, we didn't mean to ruin the race for you, Byaman frowned. It's no big deal. This kind of stuff happens in the race. That's why riders need to be careful. Kettle chuckled weakly. It's an extreme sport after all. Heh, finally have you all to myself. Everyone jumped at the voice. They saw a ghost approaching them. I can finally stop overshadowing that stupid mutt and face you myself. It was Gouda. He had been the one orchestrating the sabotages. Do you really think you can take us all on your own? Labraman growled. You ran away last time. Can you still separate and digivolve? Gouda challenged back. Labraman hesitated, feeling her energy was low. She knew she was in no position to fight back at her stronger level. Gouda laughed. I knew it. You can't, can you? You used all of your energy fighting Wagararuman Black. We can still take you on, Pataman snapped. I still have my ghost powers, that's more than enough to take you on. We'll see, I'm much better prepared now, Gouda grinned. Gouda summoned dozens of glowing blobs around him. The blobs moved to the little fiery Digimon, taking over them and turning them green. What is he doing? Labraman shouted. He's taking control of the other Digimon here, Lopman noted grimly. Oh, come on, Byaman groaned. This is just not our day. Pataman just glared at Gouda. You're not gonna get away with any of this. I think I will tilde I made sure there are no cameras here, and none of those legendary warriors can interfere now. Gouda grinned sinisterly. The green flaming Digimon surrounded the group. They began blasting out green flames at them. The group all yelled as they couldn't do much of anything as they were getting burned by the green flames. Pataman fired out his own ghost ray at Gouda, only for one of the little flame Digimon to intercept his attack. How are we supposed to fight? There's too many of them, Byaman shouted. Kokuaman looked at the situation, seeing how they were surrounded. There had to be something they could do. For now, just defend, Lopman shouted. Lopman took a deep breath, blazing ice. Lopman created an ice shield in front of him. Labraman and Byaman went behind Lopman to try to take advantage of the ice shield, but the ice shield was being melted away quickly. It wasn't nearly as strong as Kumaman's ice, so it wasn't going to last long. Pataman was trying his best to get to Gouda, but the green fiery Digimon were doing a good job at keeping him away. I can't get through them. Kokuaman noticed something. Some of the fireballs were bouncing off the ice shield as it was melting. Maybe there was some hope. Kettle, I'm going to need to borrow some metal parts. I hope that's all right, Kokuaman requested. Sure, whatever, Kettle replied. Kokuaman grabbed a round metal thing. He held onto it before he ran out in front of Lopman. He held up the round metal shield and the fireball bounced off of it. I can use this to deflect some of their attacks back, Kokuaman announced. Pataman grinned when he saw that. Awesome thinking there, Kokuaman. Hey, I can think outside the box sometimes too, Kokuaman chuckled sheepishly. But for how long can you deflect the fireballs, especially with this many attacking you at once? Not long, I can imagine, Gouda sneered. Lopman frowned as he saw Kokuaman trying hard to keep deflecting the fireballs, but it didn't seem to do much since the fiery Digimon were immune to flames in general, and the Digimon were still blocking Pataman from getting to Gouda. Something about this was weird, especially for someone as direct as Gouda. Gouda himself hadn't fired any attacks at them. He was mainly having the blobs he summoned to do the word for him. Lopman needed some time to figure this out. Defend, Lopman whispered, blazing ice. Lopman strengthened the ice shield he made. We're basically sitting ducks here, Byaman frowned. I'm sorry, I wish I could do more, Kokuaman apologized. Don't blame yourself, you're doing the best you can. We can't do much either, Labraman frowned. Of course you can't do anything more. You're nothing but a weak, ordinary Digimon, no. You're not even Digimon, are you? Gouda laughed. You guys think you're so special because you're here right now, leeching off of your partner's bodies, but you're just ordinary human beings making your partners do all the work for you while you control them like puppets. We are not, Kokuaman retorted. They agreed to this. We aren't making them do anything. This was everyone's choice. If none of us had agreed to do this willingly, we wouldn't have been here in the first place. Our partners understood and do understand the risks involved. They were still willing to help us anyway. Is that what you want to believe? How do you know you didn't make them? Or that they only agreed because they're programmed to? That they have no anatomy because they're programmed to do what you want? Gouda sneered. Gaslighting us for being the bad guys and puppeting our partners when you have done that yourself with Dogman earlier, Lopman spoke up. You're not Gouda, are you? This is not his style. This is something Milk would do. Gouda sneered before laughing. Maybe I am not. You have to figure that out. Kokumin, Lopman spoke up. Huh? Kokumin asked. Do you believe that you need to do things on your own, and you feel bad that you need others to help you? Lopman asked. That others seem to be more gifted than you and do more than you do. Kokumin looked down in thought before he clenched the metal shield and spoke up. No, I don't. I may be good with technology, but that isn't all that defines me. Like now, I am using a freaking makeshift shield to help you guys. If not for that, we'd be donor than done. Exactly. Nobody is just a one-trick pony or a one-off trait like characters in a cartoon. We're all real people with different strengths and weaknesses. Byaman agreed. And look at me, I could easily just be a one-note bully if this was just a cartoon, but I'm not, and you can already see that, Labraman grinned. You may not always be able to help in certain situations, but that's okay, that's why we have others to help us. Pataman spoke up, looking back at Kokumin. Not even I, with all the ghost powers I have, can do everything by myself. I need all of you guys to back me up to be able to save the day again and again. That's right, I need to stop doubting myself so much. I'm not useless, even when there's no technology involved. I'm so much more than just the techno geek. Kokumin thought to himself. Reaching deep inside himself, a boy was curled up inside a gray sphere. Kokumin, the boy said. You know what your friends said is true, right? There is a 0% chance of them lying to you. Kokumin's voice replied. Yeah, you're right, the boy, Tucker agreed. Andy, Danny, Sam, and even Dash, they're not liars. Even Dash has shown he is capable of change. I'm not some one-dimensional being. I have too much to offer, even without technology. Then go out there and prove it. I will be behind you 110%, Kokumin responded. You aren't just someone who's good with technology, you're also a protector. Tucker has a look of resolve crossing his face. Yeah, and I won't give up, even when my friends are in danger. I will not let anything happen to any of them. I may not be the strongest or the fastest, but I am smart, and I can think outside the box if I have to. If that helps everyone I care about out, then I will use that to help protect them. Tucker lifted up his hand. Let's do this together, Kokumin. Fractal code began to surround Tucker's hand and bursts of electricity began to shoot out in multiple directions before the electricity gathered around Tucker's arms, turning them longer and made of flesh and bones. The electricity went around his legs and feet, turning them longer with pants. The electricity went around his waist and face next, turning into ribbons of fractal code, changing his body and face into that of a human boy. The electricity then circled off of Tucker, forming into Kokumin in front of Tucker. Whoa, that was an electrifying separation, Labraman noted. Tucker looked himself over. Tell me about it. Normally I'd be groaning at that pun, but I can't complain about it this time. Kokumin landed next to Tucker. It seems we now have the ability to fight back with this separation. What's this? How did you two separate? Gouda shouted. Quick, finish them off before they have a chance to digivolve. The green flames shot out a bunch of fireballs at once. Pataman flew in front of Tucker and Kokumin, putting up his own ecto-shield. Hurry and digivolve. Tucker grinned. Time for some payback on this ghost. Kokumin grinned as well. Yes, he said before fractal code surrounded him. Kokumin, digivolve too? Kokumin felt his limbs and metal skin peeling away. He grew in size, his body becoming clad in bronze armor. His limbs became bigger, and he gained actual hands instead of pincer claws. His eyes turned from red to green as his wings disappeared as well. Gardraman. The fractal code dissipated, revealing Gardraman beside Tucker. All right, now we're talking, Tucker grinned. Grenade destroyer. Gardraman fired multiple missiles at the fiery Digimon. This caused the blobs to be forced out of the Digimon and dissolve, having used up all their strength. Gouda hissed as the illusion he put on himself dissipated. I knew it really was Milk, Lopman noted. So you're harder to fool than you seem, Milk sneered. That means you are a better player than you think, Tilda. Enough games, we're getting rid of you from this world once and for all, Tucker shouted. This may be a game to you, but this is real for us, and we're not going to let you sabotage us until we complete our objective. Well said, Pataman smiled. Gardraman lifted up his arms at Milk. You may have gotten rid of my illusions, but the game is still on. Catch me if you can, Milk grinned. Oh, we'll definitely catch you, Tucker exclaimed. Get him, Gardraman. Gardraman fired out missiles from his arm. Grenade destroyer. Milk yelped as he saw the incoming missiles and flew around to dodge them. One missile missed Milk when he flew in a loop to avoid it, but that put him into the path of the second missile. Milk was hit by this missile, causing a yelp as the missile exploded, throwing up a cloud of smoke. Tucker was grinning, but he wasn't whooping for joy at the hit. These ghosts were tricky, and he had the feeling Milk wasn't down for the count yet. Tucker's thoughts were proven right when coughing was heard from the smoke cloud. The cloud parted, revealing Milk was hovering there in one piece, but his small cloth body was singed by smoke and soot. That wasn't fun, Milk groaned out. Well, your stunts with us aren't fun, Tucker retorted angrily. You don't seem to get that this isn't a game for us. Hee, you have no idea what I'm capable of, Milk giggled. None of you, of course, will ever understand my plight, at least not as you are now. Milk then flew up through the ceiling before anyone could say anything. Did he just get away while he was talking? Laberman asked. Even if he did, we'll be ready for him next time, Tucker said grimly. Milk isn't one to underestimate. He might be the most dangerous of the 3 ghosts we've run into, Lopman noted. The other 2 may be stronger, but it's the ones that use their minds that are the most dangerous. You should know, right? Pataman chuckled. Well, yeah, it's usually the smart ones that give us the hardest time, Lopman answered, seeming to miss the joke. I think that was a joke, Biaman sweat dropped. Anyway, we now have 2 of us who can separate, right? Laberman said, trying to get the subject back on track. Isn't that a good thing? With the danger gone, Gardraman was wrapped around with fractal code, turning back into Kokuaman. I'll be going back to my partner soon. I cannot keep holding this separated form, Kokuaman said tiredly. Tucker bent down and hugged Kokuaman. Thanks for your support, buddy. You should rest now. That all must have pushed us to our limits. Fractal code surrounded the 2 of them, and soon it was just Kokuaman. Whoa, I feel exhausted, Kokuaman groaned. Yeah, I felt the same way the first time it happened to me. Laberman nodded in understanding. So, Derry was right about one thing. We do seem to get stronger when the situation becomes dire to us, Lopman noted. But it isn't just the situation being dire, Pataman mused. Kokuaman had to face his own demons too, I think. Lopman also was right. We need to face our deeper fears. It seems the 2 may go hand in hand, or something like that. Easier said than done, Biaman sighed. I think there's a reason why Lopman and I have yet to be able to separate. And me, don't forget about me, Pataman pointed out. Yeah, but you have that ghost form. You don't need to separate from Pataman to get stronger, Laberman pointed out. Pataman coughed. WL, that may be true, but there may be a situation where I have to separate from Pataman. I can only do so much in that ghost form of mine. Whatever the case, this means we're starting to get the advantage over our sabotagers, Lopman noted. 2 of us are capable of separating and digivolving their partners now, and Pataman has his ghost form. We'll be able to breathe easier from here. But we still need to figure out how to get to the Rose Morning Star, right? Biaman asked. Wasn't that the whole reason why we're here in the first place? Excuse me, I hate to interrupt, but I am still here, Kettle spoke up. Oh, sorry, everyone exclaimed at once. So, what do we do now? Kokuaman asked. Can we even finish this race? The race is probably over by now, Lopman said. I think our main concern is getting Kettle back on track. Don't worry about that. Since the race is over, they'll send someone over to check for the trailman that didn't make it to the finish line, Kettle said. What I'm more interested in is the fact you guys are humans. Everyone froze. It's a long story, Pataman began sheepishly. How can we explain this simply? We can try being as blunt as possible, Biaman suggested. I mean, what's he going to do? Tell the others. It's not against the rules for them to hear about us, right? And who'd believe someone saying there were Digimon that turned human, right? Labraman asked. Sure, except for the fact that all those humans who rode in the Trailman race, which is a public event, turned into Digimon before everyone, Lopman pointed out. Is it really that far-fetched to think Digimon can turn into humans after that? No, I guess not, Kokuaman replied, but it would be seen as strange if not for the legendary warriors and their spirit evolution. Not everyone will know the legendary warriors are the reason why the humans can turn into Digimon, though, Pataman pointed out. Look, if it's that big of a deal, how about I don't say anything on the matter? Kettle spoke up. Sounds good, yeah? It seems you guys have your reasons. We do, Labraman confirmed. Will you really be okay here? Byaman asked. Yeah, it was mostly our fault you ended up like this, Kokuaman noted with guilt. I'll be fine, Kettle chuckled weakly. It's not my first rodeo, down these tracks like this. But it was our fault you got into this mess, Labraman admitted. We chose to hide in you and look at what happened. Nah, this would have happened to any of the trailmen if you chose to hide in them, Kettle said with a weak laugh. I don't blame you lot at all. Come on, Lopman said. We should go, we've interfered here enough. But, are you sure? Byaman asked. Remember, we shouldn't get too attached to this world, Lopman pointed out. Kettle says he'll be taken care of, we should trust him before we mess something else up. Everyone else nodded, even if they didn't like it. Yeah, Lopman's right, we can't mess things up any more than we already have. Pataman agreed. Come on, let's see if we can resume our trek to the Rose Morning Star. We have a ways to go before we get there. Good luck with whatever it is you're doing, kids. It's been real fun, Kettle said as the Digimon waved to him, leaving the tunnel they were in. We better get out of the area as soon as possible. We don't want to accidentally run into Takuya and the others, Lopman stated. Okay, let's go, guys, Pataman said with a grin on his face. We have a lot of ground to cover. No way are we sticking around here any longer, Kokuaman grinned. We have a mission to complete. As Pataman began to flap his wings and take to the air, he looked back at Kettle. We had a fun race, but now we must head on. Take care of yourself. Pataman then turned to leave, gesturing for the others to follow him. Chapter 33. Why couldn't we have split up from the group after they get to eat free burgers from that burger town? Kokuaman complained. I could use some free burgers right now. You know the rules, Kokuaman, Pataman groaned. We would be spotted and then it would be over. Darn those stupid rules, Kokuaman grumbled. At least we're making progress, right? Labraman said, trying to keep the group's spirits up. We've come much farther than we would have expected. Yeah, but we did have those ghostly saboteurs coming after us, Byaman pointed out. We barely won against them. We should count our blessings, Lopman said. We've all been able to make it this far without breaking the rules or being evicted from the dream world. That being said, Lopman looked ahead, seeing mostly a wasteland ahead of them. It would be nice to have a meal and some cold drinks right now. Pataman groaned. I get it, but we can't stop moving. We're getting closer to the Rose Morning Star. It can't be that much further now. On trailman or by air maybe, but on foot, it might take a few more days at least. We won't make it if we never eat anything. Would we? Kokuaman asked. I mean it is a dream, technically. Could we even starve while we're here? Byaman questioned. I don't know, Labraman replied before she groaned, and I don't want to really test it either. I definitely feel hungry and thirsty. Even if it is a dream, we seem to still need substance while we're here. If not for us, then our partners are definitely feeling the pain of hunger and thirst, Lopman remarked. How about I fly ahead and see if there's anything? The rest of you stay together. I can at least turn invisible if I run into anything dangerous, Pataman suggested. You go ahead and do that. Come back within the hour, Lopman instructed. Pataman nodded. Okay, I'll be back before you know it, he said before transforming into his ghostly form and flying off as soon as he took to the air. Using his ghostly form would put less strain on his physical body and allow him to save energy if he had to attack. So I was thinking, Byaman spoke up. At least the two of you have access to your champion forms now, right? How long can you maintain those forms? Not very long. The process of separating and digivolving causes a lot of strain for both of us, Labraman explained. Yeah, and even now I am still feeling the exhaustion, Kokuaman complained. I mean, it's not as bad as before, but it's still there. I'm sure the more we do that, the easier it will become to stay separated for longer, though. Labraman said, trying to look at the positive side. It's also a risk, since our human selves aren't supposed to exist here, Lopman noted. But why do you ask, Biaman? I was wondering if we could ride on them, Biaman admitted. Doberman and Gardraman are able to move a lot faster than just walking at this speed. Separating while exhausted doesn't sound like a good idea, Kokuaman admitted. I'm not against doing it when we're at full strength, but doing it now? That's out of the question. We would need food if we're to get enough energy to do that, or be in a really desperate situation, Labraman added. Okay, so trying to ride on you guys is out of the question, Biaman sighed. Maybe we should get a bag and put a lot of food and such inside it before we leave town next time. We were too panicked about the legendary warriors to think about that before, Lopman sighed. Oh, now that suggestion comes up, Biaman grumbled, when we're in the middle of a wasteland too. No need to be so sarcastic, Labraman's sweat dropped. Sorry, being hungry has made me a bit cranky, Biaman sighed. Maybe if we're lucky, Pataman would find something ahead for us, Lopman said. The wasteland was hot, the sun was beating down on them. While hunger crawled at them, thirst was hitting them much harder. Their dried throats were making it difficult for them to speak much. There was a giggle as someone was watching these poor Digimon trudging along. Oh my, what poor little lost Digimon, out here in the hot wasteland, just completely begging for water. Maybe I should put them out of their misery, Tilda. Labraman's ears perked up as she heard the voice. She looked over before growling. We have company, she rasped out. Lopman had heard this voice too, over the... A storm cloud suddenly appeared over their heads and rain began to pour on them. It wasn't just any rain, however, because the water that hit them made them feel even weaker. What the heck is this? Kokuaman groaned. Not more water, I can't afford to rust over again. Rusting will be the least of your problems, Tilda. Everyone looked over to see Ranaman approaching them. What do you want? We're not with the legendary warriors anymore, Biaman snapped. That may be true, darling, but Mercuriman wants you brought to Lord Cherubiman, and I can't exactly say I'm inclined to disagree because I'm curious about why he wants you there as well. Ranaman grinned evilly. Well, tell Mercuriman he can screw right off, Biaman hissed. My, aren't you the feisty one? Ranaman grinned. I think it might be nice to keep a pink, feisty bird like you in a cage next to my pool, Tilda. I'll make you regret that, Biaman warned. I'd like to see you try, Ranaman laughed. Whatever you want with us, we won't go down so easily, Pataman warned Ranaman. We're not as weak as you think. Oh, darlings, even if you could defeat me somehow, I didn't come here alone, Tilda, Ranaman grinned. Can we get this over with? I gotta eat my burgers soon, Arborman grumbled as he walked in. Two legendary warriors, Labraman frowned. We'd have a hard enough time dealing with just one, Lopman hissed. We're outmatched in strength, Kokuaman groaned. Just our luck, isn't it? Hey, it's just how things go for us, Pataman grumbled. We can't help it. Lopman knew they were in trouble. Kokuaman and Labraman were still exhausted, too exhausted to separate from their partners. And Pataman wasn't in much better shape. The legendary warriors picked the worst time to attack them, or perhaps the perfect time. Draining rain, Ranaman summoned the dark cloud over the Digimon. They quickly jumped or rolled away from the energy-draining rain. Power surge, Kokuaman shot out a lightning bolt at Ranaman, hoping to paralyze her for a little bit. Ranaman gasped as she saw the incoming lightning bolt from Kokuaman's power surge attack. She was the warrior of water, so that was a bad mix with electricity. The power surge hit her, sending pain throughout her body as she screamed, feeling herself twitching from the electrical attack on her body. Arborman jumped at them, dislodging his foot. Roundhouse pint. It was aiming at Kokuaman. Labraman jumped in front, defending. She got hit by the attack, but she was able to take the hit. Spiral twister. Biaman shot out a fiery green spiral attack at the warrior of wood's face. At the same time, Lopman aimed his attack at Arborman's feet. Blazing ice. Lopman did his best to freeze as much of Arborman's feet as possible to slow him down, and Biaman's spiral twister to do most of the damage. While Ranaman was trying to recover from the power surge, Pataman didn't hesitate to inhale as much air as possible in his body, expanding himself. Boom bubble. Pataman shot out the large air bubble at Ranaman's face, pushing her back a few feet. The Digimon knew they couldn't afford to give these legendary warriors time to breathe. They were outmatched, they knew it. They were looking for any opportunity they could get to do some damage, slow them down, sabotage them in any way. This wasn't meant to be a fair fight, it was survival. Ranaman seemed to be snapped out of her stunned state by Pataman's boom bubble attack, and she shook her head. Her body was now covered in burns from being shocked silly by the power surge attack. "That does it," she snarled. "I'll make you pay for that," whipping waves. Waterspouts in the form of whips formed around Ranaman before being unleashed upon the rookie Digimon before her. Again, the rookie Digimon were forced to scatter to avoid the attack, but Pataman could not avoid in time and was smacked by a waterspout whip, knocking him out of the air. "Pataman," Byaman called out, quickly flying over to catch him. "Look out!" Kokuman flew up as well, knocking Byaman away from another water whip that grabbed onto him. "Us!" Kokuman's body was rusting again. "Kokuman," the others yelled. "Don't forget about little old me," Arborman spoke up. "Blockade seed." Arborman shot out a seed from his mouth. The seed then exploded into ivy-like vines that grabbed onto Labraman's body. Arborman grinned as he spat out more blockade seeds at the other Digimon. Kokuman was grabbed quickly, unable to move very well. Pataman was grabbed as well as he had been falling earlier. Blazing ice, Lopman didn't hesitate to shoot out an icy wind, freezing the seed that was coming for him. Spiral Twister, Byaman burned the seed that was coming to her. Arborman shot out his arms, the arms only being attached by rope, and grabbed onto Kokuman and Pataman easily. Ranaman jumped at Labraman, grabbing her as well. "Let them go," Lopman shouted. Byaman dived at Arborman, hoping to break one of her friends out. Arborman, seeing Byaman coming in, grinned. "Blockade seed." Byaman's eyes went wide. She wouldn't be able to stop herself in time to avoid the vines, nor would she have time to use Spiral Twister to burn it. Lopman jumped at Byaman, tackling her away from the blockade seed, and the vines covered him instead. Byaman gasped. "Lopman!" she exclaimed. She flew back to help Lopman, who was closest to her. Byaman was slammed away by a water whip as Ranaman picked up Lopman. "I'd say we got most of what we wanted," Ranaman said. "We can leave the little pink bird to herself. Mercuryman mostly just wanted Lopman and Pataman, didn't he? The others are just extra credit." "Yes, that's true," Arborman chuckled. "I wonder if Mercuryman will want the little electric metal bug as a pet." "Oh, I want the little dog," Ranaman giggled. "Nah, I would get the puppy," Arborman laughed sinisterly. The two of them began leaving. Byaman pushed herself up as she saw them leaving. "W8, don't take my friends away." Of course, neither of them responded to her, they kept going. Byaman hissed as she fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Sam sighed as she looked at her Circus Gothica tickets. She had ordered these in advance for weeks, eagerly waiting for Circus Gothica to come into Amity Park. It had been advertised for a while, and she had been looking forward to it. But of course, she couldn't go. Her parents started boycotting the circus and discovered her, Danny, and Andy there. Not only that, they caught Tucker and Takuya trying to cover for them at school. So now Sam found herself in detention with her friends. Circus Gothica's grand opening show was supposed to start tonight, and she wasn't going to get to see it. "Are you okay, Sam?" Danny asked. "No," Sam grumbled. "I went to a lot of trouble to get these tickets, and now I can't go to the opening night." "I'm sorry, this was my fault. I got us caught by your parents," Danny sighed. "We're just lucky that they didn't force a restraining order," Andy said. "They were close to making sure we wouldn't be able to be within 100 feet of you, Sam." "And that's the problem. I get they're my parents, but why should they decide how I live my life and who I can hang out with?" Sam hissed. "I'm not a 4-year-old girl anymore. I can make my own choices, and even if they're bad, that should still be my choice to make. So what is there that I can be when there's no choice for me?" Danny grimaced. Wow, that sounds unbearable. "At least your parents are more supportive than mine." Sam groaned as she put her head on her desk. "Well, That's complicated, considering they probably aren't supportive of half of me, if you know what I mean, Danny sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. But I get what you're saying. We can still watch the opening night on my PDA, Tucker offered. Thanks, Tucker, but it's not the same watching it on a small screen than being there in person, Sam sighed. Is that it then? You're just giving up? Takuya asked. What else can I do? Sam asked. Mr. Lancer isn't going to just let us go, and without a good reason, it's best I don't anger my parents further or they'll restrict me even more. You should be free to be who you want to be, Danny frowned. Is there a choice for me? Sam asked. I guess we'll wait and see, Andy replied. I know it's not the same, Sam, but watching the circus on the PDA is the best we can do, Tucker said before giving her a smile. That's not too bad, right? At least you get to watch it with friends. Sam sighed. I guess so. It's just not the same as being there in person, but I'll take any means of watching right now. Tucker turned on the PDA, showing Freak Show about to start the performance. Come get your freak on at Circus Gothica. Unleash your dark side at Circus Gothica. Suddenly, it was as if the world froze around Sam. Sam frowned as she heard a voice somewhere. You wanted freedom, your own choices, instead of listening to your parents. Are you ready to face the consequences of your choices? Who is that? Sam asked, jumping to her feet. Who I am is of no consequence, the mysterious voice responded. However, your action, your desire to be free, your choice, will have consequences. The world started moving again. Unleash your dark side at Circus Gothica, Danny repeated, sounding to be in a trance. Sam looked back at Danny. Danny, are you okay? She felt her pulse starting to race. She knew she had seen this before. Danny, wait, don't do this. She grabbed Danny by his shoulders and started to shake him gently. Danny phased out of her hands easily and walked away from her. Everyone else, Tucker, Andy, and Takuya, seemed to have disappeared. Sam started running after Danny, but despite that, Danny seemed to be getting further away. Danny, you'll get in trouble, Sam shouted. No such thing as too much trouble, Danny responded as he turned back to her, grinning sinisterly. Sam stopped when she saw his eyes had turned red, and he transformed into his ghost form. I'm not the goody-two-shoes boy anymore, Sam. Thanks to you, I gained this power, and I'm now about to be free from my moral compass and human society. Sam felt her pulse racing again. Danny, wait, this isn't you, you're not like this, you're not supposed to be an evil ghost. Danny just kept grinning at her before he suddenly had a scythe in his hand and laughed evilly at her, swinging his scythe in her direction. Sam yelled as she ran back, only to run into Agunimon's arms. Sam looked up, feeling the legendary warrior holding her. Agunimon? She asked, not entirely sure if this was the real Agunimon or that messed-up evolution she had seen before. Her eyes met Agunimon's regular features, but his eyes, like Danny's, were a sinister red, and he gave a smirk, revealing his sharp canine teeth in that sinister manner. Missed me, Sam Tilda? He asked. Sam yelped as she backed up, getting free from Agunimon's grasp. No, you can't be evil, you're not evil. Why would I be such a goody-two-shoes? Agunimon chuckled darkly. I love being able to use my power without such limitations. Being bound by morality isn't all it's cracked up to be. It's good to be free. Sam jumped as she turned around, seeing Tucker trapped on top of a tightrope. One false move, and he would fall into a vat of acid. Tucker, Sam called out. Agunimon grinned as he burned the rope Tucker was on. No, Sam screamed as Tucker began to fall. Suddenly, there was a loud noise of a train whistle. Sam looked up again, seeing Danny holding his twin brother over the edge of the train. Danny, don't, Sam cried. That's Andy, he's your brother, you can't do that to him. I am a ghost. I have no brother or friends, Danny sneered. I have no emotion, I'm an evil ghost like my parents always say. Besides, when Andy dies, his ghost can join me in Circus Gothica. Sam was aghast at what Danny was saying. Danny, wait, that's your brother you're talking about. What you're going to do is murder. That's not like you, it's not a part of who you are. Danny kept on grinning before he dropped Andy. Sam didn't know what to do. I hope you realize, Sam. Sam blinked as she heard Andy talking despite falling. He looked up towards her, His own eyes were glowing a sinister yellow, different from Danny and Agunimon's red eyes. Freedom denies the right to choose. This is a game that everyone will lose. Now you are finally free, Tilda. Andy started laughing a crazy-sounding laughter. It disturbed her more than Freakshow himself. No, Sam whispered to herself. She was scared. She didn't think of freedom like that, did she? Sam then froze. She wanted, her desires. She had been saying what Danny and Takuya were supposed to be, similar to how her parents had been treating her. She didn't realize it so clearly until now. She wanted to be free. Freedom was about being an individual, not being what others wanted her to be. But the consequences of her actions, they were too much. She was all alone now, alone. Sam, wake up. Sam opened her eyes, finding herself in the void, surrounded by a pink light and a ring of fractal code. Byaman? Sam asked warily, but also feeling relieved at hearing her partner Digimon's voice. Thanks for waking me up. Are you all right, Sam? Byaman's voice asked in concern. Yeah, I will be fine, Sam sighed, but that was quite the dream I had, and a bit scary too. I understand. You're shaken up from what happened back with Freakshow, and you feel like it's your fault, don't you? Byaman asked. Of course it is. If I hadn't wanted to see Circus Gothica so bad, Danny and Takuya wouldn't have gotten mind-controlled when they did. And Andy had to clean up the mess I left, Sam frowned. He was the one that got you and Kokuaman into our world just so we'd have a chance of getting them back. But what if we had failed? What if we couldn't get you guys? What if? Calm down, Sam. It didn't happen. You guys were able to bring Danny and Takuya back. Byaman spoke up before Sam could spiral further down this path. Is that why you haven't been fighting as hard to be your own person lately? Sam looked down and sighed. It is. I didn't want to be what my parents wanted for me to be. It was too much like I was being treated as a doll, not a person with my own dreams and ambitions. I didn't want to be their little dress-up doll for them to play with. In fact, that's why I turned to being an activist for animals and going goth. If they didn't want to listen to my words, maybe my actions would speak louder. Sam paused for a breath before continuing to speak. And yet, my actions got people I care about into trouble. I don't want to put the people important to me in trouble because of my actions. Sam, things can put anyone in trouble. Inaction also puts others in danger. You can't let fear stop you from trying to live your life. I think Andy was struggling with this too, Byaman remarked. About Andy, that last part of the dream, what was that? Sam hesitated before looking down and speaking softly. I'm afraid of what Andy could possibly become, she admitted at last, feeling somewhat ashamed for admitting it at all. I know Andy is a good person, but he can be quite scary when he puts his mind to something. And what? What if he didn't put that to use for those he cares about? That's what scares me. You could say the same for Danny, but then that was something that did happen, even if Danny wasn't in control. And the legendary warriors, Byaman noted. You think something like that could happen to Andy? Sam asked. He's been pretty good at avoiding mind control stuff, but that's not something we can predict until it actually happens, Byaman admitted. It's pointless to worry about it now. Sam, we have other things to worry about. Our friends had been taken away, do you remember? Sam's eyes went wide. Oh crap, I completely forgot about that, she exclaimed in horror. We need to find them. Byaman opened her eyes, finding herself lying in the wasteland. It was currently night and dark, so she didn't have to worry about the sun beating down on her, but it was dark and hard to see. Great. Where do I start looking? Byaman grumbled as she got to her feet. I can't just start flying and looking, can I? I don't even know the direction they went. Byaman looked around, looking at the train tracks. The Rose Morning Star? That's likely where they went. I can't start doubting myself now. Byaman stretched out her wings. She was a bird, she had wings for a reason. She failed to stop her friends from getting kidnapped, but she won't fail to save them. She flew into the sky and flew forward. Byaman flew and flew. She didn't know how long she had been flying, but she kept going. She managed to fly into a forest, allowing her to get some fruits to eat and rest for a bit. She knew overdoing it would do nothing but hurt in the long run. She wouldn't be able to save anyone if she allowed her body to perish. Ironically, Byaman realized being alone like this gave her the most amount of freedom, yet she chose to use it to keep looking for her friends. With this being a virtual dream world for the children, Byaman couldn't help but notice how empty the world was without the children being here. She saw the occasional wild Digimon roaming around and maybe a trailman or two, but it was mostly quiet. But her goal was set on the Rose Morning Star. Maybe she was going to make it. She could see she was flying over the Trailman Bridge that leads into the Dark Continent. She kept going, determined to get to her friends. But then, an ecto beam shot at her back. Byaman let out a squeal of pain as she fell from the sky and hit the ground, her back smoking. "Ooh," Byaman groaned as she got back to her feet. "That's smarts." She looked back in the direction the ecto beam had come from. It was no doubt behind her, the attacker. Turning around, Byaman faced the direction the beam had come from. "All right, where are you hiding? And why did you attack me? Who are you?" "Do you know how long it took to find you?" An angry ghost snapped back. Byaman frowned when she saw it was Gouda. This time it was likely the real Gouda rather than Milk. "I'm sick and tired of trying to hunt you down. I want to finish this mission and be on our way with our payment," Gouda growled as he created a gun with his ecto energy. "Just hold still, this won't take long." "Gouda, you're going about this all wrong," Derry spoke up, landing beside Gouda. "This is just one tired-out bird. If you kill her now, nobody's going to care what we did back in the ghost zone. We're here for a job, Derry, not to become higher on the food chain in the ghost zone, a place that doesn't care for ghosts like us to begin with," Gouda snapped at Derry. "Waiting until they're stronger and harder to take out puts our job at risk, and our client will lose his trust in us." Byaman felt her pulse racing. The two ghosts were arguing. Perhaps while they were distracted, she could escape by getting airborne. Without hesitating any further, she flapped her wings and took to the air before turning and flying away. An ecto rope lassoed around one of her talons and pulled her back down to the ground. "I'm not letting you get away, Birdie," Gouda hissed. "Derry, if you want a challenge, then get out of here. You're not fit to handle this job." Byaman looked back, seeing how she didn't have an easy out. Byaman hissed as she got back to her feet again. "You won't let me go? I'll be a difficult opponent then." But Byaman was all too aware she was practically bluffing at this point. She was tired, she couldn't fly very far, and she wasn't sure her attacks were going to do much against this ghost, Gouda. "I don't care, I just want to get the job done," Gouda hissed. "Derry is too short-sighted. If we want to keep our client for more jobs in the future, we need to show we are competent at our jobs. We can't keep fooling around, waiting for you brats to get stronger, so I'll end this myself." Spiral Twister. Byamono fired out a green fire attack. Gouda shot out an ecto bullet at the Spiral Twister, easily dissipating it. Byaman gasped before she brought her wings up to protect herself as much as she could as Gouda shot at her. Byaman hissed in pain as she felt the ecto bullets searing her wings. "Gouda, this isn't how we should do things," Derry argued. Byaman noticed this and pondered to herself what was going on between these two ghosts. It was clear they were not sharing the same goals, or at least the same methods of reaching their goals. "Do I look like I care?" Gouda shot back at Derry. "Your way isn't working. We have to be more direct in accomplishing what we need to get done." "You're just making us look like thugs," Derry retorted angrily. "Is this all just a game to you?" Byaman shouted. "To you, this may just be a job, or to you, this is your big opportunity to climb higher on the social ladder. But to me and my friends, this is a matter of life or death. Many people will die if we don't succeed, or 6 good people will end up never waking up. I don't know who hired you to take us out, or why, but we are here because we need to save lives. Now let me go." Gouda grinned. "I couldn't care less about other people's lives, but I do admire your spirit. I won't just let you fly away, but I am willing to give you a sporting chance. Perhaps it will also let Derry off my back." "What are you planning?" Derry frowned. The rope on Byaman's talon disappeared. "You've got 10 seconds, little bird. I suggest you take them," Gouda warned. Byaman hesitated. She knew this was her chance to escape, but she wasn't about to just leave her friends behind either. She could do so much more alone, with her freedom, but her friends, they deserved to be free as much as she did. But she knew she wasn't going to stand a chance against Gouda alone. She should move and try to find a way to lose them in the Dark Continent. Taking the chance, Byaman flapped her wings and took to the air again before she flew off, leaving the two ghosts behind her. She knew she had to fight smarter rather than with power at this point. I know Lopman managed to get Gouda to run into a rock, so he doesn't seem that smart. Maybe I can use that against him. But Derry is the wild card. Byaman wasn't the fastest flyer by nature. Her species were slow flyers due to being young fledgling birds. So, unfortunately, Byaman didn't get far before Gouda started coming after her, shooting an ecto gun at her. Byaman was lucky as Gouda wasn't hitting her right away. He was toying with her, and she wasn't sure what Derry was going to do. Byaman decided to fly into the trees rather than trying to go higher. Higher would mean being out in the open air where she was an easier target. It wasn't easy to maneuver around the trees, but being smaller, Byaman was able to do so. There were a few times when she nearly hit a branch, but Byaman avoided that as best she could. Gouda wants to mess with me right now, but I can't let him get to me. I just have to stay ahead of him. But Derry? I don't know where Derry is. I have to be alert for any surprises from him as well. Look down, there might be some good hiding spots under the trees. Byaman heard her partner's voice in her head. It was tough being alone. Usually Byaman was with someone else. But now that she was alone and in danger, she was able to hear her partner's voice calling out to her. She looked down, trying to spot any places she could hide. There was the sound of a gunshot, and green bullet grazed Byaman's left wing. Byaman let out a squawk of pain, unable to fly straight now due to her injured wing. She fell toward the floor, but not before her keen eye spotted a small opening in a hollow tree. She tilted her body to fall toward that tree. It was going to be her best hiding spot until she could recover. She landed harshly on the ground and quickly crawled into the opening. She stayed still and quiet as Gouda flew down to see where she had landed. Come out, little birdie. Where did you get to?" Gouda called smugly, teasing her to come out. "What's the matter, afraid of being alone?" Byaman did not move or answer back. Hunters often tried to look for the animals they hunted by using some kind of call to taunt them or lure them out. But she would not be so easily riled up. She was doing this for survival and to find her friends. They needed her now more than ever. "I'm not alone. I have friends who are counting on me. I need to do this for their sake." Byaman thought, but deep down, she didn't really feel so brave. She may have had her friends counting on her, but she was still alone. While Byaman remained hidden, it gave her mind a chance to start bringing back memories that she thought she had long buried since she met her friends in school. Despite the tense situation, being unable to move or make a sound made it easy to get bored and start getting lost in one's thoughts. Ever since Sam could remember, she was a shy, quiet child. Her parents were very cheerful, bright people. They seemed to just be able to walk up and talk to anyone they liked. But Sam struggled just to speak to someone her own age. She didn't really get to do much on her own. Her parents were quite protective of her. They dressed her up, told her how to greet someone, told her what she could or couldn't eat. They told her what to watch and not to watch on TV, and told her who to play with. Sam didn't get along well with the other kids. She was too shy to say much, and she didn't even know herself enough to know what she even liked. Her parents always did everything for her. She never got to do anything for herself. The other kids found her weird or snobby because she didn't know how to answer questions like, "Do you like to play tag?" because she didn't know if her parents would have approved of her playing a game. She was reliant on her parents, maybe too reliant. But despite being lonely, she was content. She didn't need friends, she didn't need other people who didn't like her. She had her parents and her grandmother. That was enough for her. Sam would continue just being her parents' little quiet doll until her grandmother made a suggestion. Enough with the homeschooling and the fancy outgoings to get her to be social. Ida shouted at Pamela and Jeremy. "You keep her around you all the time, breathing down the poor child's neck. It's no wonder she can't think for herself. Let her breathe on her own for goodness sake. It's time you let her go to a public school and let her sink or swim on her own." "Mother," Jeremy exclaimed, "this is out of the blue. Why would you suggest something so below her?" "Agreed," Pamela replied as if in horror. "Our little princess would never do well in the public school system." "I can't help but notice how little my granddaughter seemed to react to other children. She didn't seem to know if she could play or talk to them without your permission," Ida explained. "If you keep this up, you'll turn that child into nothing more than a mindless shell of a person. That's not how to raise a child. I didn't raise you, Jeremy, to not do anything without my say-so. I allowed you to fail and make mistakes. I even gave you two a chance to raise your own child. But I see that without any intervention, That child is not going to grow up well at all. Jeremy gave a flinch. His mother was right. He had always done things and learned on his own when it was applicable, but Pamela just gave a huff of annoyance. Well, Samantha is an heiress and will grow up to be the perfect image of one with our guidance, Pamela said, as if it was the best idea in the world. Ida scowled at Pamela's words. At least her foolish son had the decency to look ashamed of his actions, unlike his wife. I'm not saying you shouldn't keep raising and guiding Samantha. You are still her parents, and she is still young, Ida explained. But I'm saying that you should allow her to be in a safe environment without you two always watching over her. Allow her to see what it's like to interact with other children her own age while a responsible adult watches over her for a few hours. Do you think you can do that, Pamela? Or are you so afraid to get a little dirt on your precious little doll that you can't even be willing to leave her alone for a few hours? Pamela gasped, "Our daughter is not a doll." "Well, you sure treat her like one," Ida shot back in a disappointed tone. Jeremy finally cleared his throat after some thinking. "Pamela, I believe Mother is right. Samantha rarely does anything on her own. You may have a point in wanting her to be safe, but surely no one will go out of their way to take her or hurt her. I mean, look at all the other children. They learn together, grow together, and most of all, are social together." Taking a breath, Jeremy continued. "I, for one, want to see our daughter grow up and be a successful young woman, not a doll that only does as she is asked." Pamela frowned a little, but she looked over at Sam, who was sitting on the couch. Sam, or as she was called more often back then, Samantha, sat there, quietly, sitting straight, watching a nature document show that she and Jeremy approved of. Samantha wore the beautiful golden and pink dress Pamela herself picked out for her, with a pink bow on her head to add to her cuteness. Samantha was the spitting image of a princess, and maybe a well-dressed doll too. Pamela gave a sigh. "All right, fine, we'll try it your way for now, Ida. We'll find the safest public school to take her to and see how she does. But if she doesn't do well, we're pulling her from the school." "You need to give her at least a week," Ida stated. "Judging from how she does on her first day will not prove anything. First days are always the hardest. You'll need to give her time to adapt and get used to it before deciding if it'll work or not. I'm sure Samantha is more capable than you think." Pamela grumbled, but Jeremy smiled as he put a hand on her shoulder. "Samantha may surprise us, honey. If I can go to a public school and turn out to be the love of your life, what's to say our daughter will not do the same?" Pamela gave her husband a love-filled expression on her face. So Samantha was taken to a public school. Her first day was rough. She didn't know how to handle herself without her parents being there. Though despite this, the teacher had been kind and patient with her. She often relied on the teacher to guide her through things, though the teacher was also trying to encourage her to talk to the other children. Sam couldn't understand how the other children were able to just be so noisy all the time, to not worry about what their parents had told them to do. Samantha took to watching the other children during her second and third day at school. She would often stick to herself while coloring in a coloring book. However, on the fourth day, someone approached her. At first, she thought they were walking toward her to pick up something, but they were looking at her with a big, goofy smile on his face. Samantha was told to always look at someone who wanted to address her, so she looked up at this person. The person was a boy with raven black hair. He had baby blue eyes and liked to wear a white t-shirt and blue pants. "Hey, I'm Danny," the boy greeted a little awkwardly. My brother and I couldn't help but notice you, always sitting here by yourself. See you like coloring, maybe, you wouldn't mind if I joined you, you just seemed lonely and all." Samantha blinked. She was surprised by what this boy, Danny, was saying. "You want to color with me? Why, do you not have a coloring book of your own?" My coloring book was lost," the boy, Danny, admitted sheepishly. But the main thing is that you, looked lonely. Do you mind if I color with you?" Samantha had been to this school without her parents for 4 days. She realized she didn't need to look at them or wait for their permission to answer this question. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. After all, her parents wanted her to make friends, and this was the way to do it. Right. Samantha hesitated. I guess you can." "You guess," Danny chuckled. "You're not sure if you want me to." "What I want?" Samantha asked. "Well, yeah, I asked you if it was okay," Danny answered. But I don't know if my parents would allow it, Samantha admitted. Your parents? Danny blinked. Why wouldn't they? I mean, why would they send you to school if they wouldn't let you play with other kids, right? Besides, they're not here, so it's not like they can stop you if they don't allow it, right? You just don't tell them. Samantha blinked, keeping it a secret from her parents? It felt wrong, but this was the first time she was making a choice. It felt good. This boy didn't seem so bad. In fact, he seemed nice and had a point. Her parents were indeed not here, so who could stop her? Samantha smiled. I would like you to join me in coloring then. It's nice to talk to a child my own age. So, I never got your name, Danny sheepishly said. My full name is Samantha Manson, Samantha introduced. Samantha is a pretty name, Danny said with a goofy grin. Samantha blushed. I don't like my name, it feels too long. How about Sam? Danny offered up. It's a shortened form and easier to say. Samantha blinked as she tested out the name. Sam, she wasn't sure if her parents would approve of it, but then again, maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. Ever since Sam had met Danny, he introduced her to his twin brother, Andy, who looked a lot like Danny, and their best friend, Tucker Foley. Sam started looking forward to going to school now, just to get away from her parents and to hang out with people who helped her find her own individual self, away from her parents. She began despising the pretty clothes and dresses her parents always made her wear, and being so stiff while sitting all the time because her parents wouldn't let her relax. In fact, Sam had gotten to the point when she turned 13 years old. She decided to rebel against her parents and their ridiculous mindset. To say her parents had freaked out was an understatement. She had loved seeing the look of horror on her mother's face at her new goth look. Her father had been more disturbed than horrified, but it was still nice to see them showing other emotions besides the chipper, preppy attitudes that had begun to annoy her. How could you do this, Samantha? Pamela wailed upon seeing Sam's clothing was black and she was now wearing dark lipstick. What happened to the bright and chipperly dressed daughter I once had? That was never me, Mom, Sam snapped. That was what you wanted me to be. I didn't know it back then, but I absolutely hated those dresses, those bright colors, and the chipper attitude you made me put on. You and Dad control everything I do and everything I'm allowed to see. Well, not anymore. I'm going to make my own choices. I am your mother, Samantha, Pamela snapped. You will not talk back to me like that. Danny's parents support him and let him make his own choices. Why can't you and Dad? Sam shouted. Danny, Pamela frowned. Sam bit her lip. Danny, Andy, and Tucker were supposed to be a secret. She had kept them hidden from her parents for all these years. She hadn't meant to say one of their names to her mother. It was just in the heat of the moment. He's a friend I made. I have a few friends I made. Sam revealed carefully. He's a good person, as is his brother and their other friend. So you did make friends, why didn't you tell us? Pamela questioned. Because I knew you and Dad wouldn't approve of them, Sam snapped. If their influence is what's making you act this way, then of course we're not going to approve of them, Pamela snapped back. Samantha. It's Sam, don't call me Samantha anymore, Sam hissed. Pamela glared at her daughter. From now on, you are not to hang out with those friends of yours. Like I'm going to listen to that, Sam replied. You can't stop me. I can pull you out of the school, I can put a restraining order on you. You're still a minor, so I'm able to do that for you, and they, by law, won't be able to come near you, Pamela warned. That's not fair, I'll be left alone again, Sam shouted, tears forming in her eyes. Then make new, better friends, friends that don't turn you into this. Pamela gestured to Sam's clothes. I don't want to make new friends, because you'll just make it so I can't see them anymore either, Sam accused. Pamela, Jeremy spoke up, having heard the shouting match between his wife and daughter. Maybe we should let things cool down a bit, then we'll talk to Sam about this. Jeremy was using the shorter version of Sam's name, which surprised both Sam and Pamela. Sam was unsure of what to say, but Pamela had some words to say. So you're going to be calling our daughter by a boy's name, Pamela shot back to Jeremy. Sam is a perfectly reasonable shortened version of her name. It's not just meant for boys, Jeremy replied. I don't see anything wrong with it. Pamela frowned, but it looked like this was a fight she wasn't going to win. She took a deep breath and let it out. Fine, we'll leave things be for now. Sam, but this is not something we approve of. Sam wanted to retort back, but she decided to leave it. This was as good as she was going to get with her parents. She didn't want to lose her friends. She didn't want to be alone again. She didn't want to be chained by her reliance on her parents. Sam had done a lot of good, a lot of brave things most people would run away from. She helped Danny fight with ghosts, she helped Andy with their Digimon, she brought Tucker up when he was feeling down. And yet, she had not tried to acknowledge her own problems. When she had friends, she was the voice of reason, the one to point out the obvious when the others were too blinded by everything else. But when she was alone, she was helpless, like a little child. What would happen if her mother had made good on her threat? What would happen if Sam didn't have Danny, Andy, Tucker, Takuya, or the other friends she made over the course of the year to fall back on? Was she really as independent as she believed herself to be? She was in hiding now, scared, tense, and anxious, because she was helpless alone. A tentacle grabbed her by the neck and yanked her out of her hiding spot. "You should have watched your feathers, little birdie. They led me right to you." Gouda grinned as he held Byaman up by the neck. Byaman choked and struggled to get the tentacle loose, but the tentacle had a tight grip on her. Her body soon stopped struggling, and all she could do was hang there and await her fate. Nobody was going to come save her. Byaman hated to admit it, but she was scared. She was scared and felt so alone now. She was just one person, Digimon, against two ghosts. She had no help, not even the legendary warriors, not even her friends. What is there I could be since there's no choice for me? Byaman often asked herself. Gouda slammed Byaman at the tree's trunk. "Let me tell you, you and your friends were really annoying. I've hunted others down before, but you all are by far the most annoying." Gouda looked up. "What's the matter, Derry? You're not going to share in the glory because she's just a small, helpless little bird." Byaman managed to open her eyes, seeing Derry floating above them. "This is just cruel, Gouda," Derry replied. "I gave her a chance. It's not my fault she couldn't take advantage of that." Gouda hissed before slamming Byaman into the tree's trunk again. "Whatever, I'm just going to take this one out. That'll be one less headache to deal with." Gouda summoned his gun and put the barrel on Byaman's head. Byaman was stiff, despite all the dangerous stuff she had done. Having a gun to her head was not something she ever thought she would have to deal with. Even though she wouldn't die here, it was still a tense situation. "Say goodnight, little bird Tilda," Gouda smirked. Before Gouda could pull the trigger, another tentacle rushed out and slammed into Gouda's face. This caused Gouda to release Byaman and the gun to narrowly miss its target. Byaman coughed a few times, taking in air she was deprived of. She looked up, wondering who just saved her. To her surprise and confusion, it was Derry who saved her. "Derry, what is the meaning of this?" Gouda shouted angrily. "I'm sorry. I know you're doing this for our job, but I can't just sit back and watch as you torture a child just to take your anger out," Derry replied. "It doesn't matter. They need to be removed from this world, and you know it," Gouda shot back. "What's to say I can't have some fun with them while I do that?" "The job was to remove them from this world, not torture them. You and Milk seem to miss that mark," Derry growled. "They're just children. Children are supposed to be protected and treasured in the ghost zone, you know this." "They are not ghosts, you sentimental fool," Gouda growled. "And why should that matter? They're still children," Derry fired back. "At the very least, we should let them have a fighting chance." Byaman was rather surprised at this turn of events. Gouda hissed. "If you're going to be like this, Derry, then maybe I should eliminate you before you put our job in jeopardy." Gouda summoned more guns and began firing at Derry. Derry put up a barrier around himself, deflecting the ecto bullets before he flew down at Byaman and picked her up. He was a lot more gentle than Gouda was. Byaman was surprised, but didn't struggle as Derry flew away from Gouda, who was chasing after both of them. "Why are you saving me?" Byaman asked. "Questions later," Derry replied. "Get back here," Gouda shouted as he flew after Derry and Byaman. He was firing more ecto blasts at the two of them, but Derry was just as maneuverable as Gouda while in the air with similar abilities. On more than one occasion, Derry would turn himself and Byaman intangible and fly through a few trees before returning them to a solid form. Derry saw a lake ahead of them. "Hold your breath." Byaman didn't have time to question. She took a breath of air and held it just as Derry dove into the lake, avoiding more ecto blasts. With the murky water covering them, Derry turned himself and Byaman invisible. Gouda growled as he quickly lost track of Derry. Normally, even with invisibility, Gouda could track Derry, but the water made things more complicated. Water was a lot more solid when there was a body of it. Derry! Gouda screamed before he began firing multiple guns at the lake below wildly, hoping to get Derry and Byaman. Derry kept swimming, holding onto Byaman. He hissed as some of the wild bullets did hit him, but his body was more durable than Byaman was, especially with ecto-bullets. He kept tanking the bullets as he kept swimming, going further and deeper. Byaman didn't know how long she could hold her breath. She just hoped Derry would realize that living beings usually couldn't hold their breath for long. Or maybe this was Derry's plan, kill her by drowning while pretending to help her. Thankfully, before Byaman could worry about that, Derry suddenly came up to the surface, allowing Byaman to breathe in fresh air. Derry pulled Byaman into some thick bushes while he was checking for a trail. The grass and mud should absorb the water trail, and being drenched in water made Byaman's feathers stick to her too much to fall off. We should be safe here for the time being. It'll take Gouda some time to calm down and track us down, Derry said quietly. Why did you help me? Byaman asked again, not entirely sure what Derry was up to. Heth, in all logic, I really shouldn't have, Derry admitted. I was hired and sent here to take you and your friends out of this world. You've probably already heard my reasons for why I've decided to let you and your friends get stronger. But there is more to it than just for the sake of glory and having a better afterlife in the ghost zone. I bet you didn't know that children are considered rare and a treasure in the ghost zone, did you? Byaman shook her head, feeling pretty sure she looked like an idiot with how dumbfounded she was sure she looked. I won't tell you everything, but children are very treasured among ghosts. It's difficult for a ghost to procreate their own child, so ghosts usually adopt a child to raise, Derry explained. I used to have one of my own, believe it or not. He was the reason why I wanted a better afterlife, for myself and for him. Byaman frowned. Used to. Yeah, Derry looked away. Was he killed? Byaman hesitantly asked. No, ghosts don't die exactly, Derry answered. It's complicated, but we can lose our sense of self and become someone else entirely. Essentially like being killed and reborn, like how Digimon treats death. As long as we're in the ghost zone, our bodies will be repurposed if something should happen to our core. So, what happened to your, kid? Byaman asked. There was a custody battle for the kid, Derry answered. Someone else wanted him, someone who was more powerful than I was, I lost, and my child was taken away. For her part, Byaman was torn listening to this. On one hand, wing, she felt sorry for Derry, but on the other, she wasn't sure if she really believed him. Given he was one of the enemies she and the others were facing, her doubt was justified, but she wasn't going to just judge him on that alone, not since he had saved her. I'm sorry. To hear that, Byaman said awkwardly. Don't be, it was my responsibility, and my fault. I was aware that I wasn't going to be able to care for a child with where I am now, Derry said. That's why I've become desperate to get stronger, to show I'm not a ghost to be trifled with. Byaman frowned. But if what you say is true, why do all these ghosts keep going after the ghost boy in Amity Park? Byaman nearly had something come out of her beak for trying to mention Danny's name. A ghost child that can fight back is highly sought after among ghosts. Ghosts see that as a challenge from the child, who will only let someone take them in if they can prove themselves to the kid. Or maybe the ghosts just want to cause trouble, it depends on the ghost, Derry shrugged. Derry then looked at Byaman's injured wing. Would you allow me to look at your wing? Byaman wanted to retort, to say no, but given how she couldn't fly, it seemed that Derry was her best chance at being able to get some semblance of flight back. Reluctantly, she held out her injured wing. If you try anything funny, I won't hesitate to fight back, she warned. If I wanted to hurt you, I would have done so already, Derry replied. Seeing the logic behind Derry's words, Byaman held her wing out to the ghost. Derry looked at her wing, seeing the ectoplasm was eating away at the bits of data that made up her body. Derry held up his tentacle over the injured wing and slowly picked the ectoplasm from her wing. There, your wing should be feeling better soon, Derry said. Ectoplasm is a poison to the living and those made of data. It had to be removed before your wing could heal itself. Byaman nodded warily. Thank you, I think, she said, feeling awkward still. I guess, you're not all bad. Nobody is all bad, Derry sighed. Everyone's got a backstory to why they do what they do. In our eyes, you must be the bad guys because someone wanted you to not interfere with these children's therapy sessions. If you mess up, you could end up making these children go into a coma. But you've got your reasons for being here. Biaman frowned, but she nodded. It's not a therapy session. They're being reprogrammed into being something they're not supposed to be. We're here to save them from that without getting kicked out by the mastermind himself. Derry chuckled. Well, we each have our reasons for doing things, like I said. Our actions to each other may make us enemies, but we're doing what we need to do. I have a soft spot for children, so the least I could do is wait until you all have a fighting chance before going at you myself. What Gouda was doing was efficient, but cruel. I don't care what the job description was, I refuse to hunt down children if they have no way to defend themselves. And seeing how you're alone, I couldn't help but be reminded of my kid when I found him. Biaman looked down. She hated being reminded how helpless she was when she was alone. But I'm not just some helpless child. I can fight and I can save my friends. I'm sure you could, Derry said. But in this world, you are constantly being hunted, whether by one of us or by one of the bad guys here. It's not a world you can survive being on your own. After all, I know I couldn't survive being in the ghost zone by myself. That's why I had to form a pack with Gouda and Milk, despite not having the same mindset as them. You need to have allies if you want to survive. Relying on yourself will make you strong, but also cold and distant. It's not a life you want to live. Biaman blinked. For a ghost, you seem to know a lot about living. The ghost zone is not that different from the living world, Derry replied. Sure, ghosts may have different instincts from those of the living, or even Digimon, but in the end, most ghosts just want to have a peaceful existence. Biaman wanted to say she knew that, but, well, other than Danny and maybe a few other ghosts, all the ghosts she had seen were hostile, cruel, mischievous, and troublemakers. In a way, she had been no better than the adult Fentons, lumping ghosts into one category, instinctively, believing any ghost she didn't know to just be there to cause trouble or to hurt them. Derry groaned as he felt pain from all those ecto-bullets that went through his body. Biaman looked at him in concern. You're hurt, Biaman noted. Yeah, that's what happens when you let 14 ecto-bullets go through your body, ghostly or not, Derry chuckled. You could have just let me go, but you protected me, Biaman said, as if realizing the full-length Derry would go to just to make sure a random child he was hired to eliminate would be safe from being attacked unjustly. I'm sure that if you come with me and help me save my friends, maybe we could work something out, I'm sure. Padaman would be more than happy to help you if you talked to him. Oh, what a kind gesture to offer to someone who was your enemy mere moments ago, Derry noted. Then again, children usually have an open mind to the unusual. As for your offer, maybe, it would be nice to not have to feel forced to hurt children just to make ends meet. Biaman smiled. And it's always nice to have an ally with us, especially a ghostly one. We need more of those. Derry chuckled a bit more. A ghostly ally? I never imagined one of you children would be making that proposition to me, one of your enemies. We do it more often than you think. Lopman did it with Labraman after all, Biaman chuckled as well. But we should get you out of here. You don't look so good with those ecto-bullets. I can't help but agree with you there, Derry sighed. Just as the two of them started to move, however, a large green ecto-cannonball was falling toward them. Derry pushed Biaman out of the way as the cannonball slammed into his tentacles, rendering him unable to move. Derry, Biaman shouted in concern and horror. This is punishment for trying to sabotage our job, Derry, a cold tone of voice said from the sky. Biaman looked up, seeing Gouda had found them, and had a green ecto-cannon floating under him. Biaman felt her heart racing. How could you do that? She shouted angrily. Gouda glared at Biaman and fired another cannonball at her. Derry jumped forward despite his pain, intercepting the cannonball. Derry, you were always too soft to get the job done, Gouda sighed, sounding disappointed. You never actually wanted to hurt these children, which was why you tried resorting to Milk's tactic of using other Digimon to take care of them instead of dealing with them yourself. And look at where that got you. At least last time you had the excuse of the legendary warriors being there. But now you don't. You are so pathetic. Gouda turned his cannon back into a gun and shooting at Derry several times. Byamen could only watch in horror. "Run, fly away," Derry weakly told Byamen. Byamen should. In reality, she couldn't do anything other than fly away. She had done it before when her friends were in danger. She had left them to fend for themselves, and she was about to do it again with Derry. Byamen started to run deeper into the forest to save herself as Gouda was focused on Derry. However, as Derry screamed out in pain, Byamen stopped running. How could she live with herself if all she ever did was run away when someone needed her help? By now, Derry's ectoplasm was leaking all over the ground, turning a chunk of the ground into fractal code due to the poison of the ectoplasm. Gouda stopped shooting and landed by Derry's broken body. Using a tentacle, he wrapped it around Derry's neck, yanking him up to force Derry to face him. "Well, this is where your weak sentimentality gets you, brother. You get wiped out. The ghost zone is no place for a weakling like you," Gouda hissed. "That mindset is why the ghost zone is the way it is," Derry choked out. Before Gouda could reply, a loud shout was heard. "Spiral twister." Green spiraling flames hit him from the side, stinging him, but not enough to make him drop Derry. Byamen was flying over to them. "Let him go," Byamen shouted. Gouda gave a sadistic grin. "Oh, you want me to let him go, huh?" One of Gouda's tentacles suddenly pierced through Derry's chest, where Derry's core was. Byamen's eyes went wide in shock and horror, and her feathers stood on end. "DD, Derry," Byamen shouted in alarm. She hadn't expected Gouda to be so ruthless. Yes, she knew he was cruel, but this was. Gouda tossed Derry's dying body aside. Without his core, Derry's body couldn't hold itself together and melted into nothing but ectoplasm, causing parts of the land to destabilize and turn into fractal code. Gouda's tentacle held a small, white glowing orb. Gouda grinned before he moved the white orb over to his mouth then. He ate the orb. Byamen gasped upon seeing that. "Why you ate him?" "Yes, I did," Gouda chuckled evilly. "It's the way we live in the ghost zone. The strong prey upon the weak, after all." Before, all Byamen could think about was herself, how she was all alone and how useless she was. But seeing how someone who helped her, talked to her, and was going to become an ally was brutally murdered and eaten by his own ally, it was too much. Her body glowed brightly as she let out an angry screech. A fiery power pushed Gouda back. Flames surrounded Byamen's body, circling around her. The flames transformed Byamen's wings into human hands, her talons into feet with black boots, her waist turned leaner and longer, having a black shirt and a black and green mini-skirt. Finally, her head turned into a human head with shoulder-length black hair. The flames separated themselves from the human girl, turning into Byamen. Seeing this, Sam wasted no time. "Digivolve Byamen." "Yes," Byamen agreed. Fractal code surrounded Byamen. "Byamen, digivolve too." Byamen felt her skin and feathers peeling away from her body. She felt her wings and limbs regaining their skin and feathers as her body grew larger and her wingspan grew in length. Her feathers were now a bright fiery orange color, and her beak was matching, with sharp teeth pointing out of it. Her eyes opened, revealing them as the same blue color she had a Byamen. Berdraman. The fractal code dissipated, revealing the majestic orange fiery bird in the skies. Sam was on top of the big fiery Digimon. Despite being separated from her partner now, she still feels like she and Berdraman were one. She remembered Andy mentioning something like that when Lopman became Antilaman. It felt like she could see through Berdraman's eyes as they glared angrily at Gouda. Sam was so angry that she let out a scream, and Berdraman let out a loud bird-like caw that shook the area. "You're going to pay for what you've done," Sam growled. "Fire flap." Berdraman cloaked herself and Sam with flames, though Sam was unaffected by the fire. Sam had worked with Berdraman before, but this felt different. When Berdraman moved, it felt like she was moving through the skies herself. Berdraman flew at Gouda with such speed that Gouda only saw an orange flash before he felt his body burning with fire. Berdraman looped around the sky, with Sam not even worried about falling off, to fly back at Gouda. Gouda quickly summoned his cannon to fire cannonballs at her. With both Sam and Berdraman's keen eyes, they were able to maneuver around the cannonballs with ease. "Let's finish this, Berdraman," Sam exclaimed in anger. "Gladly," Berdraman agreed before coming to a hover and spreading her wings. Fiery sparks appeared before her wings. Bergerman's eyes flashed once before she let loose her attack. Meteor wing. Gouda let out a scream as he put up a shield around himself, saving himself from the majority of the fiery wing attack. But he wasn't looking too good. How are you this strong? Gouda hissed. Talonteer. Bergerman flew over him and pierced her sharp talons into his body. Gouda coughed as pain lanced out from his chest and sides. It hurt. He was hurt. How? He coughed out weakly. May the flames cleanse you, Sam hissed. Meteor wing. Bergerman, making sure Gouda was still in her talons, too injured and confused to use his intangibility to get away, blasted him with huge flames from her wings, completely melting his entire body away, including his core. Gouda cried out as he melted away into nothing but an ectoplasmic ooze that dripped down from Bergerman's talons. With that over, Bergerman was surrounded by fractal code, turning back into Byaman, and Sam landed on the ground. Both of them needed to take a moment to think about what just happened. They just, sort of, killed a ghost. They didn't capture it, they outright killed the ghost. Or at least Sam doubted Gouda was going to come back. She hoped he and Derry weren't literally in the dream world and were only using a headset or something to be in here. But she had been so mad and devastated when Gouda killed Derry so cruelly that she didn't even think about it. She just wanted to kill Gouda. And she and Bergerman, it was like they were almost one. Not in the sense that Sam was using Byaman's body, but like they were two separate beings with one mind, if that made any sense. No wonder Andy had trouble putting it into words. This is something one has to experience to understand. Sam noted to herself. Are you going to be okay? Byaman asked her partner in concern. Sam nodded. Yeah, I think so, she replied before sighing and running a hand across the back of her neck. I just didn't think we'd actually kill a ghost though, but I was just so angry. I know, I felt your anger, Byaman answered. Your sorrow and pain, but you should know, you're never really alone, I'm still here with you, and our friends are counting on us. Sam nodded, sighing. Yeah, you're right. She then gave Byaman a smile. And, thanks, you're right, I'm not alone, let's go save our friends. Byaman nodded before she turned into fractal code and surrounded Sam, turning Sam back into Byaman herself. She looked down at the ectoplasm that was Derry. I'm sorry, Byaman said softly. May you be reborn again somehow in the ghost zone. With those somber words said, Byaman flew up into the sky. She could see the place where her friends were likely taken, and that was where she was headed. Chapter 34. When Black Gatomon woke up today, she didn't expect to hear that her friends had been captured by Ranneman and Arborman and brought to this place. Well, except for one, apparently Byaman wasn't considered important enough to be taken back here. Do you think this one might make a good assistant? Ranneman asked Arborman as she held up a cage that had Kokuaman in it. I don't think so. His electricity and metal body doesn't mix well with your water, right? So maybe let me keep him instead, Arborman answered. You can keep the dog. The other two need to go to Mercuryman or Lord Cherubiman. Ranneman smirked. I've always wanted a little pet of my own. Arborman chuckled evilly. Then, let's go deliver the Pataman and Lopman to Lord Cherubiman. Wait a minute, what's going on? Black Gatomon asked as she walked over to them. Black Gatomon saw her friends locked up in some cages, and they all looked rather weak and tired. Likely due to Ranneman's draining rain, keeping them from being able to try to break out of their cages. Oh, didn't you know? We decided to be productive, Ranneman replied to her little friend. Honestly, Mercuryman had some nerve calling us lazy. Yeah, just because I want to eat some burgers doesn't mean I'm lazy, just hungry. I can't help it. My beast form needs feeding when the 3 moons shine, Arborman grumbled. And we happened to find these little Digimon on their own, can you believe it? They were usually stuck with those kids, but we caught them on their own. Talk about a lucky break, huh? Ranneman grinned. And Mercuryman wanted the Lopman and Pataman specifically, the rest we'll just keep as assistants. Black Gatomon frowned a little. Wasn't there a Byaman with them? Where is she? She was left behind, Ranneman replied. Poor thing was knocked out, and we could only take these 4 back with us. You didn't take her back because she was knocked out, Black Gatomon deadpanned. Well, we had our hands full already, and we figured we didn't really needed another extra one, Arborman replied. Who was gonna take care of her, Mercuryman? He has no interest in having an assistant. Black Gatomon looked at Ranaman. She wondered if Ranaman just couldn't be bothered to worry about another Digimon, or if she thought Byaman was too weak. There wasn't much she could do, though. Byaman was on her own. But she was sure Byaman could take care of herself. It was the others she was worried about. She didn't know why Mercury wanted Lopman and Pataman specifically, but she doubted Ranaman and Arborman would really hurt Kokuaman and Labraman. But she had no idea what was going to happen to Lopman and Pataman. Mercuryman is currently out doing an errand for Lord Cherubiman. Duskman suddenly spoke up. Perhaps you can leave those two to me and Black Gatomon for the time being. Black Gatomon was surprised that Duskman made such a suggestion. Normally he wouldn't care about some random Digimon that wasn't her. But then again, she did tell him about her friends before. Did he care because she did? Ranaman raised an eyebrow. Why would you suddenly care? You're not one to normally offer to do something, Duskman. Like you, Mercuryman had called me lazy for not joining in the battles, Duskman answered. I want to prove that I am more than just a fighting machine or just someone to look after the base. Duskman seemed to be understanding how people, or in this case, Digimon work better too. Black Gatomon smiled, seeing how her lessons had an impact. Ranaman smirked. Well, y'all seem to have taken that to heart, Suga. She then nodded. Just don't let the two get loose. We will keep them under watch, Duskman answered. Meanwhile, I'll see if this little pooch will make an excellent little assistant for me, Tilda. Ranaman grinned as she looked at Labraman, who looked back nervously. And I'll see if this little guy likes trees and burgers, Arborman said, which caused Kokuman to perk up. He definitely liked burgers. When Ranaman and Arborman walked away with Labraman and Kokuman, Black Gatomon looked at Duskman. Thanks, Black Gatomon said in a grateful tone. Duskman nodded once. These are your friends, right? This seems important to you. It is, and they are. Black Gatomon nodded. Black Gatomon looked at Pataman and Lopman. Hey guys, are you all right? Pataman and Lopman looked over at Black Gatomon. Hey, glad to see you're doing well. Pataman smiled slightly. Been making friends, huh? Lopman chuckled lightly. You could say that, Black Gatomon replied sheepishly, although not the really bright kind for two of them. They were bright enough to bring us here, though we were caught off guard and they're legendary warriors, and we were tired. And we were separated from our friends, Pataman grumbled. Sounds like excuses, Black Gatomon chuckled. Valid excuses, Lopman huffed before looking at Duskman. So this is Duskman. Lopman couldn't help but feel his fur standing on end, because the last time he saw Duskman in person was when he was ready to kill them. Duskman remained impassive as he looked at the two rookie Digimon in the cages. I can sense the power within them, he noted. Particularly the Lopman, it's so similar to Lord Cherubiman's. Lopman gave a nervous smile. I get that a lot. It's probably why we're here in the first place, Pataman sighed. I guess it was only a matter of time. Now that you're all here, that does make things harder, doesn't it? Black Gatomon frowned. Well, maybe a little bit, but we did want to come here, Lopman admitted. We kind of wanted to talk to Cherubiman as well as Offeniman. Duskman raised an eyebrow now. You want to speak with Lord Cherubiman and Offeniman? Yeah, Lopman hesitated, trying to choose his words carefully. Well, since we split up from the other legendary warriors, we've been thinking about what to do. It seems talking to the Celestial Digimon was our best bet. Or, I guess former Celestial Digimon. You could have just gone to school, Duskman replied. Nah, we already are, Pataman grumbled. Duskman couldn't help but find them to be amusing. They did seem nervous around him, but they still spoke to him like Black Gatomon did. Your friends are amusing, at least, Duskman chuckled to Black Gatomon. Glad you think we are funny, Pataman huffed grumpily. Hey, not to sound like an annoying toddler, but do you have any food? We're pretty tired and haven't gotten to eat much of anything since yesterday, Lopman asked, his stomach growling. Since yesterday, were you even able to feed yourselves since you split from the children? Black Gatomon frowned. Sometimes, but most of the time we were walking, Pataman answered, or getting chased. Well, that would explain why you were so easily caught, Duskman smirked. Trust me, running for our lives is not fun, Pataman grumbled. And trying to survive out in the wilderness is not fun either, Lopman grumbled as well. We have plenty of food, but they're mostly dry and bland stuff. Why do you think Arborman likes going out to gee this food? Black Gatomon said. But still, you need sustenance, since you went without food for almost a whole day. I'll get you guys something, so hang tight. Thanks, Black Gatomon, Lopman replied. Yeah, really, thank you, Patamon said gratefully. Black Gatomon walked away, and Duskman decided to ask a question. You are Black Gatomon's friend, Duskman noted, and yet you were all away from her for a long time. Why is that? Well, it wasn't intentional. We got separated when we got to this world, Lopman answered. Weren't you worried about her? Did you think to look for her? Duskman questioned. Of course we were worried about her, but we didn't know where she was and we were getting used to this world, Patamon replied. And she later sent us a message that she was all right, so we figured we should focus on what we came here for. What did you come here for? Duskman asked. Patamon frowned, worried that he said too much. Lopman took a moment to consider this before he decided to answer. All of us came to this world on an important mission, Lopman admitted. We're trying to save our friends from something really bad. We're also bound by rules, harsh rules that we can't reveal too much to the friends we're trying to save, or we'll be eliminated. It's like a game we're forced to play in order to save them. We've been playing this game for several weeks now, and we've come to a part where we were forced to separate from them. That was why we were out there alone. Duskman frowned. This didn't sound very fair to Black Gatomon's friends, or Black Gatomon herself, to be honest. I assume Black Gatomon is in the same situation as you then, correct? That's right, Lopman confirmed. In fact, I'm not sure how much we can tell you either, since you're one of the friends we're supposed to save. But the fact that I'm able to tell you this at all means that the rules might be looser for you than, the others. Duskman raised an eyebrow. Is that so? He wondered. Why? You really think the rules are looser for him? Patamon asked Lopman, surprised as well. I just told him something that should have been forbidden knowledge, at least it was for the others, Lopman pointed out. I can only guess that it's because the mastermind is looking at the others a lot more closely than at him. Duskman tilted his head to the side in confusion. He was really curious as to what they were talking about now. So you were all sent here to save your friends, right? But you're under strict rules, Duskman noted. And you're not supposed to tell anyone about this, but somehow was able to tell me. That's about the gist of it, Patamon nodded. So you are not from this world? Duskman asked. As strange as it may sound, no, we're not. We had a hard time coming here, Patamon admitted. But we weren't going to just leave our friends to their fate. Duskman had to admit he was impressed by their willingness to help their friends. That's pretty gutsy to come here then, despite the limitations placed on you. I guess you can call us determined or just stubborn, Lopman chuckled. But when you truly care about someone, you'd be surprised of what length you'd go through for them. That's also why we wanted to come here and talk to Cherubiman and Offeniman, despite the risks. Yeah, and you guys are always crazy enough to jump off a cliff if it meant saving someone, Black Gatomon spoke up as she returned with some dry meat and bread. Here, it might take some time to chew, but it should keep you from starving. Patamon took the part of the bread and meat. Thanks, I'm sure everyone here is hungry, not just me. Food is important, it keeps one's strength up, Duskman nodded. Lopman took a bit out of the dried meat and bread and gagged. Oh gosh, this isn't just bland, it's pretty gross. There isn't any refrigeration out here, Black Gatomon explained. So food has to be very dry in order to last out here, not to mention being a few days old at least would make them taste pretty nasty. Who knows what could have crawled on the food? Gee, thanks for saying I'm essentially eating bug puke garbage, Lopman groaned. Patamon grimaced before forcing himself to swallow the meat. Ugh, at least it's better than starving, although I feel like I'm eating rotten flesh. Black Gatomon shrugged. For all I know, it could be. Are you trying to kill us? Lopman gasped. How do you live with this disgusting stuff? Patamon questioned. I don't usually eat here, Black Gatomon answered. Once in a while, Duskman and I go out and see if we can find a good place to eat or get some takeout. You think anyone in this place know how to cook a good meal? They don't, Lopman frowned. Nah, you have Ranaman, who's obsessed with her looks, swimming, and looking for her beast spirit. Well, the latter is no longer a thing since she has it, but that was essentially what she always did, Black Gataman explained. You have, had Grumbleman, who went out a lot just to eat a bunch of fractal code rather than actual food. His idea of cooking is to set some rocks on fire. Then there's Arborman, he just goes out like the rest of us do. Mercuryman. He would rather be all cunning about whatever it is he's planning than worry about cooking food. Sounds like a not-so-fun life here, Pataman noted with a sweat drop. Do any of you do anything together, like an activity, or go out together? We're not a tight-knit community here. Most of them are usually looking to backstab the other to gain Lord Cherubiman's favor, Black Gataman explained. That makes sense, most bad guys do that, Lopman sighed. It's pretty much a cliché trope at this point. It's no wonder the bad guys usually lose to the good guys. Their teamwork sucks. Pataman huffed. I don't think there have been any bad guys working as a team successfully. Oh no, there's been some actual good shows that showed how complex an evil character can be if they actually work together like family, Lopman said. You are such a nerd, Black Gataman laughed. Hey, what can I say? I like my anime. Although it feels like we're living in one right now, don't you think? Lopman chuckled. Duskman had a moment of thought. Black Gataman didn't include him in her list of why none of them cooked, but he knew she was being nice. He usually just stared at the stars before Lord Cherubiman introduced her to him. Ever since she came into his life, he went out more, interacted more. Perhaps he should try other things as well to make life a little better for them here. Perhaps I could try cooking food, Duskman said, which surprised everyone. You want to cook? Black Gataman asked. What brought this on? You never had any interest in making food before. Duskman shrugged. It would give me something more to do besides just staring at the moons, and I don't want you to keep eating out most of the time. And our prisoners need better food if they hope to grow stronger for our ranks one day. Black Gataman giggled. That's true, isn't it? What kind of food would you try cooking then? Lopman asked. I've made burgers before. I wouldn't mind teaching you how to make a good burger if you had the ingredients. We don't usually bother stocking up on ingredients since, like I said earlier, nobody cooks here, Black Gataman noted. But, if Duskman is interested, there's a village of burgermen we could go to in order to get all the ingredients we need to make burgers. Duskman chuckled. That sounds like a good plan. It would be better to make something for us instead of just having this old meat and bread for guests. But how are you going to go there while watching us? Pataman asked. We could take you with us, Black Gataman noted. Or just one of us can go grocery shopping while the other stays here and watches you guys. In terms of efficiency, it would be best if one of us goes to get the ingredients while the other stays. It would be too cumbersome to have to carry the prisoners with us. We could also lose them or gain unwanted attention, Duskman stated. Good idea. Glad to see you're using your head more instead of keeping them in the stars, Black Gataman chuckled. So which one of you will go? Lopman asked. I'll go. You guys should get to know Duskman a little more while I'm out, Black Gataman suggested. I can move faster on my own, and unlike you two, I haven't gotten to the point where I can't be seen by the people you're supposed to help. So technically, as long as they don't attack me, I should be fine if they happen to be there. And I don't draw as much attention as Duskman would. Duskman frowned a bit, but he knew Black Gataman had a point. Very well, that sounds reasonable. Great, we get to know Mr. Eyes over there. This should be fun, Pataman grumbled. He may look scary, but he's not such a bad guy once you get to know him, Black Gataman remarked. Well, we'll see what we can do while we wait for you, Lopman replied. Black Gataman stretched out as she walked outside of the hideout. It was a bit of a shame there weren't any trailmen close by. She had to walk out of the dark continent every time to take a trailman. But she had gotten to know the area quite well with how often she had to walk out. It was almost funny how lost she was when she first arrived here as Salaman. Now it was more like a big backyard to her. She didn't get too far, however, when she spotted a pink thing flying in the sky, heading down toward her. Black Gataman recognized the pink thing. Biyaman? She asked, not entirely sure it was her friend. The pink thing, the pink bird Digimon, landed on the ground. What are you doing out here? The Digimon, Biyaman, asked. It was clear Biyaman was quite exhausted. She had flown all of this well, and after separating and digivolving earlier, it was a wonder how she hadn't passed out yet. "You don't look so good," Black Gatomon noted with worry. "We should get you some food and water before you keel over. There's a lake nearby that should help you a little." "Thanks, but I'm looking for my friends. They were taken away and I believe they're here," Biyomon answered. "They are, don't worry, they're safe," Black Gatomon assured. "I'm actually about to get some ingredients so we can all have better food to eat, but we need to take care of you first. If you keep going as you are, you might actually die." Biyomon wanted to retort, but she was too tired to even make a sarcastic remark, feeling her wings going limp at her sides. "I hate to admit it, but you're right. I can't even bring myself to argue back." She sighed tiredly. "Come with me," Black Gatomon gestured. Black Gatomon led Biyomon to a large body of water. "This is where we get our water. It's clean, don't worry. The fractal code that makes this water up always cleans itself." Biyomon walked over to the water and didn't hesitate to dunk her head into the water. She didn't realize how thirsty she was until she started gulping down as much water as her beak would allow in. After a moment, Biyomon lifted her head from the water to breathe. "Feel a little better?" Black Gatomon asked. "Why, yeah, though I'm still hungry," Biyomon sheepishly admitted, feeling her stomach growling angrily at her. "Well, I could catch you some fish, but you're a vegetarian," Black Gatomon noted. "I'm not sure if you can afford to be too picky about what food you eat since you're on the brink of starvation. Though if you really don't want to eat a fish, I did bring some extra dried bread with me in case I needed to eat along the way." Black Gatomon held out some dry bread to Biyomon. Biyomon didn't even hesitate to take the bread, despite it being dry. She chowed down on it, not even caring it tasted nasty. She finished the bread and sighed. "As gross as it was to eat that, it was better than being hungry. I can't believe you are used to eating that." "I don't eat it too often. But nobody at the base wanted to cook, so it was either go out to eat or eat dried bread or meat," Black Gatomon answered. "Though Duskman is showing interest in cooking, and Lopman has experience with making burgers, so I was going to go visit the Burgerman village to get some ingredients." "A veggie burger sounds like heaven right now," Biyomon drooled. Well, do you want to come with me then?" Black Gatomon asked. "If you try to go rescue our friends right now, it's going to put our mission into jeopardy. They need to be here for Cherubiman and Ophaniman, right? And if I take you back now, Raniman, Arborman, and Mercuryman might find it a bother to have to fix up a weakened Digimon child. It's best to come when you're at your best, or at the very least, not look like you're about to keel over." Biyomon chuckled tiredly. "Yeah, I'd hate to face them again in this state," she agreed. "And sure, I'd like to help you if I can." "Great, just don't fly for a while. Walking should be fine. You allow yourself to take it slow for the time being while you let your body recover. Maybe we can get some fruits or nuts while we're on the way so you don't get too hungry. I doubt that bread is enough to sate your hunger for long," Black Gatomon instructed. "I'll be fine, don't worry," Biyomon assured. "Great, maybe you can also tell me what's been going on while we head out. Once we leave the Dark Continent, you can rest in a trailman from there," Black Gatomon said. "So, why am I here?" Kokuman grumbled. Arborman had slide evolved into his beast form, Petaldraman, and had Kokuman's cage hanging from the tip of one of his tails as he was moving through the streets. It was dark as it was currently nighttime. Kokuman had been along for the ride because, well, he didn't actually have a choice. But Arborman wanted to take him with him to some place to get burgers. Kokuman didn't argue because he could go for some burgers himself actually. But he didn't appreciate being dragged around while Petaldraman gathered up some minions called the Chamelemen, which just looked like some giant chameleons, and headed to a village to terrorize them. "Every time the three moons align, I'm reminded of one thing, hamburgers." Petaldraman grinned as he looked over at Kokuman. "And I gotta eat some right now. Surely you can understand how hungry a Digimon can get, right? I know you haven't eaten much lately either." "Well, yeah, but I didn't sign up for terrorizing a village for food," Kokuman grumbled. "Relax, you'll learn to like it." Petaldraman grinned before he began walking into the town. The Chamelemen were using their special cloaking ability to scare the Burgermen living in the town. They also used their tail and tongue to lash out at the buildings and properties. The Burgermen all screamed and ran in fear as they were scrambling to make burgers, but none of the burgers were good enough for Petaldraman. I only want the best burger this town has to offer, Petaldraman shouted. Who here makes the best burger in town, huh? Tgthegood, owner of the burger cafe, one of the burgermen exclaimed in fright. Then that's where I will go, Petaldraman grinned. Kokuaman couldn't help but feel his stomach grow when he caught the whiff of freshly made burgers. He didn't approve of what Petaldraman was doing, but he couldn't deny that he really wanted some burgers right now. An adult burgerman wearing a chef outfit walking out, carrying a tray of burgers. He knelt down in front of Petaldraman. Oh, great wooden one, I bring you the finest burgers crafted by my own humble hands. Petaldraman approached and gulped down some of the burgers before looking at Kokuaman, and he used one of his tails to give one to the smaller Digimon. Can't have you being so hungry and missing out, right? Kokuaman had a burger in his scissor-like hands. He shouldn't. He really shouldn't indulge in this since this burger was taken through fear and dominance. Kokuaman doubted very much that Petaldraman would pay for the burger as well. But he was hungry, and the burger smelled so good. Since he was starving, his morality should take a bit of a backseat. After all, what was good about following his morality if he was just going to starve because of it? Fine, but I want you to know that I still don't approve of this. Kokuaman spoke up before he took a bite out of the burger. The tenderness of the patty, the cheese melted to perfection, the crunch, fresh lettuce, tomatoes, and pickles, along with the right amount of ketchup, mustard, and mayonnaise. Not to mention the bun were soft yet crispy. It was like perfection was in his little hands right now. Ooh, this is so good, Kokuaman said with delight in his voice. He had never had a more perfect burger in his entire life. This is perfection. Petaldraman chuckled. Then we are in agreement, because these are even better than the rest of the burgers here combined. Kokuaman couldn't even answer because he was enjoying the burger far too much. It was like he was in some sort of burger trance. Petaldraman grinned. This is a thing of beauty. One of the chamberlain grabbed the burgerman with his tail. You'll be coming back to my place, where you'll make enough burgers to satisfy me and my pet. And let me tell you, I've got a big appetite. Petaldraman grinned as he and the chamberlain began walking away. The female burgerman called out to the burgerman, who was being taken away. If you want him back, you better make an even better burger before the moons align tomorrow. Petaldraman responded back to the other burgerman. Biaman didn't even know when she fell asleep, but apparently the moment she and Black Gataman got on board a trailman, she was out like a light. She must have been more exhausted than she thought. The next thing she knew, Black Gataman was nudging her awake. It's morning, the sun's rising, and we're almost there, Black Gataman said softly. Biaman got up with a yawn and stretched her wings out. I must have been more tired than I thought. I swear I don't sleep so long normally. I don't blame you. From what you told me, you and the others had been walking on foot for a while. Then you got attacked, then you were left on your own for a while. I'm surprised you were able to find it in you to separate and digivolve your partner when you did, and got rid of one of the ghosts hunting us, Black Gataman remarked, having heard the story from Biaman earlier. We're almost at Burger Village. I can get you a few veggie and tofu burgers to fill you up. Thanks, but wait, you have money? Biaman asked, just realizing that Black Gataman had been planning to buy ingredients earlier, but it just occurred to her that Black Gataman was buying food, not foraging for them. Yes, I have money, Black Gataman replied, raising an eyebrow. Why is that so surprising? Because the rest of us have been, foraging for food, Biaman admitted sheepishly. You poor things, Black Gataman sweat dropped. Well, I should say I get paid on the regular by Cherubiman for as long as I stick with Duskman. I was brought in to be his companion after all. Wait, Cherubiman, the same evil Cherubiman who's tearing the world apart, is paying you. Biaman looked at Black Gataman in shock. Yeah, surprisingly despite being an evil overlord, he's fair to his employees, Black Gataman chuckled. He's only evil to those who stand in his way, but if you're working for him, he's surprisingly a stand-up guy. He kind of reminds me of Lopman in a way. Tough, but fair, but shows no mercy to his enemies if they anger him enough. Biaman also sweat dropped. I can see why then, she chuckled nervously. Reminds me to avoid getting on Lopman's bad side. I don't think you have to worry about that. Lopman isn't evil, so he's willing to give his enemies a chance if they're willing to take it, Black Gataman said. True, Biaman chuckled. So this Burgerman place, could you tell me more about it? Have you been there before? A few times. They have the best burgers there, Black Gataman answered. It's a burger lover's paradise. Burgermen love making burgers for their customers and are always striving to make the best burgers they can. They're good at looking for high-quality ingredients and stocking up on them. I can see why you're going there to get ingredients then, Biaman noted, though she found herself drooling. I wonder if they're as good as the Nasty Burger. They make the Nasty Burger taste like. Well, nasty burgers in comparison, Black Gataman laughed. Biaman's mouth dropped. No way, you're pulling my leg, aren't you? Nothing could be better than Nasty Burger. For a moment, Black Gataman and Biaman looked at each other before they began laughing. The Nasty Burger is a good hangout spot and all, but we both know their burgers aren't the best. Heck, they don't even use fresh ingredients, Black Gataman chuckled. I should know, I work there as a part-time job when I'm not busy with other things. I doubt their patties are even 100% beef, Biaman chuckled as well. The trailman soon slowed down and came to a halt. Well, we're here. Let's go get some burgers, Tilda, Black Gataman smiled. The doors opened up, allowing Biaman and Black Gataman to get off the trailman. Black Gataman immediately frowned, however, when they were walking through the town. That's odd. Burger Village is usually pretty lively, but it looks like a ghost town, Black Gataman noted. And there isn't any smell of burgers being made either. Huh, what happened? Biaman wondered, looking around. Why are there no burgermen about? Something must have happened, Black Gataman remarked. Let's look around. Maybe if we're lucky, we can find a local and ask them. Burgermen aren't battle Digimon. If something scares them, it's likely they'll hide away in their houses until the threat leaves. Biaman frowned but nodded. Okay, let's see what we can learn then. I just hope they don't run from us. We mean them no harm. I doubt they'll run from us, but let's keep our guard up in case something happens, Black Gataman replied. The two Digimon began to look around. They heard some voices not too far away. Black Gataman's big ears could pick up a conversation. What is it? Biaman asked. Black Gataman looked around the corner of one of the houses and saw the 5 human children talking to an adult burgerman that had 6 little chicks floating beside her. Ah, I see, Black Gataman frowned. Seems we arrived at a bad time. Those kids are here. I guess Arbor Mono decided to be greedy and kidnap the top chef burgerman from Burger Cafe, so the village closed down. Biaman frowned, but why would he do that? That's not right. I don't think he cares, Biaman. Remember, they're not exactly the nice versions of the legendary warriors. They were awakened by a very corrupted cherubiman, Black Gataman pointed out. Guess we'll have to come back after this whole thing has been resolved. How long will that take? Biaman asked. If I remember right, Arborman will want to come back tonight when the 3 moons align. He gets hungry when that happens for some reason, Black Gataman sighed. So we have to wait an entire day, Biaman deadpanned. Oh, is that you, Black Gataman? A soft yet high-pitched voice asked. Black Gataman and Biaman turned around to see a smaller, pink burgerman looking at them. Oh hey, I'm glad to see you're here. Black Gataman smiled. Biaman, this is Ebai Burgerman. She's a burgerman with a pure heart, likely made from a selected high-quality digital food ingredient or something like that. She owns the Burger and Fries restaurant. Duskman and I go there often to eat. Really? And not this burger cafe that others say is good? Biaman asked. There are more than one places to eat here, Black Gataman pointed out. Yeah, Burgerman from the Burger Cafe often makes the best and finest quality of burgers, Ebai Burgerman explained. That's why he's so popular. But we mix and match burgers with fries and other kinds of foods, so our restaurant is a little more unique in that regard. So was he the one kidnapped from this village? Biaman asked, trying to get more information. Yes, I'm afraid so. Ebai Burgerman frowned. Petaldraman and his group of lackeys Chamlemon made a mess of our little town, demanding the best burgers. Once he got a taste of Burgerman's burgers, he took him away to have him cook for him in his mansion. This caused the village to shut down for the time being. Without the top chef, it's difficult for the other burgermen to be motivated to cook. Biaman frowned. I'm sorry to hear that, but what can we do to help? I'm not sure if you can. Petaldraman is a legendary warrior, All we can do is hope once he's satisfied, he'll bring Top Chef Burgerman back to the village, Ebi Burgerman sighed. It'll be fine, Black Gatomon assured. Those 5 children over there are planning to help out. They're legendary warriors too. Are really? Ebi Burgerman asked in surprise. Yeah, so just give it some top. Your Top Chef will be back before morning tomorrow. I can guarantee it. Black Gatomon smiled. Oh, thank you. It's a relief to know that Top Chef Burgerman is in good hands. Ebi Burgerman smiled. Then they heard Biamon's stomach growling. Biamon blushed. Well, until then, how about you two follow me to my restaurant? It'll be my treat, Ebi Burgerman offered. Are you sure? Biamon asked. Of course. The restaurant is closed, but I can cook up a few burgers for my favorite customer and her friend, Ebi Burgerman answered. Thank you, you're very kind. Biamon smiled. Oh, just letting you know, I'm a vegetarian. I don't eat anything that was once alive. That's okay. All of our ingredients were organically grown, so even our meatiest ingredients are vegetarian-friendly, Ebi Burgerman assured. Biamon smiled. That's great, I can't wait to try the burgers then. If you don't mind, Ebi Burgerman, could I also browse your ingredients? I came here to buy some. Duskman is going to try his hand at making burgers himself, Black Gatomon requested. Oh, sure. I'd be more than happy to sell you some ingredients, especially if it helps someone enjoy making a burger themselves. Ebi Burgerman smiled cheerfully. Meanwhile, back at the hideout, Duskman was listening to what Lopman had to tell him. It was something that was important. So that's why, Lopman finished, we're here to help them get out of this world. I can't believe you were able to tell him almost everything, Patamon noted. The fact you two may be Lord Cherubimon and Seraphimon from another world is quite the shocking discovery, but you're also humans fused to your partners, and are here to bring those children out of this world. It sounds complicated, Duskman muttered. I'm still on the fence about the whole Cherubimon thing, Lopman replied. Neither my partner nor I know if that's 100% yet. And it's the same with the others who were with you, Duskman asked. Pretty much, Patamon answered. We all knew the risk when we came here. I mean, we didn't know what would happen exactly, but we knew it was risky. And we need the 3 celestial Digimon's power in order to save them, Lopman said. Patamon has Seraphimon's power in him. Now we just need Cherubimon and Ophanimon's help. Do you know what will happen if you do get their help? Duskman asked. Patamon grimaced. Not, really, he admitted. We just know we need the help of the celestial Digimon. I see, so it's another gamble you're taking, Duskman noted. Well, it's the only lead we've got, so we have no choice but to take it, Lopman answered. You really are willing to go through such lengths for these kids, but you know they are our enemy, don't you? If they come here, we'll have to fight them, Duskman pointed out. We're hoping we can resolve this whole thing before it comes to that, Lopman replied. You're taking big gambles. You must really care for these kids a lot to take such big risks, Duskman noted. Well, you do crazy things for the ones you care about, Patamon shrugged. Duskman chuckled. I suppose that's true, he conceded. So, how did you come to see Black Gatomon as a friend? Patamon asked. From what we know, your group only does things apart from each other. Duskman looked down. To be honest, I don't really know, he admitted. I was always doing something by myself or just staring at the moons most of the time, but then Lord Cherubimon told me I was going to be assigned someone too. Help me open up more, so to speak. And that was Black Gatomon. I didn't like it at first, but as time went on, I guess I just began to see her as a companion and friend. Cherubimon pretty much gave you Black Gatomon? Lopman questioned. But why would he do that? I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm glad you and Black Gatomon became friends and all, I just don't understand why Cherubimon would care about you having a friend or not. I mean, I was under the impression he's not exactly a compassionate guy. I'm not sure myself, Duskman grumbled. He doesn't exactly give reasons as to why he does certain things. I'm just assuming, as of right now anyway, that he wants me to be a more effective warrior, but I'm having my doubts about that. Do you think Cherubimon might be different from what we saw before? Patamon asked Lopman. I'm not sure. We only saw Cherubimon at his worst. At best, he was vague about his motives and didn't seem to abuse those who work under him. All the other times he was facing his enemy, of course he wasn't going to be all nice to them, Lopman replied. This whole thing just seems too complicated, Pataman groaned. Let's talk about something else, Lopman decided. Duskman, you mentioned that you were interested in cooking, but does this place have a kitchen? You'd need certain tools to be able to cook effectively after all. It does, Duskman replied, but the kitchen is never really used much. The few times it has been used, well, let's just say cleaning up was a hassle. No wonder no one here cooks. Pataman's sweat dropped. Most of those who live here are likely terrible cooks. Ranaman somehow burned water. Duskman grumbled. You think being the warrior of water, she'd know how to boil water effectively, but apparently that isn't possible. Pataman had to bite his tongue to keep from laughing at the mental image of Ranaman burning water. So none of you were able to cook? I wonder if Aguniman was here he would. Actually no, he might just burn down the entire hideout. Lopman's sweat dropped. That would be not the best thing in the world, Pataman chuckled sheepishly. Lopman gave it some thought. Would you mind showing us the kitchen? Duskman looked at the two of them. That would mean letting you out of those cages though. I'm not willing to carry around 2 cages occupied either. Oh, come on, we can't exactly go anywhere. Lopman and I can't fight against you or the other legendary warriors here. Pataman grumbled. Surely it's not that much trouble to keep an eye on us. I mean, you have what? 9 eyes on your body? There's no way Lopman or I could escape your sight. Besides, we need to be here anyways, Lopman pointed out. We might as well make the food we eat to be good, or at the very least, have some decent flavors to it. Duskman hesitated for a moment. Besides, Black Gataman is our friend too. We wouldn't do anything that would put her in danger, Pataman added. Hearing that, Duskman finally relented. Very well, but I will be keeping my eye on you. Hopefully not all of your eyes. Pataman tried to joke, but the amused look in Duskman's regular eyes told the winged rookie Digimon the legendary warrior would be using all of his eyes. Duskman opened their cages, allowing the 2 rookies out. The kitchen is this way. Duskman nudged his head in a direction before walking, but he definitely had his other eyes looking at them. You know, he'd make the perfect Halloween costume, Pataman noted. Don't mention Halloween to me for at least a full year, Lopman grumbled. I still have flashbacks to those nightmares. I can hear you, you know, Duskman said as one of his eyes on his armor looked at the duo. Don't dawdle. I don't want to have to explain to Mercuryman why you aren't in your cages. Both Pataman and Lopman hurried after Duskman. Byaman hadn't had a meal this good in ages, or that was how it felt like. The burgers were definitely good, but she hadn't had meat in a long while due to her vegetarian diet. Though the only reason she chose to become a vegetarian in the first place was because she didn't want to eat an animal. The digital world proved that it could grow meat or grow fruits and vegetables that tasted like meat. So Byaman wasn't worried about breaking her vegetarian diet while she was here. So far, the only living animal that usually got consumed in the digital world was fish. She loved how even the veggie burgers tasted like hamburgers. She would never admit it to anyone, but she did miss the taste of meat when she decided to become a vegetarian. Ebi Burgerman was more than happy to give her more burgers until she was satisfied. While Byaman was stuffing her face, Black Gataman was looking at ingredients that Ebi Burgerman brought out on the counter. These are ingredients that are for sale right now, Ebi Burgerman stated. Of course, you have the basic stuff to make a basic burger, like the buns, cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, frozen patties, onions, and pickles. I have the sauces you can add like mayonnaise, ketchup, and mustard. Is that bacon too? Byaman asked, pointing at it. A friend of mine loves that on his burgers. Oh, definitely, Eddie Burgerman grinned. Your friend is a big meat eater. One of the biggest. Byaman chuckled sheepishly, remembering how much Kokuaman loved burgers back in their world. I think we could take a few of each ingredient, Black Gataman suggested. It would be better to have a variety instead of just only a few things for everyone. I know the others would appreciate it, Byaman grinned, especially the meat eater. Of course, Digimon love meat as they have a lot more taste than ordinary vegetables. That's not to say vegetables can't be tasty either though, Ebi Burgerman smiled. Every ingredient has a purpose and role into making a delicious meal, or burger in this case. Biaman couldn't help but smile at seeing Ebi Burgerman's passion when it came to food. Black Gataman was holding bags and bags of ingredients. Okay, I think this should last us for a week at least. That's good, Ebi Burgerman smiled. I hope your friends will enjoy the burgers you make for them. Tilda, will you be paying with cash or card? Card, of course. It's easier than lugging a bunch of cash around. Black Gataman chuckled. Biaman finished up her burgers, as Black Gataman finished with the transactions. Thank you, please come again, Tilda, Ebi Burgerman smiled. And hopefully you're right about those human kids saving Top Chef Burgerman by tomorrow. Don't worry, those kids can do it. Black Gataman chuckled before looking at Biaman. Come on, I'll need help carrying all of these ingredients. I can't carry all of this by myself. Biaman chuckled as well. I wasn't gonna leave you to do that alone, she replied, taking some of the bags from Black Gataman. Geez, there's enough to feed a small army here. Well, Digimon eat a lot, and considering all of our friends are waiting back at the hideout, and if they were as hungry as you were, we're going to need as many as we can get. Black Gataman chuckled. True, Biaman nodded. At least we can take a trailman back. Until we get to the Dark Continent, then we'll have to walk back, Black Gataman reminded. Biaman groaned. Well, I guess we better get started. The two of them walked out of the restaurant, carrying their bags of ingredients. However, Black Gataman frowned as she looked up. What's the matter? Biaman asked. That's odd, Black Gataman frowned. Look at the sky. Biaman looked up and she nearly dropped her bags of ingredients. It can't be. It was afternoon when we went into the restaurant, right? Why is it suddenly night? The sky was indeed dark, showing stars and the 3 moon aligning. We weren't in there for that long, were we? Biaman frowned in worry. For it to suddenly change from day to night like that, Black Gataman muttered. Dr. Carbon must be messing with the day and night cycle. But why? Biaman asked. Black Gataman's ears twitched when she heard voices, and turned her head to see 3 of the children outside of the burger cafe. It was JP, Zoe, and Tommy. They had a tray of burgers on a table outside. It must have something to do with them, and an event that's supposed to happen right now, Black Gataman noted. So Dr. Carbon is trying to make them think time is moving faster than it really is. Biaman guessed. I really don't like that guy, not only for what he is doing to them, but for even attempting this in the first place. Suddenly the wind began to blow. Both Biaman and Black Gataman had to hang onto their bags as dust and sand stirred around them. A few chamberlains began walking toward the group. Time's up, the master's very hungry. For your sake, I hope you made a better burger, the lead chamberlain stated before he noticed the tray of burgers on the table. What's this? Before anyone could react, the lead chamberlain's tongue lashed out and grabbed all the burgers before he ate them all. Chamberlain smiled. Ah, that's delicious. The master will be pleased. Zoe smiled at hearing that. That's great, so when does Burgerman get to come home? Chamberlain's tail suddenly wrapped around Zoe's body. Hey, what are you doing? Never mind what we're doing. You're going to be making more of those burgers back at the master's mansion. The chamberlain replied, holding Zoe up in the air with his tail. Zoe? Biaman was about to rush in to save her when Black Gataman grabbed her talon with her tail and pulled her back, making Biaman fall over, dropping her bags. If you go in there now, you'll be eliminated from this world, Black Gataman warned. You need to let this happen. Biaman frowned. I know that, but she's my friend. I can't just let her get taken away. She will be fine. You won't be if you go in there, Black Gataman hissed. The other chamberlain grabbed Tommy and JP with their tails as well, and began marching away from the cafe. Let us go, you big bullies, Tommy shouted. Yeah, what he said, JP added as they struggled. Biaman frowned as she looked up, seeing 3 of the children being taken away. They didn't even spirit evolve, so Biaman realized they must have wanted to get caught so they could find Top Chef Burgerman. But then she saw 6 little brown chicken-like creatures following after the chamberlain. What are those? Biaman asked. Ah, those are Torikara Ballman. They're the in-training form of Burgerman, Black Gataman replied. It's a mouthful, I know. They're the children of Top Chef Burgerman. Oh, that's why they're following the chamberlain then, Biaman noted. Black Gataman then gasped as she realized something. Oh no, they're headed to where Petaldramin is right now. Why what's the problem? Didn't you say it needed to happen? Byaman asked. You don't get it. It's not the kids I'm worried about, it's Kokuaman, Black Gataman clarified. Arborman took Kokuaman with him to get food earlier. I didn't realize he meant Burgerman Village. If those kids are there, they're going to see Kokuaman. Byaman also gasped. That's exactly the last thing we need right now. What do we do? Black Gataman frowned. We're going to need to get Kokuaman out of there. We don't have much time. Byaman, I'm going to need your help for this. Are you still able to separate and digivolve if you need to? I think so. After resting and getting some food in me, I should be strong enough to separate and digivolve my partner, Byaman answered. Good, we'll be needing Burgerman to get away fast, Black Gataman said. But first, let's bring these bags back to Ebi Burgerman to hold on to them. Despite the situation, I would rather not have almost $100 flushed down the drain. Byaman grimaced. Yeah, good point. She didn't want to imagine how hard that would be for Black Gataman if they were in the real world. Byaman and Black Gataman had been following behind the Chameleman and the three kids. The three kids had been put down at some point and were forced to walk in the middle of the Chameleman formation. The Torakara Ballmen were also following them, feeling like they needed to fight the Chameleman to save their dad. They didn't notice the two other Digimon following them. Remember, keep your distance. It's better to be safe than sorry, Black Gataman whispered. Yeah, I know, Byaman whispered back. Before long, the Chameleman lead the group under a giant tree, and under the tree was a mansion. So that's Petaldramin's hideout, it's big, Byaman whistled softly, and impressive given the size of that tree. The kids were being pushed to go into the mansion. The 6 Torakara Ballmen flew in after them, wanting to save their daddy. Hold on, Black Gataman said to Byaman before she could go in herself. What is it? Byaman asked. Chamelemon's speciality is to camouflage themselves, essentially turning invisible, Black Gataman pointed out. There could be more of them around the entrance. True to Black Gataman's words, several Chamelemons suddenly appeared as the 6 Torakara Ballmen tried to go through the entrance. They were quickly captured. Those poor kids, will they be all right? Byaman asked in concern. If all things go how they should, they'll be fine, Black Gataman assured. But we need to find Kokuaman and get out. How? There could be Chamelemon all over the place, Byaman pointed out. Yes, that is a problem, Black Gataman noted. If you were an uninvited guest, stick close to me. Byaman frowned, but seeing how Black Gataman seemed to have a plan, she decided to nod and go with the flow. Black Gataman walked up toward the mansion's door, with Byaman following behind her. Black Gataman raised a paw and knocked on the door to the mansion. Hello, this is Black Gataman. Are you in, Arborman? The door opened, revealing another Chameleman. Who are you? What do you want? How did you find this place? The master is in a bad mood because he's really hungry right now. If you don't want to get eaten, I suggest you leave, Chameleman responded rudely. Funny that, you see, I'm a friend of your master. I was told I could see him anytime I want. If you turn me away, I'd have to tell him how rude you were being and why I was rejected to his master, Black Gataman explained. Who, by the way, wanted me to check in on the legendary warriors like your master. Now, are we still going to have a problem with me seeing him? The Chameleman hesitated, but eventually decided it was better to not face the wrath of Lord Cherubiman. If you insist, then you can come in. Just stay well away from the master while he is in a bad mood. The Chameleman opened the door completely and gestured for Black Gataman to come in. When Byaman tried to follow, Chameleman lashed out his tongue in front of her. Who's the bird? That's Byaman, she's a friend of mine. She's allowed to come in, Black Gataman replied. Chameleman grumbled as he pulled back his tongue. Byaman hurried over to Black Gataman. Seems the Chamelemen are pretty high-strung, Black Gataman noted as they walked down a hallway. No kidding, I guess they get like this when they think their boss is going to eat them, Byaman remarked. It's strange, isn't it? Arborman is usually a pretty chill guy, so it's weird to see the Digimon under him are acting so hostile and impatient, Black Gataman noted. I guess Arborman becomes a different guy when he's hungry. You mean he becomes hangry, Byaman giggled. You know what that means, right? Black Gataman couldn't help but laugh. Oh gosh, that is the perfect way to describe Arborman when he's like this. I'm getting real hungry. Where's my burger already? Black Gataman and Biaman could hear Arborman, or rather, Petaldraman's voice echoing through the hallway. Speaking of which, Black Gataman frowned. Well, you said you're Arborman's friend. Is that true, or were you just saying that to get in? Biaman asked worriedly. Mostly the latter. I've talked to Arborman every now and then, but I wouldn't say we were close, Black Gataman answered. I doubt he'd hurt me, but I'm not so sure if he would be that cooperative while he's like this. Then how can we convince him to let us bring Kokuaman with us? Biaman asked. I'd rather not have to fight him if it came down to it. And if you did fight him, you'd be too tired to fly away before the children see us, Black Gataman added. Well, we could try telling the truth. Kokuaman would literally die if those kids see him. Biaman deadpanned. I doubt he'd believe us. Hey, you'd be surprised as to what Arborman believes. Black Gataman admitted with a sweat drop. He's not exactly the brightest of the group. Then again, neither was Grumbleman or Ranaman. Well, she's probably smarter than the other two, but she's too vain to really think about these things. So, we just waltz up to the hungry giant lizard monster and ask him to let Kokuaman come with us or he'll die if some kids see him, Biaman frowned, and pray that it goes well. Yeah, that's pretty much it, Black Gataman said. I feel like you're a little too relaxed about this, Biaman's sweat dropped. He may not hurt you out of fear and respect for Duskman and Cherubiman, but he'd have no issues with hurting me. That's true, but we have to take the risk. If I just say you're with me, he may not hurt you, because he knows I will go to Duskman if something happens. Black Gataman admitted, but even I have my doubts. This is not a foolproof plan after all. Well, whatever is when it comes to us, Biaman sighed. We're here now because Kokuaman is here. Yup, just stay behind me all right, Black Gataman said. Black Gataman and Biaman walked through the mansion. It wasn't hard to find Petaldraman because of how much he was roaring out for his burgers. Black Gataman opened double doors that lead into a large bedroom. Petaldraman was grumbling as he was pacing back and forth. Kokuaman's cage was on his bed. I'm telling you, ordering takeout would be a lot easier and faster than forcing someone to cook a high-quality meal, Kokuaman said. I want the best burgers at my beck and call, and I want them now, Petaldraman roared. Eating out all the time is boring. Kokuaman's sweat dropped. I get it, but ordering takeout is so much faster, at least from what I understand. Knock knock, Black Gataman called out, getting Petaldraman and Kokuaman's attention. Black Gataman, what are you doing here? I didn't invite you, Petaldraman growled. And what's with that little Biaman behind you? She's a friend of mine, Black Gataman quickly answered. She found her way to the Dark Continent on her own after you took Kokuaman and the others and left her for dead. What, she's the same Biaman? Petaldraman asked, looking at Biaman in surprise. This little thing, really? Yes, really, Biaman huffed. I didn't appreciate that. Petaldraman chuckled. She's a tough little thing then if she survived that. Biaman's sweat dropped, not sure if she should treat Petaldraman's comment as a compliment or something else. Hey, so you're okay, Kokuaman noted, relieved to see Biaman. I was worried about you. I'm glad to see you're okay too. For the most part, Biaman replied. So wait, why did she come with you willingly? Without being in a cage, Petaldraman asked. Like I said, she's a friend, not a pet, Black Gataman sighed. And in any case, I didn't come here to tell you that. That Kokuaman you have, I think I should take him back to the hideout before you eat your burgers. And why should I let him go back with you? Petaldraman questioned with a huff. Because if you don't, he'll die, Black Gataman bluntly said. Biaman and Kokuaman sweat dropped at such a blunt answer. You could have at least led into the answer, Biaman said. What do you mean he'll die? Petaldraman frowned. There is a bit of a situation, Black Gataman replied. See, if he is seen by the human legendary warriors, then the Kokuaman with you will be eliminated. No rebirth, no nothing. What? Why would that happen? Petaldraman questioned, more confused than anything. There's a reason why we left the safety of the human legendary warriors, Kokuaman grimly stated. And why you found us on our own, Biaman added. You see, we're forced into a deadly game by a powerful mastermind. It involves the human legendary warriors. When all of them found their beast spirits, we were no longer allowed to be by their side. If they see us now, we'll be eliminated from this world. We don't get a second chance, Kokuman added. Are they here now? They are, at least 3 of them are, Black Gatomon answered. They wanted to find the Burgerman that Petaldraman kidnapped. Petaldraman frowned. I don't want to lose my Kokuman, especially to those do-gooder legendary warriors. Then that's why we need to take Kokuman back with us, Byaman replied. Does he actually believe us? Kokuman questioned, surprised. You have no reason to lie to me, Petaldraman noted as he looked at Black Gatomon. Besides, if I did anything to harm you over it, Duskman would be sure to rip out my Digicore for it, though I would have liked Kokuman to taste the best hamburger a Digimon could make. Hey, it's not the end of the world if I don't get to eat one of those burgers, Kokuman said, trying to reassure Petaldraman. I'm sure I'll get to try one of those burgers another time. Fine, I'd rather you not end up dying on me. I've grown to kind of like your talks about technology and a fellow meat lover, Petaldraman replied. Really? Byaman blinked. You like talking to him, and you like eating meat despite being the warrior of wood. Plants can eat meat and enjoy it. Ever heard of a Venus flytrap? Petaldraman laughed. Kokuman laughed as well. That's true, never imagined that would be a good comparison. We'll get Kokuman back safely, Black Gatomon said, I promise. Whatever, just as long as I get my burger, Petaldraman grumbled. There was a sudden tremor. They could hear the sounds of Digimon fighting not too far away. What's going on? Kokuman asked. The kids must have spirit evolved, Byaman frowned. Then we need to leave, Black Gatomon said. Can you release Kokuman from his cage, Petaldraman? We can get him back faster that way. Fine, just as long as I see him back at the base, Petaldraman grumbled as he opened up Kokuman's cage. Let me know how the burger tasted, Kokuman said as he flew over to Black Gatomon and Byaman. I'll go distract those annoying brats. They better have my burger, Petaldraman said as he moved out of his room. All right, Petaldraman is going to distract them. This is the best chance we have to leave, Black Gatomon said. How? If we go outside, they'll see us, Kokuman pointed out. Wouldn't it be better to wait here until they leave? Do you remember what they did to the mansion after they fed Petaldraman his burgers? Black Gatomon pointed out. They'll think it's just Petaldraman in here, so they're going to blast it down. We have to leave before then, or we'll get crushed by rubble. Kokuman shivered. Right, let's go. I don't want to get crushed while I'm here. Then let's stop yapping and get moving, Byaman grumbled. The 3 of them started running down the hallway. So, how are we getting out without being seen? They might be busy with the battle, but it would still be risky, Kokuman asked as they were running. We're not going through the front door, Black Gatomon said. We'll be going to the roof. The roof, of course. That seems like a great idea, considering 2 of the legendary warriors we traveled with can fly. Kokuman grumbled. Hey, as long as they are distracted with the battle, we can escape from there, Byaman pointed out. I know that, Kokuman snapped back. It's just riskier than I would like. I hope you're ready to take a leap of faith then, Black Gatomon quickly said. They rushed up the stairs. They didn't know how long Petaldraman would keep the human legendary warriors distracted, so they had to hurry. They could hear a lot of yelling outside. Then they heard an attack being called out and the mansion was starting to shake. Hurry, Black Gatomon opened the door when they reached the top. The 3 Digimon rushed onto the roof. They looked down to see Metal Kabuterimon, Korakakumon, and Zephyrmon were fighting against Petaldraman. Petaldraman wasn't doing too well to keep up. Wow, who knew our training for the kids would give them the edge against Petaldraman? Byaman whistled slightly before Kokuman nudged her. Stay focused, Petaldraman won't keep them distracted for long, Kokuman warned. We need to keep moving. There's nowhere else to go but up, Black Gatomon said. Petaldraman was hit back into his mansion as Burgerman threw a giant burger in there. Metal Kabuterimon looked at the mansion. Time to bring the house down. Bolo thunder. Oh no, Byaman gasped. The intense lightning bolt blasted the mansion, blinding nearly everyone. Black Gatomon started falling. The electricity made Kokuman's body shut down. Byaman leaped into the air and shut her eyes, hoping the brightness of the electricity would keep the kids from seeing what was about to happen. Byaman covered herself in flames, allowing the flames to swirl around her body as they transformed her into a young teenage human girl. The flames turned into Byaman. Byaman wasted no time digivolving as soon as she and Sam were separated. Fractal code surrounded Byaman and then dissipated, revealing Bergerman in Byaman's place. Sam landed on Bergerman's back, gripping her feathers tightly. "We have to move now. Catch both Black Gataman and Kokuaman." Bergerman nodded. "Hang on then," she exclaimed before diving down. She extended her talons and managed to catch Kokuaman with one of her feet while Black Gataman managed to grab onto Bergerman's other foot. Using her momentum from the dive, Bergerman pulled up and away from the battle scene, making sure to fly away as fast as she could so she didn't get spotted. As soon as they were high into the sky, far away from the children, Kokuaman was the first one to speak up. I know this will sound silly, but do you think Petaldraman is okay?" "I'm sure he'll be fine. He can take a building collapsing on him and walk it off," Black Gataman assured before she looked at Sam. "You weren't kidding when you told me you had to separate yourself from your partner to digivolve her." Sam grumbled. "Yeah, I don't know why, but it's sure annoying. It also puts us at risk of being spotted if we aren't careful." "But we can't help that," Bergerman pointed out. "We just have to be more mindful and aware of our surroundings and do the best we can." "So does that mean you're able to separate too?" Black Gataman asked Kokuaman. "Yeah," Kokuaman confirmed. "What about the others?" Black Gataman questioned. "So far, it's only been me, Kokuaman, and Labraman who are capable of separating and digivolving our partners," Sam informed. "Pataman and Lopman have yet to be able to do that. Though Pataman doesn't need to digivolve as much as the rest of us do, since he has access to ghost powers, likely having mutated when coming into contact with some ghosts back in Amity Park," Kokuaman explained. Black Gataman remembered that being mentioned. "Yeah, it's kinda weird knowing a Digimon has ghost powers though, given what we've seen ectoplasm do to this world." "He's likely a special case," Bergerman remarked. "So what's the plan now?" Kokuaman asked. "You guys need to talk to Cherubiman and Ophaniman, right?" Black Gataman asked. "They are our best hope of saving the kids," Sam answered. "Then we should head back to the hideout. We'll see Cherubiman in time, and he has Ophaniman captive in his castle, so they're close to one another," Black Gataman pointed out. "The hard part is convincing Cherubiman to help us out." Sam groaned. "I doubt he will be so willing, even if we put on the best pleading faces we have." Kokuaman chuckled weakly. "Cherubiman hasn't even met Lopman's puppy dog eyes." "Have you met Cherubiman?" Black Gataman raised an eyebrow. "We'll figure it out when we cross that bridge. For now, let's focus on heading back and figuring out how we can work with the other legendary warriors," Bergerman spoke up. "From what you told us, they're not all bad. Petaldraman let Kokuaman go when he knew Kokuaman was in danger here, so maybe it's not impossible to work with them." "Hopefully," Kokuaman sighed. "Petaldraman was reasonable, but we don't know what the other legendary warriors will do if we try to work with them. They're still wildcards at the moment." "We won't know for sure until we give it a shot," Sam noted. "But let's make a quick stop at Bergerman Village. I need to pick up my ingredients before we head back," Black Gataman said. Duskman was looking at Lopman and Pataman. Since they were still waiting for Black Gataman to get back, he decided he wanted to see their battle prowess. They did inform him that due to their circumstances, they weren't able to digivolve normally, but that didn't mean they couldn't still be strong, and maybe they could find a way to bypass that ridiculous rule of them not being able to digivolve. "Come at me, Lopman, give me everything you've got. We stand on equal grounds here," Pataman challenged. Lopman ran toward Pataman. Pataman flew up into the air before expanding himself. Boom bubble, Pataman shot out an air bubble at Lopman. Lopman jumped out of the attack's way. He used his ears to grip onto a rocky outcrop on a wall and swung himself toward Pataman. Tiny twister. Lopman spun around quickly, creating a small pale brown and pink tornado, grabbing Pataman into it. Pataman yelped as he was pulled into the twister, but he inflated himself and let out his attack at the floor. Boom bubble. He shot the air bubble at the floor, bursting the tiny twister attack and ending it. Lopman landed on the ground with a thud, having been thrown back by Pataman's move. Pataman flew down toward Lopman, body blow. Lopman saw Pataman coming in for a full-on tackle. He quickly held out his ears and used them to grab and push back Pataman before he could slam into Lopman. Pataman was pushing forward while Lopman was holding him back. Though with both rookies right in each other's faces, this was the perfect time for a point-blank attack. Lopman's eyes went wide when he felt Pataman's body expanding. Boom! Lopman quickly took a deep breath. Blazing ice. Bubble. Both the air bubble and the icy wind hit each other, creating a very cold, windy force that blew both of them away from each other. Pataman landed against the wall, while Lopman landed against Duskman's feet. Ow, Pataman groaned, having felt the wind knocked from his body. That was quite the counter. Note to self, never do a blazing ice at a boom bubble at point-blank range again. Lopman groaned out. Duskman looked at the two of them. It's unusual for me to judge rookies on their battle prowess, but as the circumstances stand, I can see both of you have your own strengths and weaknesses. How so? Pataman asked. Lopman focuses more on his evasion and thinking, while you focus on using more force for starters. Duskman began. Pataman, you can improvise too, but Lopman tends to be quicker with it than you do. As for Lopman, you're pretty good at improvising, and dodging is a good strategy when you feel you can't match your opponent's strength. But you need to be more aggressive too. Going on the defense all the time will not get you anywhere. It's like we battle differently from the other, Lopman noted as he looked at Pataman. Yeah, I guess we do. Probably doesn't help my past. Battle experience was with some scary creatures that I had to learn to fight on my own, Pataman admitted. I learned quickly that you need to be as aggressive as they are to defeat them, or they will chase you down. As someone who doesn't have the same kind of talent as you to face those creatures, I have to be more mindful and creative with how to fight them, relying on you and specially made equipment to do the most damage, Lopman stated. Two different battle experiences can often be the best teachers when pitted against one another. Duskman stated, both of you can learn from the other, but how you two fight is not a matter of one is better than the other. Both of your fighting styles can complement each other if you work at it. So we're best if we're able to work together, Pataman noted. Yeah, I guess so, Lopman agreed. But I'd like to be able to learn how to digivolve my partner, then I could actually be more useful. You will eventually, if what you say is true, Duskman replied. But it's not all about the power. You've shown me how capable you two are just as rookies. Yeah, we kinda didn't have a choice since we've been stuck as rookies since we got here. Pataman sweat dropped. That power you received from Seraphiman, it seems to be dormant within you, Duskman noted. If you were to bring it out, do you think you would digivolve into Seraphiman himself? Pataman groaned. I don't really know, to be honest, he admitted. It's possible, but I don't really know for sure. We've never really tried to access that power since I got it. We didn't want to risk it either. It might be a one-time use, so we need to save it for when we're able to use all 3 celestial Digimon to save our friends, Lopman explained. I see, that makes sense then, Duskman agreed. But you do know that those kids are still our enemies, don't you? If they come to our territory, we'll have to fight them. We know, Lopman said, but, if at all possible, could you capture them instead of killing them? If they're killed, chances are the world will just reset and we would no longer be able to save them. Duskman frowned at Lopman's words. It was not what he expected to hear, but then again, things had been anything but normal since Black Gatoman had arrived. I cannot make any guarantees about that, he admitted. But since you care for those kids, I can only say I will try to not kill them. It may not be possible to capture them if they push too hard. They may have gotten stronger, but I think you would still be able to take them out, even when they use their beast forms, Pataman remarked. You believe I'm that strong? Duskman asked. You haven't even seen me fight yet. You have more experience than they do, more training, more exposure to other legendary warriors while they have been stumbling around, relying on instinct to fight. We were able to help teach them a little, but we could only do so much, Lopman explained. I suppose it doesn't help the fact they are also human children. Their natural naivety and soft-heartedness will hold them back from their true potential. Duskman agreed. Pataman and Lopman looked at each other for a moment, feeling like they wanted to say something but were holding back. Well, it's not a bad thing to be soft when the situation calls for it. Nobody would want to be near someone who's serious and brooding all the time, Pataman remarked. Duskman grunted. I suppose that has some merit to it too, he conceded, but I hope you are not implying that I am brooding all the time. Ah, nope, Pataman replied. You might be serious, but you're definitely not the brooding one, anymore at least. Hey, you'll be cooking soon, so you don't have time for brooding anyways. Lopman grinned. I wonder how Labraman's doing with Ranaman. Labraman was watching Ranaman swimming in her pool. I know you're not an aquatic Digimon, darling, but I'd appreciate it if you tried to swim with me. You could at least do the doggy paddle, can't you? Ranaman huffed. I don't think you'd want me swimming with you, Labraman grumbled. First of all, because I'm not an aquatic Digimon, my fur would stink if I got it wet, and it would get really heavy for me to swim with wet fur. Second, just because you have me captive doesn't mean I'm your pet that you can just order around. Third, you're just as bad as another pretty girl I know. Ranaman raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, Suga? I'm the one who is keeping you here, you know. I don't think you want a dog if you prefer swimming all day and being told you're pretty. Why not adopt or capture one of your many fans instead? I'm sure they'd be more than happy to swim with you and compliment you until the Moomin comes home, Labraman grumbled. Ranaman was sure that Moomin was supposed to be something else. Well, I don't have any of my fans with me. You are, so why don't you just accept it? What would you do if I don't? Labraman replied back. You're not allowed to kill me after all. Labraman noticed something about her own attitude. I think I've been hanging out with Lopman for too long. Ranaman scowled. I may not be allowed to kill you, but I can make you miserable if you don't watch what you say, little puppy. Besides, I don't have one of my fans with me. You are the one with me. I would just drive away my fans if I captured them. I can get liking swimming, being the warrior of water and all. But why do you care so much about looking pretty? Why do you want others to compliment you so much? Labraman asked. I knew some girls who were like that too. While I get looking pretty and being complimented is a girly thing most girls desire, I don't get why it seems that important to you. Aren't you supposed to focus more on your mission for Cherubimon rather than worrying how pretty you look? Ranaman groaned. And here I thought you would understand how hard being beautiful is, she replied. A girl has to keep up some standards for beauty, Suga. If I don't, then no one will pay attention to me. I wouldn't be loved like the most beautiful Digimon out there. There are other Digimon whose beauty surpasses mine. Why else would I want to be beautiful? It took Labraman a moment to remember she was a girl too, which would explain why Ranaman thought she would understand. Black Gatomon understood. She knew exactly how I felt, Ranaman grumbled. It's a little hard for me to be understanding when you've got me under lock and key, Labraman huffed. You could at least let me roam. It's not like I could get far out there on my own. Ranaman paused before she giggled. Wanting some exercise, hun? I suppose I can let you out then, Tilda. She used some of her water to wash away the lock, knocking it off the door, and the cage swung open. There, now you can wander around my little area to your heart's content, Tilda. Labraman blinked, surprised at how easy it was to just have Ranaman let her out. That's it. You're just letting me out? I thought you'd be more stubborn about it. Hey, I'm not so cruel as to never let out a Digimon, Ranaman huffed. Besides, you said it yourself, hun. You can't get out very far on your own. I have no doubt you'd remain here for your safety. Labraman walked out of the prison cell she had been in. She stretched herself out, glad to be out and to be able to stretch her legs. So, to elaborate on why I said what I said, I never had to worry about how I looked. People usually judged me for what I could do, for my athletic skills rather than how pretty I looked. And as Labraman, well, I mean I'm just a hairy puppy, right? So what's the point in trying to look good? Ranaman gave a gasp at this. You have never been complimented on how you look before. No wonder you're so ignorant. You never had a chance to experience what being beautiful is all about. Well, I'm just going to have to fix that. Labraman suddenly got a bad feeling in the pit of her stomach. What exactly do you mean by that? Why, I'm gonna give you a makeover, silly puppy, Ranaman giggled, so you can experience how nice it is to be beautiful. Labraman didn't know how this happened, but she found herself sitting on a chair as Ranneman was cutting some of her fur and putting some kind of fur shampoo on her. Come to think of it, Labberman hadn't had a proper bath since this whole adventure began, so it felt kind of good. "Oh dear, your fur has so many knots, clumps, and dirt on it," Ranneman noted as she was brushing Labberman's hair. "You really don't take care of yourself very much." "Well, that's what happens when you're trying to survive in the wilderness," Labberman admitted sheepishly. "You can't focus on staying nice looking when trying to survive." "You won't have to worry about that as long as I'm around, Suga Tilda," Ranneman grinned. "Soon, your friends will be jealous of how cute and beautiful you'll look." Labberman just hoped she wouldn't get made fun of. Bergerman kept flying until they reached the dark continent. Black Gatomon told her land near the castle, which Bergerman did. As soon as she landed, Kokuaman, Black Gatomon, and Sam got off of Bergerman's back. Bergerman was surrounded by fractal code as she shrunk back down to Beaman. Beaman was pretty tired from the long flight, so it was no surprise that her body turned into fractal code that covered Sam. Sam had fused back with Beaman. "Oh wow, I feel tired and hungry," Beaman groaned, nearly falling over from exhaustion. "We are close to the hideout, so we can get back from here," Black Gatomon noted. "The sooner we reach it, the sooner we can get you something to eat," she added to Beaman. "Let's just get there before I collapse from starvation," Beaman huffed. "I used up a lot of energy to get us here." The trio started walking back to the castle. Chapter 35. "Beaman, you're okay," Pataman said in relief when he saw Beaman walking into the kitchen with Black Gatomon and Kokuaman. "And Kokuaman, you're here too?" Lopman asked. "Yeah, we kinda had to do an impromptu rescue of Kokuaman," Beaman admitted. "The kids were heading to Petaldramon's hideout, and Kokuaman would have been seen had we not taken him back with us." "Oh, that must have been pretty intense," Pataman said. "What happened to Petaldraman?" Lopman asked. "He decided to buy us some time to get Kokuaman out so they wouldn't see him," Black Gatomon explained. "I doubt they defeated him, 'cause the coconut head is a lot tougher than most would think, but that was a close one. I had to digivolve to get us out of there, and I could have easily been seen too," Biamono said. "Wow, good thing you guys managed to escape," Pataman whistled. "I'm just glad no one was seen. That would have been disastrous for everyone here." "It was still too risky for my tastes," Kokuaman grumbled. "I get rescuing me, yeah, but it really puts our mission in danger." "Well, at least you didn't get caught. It might be wise for us to stay here until we can talk to Cherubiman," Lopman stated. "Who knows how long that will be?" "Lord Cherubiman usually checks up on us every end of the week," Duskman stated. "You should be able to talk to him about your plight then." "When is the end of this week?" Pataman asked. "In about 3 days from now," Black Gatomon answered. "Then I suppose we should stay here until that time comes," Pataman suggested. "At least here, we don't take the risk of the children finding us." "That's true, but remember, we don't know what Cherubiman will say when we explain our situation," Kokuaman pointed out. "He may see it as a trick." "He can say anything. The important thing is that he helps us in the end," Beaman replied. "We'll worry about that later. For now, let's get these ingredients to the kitchen," Black Gatomon spoke up, holding up the bags filled with ingredients. "Beaman could use some food after carrying us all the way here from Bergerman Village." "Yes, please," Beaman nodded, her stomach growling. Duskman picked up the bags and put the ingredients on the counter. "All right, let's see if we can help Duskman out with cooking," Lopman suggested. "It might be fun." "Do you even know how to cook?" Beaman sweat dropped. "I've seen some people cook in videos. I'm sure I have some idea on how to cook," Lopman replied. "Let's just make sure Lopman doesn't burn the water first." Pataman's sweat dropped as well. "I don't want to see this place go up in flames." "I'm not like Mom and Dad," Lopman grumbled. "I have an idea on how to cook. I've had to learn after all," Black Gatomon spoke up. "I'll make sure Lopman doesn't burn anything." "I'll also keep an eye on things," Duskman spoke up. "Shouldn't be too hard for you, considering how many eyes you've got," Kokuaman joked. Duskman rolled his main eyes as the eyes on his armor all flicked around, as if to tease Kokuaman back. It seemed the Warrior of Darkness was opening up a bit more if he was joining in on the joke. "All right, so first we start with the buns," Black Gatomon started. Biaman took out some buns. Here we are. Black Gataman nodded. Good, we need to make sure those are nice and warm. Just heating them up would be fine. She then paused. You know what? We'll just let the buns be for now. I don't think there is a microwave here to warm up stuff. Biaman rolled her eyes, but set the buns down on the counter. Okay, next we need the patties. Black Gataman continued. If there's a stove or grill here, we need to get that fired up. Then the patties can go on the grill or stove to be cooked thoroughly. I can do that, Duskman offered. I'm the only one tall enough here to do so anyway. Black Gataman nodded. Okay, sounds good. As Duskman took the burger patties and made his way to the grill stove, Black Gataman looked at the vegetables next. While Duskman is doing the burger patties, we need tomatoes and lettuce cut up. I can do the lettuce and tomatoes, Pataman volunteered. Black Gataman grinned. Great, just make sure the tomatoes are sliced not too thick nor too thin, like a slice of cheese. Pataman smiled back, no problem. I can get the cheese set up, Lopman offered. Okay, Black Gataman handed Lopman a block of cheese. Cut this into thin slices, but not too thin. Black Gataman then frowned as she saw how tiny Lopman's hands were. Are you sure you can handle a knife with? Those hands. Lopman grinned. I'm not gonna be using my hands for this. What? Black Gataman questioned. Black Gataman watched in surprise as Lopman grabbed the knife with his right ear. Then he put the block of cheese on the cutting board before he began cutting the cheese quickly and easily. Wow, now that's handy, Kokuman quipped. Pataman, meanwhile, was figuring out how to slice the tomatoes and lettuce without his hands. Maybe I shouldn't have offered to do these. Instead of a knife, use your wings to slice the tomatoes and lettuce, Kokuman suggested. Pataman blinked at Kokuman. Yeah, you're capable of slashing enemies with your wings, Kokuman pointed out. Did you not know that? I never used my wings to do that before, Pataman admitted. Well, there's a first time for everything, Kokuman said. Go on, try it. Pataman looked at the vegetables uneasily, but he knew he wouldn't know for sure if he didn't try it. So, he did as Kokuman suggested. He used one of his wings to slice a tomato in half. It was a lot easier than he thought. He seemed to have better dexterity with his wings than with his small fingers. It was a strange feeling. Then again, Pataman fingers weren't as flexible or long as a human's fingers, and Lopman preferred to use his ears than his own hands for things. Digimon really were built differently from humans. Well, at least most of them were. Black Gataman smiled. Okay, looking good so far. What else do we do? Lopman asked. Once the cheese and vegetables are sliced, place them onto small plates, one for the tomatoes, one for the lettuce, and one for the cheese. Black Gataman instructed. This way we can choose our own toppings. Sounds good. Lopman grinned as he used his ears to grab 3 plates. While this was going on, Duskman had managed to get the grill fired up and had placed the burger patties on it. He was also flipping the patties as needed. It was like he was a natural at cooking. It was kind of funny to see the intimidating warrior of darkness standing at the grill cooking burgers like it was a Sunday barbecue. Lopman, Kokuman, Pataman, and Biaman were smelling the aroma that the patties were giving off as they were being grilled. Their stomachs were growling as they were smelling it. I can already taste the burger, Kokuman drooled. Soon, the patties were cooked to a nice dark brown, not burnt, and not raw. It looked to be just right. With Duskman's keen eyes, he made sure the juices weren't all dried up, and made sure the inside of the patty was nice and cooked as well. He turned off the grill to let the residual heat keep the patties warm. Ooh, those smell so good, Pataman agreed with Kokuman. Okay, Duskman, you'll need a plate for those burger patties, Black Gataman instructed. Duskman gave a nod. All right. He went and grabbed a plate for the burger patties to be placed on. Once the patties were on the plate, Duskman brought it over and set the plate with the patties on it down next to the plates with the tomatoes, lettuce, and cheese on them. Okay, looks like we got everything we need. Now we just need to assemble the burgers, Black Gataman noted. Don't forget the sauces like ketchup, mayonnaise, and mustard, Biaman spoke up. I got them, Kokuman said as he placed the bottles of sauces on the table. Okay, this should be the fun part, Lopman smiled. Everyone, make your own burger how you like them. If you want cheese, put cheese in there. If you don't, then don't put the cheese in there. That way we all get to eat what we like. Everyone began to go right for the burger assembly. Pataman took a few slices of cheese onto his burger, along with ketchup and mayo. He left out the lettuce and tomatoes. Kokuaman went just for a plain triple patty burger with only mayo and mustard on it. Biaman put lots of lettuce and tomato on her burger, along with ketchup and mustard. Black Gataman put in double the patties, no cheese, some lettuce, 1 tomato, and mustard. Lopman put one of everything in his burger, with the exception of mustard and mayo. Duskman put everything in his burger, wanting to taste the burger with every ingredient they brought in. Everyone began digging into their creation. "Oh, this is delicious," Kokuaman exclaimed happily. "This couldn't be better," Pataman agreed. "I've never had a burger this good before." "Wow, this is good," Biaman remarked with a smile. "I knew digital food could taste just as good as real food, but this really sells it." Duskman's own eyes widened, all 9 of them to be exact, lighting up with delight. "This wasn't a bad first attempt at making something. I definitely want to do cooking again." My, what is that delightful smell? Did Arborman bring home takeout again?" Ranneman's voice asked. Everyone turned to see Ranneman walking toward them with Labberman trailing behind her. Labberman appeared to have colorful hair bows on her ears. Her fur looked to be silky smooth, much cleaner than it had been in a long time. She even smelled like strawberries. "Oh, hello, Ranneman," Duskman greeted. "I just decided to try my hand at cooking." Pataman almost choked on his burger, seeing how Labberman looked. Labberman felt her mouth drooling. "Whatever you made smells so good." "Hold on, you made this?" Ranneman asked, feeling surprised. "I wasn't aware you cooked, Duskman." "Labberman, what happened to you?" Kokuaman asked, trying not to choke on his own burger. "Ranneman helped me get cleaned up," Labberman admitted, looking down. "She insisted on it." Duskman looked at Ranneman and shrugged. "I wanted to try it since no one else here seemed to want to give it a try, and eating takeout all the time isn't good anyway." "Well, the fact you made burgers made me think Arborman brought home some burgers made by Burgerman. Then again, he never brings them home, he always eats them," Ranneman grumbled. "Well, are there enough burgers for little all-me and my little dogman, Tilda?" "Don't compare me to that dogman back at the trailman race. He was ugly and annoying," Labberman huffed. "I think you're getting a little too in touch with your feminine side," Biaman's sweat dropped. Labberman huffed. "So, what's so wrong with that?" she asked, blushing beneath her fur. Duskman chuckled. "There are definitely enough for you and Labberman." Ranneman's face lit up. "Oh, thank you." Labberman felt her mouth watering even more. "Now I want to try Duskman's burgers." "Then let's get you a decent meal, hun," Ranneman grinned. Ranneman didn't hesitate to get her and Labberman some burgers. Labberman had to eat the burger on the floor due to her lack of hands and a bipedal body. But she didn't mind. She ate off the mud before while they had been traveling, so this wasn't a big deal. This is really good. Way better than the burgers I used to eat from a fast food place. Homemade burgers are the best, especially when made with high-quality ingredients from an Ebi Burgerman Tilda," Black Gataman smiled. "So that's why they taste so good," Ranneman squealed with delight. "And you made these yourself, Duskman? You are a natural in the kitchen." Duskman felt his cheeks burning with a blush. "I just grilled the burger patties. It's nothing much." The rest of us helped out. It was pretty fun, actually. I even discovered a few things about myself I never knew about. Pataman smiled before taking another bite out of his burger. "We might be able to try making other kinds of foods from now on, but we still need to put the work into finding the ingredients," Black Gataman pointed out. "Well, Suga, perhaps next time we could try eating some seafood. I can get plenty of those ingredients, no problem, Tilda," Ranneman grinned. "Of course you would," Duskman chuckled. "And they would be super fresh, so I don't doubt the taste would be good as well." "Fresh from the ocean, of yours truly, Tilda," Ranneman teased. Hey. Everyone stopped and turned to see Petaldraman crawling his way over to them. "Hey, you're alive," Kokuaman said in relief. "We were worried about you back there," Biaman said in relief as well. "How did you escape?" "Well, I didn't, but the brats didn't bother to stick around and see if I was still alive or not," Petaldraman replied. Either that or they just ran because they couldn't be bothered to finish me off. You definitely have some thick bark for skin, Blackgammon agreed. Petaldraman chuckled. Of course, I wouldn't be the warrior of wood if I lacked a thick skin. Literally in this case, Duskman replied back with a smirk. Petaldraman sniffed the air. Hey, that smells like good burgers. Didn't you have like 100 pounds of burgers already? Blackgammon asked. Yeah, so what? Petaldraman asked. I guess he just never gets tired of burgers, Kokuaman chuckled. You and Petaldraman really are alike. Biaman rolled her eyes. Hey, burgers are good, Petaldraman pouted. And you keep eating them, Pataman pointed out. What can I say? I'm a burger connoisseur, Petaldraman exclaimed with pride. I almost can't believe how normal the evil legendary warriors are, Lopman said as the night had taken over the continent and everyone had finished their meal. It makes me feel bad that we finished off Grumbleman when we did. He was annoying and always argued with Ranneman, though Ranneman usually instigated the argument, Blackgammon remarked. But we should probably prepare for what happens next, Pataman spoke up at the group. Since the kids were seen in Burgerman Village, which isn't that far from here, then they'll be coming here soon. Yeah, Biaman frowned. That means we'll have to leave Duskman soon too. But Cherubiman and Offaniman are close, aren't they? Shouldn't we talk to them before the kids get here? We may not get that chance if things continue to play out as they do, Kokuaman pointed out. Both Cherubiman and Offaniman will turn back into Diggy eggs, and unlike with Seraphiman, they actually go all the way back to Primary Village. That's a good point. If we wait too long, we'll lose our chance. But we can't be too reckless either, or we'll get destroyed, Blackgammon replied. Why do you think I haven't talked to Cherubiman yet? But should we take that chance? Biaman asked. I mean, we don't know what could happen. It's either we do and save the kids, or we don't, and things play out as they are, possibly making it difficult to save them. Pataman groaned. We need to make a choice then, and like now, Labraman grumbled. We could try asking one of the legendary warriors if there's a way we could talk to Cherubiman, schedule some kind of contact with him or something, Lopman stated after some moments of thinking. I'm sure they would have to contact him once in a while to update their status on things, right? So there should be no reason we should be excluded from this, especially since it may save the world. Well, our world anyway, but we can leave that part of the information out. That might be our best bet, Pataman agreed, assuming they'll let us and Cherubiman would listen. That's always going to be the caveat, isn't it? Blackgammon frowned. Cherubiman, I wouldn't call a reasonable person considering he's literally tearing the digital world apart for whatever goal he's trying to do. True, Labraman admitted, but in the end, we have to take that chance. If we don't, we'll never save the kids. I'm sure there's a way we can convince Cherubiman to help us. I mean, the legendary warriors didn't turn out to be pure evil like we thought they were, so maybe Cherubiman may not be as bad as we think he is, Biaman suggested. I don't know. With the legendary warriors, we could make the argument that they're just doing what their boss tells them to. Cherubiman is in a whole separate category from them, Kokuaman remarked. But maybe he isn't, Lopman suggested. What do you mean? Labraman asked. Well, we do later learn that Luciman is behind everything, including corrupting Cherubiman, Lopman pointed out. Cherubiman believed he's doing the best for the digital world by gathering its fractal code, because he believed the voice in his head telling him that. I don't think Cherubiman wants to be evil, or like he is now, but he's already gone in too deep to stop now. So you're suggesting that we could try and offer him a way out. We explain that what he is doing is the will of an evil Digimon, Pataman asked. That's definitely risky. No, I doubt he would believe us that easily, or if he already knows, then telling him isn't going to do anything either, Lopman replied. So what do you suggest we do? Biaman asked. I don't know yet. It would help if we knew more about Cherubiman than what we heard second-handed from, Lopman sighed. I'm only speculating from what we did see of him. So the best way we can get that information is by talking to him ourselves, Kokuaman realized. Well, if we need to do that, then we should go for it, Pataman said, but we need to do it carefully if we do go that route. It's the best route we have anyway, Labraman sighed, but, before we do, shouldn't we get as much advantage as we can get? What do you mean by that? Black Gataman asked. Well, 3 of us are able to separate from our partners and digivolve them to the champion stage. If we count you, Black Gataman, since you already are a champion level, that makes 4, Labraman stated. That means there's only 2 of us left that has yet to separate and digivolve their partners. And one of them have ghost abilities to make up for that, Biaman added. So, I'm the weakest link right now, Lopman muttered. Hey, you're not the weakest link, Kokuaman exclaimed. You're able to hold your own without digivolving using just your brain. Your strategies have helped you so far. I appreciate your encouragement, old friend, Lopman said, but let's not kid ourselves. Power-wise, I'm definitely the weakest link. I'm not able to digivolve, nor am I able to separate from my partner. I don't have ghost or special powers to make up for it. This does pose a problem, especially if we need to fight to defend ourselves. Well, you have an idea how to separate from your partner, right? Labraman, Kokuaman, and Biaman all had to face their inner demons, confront the possibility they would fail, and stayed determined to fight back, Black Gataman pointed out. Why not just do that? I know you're more than capable. It's not that simple, Lopman sighed. Knowing how to do it and actually being able to do it are 2 different things. Something like that isn't as easy as turning on a light switch. But you are the only one of us who is able to digivolve Lopman into his ultimate form. The rest of us are still at the champion stage. We're probably going to need that ultimate form most of all, Pataman said. Maybe you just need to remember why you were able to digivolve your partner, Biaman suggested. You may not need to go through some anime moment in order to separate from your partner like the rest of us. When Berdraman and I separated, I felt what you described feeling with Antilaman before. It's a powerful feeling, and I believe that is only something you would get if you had such a tight bond with your partner. That doesn't easily go away. That's true, Lopman nodded. Lopman and I had been getting more in sync lately. So maybe it's not as difficult as you think it is, Black Gataman suggested. If anyone could figure it out, it's you. Very well, then we'll focus on training tomorrow morning, Lopman said. It might help me and Pataman separate from our partners, and we can work on the rest of you as well, so you can remain separated for a longer time or even learn how to digivolve your partners past their champion stage. That sounds like a good idea, Labraman agreed. Any training to help would be useful. You're gonna regret saying that soon, Labraman, Pataman groaned, remembering Lopman's training regimen for him and Takuya when they had first started out. You forget I have Coach Tetzlaff as my trainer, Labraman pointed out. Ah, debatable on which one is worse, Kokuman chuckled. I'm not that bad, Lopman huffed. You can be very intense as a trainer, Pataman pointed out. Didn't you use the lab's training system on me and Takuya at one point, even getting in there yourself? We don't have any lab training system here. It's just going to be a good, old-fashioned training with what we have, Lopman replied. Let's get some sleep. We're going to need it for tomorrow. Okay, Pataman sighed. Just don't push us too hard. Everyone else agreed with the idea of sleep being a good idea, as a few of them couldn't keep yawns down. The next day, Duskman was basically chaperoning the Digimon. Ranaman was still trying to get her beauty sleep. Arborman was recovering from yesterday, and nobody knew where Mercuryman was. So when Lopman brought up the training stuff to Duskman, he agreed to watch them. He also wanted to give advice to them while they were training. Since he had 9 eyes, he would be able to keep an eye on all of them no problem. Is it all right for Duskman to see our other selves, though? Biaman asked. Wouldn't that get us, kicked out? It seems the rules with Duskman are a lot more loose than the others, Lopman said. Pataman and I were testing it out when we were explaining what was happening to him and what our mission was. The only thing we can't tell him is, well, the entire truth, especially about himself, Pataman said quietly. Are you sure he can't hear us? Kokuman nervously asked. He has a bunch of eyes, Kokuman, not a bunch of ears, Biaman replied. I'd hate to meet a Digimon with mostly ears around their body. Black Gataman shivered. That's just a nightmare waiting to happen. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a Digimon like that, Labraman shivered. Focus, guys, Lopman spoke up. When Duskman joins with the others, that's probably when we can't show ourselves to him anymore. So let's try to take advantage of what we can now before it's too late. Biaman, Kokuaman, Labraman, go ahead and try to separate yourselves. Kokuaman, Labraman, and Byaman focused, and fractal code surrounded them. The three were separated moments later. The fractal code surrounding the three dissipated, revealing Sam and Byaman, Tucker and Kokuaman, and Dash and Labraman. Wow, we pulled it off, Tucker exclaimed with a grin. So those are your true forms. You really are humans, Duskman noted. Yeah, the situation is pretty complicated, Black Gataman agreed. What about you? Are you human too? Duskman asked. Yes, I am, but I haven't learned how to separate from my partner, Black Gataman replied. Is that what this training is about? Duskman asked. To learn how to separate from your partners. Kind of, it's also to help those who have separated from their partners to be able to maintain themselves for a longer time, Lopman answered. I see, so you want to increase their endurance for that then, Duskman mused. Not a bad idea. Yeah, it will certainly help for if we have to fight, Padaman replied, or just in general. All right, so how would you guys figure out how to separate? Dash asked. Well, we need to remember why our partners digivolved in the first place. And the best way to do that is to be forced into a tough battle we can't win on our own, Lopman answered. I want you guys to digivolve your partners, then we will fight. Let's see if it'll trigger anything in us while we battle. It'll be me and Padaman versus the three of you. Sounds good, Sam grinned. Tucker looked a bit hesitant. But are you sure this is a good idea? We could seriously hurt you too if we're not careful. It's risky, Lopman admitted, but we'll never grow if we keep things safe. If we know we're not in any danger, we're less likely to act. Tucker grimaced, but he did admit that was a valid point. Well, when you put it that way, I suppose it's better than just waiting for enemies to attack us. All right, go ahead, and don't count us out just because we're not champion level, we can handle ourselves. Padaman grinned. Okay, let's digivolve our partners, you guys, Sam said with a grin. Dash and Tucker nodded. Fractal code surrounded Byaman, Labraman, and Kokuaman. Byaman digivolved too. Byaman felt her skin and feathers being ripped away from her. Then, fiery orange feathers began to reappear on her body as she grew in size. Her skin reappeared as well, her pink legs became cream-colored, and her talons became a similar color. Her beak elongated and became a tannish color as well. Her eyes snapped open as the fractal code dissipated. Berdraman. Labraman digivolved too. Labraman's skin came away from her body, as well as her fur. She grew in size before her skin began to reform on her body, black fur sprouting from her skin. Her eyes turned red and she gained silvery claws and blades on her lower legs. Her tail was no longer bushy, but thin and had a thin layer of black fur on it. The fractal code dissipated, revealing her in her stronger form. Doberman. Kokuaman digivolved too. Kokuaman felt his metal skin peel away from his body, head, and limbs. His body grew in size as his pincer claws became more human-like hands, his antennae on his head shrunk into his skull, and his wings became extra mass and armor on his body. His skin reformed, this time a copper color and becoming hard metal armor. His eyes turned green and opened as the fractal code dissipated. Gardraman. With everyone digivolved into their champion forms, Padaman and Lopman stood their ground. Black Gataman walked over to Padaman and Lopman. What are you doing? Lopman asked. You seriously think I'm going to let you two fight on your own? Besides, I haven't figured out how to separate from my partner yet either, Black Gataman grinned. Well, I guess it helps even the odds, Padaman chuckled, though I think you just want an excuse to fight. Hey, I gotta try out this form more, Black Gataman replied. Well, this should be interesting then, Dash grinned back. I've never seen what you can do in that form either, so we have a bit of a wild card, so to speak. Wild cards are always the worst, but they can also be the best if the other side is the victim. Sam snickered, then she hesitated, which may be bad for us. So should we fight you one at a time, or are we just all going to fight? Berdraman asked. Let's make this fun and a little bit chaotic, we'll all fight, Lopman grinned. We'll give this everything we've got. In that case, Padaman summoned a ring of light around his body, which split horizontally, changing him into his ghost mode. All right, let's do this. Dash, Sam, and Tucker were riding on their Digimon partners, wanting to be a part of the battle as well. Berdraman, being as fast as she was, made the first move. She fired out some meteor wing fire at the 3 smaller Digimon. Lopman grabbed Patamon's hand as Patamon turned them intangible, making the meteor wing go through them. Black Gatomon opted to jump away, dodging the attack herself. Black Gatomon ran forward on all fours, moving quickly. She ran at Doberman, moving back her paw. Lightning Paw. However, before Black Gatomon could punch Doberman, Gardramon was suddenly in front of her, and blocked her attack with his tough and metallic hide. Nice block, Gardramon, Tucker grinned. Guardian Barrage. Gardramon unleashed a hail of mini flying missiles at Black Gatomon, but Patamon was quick to intercept the attack. He put up a green ecto field around himself and Black Gatomon, the Guardian Barrage hitting the shield instead. The shield went down once the attack ended, allowing Patamon to inflate his body before letting out a glowing green bubble from his body. Ecto Bubble. The green glowing air bubble was hit by one of the missiles, causing it to explode. Bergerman's keen eye could see that Lopman was the only one who had yet to make a move. Patamon in his ghost form was able to keep up with them easily, and Black Gatomon was already a champion-level Digimon. Lopman, however, was just an ordinary rookie-level Digimon. Sam, Bergerman said, I know we were told to give it our all, but should we really attack Lopman? I feel unsure about this myself, but how else can we help him get stronger? Sam replied back, her hesitation clear in her voice. Lopman himself seemed to be waiting for something. He wasn't actively going into the battle himself. When Black Gatomon got hit by Gardraman's fist, she fell back toward Lopman. Lopman managed to catch her with his ears, which appeared to be stronger than they looked. Are you okay? Lopman asked. Yeah, I'm fine, Black Gatomon replied as she got back to her feet with Lopman's help. But boy, does Gardraman pack a punch. Even as a champion level, I felt that. Gardraman beamed with pride at Black Gatomon's words. Hey, focus, Tucker scolded his partner Digimon. We can be proud later. This is a training battle. We can't get distracted. Sorry, Gardraman apologized. Taking advantage of the distraction, Patamon flew in and puffed up his body again. This time, though, he shot out glowing green blades of energy. Ecto Slash. Gardraman had to engage his rockets to dodge the surprising attack. Whoa, that's new, Tucker noted in shock. Doberman ran toward Black Gatomon while Gardraman was dealing with Patamon. Black Gatomon saw the dog coming in and she jumped forward. Lighting. Gray noise. Doberman gave a haunting howling noise at Black Gatomon. Black Gatomon yelped as her lighting paw attack was cancelled out. Doberman opened her maw and bite down on Black Gatomon's arm. You got her, Dash cheered. Dash, look out, Bergerman shouted a warning. A small brown and pink tornado suddenly pulled Dash in, throwing him off of Doberman's back. Dash, Doberman called in a moment of distraction. This gave Black Gatomon the opportunity to use her claws to scratch Doberman's face, forcing Doberman to let her go. Ow, Doberman yipped in surprise. Never take your eyes off the enemy Tilda, Black Gatomon grinned. What happened to Dash? Tucker asked in alarm, having caught sight of what happened as well. Dash fell to the ground, groaning a little. I feel a bit sick from all that spinning. He's fine, Sam called out. Tucker saw Patamon flying toward them. Here he comes, Gardraman. I got him, Gardraman shouted. Grenade destroyer. Gardraman fired several missiles at Patamon. Patamon turned intangible, but he couldn't fight back if he had to stay intangible. Don't let up, we need to tire him out, Tucker said. He can't keep using his intangibility forever. Affirmative, Gardraman replied. Lopman was gliding over to Gardraman and Tucker. He didn't stop until he tackled Tucker off of the big robot. Whoa, woof, Tucker fell off of Gardraman, landing on his stomach. Ow, I think, the wind is out of my lungs, he coughed out. Now Sam was aware of what Lopman was doing. Dang, either Lopman is just a dirty fighter or he's attacking us humans on purpose because of how strong you guys are. She noted to Bergerman. If that's the case, then we have to make sure he doesn't get that chance, Bergerman said before flapping her wings and trying to get higher. Doberman and Gardraman were still able to fight, however, and they were moving quickly to attack. Black Gatomon moved around both of them. She was using her small size to her advantage to make it difficult for them to catch her. Doberman was chasing after Black Gatomon, while Gardramen was trying to use missiles to hit her. This ended up backfiring, because Gardramen's missiles ended up hitting Doberman herself. "Whoops, sorry," Gardramen called out to Doberman. Fighting smaller enemies is harder than it looks. Doberman groaned out from where she had been blown back. Black Gatomon couldn't help but let out a purr in response. "You guys are clumsy without your partners." The two glared at Black Gatomon as she was teasing them. "Where are Patamon and Lopman?" Sam frowned, noticing that only Black Gatomon was fighting the other two. "I can't see them, but I sense they're nearby." Bergerman frowned. Sam gasped as she realized Paraman was in his ghost form. He could go invisible, and he could turn others invisible while holding them. She figured this out a little too late, however, because she felt something hitting her from behind. Sam yelped as she fell off of Bergerman. "Sam," Bergerman called out before she dived and caught Sam. There in the air, Sam pointed up. Patamon was holding onto Lopman, and Patamon turned them invisible again. "They can hide, but they can't escape from my senses," Bergerman hissed. "We've dealt with ghosts before, this is no different." Sam nodded, climbing back onto Bergerman's back. "Yeah, just gotta focus on where they are." Bergerman concentrated, letting her sharper senses guide her. She could feel the wing beats of Patamon's ears in the air currents, even though he was invisible. She could hear Patamon's and Lopman's breathing, closing in on her and Sam from the left backside. Turning around, Bergerman flared her wings open, and fiery meteors appeared under her wings. Meteor wing. The meteor wing attack was launched in the direction she had heard the sounds. This hit the mark. Patamon yelped in pain as he let go of his invisibility. Lopman looked up at Patamon in surprise and concern. The fire seemed to have affected Patamon pretty badly. Lopman quickly blew up his ears as he held onto Patamon to stop them from falling. "We forget how dangerous Lopman is when left on his own," Sam muttered. "We better finish this now before he has a chance to think of another plan." "Agreed," Bergerman replied. She powered up another meteor wing attack. "Sorry, Lopman, but we can't take any more chances." Meteor wing. The second meteor wing was unleashed at the hovering Lopman and Patamon. Lopman, in a moment of desperation, deflated his ears and wrapped himself and Patamon in a cocoon-like state as the flames engulfed them. Lopman remembered when they were attacked by Cerberumen back at the village, how he and Patamon were almost killed by her emerald blaze if he hadn't defended them like he was now. This felt like this exact situation. Lopman hit a wall before hitting the ground. He released Patamon from his hold. "Are you okay?" Lopman asked Patamon. "You took a pretty big hit." "Yeah, I'm fine," Patamon replied with a weak grin. "Ghostly healing and all that." "Fire seems to be our biggest weak point," Lopman noted. "Even when you were intangible, the heat was what got you to drop your intangibility too early." "Yeah, I don't know why," Patamon replied. "It's like when you and Takuya fought me in the mall and I was that dragon form. Fire was my weak point then too." Patamon then shivered. "Fire being my weak point makes me dread fighting Takuya again if he goes on another rampage, or if we can't save him from this place." Bergerman was flying over them, like a looming hunter waiting to devour its prey. Lopman frowned as he realized without help, he was pretty much useless. Going for the weak links, also showing them the dangers of riding their Digimon into battle, was the most Lopman himself could do. Doberman caught up to Black Gatomon and grabbed her with her maw before tossing her at Gardramen. Gardramen fired a missile at Black Gatomon. Black Gatomon couldn't react in time before getting hit by the missile. Lopman started running over to Black Gatomon, but he was quickly blocked by Bergerman, who landed in front of him. "Going somewhere," Sam chuckled as Bergerman smirked too. "You're going nowhere," Bergerman agreed as she raised up one of her feet to pin down Lopman. Bergerman brought her talons down towards Lopman. Lopman's eyes went wide. It felt like the world slowed to a crawl to Lopman, and he could only hear his heart beating. Despite Bergerman and Sam being his friends, right now they looked like enemies ready to kill him and his loved ones. Lopman felt something tugging at his core, and his body started to glow slightly. However, before any progress could be made, the battle was cut short by a large, shield-looking mirror that nearly covered the entire field. Everyone stopped what they were doing. "That be enough," Mercuryman exclaimed as he appeared from the mirror, stepping out of it once the attacks had stopped. Thou's training may have been a small bout, but our enemies approacheth. The children have arrived here in the Dark Continent. Mercuryman, when did you get back? Black Gatoman asked in surprise as the shield disappeared. I did not sense you coming back either, Duskman noted, who had been watching the battle with interest. Thou art distracted then, Mercuryman accused. Duskman glared, but said nothing. Mercuryman frowned as he looked at the humans in the battlefield. There are more human children? What is this? Thou cannot be legendary warriors. No, we are not, Tucker replied carefully. We're different. Aw man, how can we explain this? This is gonna be one heck of an explanation. We are just visiting, Dash said in a weak attempt to excuse why they were here. Just visiting, Mercuryman replied in a deadpan tone. What he means is that we were taken here by the trailmen like the other kids were. Sam spoke up, being a little more attuned with coming up with a valid excuse than the boys were. And we ended up bonding with some Digimon. I brought them here since they looked lost, Black Gatoman added. I figured it would help with training, and it may bolster Lord Cherubiman's army. I hardly think Lord Cherubiman would have a problem with that. Mercuryman snorted, but he wasn't about to complain. Thou art taking a risky maneuver, but thou's actions have not had bad drawbacks yet. I do remember hearing that Offeniman had called humans into this world. It maketh sense not all of them would leave right away when the 5 humans chosen by the legendary warriors revealed themselves. Mercuryman then looked at the Digimon. I had heard from Ranaman that she and Arborman had caught the Digimon who were traveling with the children. I had not had the time to speaketh with thou. Despite not having any visible eyes, Lopman could tell that Mercuryman was looking at him and Pataman with interest. Well, yeah, that's true, Black Gatoman replied. But they haven't caused any trouble, and being cooped up in cages all the time was not good for them, so we decided a small friendly spar would be in order. As much as I would like to speaketh more, we must prepare. The children had already entered the Dark Continent. It will not be long before they find us here, Mercuryman stated. Duskman looked troubled. He remembered what the Digimon had told him about their mission and the strict rules placed on them. If these children were to see them, they would be in danger of never being seen again. He didn't know the full meaning of that, what would happen to them. All he knew was that they were in danger. Send the others to stop them. They are in our territory. Those kids don't understand how much stronger we are in the Dark Continent, Duskman stated. Mercuryman scoffed. Thou art considering not fighting the children? Then he paused before grinning at Duskman. Ah, thou must be planning a stratagem. Thou have not yet fought the children, so they do not understand thou's strength yet. I do not fight unnecessary battles. The other legendary warriors should be strong enough to handle those greenhorns, Duskman answered. But if the children manage to fight them off, I will step in. What about the rest of them? Mercuryman asked, pointing at the human children and the Digimon. They should stay out of it. They are not strong enough to fight off the legendary warriors who were strong enough to take out one of our own, Duskman answered. Mercuryman didn't show it, but had he had eyebrows, one of them would have been raised. Thou art quite concerned about these humans, quite interesting. Duskman scoffed. They won't last against the beast spirits. We may serve Lord Cherubiman, but even I tend to think he wouldn't want a slaughter of innocent Digimon. Thou may not know Lord Cherubiman as well as thou thought, Mercuryman muttered. Although, perhaps I don't either. Mercuryman looked at Lopman, and Lopman looked down. We'll stay out of your way if you need to take care of something, Tucker said. We can't exactly fight ourselves. Yeah, we have to rely on our Digimon friends to fight for us, Sam added. We wouldn't want to get in your way or anything, Dash said sheepishly. I can keep an eye on them, Black Gatoman assured. I assure you they aren't here to cause trouble. Well, not any direct trouble anyway. I will keep an eye on things. Once those other children are dealt with, I will like to have a talk with you too, Mercuryman stated as he looked at Lopman and Pataman. Sure, I guess, Pataman replied, trying to sound unsure and uncaring, but he had a feeling he knew why Mercuryman had such interest in him and Lopman. Very well, Mercuryman huffed. Let us go handle those legendary warriors. Mercuryman walked out. Duskman looked at the others. Stay here and hidden until we can drive away those kids or capture them, Duskman stated. This is a game you cannot afford to lose. Unless something happens, we should be good with staying here, big guy, Black Gataman promised. Be careful, Lopman said. With you going toward them, the game master will likely be keeping an eye on you now too. I'm not sure how loose the rules will be now once that happens. I will, I promise, Duskman replied with a small nod. I can definitely handle myself. I meant for us, Lopman clarified. I'm not sure how often we can interact with you once you confront them. Duskman went silent at that. It was clear he was torn up on what he was going to do. It'll be all right, Black Gataman assured. It'll be even more suspicious if you don't confront them. We'll leave a note or something if we must leave. Perhaps we can still communicate and plan with each other if it comes down to it. You're the only one who knows of our true predicament. Duskman looked back at Black Gataman and nodded. I understand, he said carefully. You, be careful yourselves then. Good luck, Pataman said. We hope we'll see you again, Sam remarked. Duskman nodded to them before he turned around and walked away, but not without looking back at them one more time before continuing on. With Duskman gone, the humans and their Digimon partners wrapped themselves in a cocoon of fractal codes. They fused back together, returning to their rookie forms. That was a pretty tough fight, Byaman said as she wiped the sweat from her head. You're really good at taking advantage of things in a fight, Lopman. You and Bergerman were good at figuring out what I was trying to do and take me out as quickly as possible. Not gonna lie, you can be pretty dang brutal to get the job done, Lopman sweat dropped. Byaman's sweat dropped as well. Given your tactics, it wasn't hard to figure out, she admitted. That's Lopman for ya, Pataman quipped with a grin. Using his brain more than his brawn, helping Lopman was definitely necessary though. You figured out where I was quite quickly when we fought. Using Digimon instincts was quite interesting. Byaman chuckled sheepishly. I had no idea Digimon had such sharp senses, at least compared to humans. Well, it certainly helped you get the jump on me, Pataman replied with a smile. And you two make a pretty good team, Black Gataman complimented. Flying Lopman around while using your strange ghost powers at the same time. Yeah, that was our best bet, using teamwork, Lopman sighed. Though there isn't much else I can do being stuck as a little rookie with no special powers to make up for it. I'm sure you'll be able to separate from Lopman and digivolve him soon. I think you came pretty close during our battle before Marikriman interrupted it, Byaman remarked. You were pretty hard to catch, Black Gataman, Labraman noted. Yeah, I can use my small size and agility to avoid a lot of hits, Black Gataman chuckled. I've also learned some self-defense techniques as a human, but you and Kokuaman weren't so bad yourselves. You were fast and powerful, while Gardraman was big and defensive. You two covered each other's weaknesses quite well. Yeah, it was difficult for me to get through that defense, Pataman admitted. Labraman beamed. Well, it certainly helps to be fast and hit hard, she grinned. A good defense needs a good offense. While Gardraman tanks the hits, I can get in close and hit hard. Not to mention I'm also pretty good at doing long-range attacks with my missiles, Kokuaman added. Those are always helpful to have. I think this also helps us realize that teamwork is a good way to overcome a stronger enemy too. Lopman smiled. Well, I'm glad we managed to get something out of that, because none of us were able to separate from our partners yet, Black Gataman sighed. I'm not sure if I can with the dark powers Cherubiman gave me though. My situation's a bit strange. And mine is also kind of strange, though I think I should be able to separate from Pataman, Pataman remarked. It's just not as necessary as the rest of you due to the ghost form. That's true, the stronger you are, the less likely you'd need to separate and digivolve. Lopman nodded. Then, why haven't you separated yet? Labraman asked. Hard to say. I probably hadn't hit that wall yet where I really felt like I needed to, Lopman shrugged. Well, I'm sure you will soon. Kokuaman reassured Lopman. It's just gonna take a bit more time for you, I suppose. Well, Lopman does have the ability to reach his ultimate form, so maybe that is also playing a role in keeping him from separating as easily as the rest of us. Pataman noted. Which is cool. Do you remember how you were able to reach the ultimate form? Black Gataman asked. It's difficult to describe in words, Lopman sighed. I can only tell you what I told you before, how it felt like Lopman, or I guess it was Tearful at the time, and I were starting to sync up. It was like we were starting to breathe at the same time, see what the other was seeing, feel what the other felt. When Tearful did become Antileman, it was almost as if I was Antileman and Antileman was me. Even though we were separated in body, our minds and consciousness were almost the same, to the point where I felt like I could feel and do the crazy movements and attacks with Antileman. I wasn't falling off of Antileman despite the fact he did those crazy backflips and crawled on the side of the buildings. The others looked at Lopman, seeming unsure how to react, except for Byaman, who seemed to understand what Lopman was saying. I think I get it, Byaman said. You do, Kokyoman asked. Bergerman didn't digivolve into her ultimate form, but when I first separated from her, we were in a rather desperate situation. Derry was trying to help us when he was turned on by his so-called friends. Not only did we separate, but it felt like Bergerman and I were one. Bergerman felt my anger, and I could feel her fire and attacks coming out of me. It was a feeling I had never felt before then, Byaman explained. It was possible that Bergerman had been very close to digivolving into her ultimate form, had the battle kept going, Lopman theorized. You think so? Byaman questioned. It's only a theory, but our partners seem to get stronger the closer they are to us, Lopman stated. If you two start to feel in sync, the point where it feels like your minds are in perfect harmony, I believe that's when they're close to digivolving to their ultimate forms. Aw man, that would have been awesome had we achieved that, Byaman groaned. I guess that will have to wait for another time, I suppose, though. I can't wait to reach ultimate level either, Kokyoman grinned. Being in complete sync with your partner sounds so cool. Hey, let's not get too excited over it. Pataman's sweat dropped. It may be cool, but it is also very exhausting and exerts a lot on the human body. At least, from what Lopman has told me anyway. Yeah, it does, Lopman nodded. I was exhausted already after doing it once. When I had to fight the legendary warriors as Antileman, I was so exhausted I couldn't stand for a while. I remember seeing you in that state too, Pataman frowned. So even when you do reach the ultimate level, be wary of your own well-being, Lopman pointed out. Byaman, Kokyoman, and Labraman all nodded. It sounded like ultimate level was a double-edged sword, so they would have to be careful with it. Man, who knew something so powerful could be so draining? Labraman grumbled. But I guess that's the price for such power. Yeah, but that's not our main issue right now, Black Gataman spoke up. We need to figure out what our plan is. With Duskman going to confront the other children, what will become of us? Will we no longer be able to stay with Duskman? The mastermind will likely be keeping an eye on him once he does confront them, Kokyoman agreed. So we won't be able to really interact with him much, if at all, especially if he sees Koji. Like I said, we may be limited in communicating with him, but we can still leave him notes and whatnot, Black Gataman pointed out. Since Duskman is the only one who knows of our situation, we might be able to send him notes in secret, and I'm sure he's smart enough to keep the notes hidden from the mastermind. In that case, our best bet is to wait here until Ranneman or Arborman come back and tell us what's going on, Lopman remarked. Or just Ranneman, since Arborman is going to meet his end soon if I remember right, Byaman pointed out. Pataman grimaced. Yeah, I kind of feel sorry for Arborman at this point. Well, maybe Duskman won't be so cruel this time, Labraman pointed out hopefully. I mean, you've seen how much he has changed just from being around Black Gataman. I'm kinda worried about that, to be honest, Pataman admitted. What if the mastermind somehow interferes so Duskman has to kill Arborman? We don't know yet. The best we can do is wait and see, and try to figure things out as we go, Kokyoman sighed. That's pretty much what we've been doing anyway, and it's gotten us this far, right? Labraman said, trying to be a little optimistic. Yeah, Lopman agreed. First though, let's get some food so we're not hungry and tired. After the Digimon got some food in them, they were resting, chatting with each other. Wondering if what they were doing was going to work in the end, since they had close calls after close calls. That was when Kokyoman noticed something was off. He saw a small distortion, something that reminded him of a slight visual glitch in a video game. Hey, do you guys see that distortion over there? Kokuaman asked as he pointed in that direction. What distortion? Labraman asked. Kokuaman frowned as he looked at the direction he saw the distortion, but it seemed to be gone. That's odd, I know I saw something over there, Kokuaman muttered. Well, whatever it was, it's gone now, Labraman noted. Lopman was walking over when he saw what looked like bits and pieces of fractal code suddenly appeared in the air. Huh, what's that? Lopman, Pataman asked, what are you looking? Pataman stopped when a familiar blue mist came out of his mouth. Uh-oh, Pataman groaned. That mist means only one thing. You've gotta be kidding me, Biaman grumbled. As if on cue, a little bright green slimes with red glowing eyes and a mouth started coming out of the distortion. There were hundreds of them, filling up the hideout they were in. Doubly, what are these things? Labraman yelled as they were being surrounded. They look like ectoplasm with a bunch of them together, Black Gataman hissed. Kokuaman's eyes flashed for a moment. According to my data banks, they're Zeruman, they're baby slime Digimon, their bodies are also toxic to touch. But something's not right. The shade of green from my data banks is different from the ones we're seeing. They're supposed to be yellow-green, but the ones here look more like neon green, and their eyes are glowing. They've been infected with ectoplasm, Pataman warned. It's giving them enough ghostly properties that my body seems to think they are ghosts. Then, what do? Labraman asked. We've faced down Digimon like this before, but these guys are just babies. I don't feel comfortable fighting babies like this. It's either that or we get into trouble. Biaman responded, but she too looked uncomfortable at the idea of fighting baby Digimon. We're the only ones here right now, so we either fight or run away, Lopman stated. But why are these Zeruman here? How did they get infected with ectoplasm? I thought we already dealt with the ghosts who were here. Did Pataman unintentionally leak ectoplasm that infected some babies? I doubt it, and I doubt his ectoplasm alone would have infected this many Digimon at once. This had to have been intentional. But who and why? I doubt Maxwell would have wanted this. These guys would be more like viruses in his little game. Wait, viruses, Lopman whispered. Look out, Biaman shouted. The Zeruman began spewing out green slime from their mouths at them. The Digimon quickly jumped away. Blazing ice. Lopman fired out an icy wind to freeze some of the Zeruman, but despite freezing some, more Zeruman just slithered over them. Spiral Twister. Biaman shot out her green spiraling flames at the Zeruman. Power Surge. Kokuaman zapped as many Zeruman as he could. Retriever Bark. Labraman unleashed a howl at the Zeruman. Boom Bubble. Pataman fired out an air bubble at the swarm. Black Gadhuman frowned as all their attacks did seem to push back several Zeruman, but more kept coming out of those distortions, making their attacks seem useless. We need to get out, more of them keep coming, Black Gadhuman warned. Don't let them touch you, they could infect you with the ectoplasm. The others knew they didn't have time to argue, so they quickly ran, barely avoiding getting covered by the Zeruman. They kept going until they were in the woods, not wanting the Zeruman to chase them down. So we really had to run, Biaman frowned. I wish we could have fought them off, though. Hey, it's better than us getting wiped out and resetting this whole thing, Pataman admitted. I don't like it either, but we need to stay alive, even if we don't want to run from a fight. But why did those Zeruman suddenly appear, and why were they infected with ectoplasm? Kokuaman asked. I don't think this was supposed to be a part of his plan. I don't think it was, Lopman frowned. Those Zeruman, the way they just came out of nowhere and seemed to be eating the fractal code of the hideout. They looked back at the hideout, seeing it was being turned into fractal code and being consumed by the glowing green slimes of the Zeruman. They're almost acting like viruses, Lopman continued. Didn't he say that the reason why he had to keep resetting the world is because of viruses? Yeah, I remember that, Biaman admitted. So, it's not the mastermind's fault here, it's something else causing those Zeruman to act as a virus. But why? What's behind it? I don't like what's happening, Labraman whimpered. This is getting too out of control. I know it's scary, but we have to stay focused. The children need us, so we can't just give up because of some unknown factors. Pataman said to Labraman gently. Why, yeah, you're right. We're supposed to be heroes, we can't let this scare us, Labraman agreed, though she was still shaking a little. The hideout's no longer safe. We need to get moving, Lopman said. We don't know if any more Zerumen are showing up and… Suddenly, the Zerumen started moving toward them. The Digimon all yelped as they moved out of the swarm of Zerumen's way. The Zerumen moved past them, seeming uninterested in them. Where are they going? Kokumen asked, seeing the swarm moving down a trail. I don't know, but I think we should check it out, Pataman said. Something's bugging me about where they're headed. You want us to chase after those viruses? Are you out of your mind? What if they end up eating us? Labraman shouted. Labraman's got a point. It's dangerous to go after them like this, Byaman agreed. The path they're going. Black Gataman frowned, having got to know the area better than the others due to all the strolls she went on with Duskman. Black Gataman gasped, oh no. Black Gataman didn't explain what was going on. She just started running after the Zerumen. Black Gataman, Lopman called out as he hurried after her himself. W8, why are we going after them? Labraman shouted, though despite herself, she ran after them. I guess we're doing this, Pataman shrugged as he flew after them. Byaman and Kokuaman frowned, but they flew after the others as well. Black Gataman must have figured something out. Why else would she suddenly run after the Zerumen? Lopman frowned as he was trying to keep up with Black Gataman. Unfortunately for Lopman, his short legs made it difficult for him to run, and Black Gataman was running on all fours. She was moving quickly, and he was losing her. Labraman was running up behind him. Labraman, Lopman said before he jumped onto Labraman's back. Try to catch up to Black Gataman. Okay, but what's going on? Labraman asked. Despite her fears and worry, she kept running to try to catch up to the frantic Black Gataman. I don't know, but it must be bad if Black Gataman's rushing after them herself, Lopman replied. At her speed, it didn't take Black Gataman long to reach the swarm. I don't care how toxic you aren't going any further. Lightning Paw. Black Gataman charged forward, slamming her fist paw into the swarm, spreading them out. Cat Tail. Black Gataman swung her tail around, slamming and slapping several Zerumen into trees and bushes. Pataman was the next to reach the location, and he saw Black Gataman was going crazy on the Zerumen. One Zerumen was trying to sneak up on Black Gataman, from what he could see. He flew down and slammed into one of the Zerumen trying to sneak attack Black Gataman. The Zerumen was sent into a few of its fellow Zerumen, causing a small pile of Zerumen. Pataman hovered near Black Gataman. You okay? I'm fine, Black Gataman said. We have to stop them. I know we should, but why? What's going on? Pataman asked. Spiral Twister. Byaman was the next to reach them, blasted some Zerumen that tried to sneak up on Pataman and Black Gataman. Careful, there's more of them. Power Surge. Kokuman shocked another pile of Zerumen. Some of the Zerumen jumped onto Pataman's back and Black Gataman's tail. Pataman flipped himself around, smashing the Zerumen onto the ground. Black Gataman hissed in pain as it felt like acid was eating through her tail as she grabbed the Zerumen with her claws and threw them. Another huge pile of Zerumen jumped onto Byaman and Kokuaman, bringing them down to the ground. Retriever Bark. Labraman finally reached them with Lopman, using her high-pitch howling to push the Zerumen off of them. The Zerumen were forced to separate and get off of Kokuaman and Byaman. Wow, never thought I'd be glad to hear that howl. Kokuaman joked as he and Byaman got back to their feet. What's going on, Black Gataman? Byaman asked the cat Digimon. You seem pretty worked up about these little guys. We have to stop them. They're heading to where the children are. Black Gataman quickly explained while the Zerumen were scattered and recovering. How do you know? Pataman asked. This road they're going down, I recognize it. They were heading to where the trailman stop was. If the children were coming here via trailman, they would be walking along this path, Black Gataman pointed out. Do you think whatever made the Zerumen act as viruses is after the children? Labraman asked as her fur bristled on her back. It's possible, Black Gataman admitted before she smacked more of the Zerumen away from herself with her tail again. So are we supposed to try to defeat them all here? Labraman frowned. We've got to try. There's many of them, but they're still babies, right? So separate and digivolve and let's get rid of them, Black Gataman quickly said. The Zerumen began shooting out green slimes from their mouths at them. The Digimon tried to dodge, but they couldn't possibly dodge them all. They yelped as the slime felt like acid burning their bodies. Only Patamon seemed to be resistant to their slime. He just shook them off. Patamon had to admit he was confused as to why the slime didn't seem to be affecting him, but that was shoved to the back of his mind. The others needed his help. He transformed into his ghost form. He knew he had to use his full power if he wanted to do this. Patamon fired ghost rays from his hands at the Zerumen, pushing them back. The ghost ray seemed to be doing the trick as the Zerumen were backing off. Hey, this is, Lopman groaned as he looked at his ears that had some of the green slime on it. Is this ectoplasm? It has to be, Labramon hissed. It definitely reeks like it. This isn't a good sign then, especially if these baby Digimon appear to be made of it. Byaman noted grimly. We can't separate or digivolve like this, Kokuaman warned. But it seems Patamon's all right, probably because he's got some ectoplasm in his data already, Lopman noted. The Zerumen began to form around each other, creating a huge pile. Now what are they doing? Black Gatomon frowned. Data began to form around the pile. No way are they digivolving, Patamon asked in disbelief. The fractal code dissipated from around the pile, revealing a Digimon that had bright green fur, red eyes, and 3 heads. One head on the left was skeletal, one on the right was mechanical, and the third, central head was organic. What Digimon is that? Byaman gasped. I don't know, I've never seen one like it before. Labramon replied, her fur standing on end now. That looks like it would be a Deltamon, but it's definitely not the right color for one, Kokuaman warned. A Deltamon infected with ectoplasm. At least we all know they look neon green, Black Gatomon hissed. It's a champion-level Digimon, watch out, Kokuaman spoke up. Triplex Force, the ecto-looking Deltamon shouted as it fired green beams of energy from all 3 of its mouths. Patamon acted quickly. He ran to the others and grabbed onto Lopman. Quick, grab onto me. Nobody hesitated as they grabbed onto Patamon. Patamon focused on his powers and turned them all intangible, barely avoiding a direct hit from the powerful beams. The beams that hit the ground and the vegetation of the forest, however, devastated the land, turning most of the land into glitching fractal code. This is just like back at the Toy Island, Labramon remembered, seeing the damage the attack caused. The Digimon using ecto-energy is causing the world to glitch out. Too much exposure to ectoplasm is weakening us, Kokuaman groaned. Come on, we have to separate and digivolve our partners, Byaman frantically said. Fire started to surround Byaman, but Deltamon gave a loud roar, shaking the place. The ectoplasm in the area gave a pungent odor as well. The flames around Byaman quickly died off, and she felt weaker than before. I can't separate, I feel so weak, Byaman groaned. It's the ectoplasm, it's messing with our partners' bodies, Lopman groaned as well. Damn it, I'm not going to let that ectoplasm win, Black Gatomon shouted. I'm a champion-level Digimon too, you think you're going to stop me? Black Gatomon jumped at Deltamon, lightning paw. Black Gatomon punched Deltamon's forehead. Patamon flew after Black Gatomon quickly. Heads up, Patamon warned Black Gatomon so he didn't hit her with his attack. Patamon puffed up his body and shot out a green bubble of ectoplasmic energy. Ectobubble. Seeing the green energy ball coming at her, Black Gatomon jumped off of Deltamon's forehead. The green energy bubble hit Deltamon where Black Gatomon had punched it, sending Deltamon falling backwards. As soon as Black Gatomon had jumped off Deltamon, Patamon flew in and caught her. Are you okay? That felt good, Black Gatomon replied. Deltamon, however, wasn't too happy about that punch. It reared up the skeleton head at them. Skull Fang. The skeleton head shot out from Deltamon's arm, flying like a ghost, and was trying to bite down on them. Patamon and Black Gatman yelped as Patamon was trying to fly away from it. Hang on, Patamon exclaimed before he concentrated and turned both himself and Black Gatomon intangible. The skeleton head's attempt to bite them went awry, as it just passed through the 2 of them. The skeleton head pulled back, allowing Patamon some breathing room as he returned himself and Black Gatomon back to a tangible state. Wow, that was close. You're telling me we almost became snacks, Black Gatomon grumbled. Pataman flew up higher, still holding Black Gataman. It seemed only he and Black Gataman were able to resist the ectoplasm enough to keep fighting. The others looked to be weakened. Lopman pushed himself up from the ground. There's got to be something we can do. Lopman looked at Deltaman as it was firing out 3 ecto-energy beams at Pataman and Black Gataman. Pataman kept holding onto Black Gataman to keep dodging the attacks. Biaman, Kokuaman, and Labraman were too weak to stand up, let alone fight. Yet somehow, Lopman noticed he was still able to move. The ectoplasm in the air made him feel sick, but not to the point that he couldn't do anything. Yet despite this, he didn't know what he could do. He couldn't separate from Lopman and Digivolve. He was pretty much useless. Black Gataman and Pataman needed help though. They couldn't handle Deltaman on their own. It seemed there was nothing Lopman could do, but he knew he had to do something. Ecto-bubble. Pataman shot out a smaller ecto-bubble due to not being able to build it up while holding Black Gataman. Though despite the smaller shape, the glowing green ball slammed into Deltaman's chest pretty hard. That was when Lopman noticed it. Despite being tainted with ectoplasm, it was still made of data that was vulnerable to ghost attacks. Lopman could see the chest where the ecto-bubble hit was breaking apart a little. That must be where the Digicore was. They didn't need to destroy the body, just the Digicore. Deltaman was still distracted by Pataman and Black Gataman to notice one of the smaller Digimon was able to move. Lopman waited for another opportunity before making his move. "Fly me in closer," Black Gataman spoke up, "and then drop me. I'll hit him as hard as I can with the momentum." "You got it," Pataman exclaimed as he flew in as close as he could while in a dive. "Hit him good." Deltaman looked up at the incoming 2 Digimon. It opened its 3 mouths to fire another attack. Pataman narrowed his eyes as the 3 blasts shot at them. Just like before, Pataman turned them both intangible to make the attack go through them. Once the beams passed through them, Pataman let go of Black Gataman. Black Gataman pulled back her paw. "Get ready for this, big boy," Black Gataman shouted. "Lightning paw." Black Gataman slammed her fisted-up paw right into Deltaman's chest. The impact was so hard that it caused Deltaman to shoot back several feet, hitting several trees along the way. Lopman, seeing this, ran toward Deltaman when its body stopped moving, lying on the dirt. "Pataman," Lopman shouted, surprising both Black Gataman and Pataman that Lopman was able to move. "Fire an ecto-bubble at that Digimon's chest. Hurry." While Pataman wanted to ask about how Lopman was still able to move, he pushed it aside for after the battle. Puffing up his body again, Pataman readied himself. Ecto-bubble. Pataman shot out the biggest ecto-bubble he could manage at Deltaman's chest. Deltaman let out a roar of agony when the ecto-bubble slammed into its chest, causing its chest to glitch out more. Pataman could see something glowing on the monster's chest. "Do you see that? That must be its Digicore," Lopman shouted. "Destroy it now while it's exposed." Pataman began to puff his body out when suddenly the skull of Deltaman's head grabbed Pataman without warning. Lopman and Black Gataman gasped in shock, not expecting Deltaman to be able to move in the state it was in. Despite its Digicore being exposed, and the brutal beat down Black Gataman gave it earlier, Deltaman was standing back up, holding Pataman tightly. Despite Pataman trying to slip out with intangibility, the teeth of the skull were piercing through his body, making it too difficult for him to focus on his intangibility. Deltaman let out another ear-piercing roar, shaking the entire forest. There was no way the children didn't hear all of this commotion. They were as good as exposed at this rate. Deltaman looked down at Black Gataman and Lopman before it opened its mouth and the serpent's head mouth, powering up another attack to finish them off. Ghost move. As if suddenly on cue, Duskman appeared in the middle of the battlefield, all of the eyes on his armor glowing red. His actual eyes were glinting dangerously. "Death gaze," Duskman shouted, firing beams from the eyes on his armor at Deltaman directly. Deltaman gave a loud roar as its body was being attacked by the beams, letting go of Pataman. Pataman didn't hesitate to fly away as Duskman was attacking it. "Duskman, what are you doing here?" Black Gataman asked, surprised to see him. "Did you really think I would leave you to face this thing alone? I could hear the combat all the way from where I was with the others." Duskman replied, not exactly pleased by what was going on. "You shouldn't be here. This thing is infected with ectoplasm. That can mess up your body. Our friends can't even move right now because of the ectoplasm, Lopman pointed out. I noticed they weren't looking good, Duskman stated, but I can handle myself. I won't let you die to this abomination. What about the human children? Aren't they nearby? Pataman asked as he landed next to Lopman and Black Gataman, rubbing his sides from being pierced by the skull's teeth earlier. Yes, but Petaldraman is doing everything he can to keep them busy, Duskman revealed. He's using the power of darkness and nature to power himself up so he has a fighting chance. But I came back to see what was going on. It looks like we have an invader that needs to be purged. This thing isn't normal, Black Gataman warned. We believe it's a virus sent here to do something to the human children, and it's why we're even here in the first place. So you're trying to help your friends without being caught. Duskman mused before getting his twin swords out. While admirable, it clearly isn't working. You'll definitely be caught. That's why I'll handle this thing. It was the first time any of them really got to see Duskman in action. They decided to let Duskman handle this for now while they try to recover and check on their friends. Deltaman growled as it fired ecto beams at Duskman. Duskman was quicker though, moving between the beams and jumping into the air. Energy began to course along his swords. Lunar plasma. The ectobams were absorbed by his swords before Duskman began to spin around, the energy absorbed becoming a blood-red color. Geistblade storm. Red rings were unleashed from the twin swords at Deltaman. Deltaman let out a cry of pain as its body started leaking out a bunch of ectoplasm, causing the green goop to consume the land's data. Duskman glared, seeing why ectoplasm was so dangerous to Digimon. It was like acid on skin. The Digicore, Duskman heard a voice call out. Duskman turned around, seeing Lopman standing there. Aim for its chest, that should end the fight. Duskman's red eyes glinted as he held up his swords again. This will be easy, he said before he ran at Deltaman again, before jumping into the air once more. The eyes on his armor began to glow red again as he powered up his attack. Death gaze. Beams of energy shot from the eyes on his armor at Deltaman's Digicore. Deltaman apparently knew what was going on because it brought up its two heads to try to block Duskman's energy beam. The skull and serpent's heads got a hole seared through them as the beam still managed to hit its mark. Deltaman's mouth was open, but no sound came out. Data started glitching around the large Digimon's body. Its fractal code began to show. That should take care of that, Duskman stated as he turned to look at the smaller Digimon. They don't look too good. Black Gataman frowned as she was checking Biaman, Kokuaman, and Labraman. Their data can't handle so much ectoplasm. That's not good, but why are you two still able to move around? Pataman asked. I know I have ectoplasm fused with my data, but what about the two of you? Black Gataman and Lopman looked at each other as they weren't sure either, until a memory popped into Lopman's mind. I think it's because our Digimon had been exposed to the ghost zone a while back. We had been stuck in there for a while, so our Digimon likely absorbed some ectoplasm there, Lopman stated. Then, that means we have a bit of resistance to the effects of ectoplasm, Black Gataman asked before grinning. That will certainly come in handy. We still need to do something about all that ectoplasm in the air, and we might need to purify our friends, Lopman spoke up. Duskman, do you have your detector? My what? Duskman questioned. No, he doesn't have that, Black Gataman answered. Trust me, I've asked before. I have no idea what that thing is anyway, Duskman admitted, albeit somewhat embarrassed. Ah, right, I guess you wouldn't at this time, Lopman frowned. That means purification is out of the question then. So, what's going to happen to Deltaman? Pataman questioned. Upon hearing Pataman's question, the others looked over at Deltaman. Its body turned into a blob of neon green before the fractal code disappeared. The blob then separated into hundreds of Zeromon. Oh no, not this again, Pataman groaned. Duskman raised an eyebrow. I take it these little guys were responsible for that Deltaman showing up. Yes, they are. We can't let them go or they're going to mess up the digital world, Black Gataman pointed out. Too many of them might force the game master to reset the world. We can't afford that. What should we do? We can't kill them all, Pataman pointed out. Maybe we don't have to. We just have to catch them and make it so they can't escape anywhere. Lopman spoke up. How? Padaman asked. We're not alone, remember. We still have some backup. They might be able to provide us with something to catch the Zerumen in, Lopman reminded. You mean? Padaman blinked. They should still be watching us, Lopman said. We need to get in contact with them. What are you talking about? Duskman asked. You'll see in just a second, Lopman said. Right, Jazz. As if on cue, a screen popped up showing a teenage girl. You bet, little brother. Jazz, do my parents. Did they see? Padaman sheepishly gestured to his current black and white form. They did, but they assumed that Phantom's partner somehow shared his power with Padaman rather than thinking you are Phantom or his partner, Jazz assured. Well, that's good, Padaman's sweat dropped, but also awkward. Pretending to be two separate beings will be difficult when we get back. We can worry about that later, Lopman said. Jazz, I assume you know what's been going on, right? Yes, I did. It seems you'll need a special anti-ghost container for these little guys. I know just the thing. My parents are helping me send the correct data replica for it now to you guys, Jazz answered. So, who is this? Duskman asked, looking interested. She's our sister. She's also helping us, though she couldn't physically be here, Lopman explained. Only a few of us were able to come here as our partner Digimon. Jazz looked at Duskman. Hi, you must be Duskman. You guys sure are pushing the boundaries with this one. Hey, we kinda have to take what we can get at this point, Padaman admitted sheepishly. But that aside, tell Mom and Dad thanks. We'll be sure to use that device when we get it. Right, it should be sending to you right about now, Jazz said. Right on cue, a fractal code appeared in front of them, creating a silver and green metallic canister of some kind. Padaman, Lopman, and Black Gataman recognized the object instantly. Is that a can of soup? Duskman asked, confusion clear in his voice. It's a thermos, so close enough, Padaman said as he picked up the thermos. I don't get it, how is that going to help us? Duskman asked. It's designed to catch ghosts. Though if the object or creature has enough ectoplasm, the thermos should read them as ghosts as well, Lopman explained. Padaman, go ahead and show a demonstration. Padaman nodded before he pointed the thermos as a pile of Zerumen. The thermos shot out a bright white and blue beam at the Zerumen, instantly sucking several of them at once inside. Nice, Black Gataman exclaimed with a grin. Now we can just suck up the Zerumen. You guys better hurry. A lot of those Zerumen are spreading throughout the continent, Jazz warned. Okay, hopefully our friends will be able to recover once we catch them all, Lopman said. But how are we going to get them all? Black Gataman asked. They're small, fast, they can be anywhere. I can see them on a map, I can try to lead you guys to them, Jazz replied. But we're probably not fast enough to find them all, Padaman frowned. That won't be a problem, Duskman stated before he picked up Lopman, Padaman, and Black Gatman. I can scour this whole forest in under 10 minutes. Just tell me where to go and you handle the rest. Duskman placed the 3 Digimon on his shoulders while he picked up the other 3, who were unconscious. He wasn't going to leave them exposed out here by themselves. Okay, each of you will need to keep an eye out for these little guys, Jazz stated. I can only give you a general direction, you'll have to find them yourselves. You're talking to someone who has more than 2 eyes. Padaman joked from Duskman's shoulders. As if to tease Padaman, Duskman's extra eyes all moved around in their sockets. Fair enough. Okay, I'm sending you 2 more replicas so each of you can use the thermos, Jazz stated. 2 more thermoses were created in front of Black Gataman and Lopman. Black Gataman held onto hers with her paws, while Lopman used his ears to hold onto his. Okay, good luck everyone, Jazz said. Duskman began running through the dark forest. The darkness was not slowing him down at all. Jazz gave them directions of where the Zerumen were. Any Zerumen they spotted were quickly sucked up by one of the thermoses. Luckily, it was easy to spot the Zerumen in the darkness since their bodies glowed brightly, so they stuck out like a sore thumb. With more of the Zerumen being sucked into the thermoses, the ectoplasm was starting to fade away as well. So far so good, Duskman noted. We seem to be making a dent in these guys and their numbers. Duskman felt like he was scouring just about all over the entire continent, while his little Digimon friends sucked up the troublesome Zerumen with their thermoses. The 3 other Digimon were starting to regain consciousness as less ectoplasm was infecting the air. "Good, you're almost done. There's just a couple of them left," Jazz congratulated. "Great, where are they?" Lopman asked. "Head north, then east," Jazz instructed. Duskman wasted no time, heading in the direction he was told. "I can't help but wonder, what made those Zerumen, and who sent them here, and why?" Lopman frowned as they had some time to discuss what was going on. "Didn't you say they were viruses, and that's the reason you're here in the first place?" Duskman asked. "Yes, but we don't know how or why they exist here," Padaman pointed out. "The Game Master didn't want these guys messing up his big, precious project." "So you think an outside source may be responsible?" Duskman inquired. "We think it's possible," Byaman spoke up, having been awake for a little while now and caught up on what was going on. "We can't say who or why, though. But it's just as possible something inside this world could have caused it too," Kokuaman added. "We shouldn't write off possibilities until we have more answers." "These Zerumen just came out of nowhere, though," Labraman frowned. "They destroyed the hideout and chased us out. They clearly don't like having us here either." "Being careful is best then," Duskman noted. "If we capture the last of the Zerumen, maybe we will get some answers as to what is going on as well." "Do you think that's possible? I doubt the Zerumen will talk even if we interrogate them," Black Gataman frowned. "They seem to be mindless, only following some kind of programming that was set in their little minds." "Maybe not, but we can probably find a trace in their fractal code to where they came from," Duskman replied. "You can do that?" Labraman questioned in surprise. "I get it. It's kind of like leaving a fingerprint at a crime scene," Lopman guessed. "As long as it's fresh enough, one could trace that fingerprint back to its original owner." "Exactly," Duskman replied, a grin reflecting in his red eyes. "It's not easy to do, but it is possible." "Look, I see the last 2 Zerumen," Byaman pointed ahead. Duskman moved closer as Black Gataman aimed her thermos at one of the Zerumen. The thermos shot out the beam of light, easily sucking it up. The last Zerumen, however, seeing what had happened, flew further away as quickly as it could. "That one's getting away," Black Gataman shouted. "Not on my watch," Duskman hissed as he sped up to catch up to the annoying little Digimon. "Where is that thing going?" Lopman frowned. Duskman narrowed his eyes, feeling something was off. It didn't take him long to realize what that off feeling was. Duskman immediately stopped and jumped into the shadows of the trees. Before anyone could ask Duskman why he did that, any questions were immediately shut down when they heard familiar voices not too far away. "I can't believe we finally finished off that crazy Petaldraman. That's one less evil legendary warrior to deal with, right?" JP's voice said in relief. "Crap," Padaman hissed in a low voice. "Yeah, but boy, was he difficult to beat," Takuya's voice replied. "I mean, he was actually tougher this time around." "Nice timing, Duskman," Black Gataman whispered to the evil legendary warrior of darkness. "They almost spotted us," Kokuman gulped. "We should be careful. If one evil legendary warrior can be that strong on their own home turf, that means more of them could take us out," Koji's voice warned. "I agree, but we should keep moving. Wasn't there a loud roar we heard not that long ago? What else could be lurking here?" Tommy's voice asked in worry. "Whatever it is, we need to be careful," Zoe's voice agreed. "We can't just be running around here all willy-nilly." Duskman was just going to wait for the human children to move on. Unfortunately, it seemed fate. And the last Zerumen had different plans. The Zerumen gave a mischievous giggle as it floated around the human children, quickly catching their attention. "What's that?" JP nervously asked. "It doesn't look like a normal Digimon," Tommy frowned. "What is it doing then?" Zoe questioned. "Maybe it's trying to tell us something," Takuya guessed. All of Duskman's eyes went wide as the Zerumen, after making sure all the human children were looking at it, flew towards his location. If anyone tried to catch the Zerumen now, they would be spotted for sure. The flashy thermos were great for catching, but not so great for stealth. "Is there something back there?" Zoe asked curiously, seeing the Zerumen floating around Duskman's general location. With little choice, Duskman knew he needed to give his friends time to escape. He quickly placed them down. Go, I'll distract them. Pataman looked at Duskman in surprise. You want to face the kids alone. Catching that Zerman is top priority, Duskman said sternly. If anything, me facing down the children is best because I am much stronger, and if they are distracted with me, you can go and catch that Zeruman. He's right, we can't afford to be caught, and we have to catch that Zeruman before it can become stronger, Lopman agreed, going with cold logic. But Black Gatomon looked at Duskman in concern. Is this really goodbye? Don't worry, I won't kill them, and I'll make sure they won't kill me. Once I'm sure you've had enough time to escape, I'll get away and meet up with you later, Duskman assured. That's the best we can do, we better hurry before they see us. Biaman hissed, seeing the children coming closer. Pataman frowned but nodded. Be careful, he said to Duskman as the other Digimon set him and his friends down on the branch. Duskman nodded before he walked out of the shadows, making sure to keep the kids' eyes on him. It was revealed that the kids weren't actually human right now. They had just finished fighting Arbormen and were currently still in their Digimon forms. All of them, except for one, were in their beast forms. The one who wasn't was Labaman. Duskman noted that they definitely had trouble if almost all of them needed to use their stronger beast forms to defeat Petaldraman at his maximum power. This should be easy for him then, but he knew better than to get too cocky. His friends' lives were hanging by a thread at the moment. Who is this guy? Takuya, who was burning Grayman at the moment, questioned in confusion. Duskman gave a chuckle. He may as well go with the theatrics. It would also buy more time for his friends. I am Duskman, legendary warrior of darkness. Well, that explains the outfit, Burning Grayman muttered. You have done well against my brethren. Duskman chuckled darkly, playing up his role. Let's see how strong you really are. Show me your power. His sword glowed with red energy before he swung it, unleashing a red shockwave of energy at the other legendary warriors. The 5 of them scattered, but the impact had already carved itself through the ground and trees just behind them. Good, that definitely has their attention, Duskman thought to himself. All he did was swing his sword, Korakakuman said with dread, seeing the power of this warrior of darkness. I've got a bad feeling about this, Zephyrman gulped. No kidding, Metal Kabutaraman grumbled. He could already tell they were severely outmatched. Come on, there's only one of him. Burning Grayman spoke up, not wanting his team to lose morale when they had just defeated another evil legendary warrior. Duskman responded by just laughing. If we defeated Grumbleman and Petaldraman, then Laughing Boy over there should be a piece of cake, Burning Grayman exclaimed. Remember, we're legendary warriors. Right, Metal Kabutaraman agreed as he and Burning Grayman were charging toward Duskman. There's nothing we can't do, Burning Grayman added. Metal Kabutaraman held out his arms, building up 2 large balls of electricity. Bolo Thunder. The 2 balls of electricity began swinging themselves toward Duskman. Yes, Duskman hissed, glad to see his plan was working. The Bolo Thunder hit Duskman, but he managed to just shrug it off. The human children were strong, but they clearly hadn't figured out how to reach their full potential as legendary warriors yet, and in the darkness, Duskman was nearly invincible. Burning Grayman tried to punch Duskman in the smoke left by the Bolo Thunder, but Duskman easily dodged, nearly disappearing before Burning Grayman's eyes. Burning Grayman was shocked as Duskman appeared behind him. Burning Grayman barely had time to turn around before Duskman used one of his arms to push the much larger Burning Grayman into the air and flipped him over. Burning Grayman hit the ground pretty hard, and the others looked at him in concern. Wow, Duskman is a lot stronger than I thought, Labraman commented quietly. Yes, but this is our chance. Let's go, Black Gatomon said. I'm sure he'll catch up to us soon. Nobody argued as they hurried away from the battlefield as quickly and quietly as possible. They still needed to find the Zeruman. Duskman looked at the children, remembering his promise to his friends. You're weaker than I thought, Duskman stated. I should at least give you the chance to surrender. You can give it, but we won't take it, Metal Kabutaraman growled out. I'd advise against that, Duskman replied back. That would be very foolish of you to turn down the chance to surrender. JP Tommy, switch to your human forms. Labaman spoke up, sensing that using their bigger and bulkier forms were just going to make them easy targets. Neither Tommy nor JP argued. Both of them quickly switched to Cumaman and Beetleman. As soon as they did, Labaman, Cumaman, Beetleman, and Zephiaman ran at Duskman, with Burning Grayman lying on the ground trying to recover. Labaman summoned one of his lightsabers and jumped, intending to slam his saber into Duskman. Duskman responded by nearly nonchalantly raising his own crimson sword to block the lightsaber with ease. Each of your attacks seems to get weaker, not stronger. Duskman sneered, keeping his main eyes on Labaman. You must know you can't defeat me. A little help here, guys, Labaman called out to the others. Duskman was indeed strong, much stronger than he had anticipated. Zephiaman, Cumaman, and Beetleman came in at Duskman from different angles all at once, each with a different attack ready to use. They smashed into Duskman with all of their attacks combined. Duskman was no fool, however. As strong as he was, he'd have to be an idiot to just stand there and take all of those attacks at once. He dodged by jumping into the air, luckily with his speed. None of them noticed that he had jumped until it was too late. He was in the air, having his bigger eyes looking down at them. Deadly gaze, Duskman called out. The children were lucky that Duskman wasn't trying to kill them. He gave them time to react and move to his attack. Your efforts are pitiful, Duskman sneered as he landed in the scattered group. Surely you have more power than that. This was the strongest foe the legendary warriors had ever faced, and he was not even fazed by their attacks. We're just getting warmed up, a voice said from behind Duskman. Duskman turned around and was mildly impressed that Burning Grayman was getting back to his feet. They're full of spirit and determination, I'll give them that, Duskman noted. I can see why they were able to defeat Grumbleman and Arborman. You want power? I'll show you power. Wildfire tsunami. Burning Grayman created a large tornado of fire that engulfed Duskman's body. Duskman put up a barrier around his body to minimize the damage. He may be strong, but not invincible. Though while he was in the fiery tornado, he could hear Labaman's voice. Takuya, get out of there. Why, I just defeated him, Burning Grayman countered. All of us combined couldn't defeat him, and you think you did it all by yourself, Labaman snapped back. Well, yeah, Burning Grayman replied, not really seeing the problem. Just come on, Labaman shouted, realizing they didn't have time for this argument. Well, okay, but I hit him pretty good, didn't I, guys? Burning Grayman asked as he flew away with the others. Duskman stood there for a few more seconds, listening to their footsteps getting further away. When he felt like they were far enough away, he swiped his hand out of the fiery vortex, canceling it out quickly. Looks like I got them to retreat at the very least, Duskman noted. I better find my friends. Chapter 36. Do you see it? Black Gataman called out. Beaman, Pataman, and Kokuaman were currently searching the skies for the last remaining Zeruman, but with no luck. How is this last Zeruman evading us so easily? Kokuaman grumbled. Maybe try calling Jazz again, Laberman suggested. I can't. She and our parents can only talk to us for so long before they have to stop for a while, or the game master will notice them trying to get through the dream world, Lopman replied. We're pretty much on our own for this last one. It's just one little Zeruman though, right? So it shouldn't be able to cause too much damage on its own, Laberman said. We shouldn't take that chance. A virus can multiply and infect at an alarming rate, Beaman warned, having heard what Laberman said. Laberman shut her mouth at Beaman's warning. Okay, now finding that Zeruman is of even more importance, Pataman exclaimed. But how can we find it? That thing is so slippery when evading us. Calm down before you alert the kids where we are, Beaman hissed. Do you think Duskman was able to shake them? Black Gataman asked. I know he's strong, but... I'm sure he's fine, Lopman assured. But seeing him in action, it reminded me of what we're trying to prevent. Remember how powerful they all were in their dark forms? And how easy it would have been for them to destroy Amity Park and kill a lot of innocent people. Yeah, but weren't you able to stop them by yourself? Laberman asked. I wasn't by myself. Besides, I was lucky that they underestimated me and Lopman and the damage we did to them earlier, Lopman said. And even then, I barely survived by the skin of my teeth. The game master was able to take them away in front of me because I was too weak to do anything. That's true, but still, I can't believe you were able to stop them at the very least, Labramon admitted. The power of an ultimate-level Digimon is no joke, Black Gatomon stated. There are champion-level Digimon that are very powerful, so powerful some say they could rival ultimate-level Digimon. But even then, they usually don't stand a chance against the real thing. We were lucky that Lopman was able to use that form, right? Lopman frowned a little before slowly nodding. I guess so, but I don't have access to it here, at least not as I am now. Everyone else can separate and digivolve their partners. You're already a champion-level Black Gatomon, so you don't need to separate from your partner. And Patamon has that ghost form of his. I'm, well, kind of useless, really. No, you're not, Black Gatomon shot back. You helped Duskman defeat that Deltamon. You were the one who noticed the weak point and pointed it out to him. If anything, that was a help to him. You've already proven that raw strength and power doesn't always win, Labramon added. And that's saying something coming from a muscle head like me. Lopman gave them a smile. Black Gatomon and Labramon were two very strong people outside of this world, so for them to tell him this really showed how much they both had grown over the course of this adventure. Besides, knowing you, when it really comes down to it, you'll find a way to have a big, epic anime moment and separate from Lopman, Black Gatomon added. I've noticed you're pretty good at that. Why you really think so? Lopman blushed. Knowing you, definitely, Black Gatomon chuckled. It's only a matter of time before it happens. Byaman and Kokyuman landed. No luck in finding that thing, Kokyuman grumbled. Where could it have hidden? I doubt it would have been able to stay invisible for very long. It should be easy to see in this darkness. Byaman frowned. Does Patamon not sense it? Lopman asked. It's too small and weak to be sensed normally, Byaman pointed out. Patamon landed as well, still in his ghost form. Maybe there's a place we hadn't thought to look. Black Gatomon tried thinking of any place that she had seen in the dark continent that the Zeruman could be hiding in. Are there any caves or tunnels it could use as some kind of cover? Lopman asked. Yeah, I believe so, Black Gatomon confirmed, but I don't know if there are any close by here. Too bad our fast ride isn't here. He might be able to take us to all the caves around here easily, Kokyuman sighed. There you are. Everyone jumped before turning to look at the voice. Duskman, you're here, Black Gatman said in relief. Why wouldn't I be? Duskman chuckled. It wasn't much of a challenge to drive the children off, but I will admit they are quite the determined bunch. I guess they're pretty hopeless without our guidance, huh? Labramon chuckled. Well, they made it this far, Byaman pointed out. I think your scare tactic definitely worked, but now they'll be trying to find a way to defeat you, so we better hurry and find this Zeruman before things get out of control, Lopman pointed out. You still haven't been able to locate that Zeruman, Duskman frowned. It seems to be pretty good at hiding without its brethren around, Kokyuman grumbled. Well, then you definitely need my help, Duskman sighed. What direction was it last seen going in? We lost it around here. That's why the three of us who can fly had been trying to scout around for it, but with no luck, Patamon explained. But we suspect that since we haven't seen anything glowing around the woods, it's likely hiding in a cave or a tunnel of some kind, Black Gatomon pointed out. Duskman looked around and thought, then it must be in the closest cave. There's one not too far from here, in that direction. He pointed with one of his swords away from the group. We might as well take a look then, Byaman remarked. I'll get us there in a snap, Duskman stated. The Digimon all nodded, seeing how Duskman was definitely the best transportation they had since Trailman. The 6 of them split into groups of 3, and the 2 groups were on different shoulders of Duskman. With everyone secured, Duskman hurried toward the cave where he suspected the Zeruman might be in. Did you see what happened to Arborman? Is he still around? Black Gatomon asked as Duskman was moving. No, I didn't, Duskman admitted, so I do not know his whereabouts, but if the children's words are to be believed then, the most likely thing that happened is he was defeated by them. So he's gone? I almost can't believe it. Kokyuman frowned. Sure, he kidnapped me and terrorized a bunch of burgermen, but he helped us when we needed it. Not to mention he's really good with burgers. You 6 have strange relationships, Duskman noted, though I suppose I envy that a little. Hey, you're stuck with us as one of those strange relationships. Remember that eyeballs? Black Gatomon joked. Heth, I suppose so, Duskman agreed. My life hadn't been very lively until you came along. You could say the same for us. We used to live very ordinary and boring lives until, recently, Byaman chuckled. I can't help but feel like we're just a magnet for trouble, Lopman sighed. We rarely get breaks from it anymore. Hey, it's not all bad, Laberman piped up. I mean, it's definitely better than having a boring life, even if we do deal with danger more than most. It's also worth it if we can save those we care about from the dangers too, Pataman added. I didn't understand it before, but now, I see what you mean, Duskman remarked. I had no interest in confronting those children. I only felt the need to in order to keep you all safe. I don't want to lose you, especially because of the rules and curse that had been put on all of you. You really have changed from that antisocial Duskman I met a few months ago, Black Gatomon chuckled. Just know that, there may come a time where we may have to separate too. Duskman slowed down. Why is that? It's only a matter of time before the game master will start paying more attention to you, Black Gatomon warned. Especially now, when you're involved with the children. Duskman frowned beneath his mask. Then I suppose I had best make use of the time we have together to help you get as far as you can on your mission. Don't worry, if all goes well, we'll be able to meet again without these circumstances, Lopman promised. Duskman could only hope that Lopman spoke the truth. He stopped in front of the cave. We are here. The Digimon jumped off of his shoulders. They started to walk closer to the cave. Hey, something's glowing in there, but it's too big to be that one Zeroman, Byaman noted. When the group got closer, they realized what was making that glow. Glowing moss, there's a lot in here, Kokuman noted with interest. Yes, but it also makes for a great hiding spot for one Zeroman, Duskman pointed out. If anything, this is where your quarry will be hiding. But where do we start? Pataman asked. We could try digging through the moss and hope we get lucky, Laberman suggested. That would take too much time, and the Zeroman could sneak out while we're doing that, Lopman noted. Pataman, you seem to be able to sense ectoplasm. Can you sense anything here at all? Pataman focused for a few moments before he felt something. It was faint and weak, but it was close by. Over there, I sense something hiding in that small moss pile, Pataman said, pointing at the moss pile in question. Okay, let's get close enough for the thermos to activate. It should grab it no problem, Black Gatomon said. The Digimon slowly started getting closer to the moss pile. Duskman's eyes turned for a moment, and he sighed. We have company, Duskman warned. That made everyone stop. They turned to see Mercuryman approaching them. What does he want? Black Gatomon hissed in annoyance. I don't know, but it seems we're about to find out, Duskman growled out. There thou art, Duskman, Mercuryman said as he approached. What are thou doing, Hareth, playing with the Digimon? We are on an important mission, Duskman replied. You are disrupting it. Well, thou's mission must be more important than Lord Cherubiman's whims, Mercuryman scolded. If thou art playing with the Digimon instead of finishing off those children. Wouldn't it be better to capture them instead of just finishing them off? Byaman asked. I mean, they're just children, so they would be susceptible to brainwashing, right? Byaman and the others winced a little at what she said, since that was exactly what was happening to the children right now. I would the grief, if the hideout hadn't been destroyed, we have no place to imprison the children, Mercuryman stated. You know about that, Laberman blinked. I went back to report to Lord Cherubiman, only to come back to nothing but rubble, Mercuryman grumbled. I guess it would be difficult to keep that fact hidden for long, Kokuman sighed. Mercuryman, I will take care of the children soon, but we need to address the issue that destroyed our hideout, Duskman said. Thou art wasting time here, Mercuryman pointedly replied. If thou keeps Lord Cherubiman waiting, thou art in big trouble. Pataman quickly turned his attention back to the pile of moss. He suddenly sensed a huge spike in the power of that Zeroman. He saw why. The Zeroman was consuming all the data of the glowing moss and was getting stronger. Pataman knew he had to act fast, but Mercuryman being around made things more difficult. It didn't help Mercuryman began to look around, as if sensing something as well. Duskman, you go ahead. We can take it from here, Black Gatomon spoke up, mostly wanting to get Mercuriman to leave them be. She trusted Duskman to be able to handle himself and to not kill the other children. Duskman looked at the Digimon, uncertain, but he had to trust them on this. "Okay, I'll be back as soon as I can," he said, but he had a feeling in his gut that this may be the last time he saw them. Just be careful. The Digimon all smiled at him, and the ones that had thumbs gave him a thumbs up. Duskman looked at them for a moment before he nodded as well. He will see them again, he was sure of it. Duskman and Mercuriman walked out of the cave, leaving the Digimon to their mission. "The Zeruman isn't there anymore, it went into another pile," Patamon quickly said. "It's trying to gain power by eating the glowing moss." "Spread out and catch it, we can't let this thing get too strong," Lopman quickly ordered. The rookie Digimon spread out, hoping to catch the Zeruman before it got away from them. "I think I found it," Byaman exclaimed as she saw a moss pile moving slightly. Byaman jumped to grab it, but the pile went intangible, easily slipping away from her. "I need someone with a thermos to catch this slippery son of a gun." "I'm coming," Black Gatomon called out as she ran over with the thermos. However, one of the moss piles caused Black Gatomon to trip and fall flat on her face. "Hold on, I think I got it," Patamon exclaimed as he lunged for the moss pile that had gone intangible earlier, sensing where it was easily. The moss pile returned to a tangible state and Patamon was upon it, but it turned invisible instead, causing Patamon to yelp as he landed face first in some dirt. The moss pile had moved away from where he had been aiming for. "How is it taking control of multiple moss?" Lopman questioned, seeing that it was making it harder for those with the thermos to catch it. "I don't know, but we need to catch it somehow." Labraman growled out before trying to catch the moss pile, which had returned to visibility. Her jaws opened to clamp down on the moss pile. Labraman immediately spat out the moss pile. The moss looked cool, but it definitely didn't taste good. Lopman tried aiming his thermos at one of the moving moss when a vine suddenly grabbed onto Lopman's leg and pulled him up, making him drop the thermos. The moss then covered up the thermos, turning it into nothing but data. "Aw man, there goes one of our weapons to catch Zeruman," Kokuaman grumbled. "Geez, this Zeruman is trickier than it looks," Byaman exclaimed, exasperated. Black Gatomon and Patamon were grabbed by vines as well, causing them to drop their thermos, and the moss ate those thermos as well. "And there goes our thermos," Patamon frowned. "How is this thing using vines now?" Black Gatomon shouted as she tried to slash at the vine with her claws. Byaman unleashed her spiral twister on some of the vines. "I don't know, but maybe Zeruman digivolved. That is the only explanation I have." "We can't even see it," Labraman frowned. Then all of the moss started to gather in one spot. The vines let go of Patamon, Lopman, and Black Gatomon. Everyone stopped what they were doing, seeing the moss gathering around as fractal code surrounded it. "What's happening?" Byaman asked. "I think it's digivolving," Kokuaman gulped. "But into what?" Labraman shivered. "It must be a plant-based Digimon if it was using vines." When the fractal code disappeared, there was what looked like a giant flower with a face. The center of the flower was yellow with glowing green eyes and a mouth with jagged teeth. The petals surrounding the face were a glowing neon green, and the leaves in back were also a glowing green color. The vines were glowing green as well, and the mini heads on the ends of some of the vines had glowing green petals surrounding the brown centers, each of which had a small mouth with jagged teeth as well. "I don't think that's a normal Digimon evolution," Kokuaman shivered. "It feels so unnatural, that form." "What is that?" Labraman shouted. I think that's supposed to be a Blossomon, an ultimate plant Digimon. But that's definitely not normal," Kokuaman answered. "No, it's not normal. It's infected with ectoplasm," Black Gatomon shouted. "We don't have our thermos anymore, nor do we have Duskman. What do we do?" Byaman questioned. "We stand and fight," Black Gatomon shouted. "Are you nuts? We barely stood a chance when it was a champion level. You want to go against an ultimate without Duskman?" Labraman screamed. "We need to rely on our own strength here," Black Gatomon replied back. "If we go looking for Duskman, we risk being spotted by the children. And if they spot us, it's over. We won't be able to save them if we restart from the beginning or even get booted out." The blossomin let out a roar before it threw out its flower petals. Spiral flower. Green glowing leaves started shooting toward them, easily slicing through the rocky walls of the cave. Look out! Lopman pushed Biaman away as the others scattered to avoid getting sliced by the leaves. The 6 Digimon were all surrounding the blossomin now as a result of scattering, but they were nowhere near the level needed to take the blossomin down. How do we take down an ultimate level Digimon without the aid of Duskman or anyone else? We may be strong, yes, but we don't have the power necessary, Pataman growled out. And with that ectoplasm, we won't be able to last very long ourselves, Kokuman pointed out. Remember what happened last time. Pataman frowned as he did remember. Only he, Black Gataman, and Lopman were conscious enough to even do anything. Thorns from Blossomin came at them. Black Gataman used her lightning-fast paws to bunch the thorns away. Well, whatever we're going to do, we better do it soon. Those kids will likely hear this battle going on, but we can't let this thing leave the cave. Who knows what damages it'll do to the world? Black Gataman hissed. Lopman looked at Labraman, Biaman, and Kokuaman. Separate and digivolve. We may not have a lot of time before the ectoplasm affects you, but while you're still able to fight, we better take what chance we've got. 4 champions is better than 1 champion against an ultimate. The other 3 nodded before fractal codes surrounded the trio. When the fractal code cocoons dissipated, Dash and Labraman, Sam and Biaman, and Tucker and Kokuaman were seen. Okay guys, let's digivolve, Biaman exclaimed with a grin. Right, Labraman and Kokuaman agreed. Fractal code surrounded the 3 rookie Digimon once more. With the 3 humans separated from their partners digivolved into their champion forms. Kokuaman becoming Gaudraman, Biaman becoming Berdraman, and Labraman becoming Doberman. The humans were also riding on their respective Digimon. Pataman was still in his ghost form, and he stood beside Black Gataman. Lopman frowned, seeing how he was the only one who didn't have the ability to change his form to get stronger. He was clearly the weakest link here. Everyone went into battle. Meteor Wing. Berdraman fired off flames from her wings at Blossomin. Blossomin let out a cry as the flames burned it, but then it created thick, glowing vines around its body that put out the flames. Darn, I thought that would work, Sam hissed. Plants are weak to fire, but it seems this Blossomin is stronger than that. Then let's try this, Gardraman exclaimed as he aimed his rockets. Guardian Barrage. The small homing missiles were fired right at Blossomin. Blossomin responded by firing its own ecto leaves at the missiles, the 2 attacks canceling each other out. Doberman was running across the walls. Do it now, Dash called out. Doberman jumped behind Blossomin, opening her mouth. Black beam. Doberman shot out a piercing black energy beam from her maw, going through Blossomin's body vines with ease. You got it, Dash smiled. However, it wasn't that easy. Despite the powerful attack, the vines quickly regenerated themselves. Watch out, Dash, Black Gataman warned. A vine of thorns slammed into Doberman, causing her and Dash to crash into a wall. Ow, Dash groaned from where he and Doberman had landed. That smarts. You okay, Doberman? I think so, just got a nasty bump to the head. Doberman replied as she slowly got to her feet shakily. This thing can regenerate? That's a low trick, Sam grumbled, having seen the regeneration take effect quickly. It won't be able to regenerate if we can burn it, Berdraman cawed. We'll need to work together to bring this thing down, Pataman spoke up. I'll create an opening and you guys attack. Lopman frowned, seeing how the battle was going. He wasn't strong enough to be of any help, but he was trying to see how the battle would play out. Something wasn't right, but he couldn't tell what. Pataman flew up at Blossomin's face. Try this on for size, ecto bubble. Pataman expanded himself before shooting out a green bubble at Blossomin. Blossomin hissed as the bubble hit it in the face. It swung its vines at Pataman. Pataman was ready, turning himself intangible, making the vines go through him. Seizing this opportunity, Berdraman, Gardraman, Doberman, and Black Gataman attacked. Lighting paw, Black Gataman jumped at Blossomin first, punching it as hard as she could, making it go off balance. Black Gataman was quick to jump away as the other attacks started coming. Meteor Wing. Guardian Barrage. Black beam. Blossomin attempted to bring up vines to protect itself just as the attacks reached it, creating a massive explosion. All of them were pushed out of the cave from the force of the explosion. Lopman fell nearest to the mouth of the cave, while everyone else was pushed further away. Lopman looked up at the mouth of the cave. Did we do it?" Tucker asked as Gardraman managed to protect him from the impact. I don't want to say so, but maybe we did," Dash asked as he peered up cautiously. "Surely even an ultimate couldn't have stood up to 4 champion attacks directly, right?" Sam frowned. "What do you think?" Black Gataman asked, looking over at Pataman since he seemed to be able to sense ectoplasm. Pataman frowned as he walked over to Lopman, looking at the mouth of the cave. "It's not over yet," Lopman whispered, seeing vines starting to come out of the cave. But something was different. The vines didn't look the same as they did before. They looked bigger, stronger, smoother, and lacked the thorns Blossomin had. They saw a pair of red eyes glaring at them from the darkness of the cave, no longer illuminated by the glowing moss. Something about the way the eyes glared and the ectoplasm felt sent shivers down Pataman's spine. This wasn't a Digimon anymore. The ectoplasm had completely overtaken the data that had formed this Digimon. Something else had taken over. "Oh crap," Pataman hissed. "It's not a Digimon anymore, it's worse." "What does that even mean?" Tucker asked. As if on cue, the form inside the cave emerged. It was made up completely of vines with larger ones wrapped around the chest and upper left arm. Leaves made up gloves around its lower arms and hands, and a leafy cape hung down over its shoulders and back. The head had spikes emerging from it, and a beak-like mouth with glowing red eyes. The glowing petals from Blossomin were seen around its neck. "Finally, I'm free, Tilda," the former Blossomin creature grinned. "No longer stuck as a useless digital creature. Though perhaps I am limited with my current form, at least I'm no longer trapped as a little weakling." "It can talk," Dash frowned. "It's worse than that, it's gotten stronger," Doberman warned. "We are facing down a ghost now. What is it with us and our luck with ghosts?" Tucker groaned. "It seems we just get stuck dealing with ghosts," Gardraman grumbled. "How did a ghost get in here?" Black Gataman frowned. The plant ghost grinned. "This world was created by a human, using the power of his digital beast. I can reach my full power here. But I need more power, this isn't enough. Once I absorb what I need, I can regain my true form. I will destroy this impure, unnatural world and move on to the real thing. My children, I can hear them crying out." "What is he talking about?" Bergerman questioned. "He's gone mad." "Or maybe not," Sam frowned. "If this is a ghost from our world then, it's likely he's connected to nature. And right now, nature is being mistreated." "That may be, but that's no excuse for trying to destroy the digital world, real or not," Lopman spoke up. "Don't let your love for nature cloud your judgment. Remember what's at stake here." Sam hesitated, but she knew Lopman had a point. She could worry about nature later. The legendary warriors were the priority, no matter how much she wanted to go on about nature and treating it right. Right, save the others first, argue about nature later. Sam repeated to herself, making sure she shoved those thoughts to the side. Gardraman scanned the plant ghost. "It's still a Blossomin, just taken over by the ectoplasm. We might still have a chance." "What chance could you children possibly have?" The Blossomin grinned sinisterly. "Go ahead and try, if you dare, Tilda." "Let's do this, everyone," Bergerman spoke up. Lopman frowned as he watched everyone going in for another all-out attack. That sense of something was wrong was starting to come into fruition. A green energy dome surrounded the Blossomin as everyone used their attacks again. There wasn't even a crack on the dome as Blossomin laughed. "Useless." With one swing of his clawed hand, the Blossomin sent out razor-sharp leaves. The leaves were so fast that none of them had time to dodge. Only Lopman was spared because he wasn't fighting. Sam, Tucker, and Dash's skins were getting cut up quickly. Their partners reacted to protect them, forcing them to fuse back together. Bergerman, Gardraman, and Doberman's bodies glowed as they fused back with their human partners and were forced to turn back into their rookie forms. But even though Biaman, Kokuaman, and Labraman were able to save their partners' lives, they had grown very weak from the attack. "Look out!" Pataman shouted when he saw vines coming out from underneath the 3 Digimon. Before anyone could react, Beaman, Kokuaman, and Labraman were wrapped in vines, and a wooden tree grew out from under the ground with the 3 Digimon tied to it. My children will feed on their data, making them, and me, stronger. Blossomin grinned sinisterly. No, you won't, Pataman hissed as he prepared to unleash another ecto-bubble on this Blossomin. He puffed up his body. Ecto-bubble. Lighting Paw, you let them go, you monster. Black Gataman shouted as she jumped and punched Blossomin's chest while Pataman's ecto-bubble hit Blossomin's face. Blossomin didn't seem to react to either of their attacks. He just let out a laugh. Pathetic, you really are children. Blossomin slapped Black Gataman away and used his other hand to pin Pataman to the ground. His hands glowed with a ghostly aura. Pataman tried to go intangible to escape Blossomin's grasp, but the ghostly aura that Blossomin was emitting was preventing Pataman from using his ghost powers. I notice you have the same kind of powers as I do. I'm not letting you get away so easily, Blossomin hissed at Pataman. Lopman frowned. He had to do something, but... What can I do? I'm too weak to even make a dent in this guy. I can't see any weaknesses, Lopman hissed. Black Gataman ran at Blossomin, and Blossomin grinned as he shot out several thorns from one of his vines at her. Black Gataman gasped as the thorns hit her body. A large thorn went through her stomach. Lopman's eyes went wide in horror as a ring of fractal code surrounded the weakened Black Gataman as she hit the ground. No, Lopman gasped. Blossomin looked down at Pataman. Now then, what are you? You're neither Digimon nor ghost. Perhaps another one like me when my ectoplasm ended up in this world. Perhaps I should force your ectoplasm to overtake you. No, I won't let you, Pataman exclaimed. He flapped his wings desperately, but he couldn't get away, nor use his ghost powers to escape. Pataman felt himself weakening as Blossomin gripped him tightly, his claws starting to pierce through his body. Lopman saw the pain Pataman was in and Black Gataman on death's door. He saw his other 3 friends dangling on a tree, their strength and life force being sapped away. It was as if time stopped around Lopman as everything was happening around him. Why am I so useless? Lopman thought back during those times, his friends and brother needed help. When a ghost or some kind of foe was too powerful for them to handle. When Freakshow showed up with his mind, controlling Orb and gained control over Danny and Agunaman. How many times did everyone need my help, but I was so weak and useless that I couldn't do anything. Lopman remembered hearing Agunaman crying out in pain, and he remembered when Danny called for help. He remembered when Tucker was turning into a mutated ghost from Desiree's twisted magic. He remembered when Sam was forced to watch her friends steal from banks and museums, and nearly was killed by them. He remembered when Takuya was scared, not knowing what he was when he turned into Agunaman for the first time. He remembered when Jazz felt helpless, not knowing what was going on with Danny, and witnessed him transforming into his ghost form for the first time. Ever since the accident, strange things have been occurring with my friends and family. I can only do so much, though. At the end of the day, I was only human. I wasn't strong, nor was I skilled. But I still didn't stop trying to help where I could. Even when I got beaten up, I was still determined to stand up and keep trying. A boy who looked like Danny let out a cry, unable to help his friends and family. Can I stand up to the likes of Vlad again? To stronger ghosts like this one? To the legendary warriors when they've been turned against us? There will always be something or someone trying to hurt our friends and family. I can't keep allowing this to happen. The boy was facing down against Vlad, who looked larger than life, as well as the corrupted versions of the legendary warriors, and even Danny Phantom with red eyes himself. I'm not like my brother. I'm not a half-ghost superhero, but I don't need to be. I have my own strength, my own way of handling things. I have friends, I have the bonds of those closest to me. My parents, my sister, my cousin, my brother, my partner, everyone is counting on me to help them, and I won't let them down, not anymore. Andy. Lopman, I know we can do this. Are you ready? Yes. Lopman let out a loud scream as his body glowed brightly, catching Blossomin's attention. Blinding golden light surrounded Lopman's body, then blue light glowed from Lopman's chest as a black shirt formed on his body, his little claws turning into human hands and his arms getting longer. His legs became long too as dark red pants formed around them, as well as a couple of sneakers on his now human feet. His forehead glowed as the blue light overtook his ears, forming a human face and black hair on his head. The blue light separated itself from the boy's body, turning into Lopman. Padaman gaped at seeing Lopman and the boy he had been fused with separating for the first time. It was certainly unexpected, but also a big relief. Way to go, bro. I knew you would pull it off. Blossomin had a look of shock and confusion on his face. Impossible, how did you do that? What are you? The boy looked at Blossomin with determination and a promise to bring him down. I'm your worst nightmare. The boy brought up a strange-looking device in his hand. The screen on the device glowed brightly as a cocoon of fractal code surrounded Lopman's body. Lopman, warp digivolve 2. Fractal code flowed over Lopman before his skin began to peel away around his legs before the same happened with his arms and chest. His head had the same thing happen as well. Then, skin reappeared on his arms, with a cream square on his lower arms in front and 2 matching stripes across his lower arms just above his hands. The fur was a brown color as well. Pants appeared on his legs, a light purple color with a red waist covering. Skin and fur reappeared around his face, the main part around his nose and mouth a cream color while the rest of his face was brown. His ears had pink tips, and his eyes were pink as a cream top appeared on his upper torso, complete with a purple bandana. Antiloman. Padaman was shocked. While he knew Lopman had the ability to digivolve into his ultimate form, this was the first time he and Andy were able to separate since they came into this world. He expected that Lopman may need to warm up with his champion form first. But no, Lopman went straight into his ultimate form right away. Andy must have felt a lot stronger about this whole thing than Padaman realized. Speaking of Andy, he was already on Antiloman's shoulder. Blossomin looked at Antiloman. Despite being bigger than Antiloman, somehow it felt like Antiloman was towering over him. But he wasn't going to let this child and his overgrown rabbit intimidate him. You may have gotten bigger, but I am still stronger. Blossomin retorted as the vines began to react and creep up on Antiloman. Antiloman's red eyes glared at Blossomin's own red eyes. Though unlike with Blossomin's eyes, which were full of malice, Antiloman's eyes were filled with righteous anger. Without even looking at the vines, Antiloman's hands transformed into axes and he spun around, cutting through the vines with ease. What? Blossomin frowned in shock. Your attacks may work on regular Digimon because their data doesn't mix well with ectoplasm, Andy stated. But that won't work on Antiloman. He was exposed to a lot of ectoplasm and has a high resistance to it. We had fought with a strong ghost and 5 legendary warriors that were corrupted. Well, you're still unstable and not used to that body. How long do you think you'll last? I will last longer than you, Blossomin countered. You can't stand against me forever. The ones who boast the most are often the weaker ones. Antiloman retorted calmly, not even fazed by the power of Blossomin. Blossomin growled before he summoned thorns on his vines and started shooting the thorns at Andy, wanting to kill the human. Antiloman was not having it. Bunny blades. Antiloman swung his arms with his hands having turned into axes once again. He deflected all of the thorns, keeping Andy safe. After the thorns were deflected, Antiloman jumped at Blossomin and swung his hand-turned axe at Blossomin's arms, slicing them clean off. Blossomin let out a scream. He was able to regenerate, but the pain was real, and regenerating took energy. While Blossomin had been busy regenerating his arms, however, Antiloman was getting to work. He used his bunny blades to cut his 3 friends off of the tree. Catching them with his arm, he gently placed them down before he hopped over to Black Gatoman, who was lying on the ground with a big hole in her stomach. Antiloman turned his hand back to normal before placing the large hand on Black Gatoman's body. Meditation cure. A soft green glow emitted from Antiloman's hand and onto Black Gatoman's body. The hole in Black Gatoman's stomach mended itself, and any other wounds she had soon disappeared. Slowly, Black Gatoman began to stir. She was regaining consciousness, slowly but surely. What hit me? She groaned out groggily. Andy, seeing that Black Gatoman was okay, gave a sigh of relief. Good, you're okay. Black Gatoman blinked as she saw the giant rabbit standing before her. WWA. Hey, relax, it's just us, Andy spoke up. Black Gatoman blinked, A. Black Gataman had some black smoke coming out of her mouth. I mean Antliman, how, WN. Andy and Antliman gave her a small smile. Don't worry about it, Andy said. We've got this. Black Gataman stared but finally nodded. Okay, good luck, and I want an explanation as to how you separated when this is over. The answer is simple. I'm not letting you guys get hurt by this creature anymore, Andy replied. Antliman stood up and looked back at Blossomin, who had just finished regenerating his arms. He was panting, looking tired from the effort of having to regenerate 2 full arms and hands. Looks like you're running out of juice, Antliman noted without missing a beat. Your claims certainly aren't holding up now, are they? Blossomin growled before he unleashed several vines to try to pierce through or capture Antliman or Andy. Antliman moved towards Blossomin at a fast speed. He dodged, weaved, and jumped over the vines that were coming at him and Andy. Blossomin, seeing that Antliman was getting closer and was dodging his vines, he tried firing more thorns as well. Antliman retaliated by turning his hands into axes again and deflecting the thorns. Antliman was now right up on Blossomin. Blossomin, in a desperate attempt to shove this Digimon away, fired out an ectoblast from his mouth. Antliman was hit in the chest. While the attack hurt, however, Antliman didn't stop and brought down his hand axes. He sliced the Blossomin in 2 vertically. However, he didn't stop there. He continued slicing Blossomin into smaller and smaller pieces. Pataman and Black Gataman watched in awe and shock at how brutal Andy and Antliman were being. The small pieces weren't enough, however, and Andy knew this. Don't leave a single trace. With those words said, Antliman turned his hands back to normal before he slammed his hands together on the small pieces of Blossomin. Then he squeezed tightly until he saw the ring of fractal code. Time to end this virus for good, Andy said as he held out his Diarc, activating its scanner. Andy scanned the goopy fractal code. Fractal code digitize. The code was scanned, the ectoplasm on it dissipating as that happened. Finally, the code was purified, revealing the glimmering blue-white hues once more. Antliman let go of what he was holding onto, allowing the now purified fractal code to form a new Digiegg. The Digiegg flew off into the sky, heading to wherever Digieggs go to hatch safely. Hugh, we did it, Andy said, feeling exhausted. Fractal code surrounded Antliman and Andy as Antliman shrunk down. Pataman and Black Gataman had been watching, both surprised by what they witnessed. They knew Antliman was strong, but it was still surprising to see how easily he and Andy handled that Blossomin, and that Andy was able to use his Diarc to purify it on top of that. Lopman had returned to normal, fused back with Andy as well, but he fell to the ground, utterly exhausted. Hey, Pataman flew over to Lopman. Take it easy, Lopman, you expended too much energy. Heh, yeah, but it was worth it, Lopman gave a tired smile. I was, finally able to, be useful, and saved you guys. You've always been useful to us, Pataman reassured Lopman. He then grinned softly. But now you'll be even more useful to us, bro. Black Gataman walked over to them. She was feeling her stomach. While she had lost consciousness earlier, she had been sure there was a hole in her stomach just before she lost consciousness. But her stomach was completely fine. Is that the power of a celestial Digimon? Black Gataman wondered. Is Lopman really Cherubiman? Lopman and Pataman looked over at her. Maybe, Lopman softly replied, but he's definitely not. This world's Cherubiman. That's a good thing then, right? Black Gataman asked cautiously. It means we have all 3 Celestials on our side, right? No, well, not necessarily. We still need the Celestial Digimons, power which we do not have, Lopman sighed. I can't access Cherubiman's form, if that is who Lopman really is, and neither you nor Pataman have been able to separate from your partners either. That's true. You're the first one that has a Diarc to separate from your partner. I didn't even know that we would be able to use our own Diarc to purify corrupted fractal codes ourselves. Pataman admitted as a ring of light appeared on his torso, turning him back to normal Pataman. Black Gataman frowned as she considered this. So what do we do now? I doubt that Blossomin was the only virus infecting this world, Lopman said. Somehow, some ghost ectoplasm got mixed into this machine Maxwell was using. Which means that ectoplasm took a form of its own, and are the viruses of this world, Pataman noted grimly. Wait, can that happen? Can an ectoplasm part of the ghost just form a mind of its own? Ghosts are mysterious in many ways. Who's to say that couldn't happen? Lopman asked. Wow, we really have our work cut out for us. Black Gataman groaned. We have to be extra alert now. Pataman frowned. Is it possible that when the ectoplasm infected the data of a sentient Digimon, that's what gives them their own minds? It's very possible, Lopman noted, which means if there is more ectoplasm here, that could cause more of those types of viruses to appear. Resetting them is the only way to keep them under control. That's what Maxwell's been doing. But it seems that's not enough now, Black Gataman admitted. We'll have to be sure to get rid of those viruses as soon as we come across them. I think, Lopman frowned. No, let's wait for the others to wake up. Yeah, and for you to gain back your strength, Pataman suggested. Good idea. I'll get us some food. I know this place like the back of my paw. You stay here and watch the rest of them, Pataman, Black Gataman instructed. If you see or hear the kids coming, make sure to hide everyone if you can. Okay, Pataman replied before Black Gataman went off to find some food for the group. Lopman, seeing how everything was quiet now, closed his eyes and decided to take a little nap. He trusted Pataman to keep them safe for the time being.